Chapter 368. Due to Assistant Minister Zhou Zhong's public confession, the left Assistant Minister Li Yi of the Ministry of Personnel, who was framed for treason 14 years ago, was finally vindicated today. A rank 4 official of the imperial court was exterminated because of false accusations. This was a great insult to the imperial court and the great Zhou. Although His Majesty had issued a decree to declare Lord Li's innocence, what had happened could never be undone. Outside the imperial city, the commoners were filled with righteous indignation when they saw the notice posted on the city wall. The culprits from back then could have been pardoned with the death exemption medallion. Why was Lord Zhou banished? Lord Li was loyal to the emperor and his country. In the end, the lives of his family were worth less than a few broken medallions? The reality is even more absurd than the dramas. How sad, how sad. Have you seen the new drama, Zhao's Orphan? It's clearly about Lord Li. Not yet. Hearing you say that, I'll have to go and take a look. In a mansion in the southern courtyard. The Duke of Nanyang, who had been pardoned with the death exemption medallion but lost his position as the Minister of Personnel, frowned deeply and said in a gloomy voice, Zhou Zhong is only banished. These crimes are enough for him to die twice. His Majesty is obviously siding with him. A person beside him said, forget it. It's just a matter of time. How many of the criminals who have been banished have been able to live for more than half a year? The Duke of Nanyang said indignantly, I can't take this lying down. It took me more than 10 years to climb to this position. Because of Zhou Zhong, I have nothing now. I can't wait to kill him. That person was silent for a moment before saying, even if you want to kill him, you can't do it now. Once he leaves the capital, no one will care if he's dead or alive. Right now, there's another important matter. The Duke of Nanyang asked, what is it? The person said, have you forgotten that Li Yi's daughter is still imprisoned in the imperial clan temple? After being reminded by him, Commander Prince Nanyang recalled that this matter had started because Li Yi's daughter had assassinated 5 imperial court officials to avenge her father. This had triggered the old case. However, in recent days, his attention had been focused on the old case and he had completely forgotten about this matter. That person continued, during this period of time, that Li Mu went in and out of the Zongjing temple many times. He would visit this woman almost every day. It seems that they knew each other before. The reason he wanted to reverse the verdict for Li Yi was probably because of this woman. Royal Prince Nanyang narrowed his eyes and said, these are 2 completely different cases. I would like to see how Li Mu will save her, unless he can convince His Majesty to grant him a death exemption medallion. The person next to him had a playful smile on his face as he said, a large part of the reason for Li Yi's death was because he opposed the death exemption golden medallion. If he used the death exemption golden medallion to save that woman, then it would be the biggest joke. If he didn't use the death exemption golden medallion, then the woman would be dead. Hee, what choice would he make? Royal Prince Nanyang asked, what if he really begs His Majesty to grant him the death exemption golden medallion? Bewitching the Son of Heaven, treacherous officials who will harm the country. Murderous intent appeared in that person's eyes as he said, clean up the emperor's subordinates and punish treacherous officials. Northern County. Countless people gathered under the city walls and looked at the notice posted on the city walls. They were pointing and discussing. Most of the commoners were illiterate and only came to join in the fun. They did not know what was going on. Someone scratched his head and asked, is there anyone who is illiterate? Help me take a look. What is written on this notice? Let me take a look. A middle-aged scholar squeezed into the crowd. After looking at the notice, he said, it says that more than 10 years ago, there was a high-ranking official who served the country and the people in the divine capital. Because he offended the nobles, he was framed for treason and his entire family was executed. A few days ago, the imperial court cleared his name. The northern county was far away from the divine capital. The commoners did not know what happened in the divine capital, nor did they know the high-ranking officials in the divine capital. However, someone was confused and said, why does this sound like the play that the Yunyan Pavilion put on a few days ago? The middle-aged scholar sighed and said, this play was actually written for him. This Lord Li used to be a good official who was loved by the commoners. In the divine capital, he was called Li Qing Tian by the commoners. Unfortunately, he always worked for the commoners and went against the nobles. After offending the nobles, he was framed and his entire family was exterminated. He was wronged for more than 10 years. If not for his daughter avenging her father by killing the officials who framed him back then and alerting the imperial court, no one would have cleared his name. There's actually such a thing? It's even more dramatic than a play, even I want to watch that play. Unfortunately, I don't have the money, who did not like to listen to plays. However, to the commoners, being able to eat and wear was already a luxury. Wouldn't it be better to spend a few coins to buy steamed rice? Spending money to listen to plays was the life of the rich. At this moment, someone asked, "Don't you know that the Yunyan Pavilion is not paying for the plays these days?" Someone was shocked. There's such a good thing. It's not just the Yunyan Pavilion. In the past few days, there's also a stage set up by the official road outside the city. It's free to perform. Those who have the money can attend it. Those who don't have the money can also attend it, so the stage at the city gate is for watching plays. If they said that it's free, I would have gone to watch it. Let's go together, wait for me. The commoners did not have much entertainment, so they were naturally happy to watch a play that they could watch for free. The Yunyan Pavilion's theater was filled to the brim. The area around the stage outside the city was also filled with commoners. It was the slack period, so there were not many opportunities like this. The commoners in the surrounding area carried stools before the sun rose. The play was called The Orphan of the Zhao Family. It told the story of an official of the Zhao family from the previous dynasty. Because he often sought justice for the commoners, he offended the nobles in the capital. He was framed by a treacherous official and his family was exterminated. The surviving orphan of the Zhao family endured for many years to avenge his family. The story of the play was twisted and bizarre, with climax after climax. At the end, the orphan of the Zhao family killed the treacherous official with his own hands to avenge his father. It was so satisfying that the commoners could not help but think of Douyi's injustice. The commoners loved to watch plots where good had good karma and evil had evil retribution. This was not the only reason why the play was so popular. It was also because the content of the play was not fabricated. Instead, it was based on the original. The official of the Zhao family in the play was Li Yi, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, whose entire family was exterminated because of the crime of treason. The Empress had already informed the 36 counties of the Great Zhou of his injustice. Most of the commoners knew about it. Sigh, he's already dead. What's the use of redressing the injustice? Why can those people still use the death exemption golden medallion to save their lives? They should all be buried with that lord. It's a pity that the imperial court is controlled by those people. That lord's daughter had no way to redress the injustice. She was forced to take revenge on those corrupt officials. I wonder how the imperial court will deal with her. What else can they do? They'll definitely give her the death penalty. After all, she violated the law. *T the law. Is the law used to protect the murderer? The law can't give justice to others, but it doesn't allow them to seek justice for themselves. Why can those people continue to enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth after framing others and destroying their families? Why can't even leave behind the last bloodline of those who were wrongfully killed? What kind of *T justice is this? The imperial court announced this to the world and let the commoners of the 36 counties know about this matter. They originally wanted to give justice to Li Yi. Unexpectedly, after the commoners learned about the inside story, they became even angrier. The official who was framed for treason was redressed, but what about those who harmed him back then? They were still alive and well and continued to be people above others. However, that lord's only descendant was going to be executed. What was the point of such redressing? The so-called law was only used to restrain the commoners. Those nobles could treat the law as nothing. With a token, they could avoid the death penalty. In their eyes, the commoners were no different from livestock that could be killed at will. Under such anger, someone finally could not help but say, if that lord's bloodline is cut off, there will really be no justice. Why don't we protest the imperial court with blood and protect that lord's bloodline? As soon as this was said, it immediately received the response of many people below the stage. I agree. Count me in. My family sells cloth. I'll pay for the cloth used for the blood letter. I'll go back and ask the village chief to mobilize the entire village. In just a short day, there was a blood letter movement in the North County. The angry commoners ran around and tens of thousands of commoners pressed their fingerprints on the white cloth. Regarding this, the North County government watched from the sidelines. At the same time, in Yantai County, a few commoners walked out of the theater and discussed among themselves. So County Officer Yu is the prototype of the villain in the play. He really deserves to die. To think that I felt sad for him. He framed a good person in exchange for a promotion. Too hateful. I heard that someone outside the city wrote a blood letter to protest the imperial court. I'm going. Do you want to come? Let's go. Yushan County. So this is the reason why the two lords died. The case back then has been investigated. Even if they didn't die, they would be beheaded by the imperial court. Pfft, they deserved it. Danyang County. Nanyang County. Yuntai County. In just a few days, similar things happened in the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. After the local government learned of the inside story, to prevent civil unrest, they ordered the commoners to stop gathering. However, the letter was secretly passed down from village to village, Shindu. After the case was revealed, the punishment for the people involved in the case back then was quickly implemented. Other than a few main culprits, the officials who joined forces to impeach Li Yi back then were just following the trend. Now, they were only fined their salaries and were not punished too much. Just by punishing a few main culprits, there was already a huge loophole in the 6 ministries. The 3 provinces were also in a mess. If the accomplices were to be held accountable one by one, the imperial court would probably completely collapse. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Chen Jian, had already been executed. As for the others, because they had the death exemption token, no one could do anything to them. In the hall of the secretariat, Li Mu opened a letter. The contents of the letter were about an official urging the imperial court to quickly deal with the assassination of the 5 officials. Chapter 369. In fact, all the things that had happened in the divine capital these days revolved around the murder of several imperial court officials. The reason why few people mentioned this matter was that most people were attracted by Li Yi's old case. Now that the old case had been clarified, those who should be rehabilitated had been rehabilitated, and those who should be sentenced had been sentenced. The original case had been pushed to the forefront again. The headmaster had notified almost all the subsects to help Li Mu obtain the book of 10,000 people from the various counties. Based on the feedback from Mount Baiyun, the progress of this matter had been pushed forward by more than half. Now was not the time. Li Mu closed the memorial and put it aside. In the Commandery Prince mansion of Nanyang, Commandery Prince Nanyang looked at an official and asked, "Are you sure the memorial has been handed in? It has been 3 days. Why is there no news at all?" The official scratched his head with a puzzled look and said, "It has been handed in. I personally handed it in." "Is it still going through the process?" "The Central Secretariat is going through the process." "Why would it take so long?" Commandery Prince Nanyang looked at Xiao Ziyu and said, "Ziyu, you are the head of the Central Secretariat. Can't you urge him?" Xiao Ziyu shook his head and said, "Uncle, you don't know. I am in charge of the Ministry of Works. The memorials related to the Ministry of Justice are directly handed to Li Mu. After Li Mu deals with them, they will be handed to the assistant minister. If Li Mu doesn't put them in, the memorial can't be handed in at all." "Sure enough," Commandery Prince Nanyang said with a sullen face, "He and Li Yi's daughter are unclear. He will definitely cover for her. The memorial can't be handed to the Central Secretariat. It should be handed directly to His Majesty." The official nodded and said, "I will try." Changle Palace. Li Mu opened a memorial. It was still asking the imperial court to deal with Li Qing. Whether it was the handwriting or the content, it was exactly the same as what he saw 3 days ago. This official was rather persistent. Li Mu noted down the name of this official from the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan, and put the memorial aside. After calculating the time, he stood up and walked to the imperial kitchen. The Empress took Xiao Bai to the imperial kitchen to admire the flowers. Before she returned, Li Mu had to prepare lunch. 3 days later. Royal Prince Mansion of Nanyang. Commandery Prince Nanyang paced around the room and asked, "Why is there still no news?" The official was also puzzled and said, "I don't know either." At this moment, a servant walked in and whispered a few words into Duke Nanyang's ear. Commandery Prince Nanyang was taken aback and asked, "Book of 10,000 people?" The servant nodded and said, "Someone from King Ping's mansion came to pass on the news. Someone is urging the people in the various counties to write a petition to plead for mercy for that woman." Commandery Prince Nanyang snorted coldly and said, "So that's what he's planning." If this matter attracted the attention of the people in the 36 counties and caused them to write a petition to the people, the imperial court might really compromise. After all, the people's hearts were the foundation for the continuation of the great show. If it was only the Luoyang, it would be fine. However, if the people of the 36 counties all pleaded for mercy for that woman, even the law would have to give in. If they also had the book of 10,000 people when they were sentenced, then he would still be the Minister of Personnel now. If he couldn't get something, then no one else could. Commandery Prince Nanyang's expression was cold as he said, "Although I don't know who gave him the idea, it's impossible for him to save Li Yi's daughter. How dare he hold the people's hearts hostage and make the Ministry of Personnel send the consecrated department to destroy all the book of 10,000 people." After all these years of operation, the Ministry of Personnel had been built into an iron bucket by him. The people in the Ministry of Personnel were all officials of the old party. Although he wasn't in the Ministry of Personnel, he still had absolute control over it. When the official named Wang Luan heard this, he bowed and said, "I'll make the arrangements right away." In a certain county, in front of a temporary stage built outside the city, an actor who had just finished his performance took out a roll of silk and said, "The book of 10,000 people is only a few hundred people away. Everyone, please sign your names on this and do your part to protect the bloodline of the loyal officials." After listening to the play, the people were already enraged. They were filled with righteous indignation as they pressed their fingerprints on the silk. The material used to leave their fingerprints was originally made of cinnabar. However, some people directly bit their fingertips in anger and left their fingerprints on the silk. Not long after, the people gradually dispersed. An actor looked at the densely packed fingerprints on the silk and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "It should be enough." Just as they were about to leave, a few powerful auras suddenly approached above their heads. Several figures floated down from the sky and said coldly, "The consecrated department is handling the case. Leave the book of 10,000 people and we can let you go." 15 minutes later, the consecrated department's mouths were stuffed with rags and tied to a tree. The actors flew into the air and flew into the distance. "I didn't expect that we, the disciples of the Fulu school, would come out to perform. The person that the imperial court wants to execute is the disciple of the sect master, which is our martial uncle. In order to save martial uncle, this is something that should be done. Didn't you see that even our master has personally come? Let's not talk about it anymore. The book of 10,000 people for this county has been collected. When we return and hand it in, everyone will be able to obtain an earth-ranked Fulu. Such a good thing should be given more." After many days, Li Mu once again saw Xianxia in his home. Xianxia stepped into the courtyard and waved his hand. Many bolts of cloth floated in front of Li Mu. These bolts of cloth were covered with red fingerprints. They were clearly ordinary cloth, but they emitted powerful auras, forcing Lu Hanyan, Wan, and Xiao Bai to retreat. When the auras swept over Li Mu, they seemed to resonate with some aura on his body and gently passed through him. Xianxia said, "These are the book of 10,000 people for the 36 counties." Li Mu put away the 36 bolts of cloth and said, "Many thanks, senior sister." Xianxia said, "Senior brother sect master said that if the great Zhou court does not distinguish between good and evil, then there is no need to stay in the divine capital. It is better to return to the Fulu school as soon as possible to raise your cultivation and prepare to succeed the sect master." Li Mu smiled and said, I believe in His Majesty. Although the great Zhou court was not worth it, within the divine capital, there was still someone like Li Mu who was worth it. In recent days, many officials in the imperial court had submitted memorials, requesting that Li Yi's daughter be severely punished. However, the memorials they submitted were like stones sinking into the sea. There was no response. During the morning court session, an official finally could not bear it anymore. An official from the Ministry of Personnel stood up and said, reporting to His Majesty, under the circumstances of Li Yi's case being unclear, Li Yi's daughter assassinated 5 officials of the imperial court. Such behavior is truly too vile. If she is not severely punished, it will not be enough to uphold the law and establish the prestige of the nation. As soon as he finished speaking, another person stood up. Zhang Chun looked at him and said, Sir, your words are incorrect. How could Lord Li's daughter not know whether or not he committed treason? Those 5 people were the main culprits who framed Lord Li back then. Even death could not wipe out their crimes. If they did not die, they should be executed today. The official from the Ministry of Personnel said, the nation has its own laws. If they are guilty, the imperial court will judge them. It is not up to her to execute them privately. Zhang Chun said mockingly, the imperial court. Lord Li has been wronged for 14 years. Has the imperial court had any intention of overturning the case for him? On the other hand, the officials who framed him back then were all in high positions, from 4th to 3rd rank officials. How do you expect people to trust the imperial court? The official from the Ministry of Personnel said coldly, this is also not a reason for her to kill. If we forgive her, how can we uphold the law? Zhang Chun retorted, if we uphold the law, how can we uphold the will of the people? The two of them were in a heated argument. Shang Wanli walked out from behind the curtain and said, silence. The Empress's voice was heard from behind the curtain. What do you think? As soon as she finished speaking, the hall fell into a brief silence. Usually, the highest-ranking officials would be the first to speak on this topic. However, people like the head of the Secretariat and the ministers of the 6 ministries would not quarrel with others in the imperial court. Most of the time, it was the officials below them who spoke on their behalf. After a brief silence, some officials stood up one after another. I think that Lord Wang of the Ministry of Personnel has a point. One case is another case. These 2 cases should not be mixed together. Lord Li Yi has been wrongly accused, but his daughter has indeed violated the law. Seeing these people step forward, many officials sighed in their hearts. Although that was the case, the imperial court still owed their family in Li Yi's case. If they still wanted to execute his daughter, then what was the point of overturning the case for him? However, because of Li Yi's overturning of the case, both the new and old parties were deeply involved. Even if they had different opinions, they did not dare to speak out. After another official seconded the motion, a figure finally walked out from the crowd. The officials in the imperial court all looked at him. These days, everything that happened in the imperial court was caused by Li Mu alone. This time, he was probably one of the people who wanted to protect Li Yi's daughter. Li Mu walked to the front of the hall and did not express his opinion. He only said calmly, I would like your Majesty and all the officials to see something first. With a wave of his hand, a pile of things suddenly appeared in the crepe myrtle hall. There were a total of 36 pieces of what looked like cloth and silk. They slowly flew into the air, then connected together and slowly unfolded. A shocking scene appeared in everyone's eyes. The 36 pieces of cloth connected together formed a huge canvas that was 200 feet long. The canvas was densely covered with blood-red fingerprints. As the canvas unfolded, an extremely powerful aura suddenly spread out. Under the impact of this aura, the officials in the hall could not help but retreat. Some even fell on their buttocks. Only a small number of people were able to remain standing under the impact of this aura. Behind Li Mu, several officials who had just stood up and suggested that Li Qing be severely punished retreated more than 10 steps. One of them even directly withdrew from the crepe myrtle hall. An official looked at the huge canvas in front of him and saw the faint smell of blood on it. He murmured, a blood letter of the people, a blood letter of the people condensed from the power of faith of the people. Li Mu stood in front of the canvas and slowly said, Lord Li was loyal and patriotic, but because of a scoundrel's framing, his entire family died in vain. The imperial court owes the Li family too much. The people of 36 counties, 360,000 people, plead your majesty for mercy. Chapter 370. In the crepe myrtle palace, the 36 scrolls of the Book of the People floated in front of the officials. Although there were no words on the unfurled white cloth, the fingerprints and palm prints represented the wishes of the people. The will of the people could not be deceived, nor could it be defied. This was the foundation of the great show. Under the pressure of the Book of the People, the officials who had just stepped forward to request the execution of Li Yi's daughter found it difficult to speak again. They could no longer speak. After Li Mu took out the Book of the People, if they spoke again, the opposition would not be from Li Mu, but from the will of the people. For the imperial court, in the face of the will of the people, there was nothing that could not be compromised, including them. The noisy imperial court suddenly quieted down. After a long period of silence, a figure slowly stepped forward. Zhang Chun bowed and said loudly, "Your Majesty, please have mercy." His voice echoed in the crepe myrtle palace. Soon, another official took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy." One figure, two figures, three figures. In the hall filled with the will of the people, more and more officials stepped forward. Finally, at the front of the crowd, the head of the secretariat held up his ceremonial tablet and said, "The will of the people cannot be defied." The former assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Li Yi, suffered 14 years of injustice. The people pity him. This is Li Yi's death, and also the imperial court's death. I implore your Majesty to comply with the will of the people and show mercy. The two attendants also sighed softly and stood out. Although Li Yi's daughter violated the law, but considering that her family was framed by treacherous officials and suffered great injustice, and the people she killed were all guilty officials, I implore your Majesty to show mercy. The will of the people cannot be defied. Your Majesty, please have mercy, the head of the secretariat and the attendants all pleaded. Finally, even the head of the officials, stepped forward and said slowly, "The will of the people is the most important. I implore your Majesty to comply with the will of the people and pardon Lord Li's daughter." Behind the curtain, the Empress's voice was majestic. "Since this is the will of the people of the 36 counties, and the ministers have pleaded for her, I can't be stubborn. After the court, the secretariat will immediately draft a pardon. Imperial Ancestral Temple." Li Mu walked into the deepest part of the prison and said, "Open the door." The prison guard behind him immediately took out the key he had prepared and opened the cell door. Li Mu walked into the cell, reached out his hand to Li Qing and said, "Let's go home." Outside the imperial city, a large crowd had gathered on the wide street. Countless gazes were focused in the direction of the palace gate. Until two figures walked out of the palace. "It's young Lord Li," the woman beside him, "is Lord Li Yi's daughter. Has the court finally pardoned her? Lord Li Yi has a descendant." Seeing the two of them walk out side by side, the commoners spoke excitedly. Li Mu and Li Qing walked out of the palace and back to the Li residence. The people of Shendu followed them all the way. Standing in front of the Li mansion, Li Qing raised her head and looked at the plaque with the words, "Li Mansion," written on it. It stood there for a long time. Creak, the door of the Li mansion slowly opened from the inside. Lu Hanyan walked out and looked at Li Qing. She smiled and said, "Welcome home." In the crepe myrtle palace, when Li Mu took out the book of 10,000 people from the 36 counties, some people had already lost. Once the book of 10,000 people, which represented the will of the people, the court officials, whether they were willing or not, only had one choice. In the end, under the lead of a few officials from the 3 provinces, all the court officials pleaded for mercy. In addition to the push of the people's will, the Empress could only reluctantly comply with them and pardon Li Qing. In the Li mansion, Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed. The telekinesis in his body was almost full. When he walked out of the palace with Li Qing, the entire street was covered by telekinesis. He had just taken out the spiritual jade from the flask space. In just a moment, the spiritual energy in the spiritual jade would be completely absorbed. Even the speed at which he took out the spiritual jade could not keep up with the speed of absorption. At this moment, in the North Court, with the Li Mansion as the center, a huge spiritual energy whirlpool had formed. The spiritual qi in the air of the entire divine capital was gathering towards the Li residence in the northern garden. In the divine capital, some of the more powerful cultivators had already noticed the abnormality. Especially those who lived in the North Court, they could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the surroundings was becoming more and more abundant. However, when they tried to absorb it, they realized that they could not absorb any spiritual energy at all. The huge spiritual energy whirlpool in the North Court was violently absorbing all the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Someone is breaking through. What exactly is this person's cultivation? How could he cause such a huge commotion? Countless figures flew up from all directions and looked in the direction where the spiritual energy was gathering. That place is the Li Mansion. This familiar feeling. Could it be that Li Mu is also cultivating telekinesis? It's the same as Li Yi back then. No wonder his cultivation speed is so fast at such a young age. He actually dares to cultivate this path. Such a fast and domineering way of gathering spiritual energy was not something a normal cultivation path could achieve. Even a spirit gathering array was far from it. Only telekinesis could have such an effect. The path of telekinesis was the fastest way to improve one's cultivation among all the paths of cultivation. The reason why so few people cultivated it was not because they did not want to, but because it was too difficult. Telekinesis originated from the people. To win the people's trust, one had to stand on the people's side. However, the interests of the people and the interests of the people in power were often contradictory. To stand on the people's side was to stand on the opposite side of the people in power. To walk on this path, one had to dare to do what ordinary people did not dare to do. There had been people who had done this before, but they had all died. After that, very few people walked on this path. If Li Mu did not have the Empress's protection, he would have been like Li Yi back then. His entire family would have been executed countless times. It was also because of the Empress's protection that he could walk to this day and become a righteous person in the hearts of the people in the divine capital. He relied on the people's telekinesis to quickly break through. The spiritual energy vortex above the Li Mansion spun for more than 2 hours. It almost sucked out all the spiritual energy in the divine capital before it slowly dissipated. At the same time, Li Mu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. The divine light in his eyes was restrained. The aura on his body was also extremely obscure. In the past, he was a sharp sword. Now, he had hidden his edge. Saving Li Qing was something he had to do. It was also in accordance with the people's will. With this, the telekinesis of the people in his body reached its peak. It allowed him to break through to the 5th level in one go. It also allowed him to resolve one of his obsessions. Li Mu walked out of the room. Xianxia stood in the courtyard and smiled. Congratulations, junior brother. Li Mu clasped his hands and bowed to the two of them. Thank you for your help these days, senior brother and senior sister. Xianxia said, there's no need for thanks between fellow disciples. Yuzenzi said calmly, the disciples of the Fulu school are not to be bullied. Xianxia continued, junior brother, you just broke through. Your magic power is not stable yet. First stabilize your cultivation. As for other things, it won't be too late to talk about them later. Li Mu said, I'll stabilize it later. I still have something to do. I have to go out for a while. Outside the palace, Li Mu and Li Qing stood side by side as they watched Zhou Zhong walk out of the palace. His hands were shackled by iron chains and his dermic powers were also sealed. This chain would only be removed when he arrived at the place of exile. 2 Fifth Realm worshippers stood behind him. They would escort him all the way to the place of exile. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Qing with a gentle gaze. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and said, when you have time, go to the Ministry of Justice and find Wei Peng. He has something that I left for you. Wei Peng is a promising talent. With a little promotion, he can take on great responsibilities. Li Mu nodded and said, I understand. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Qing again and said, listen to Li Mu in the future. Don't be so rash. He knows how to protect you better than I do. Li Qing lowered her head and said softly, okay. Zhou Zhong finally looked at Li Mu and said, take good care of Qing. One of the worshippers said, it's time to go. Zhou Zhong's gaze swept across his face and said, let's go. After sending Zhou Zhong out of the city with Li Qing and back to her residence, Li Mu went to the Ministry of Justice. Soon, the director of the Ministry of Justice walked out of the office and sighed, Lord Li, Lord Zhou, I really didn't expect, Li Mu said, this might be the result that he wanted. Where's Wei Peng? I have something to talk to him about. The director of the Ministry of Justice sighed again and said, I'll go get him. After a while, Wei Peng walked out of a guard room. He seemed to know Li Mu's purpose and handed a wooden box to Li Mu. This wooden box was not locked. It seemed to be just a simple buckle. Li Mu tried to open it but found that he could not open it at all. He channeled his magic power and used the art of great strength but still could not open it. Li Mu looked at the wooden box carefully and found that there were complicated runes carved on the box like a seal. From the complexity of these runes, it would be very difficult for him to open it with his current magic power. Therefore, he took the wooden box and returned to the Li residence to let Xianxia and Xianxia take a look. Xianxia looked carefully and said, this is a seal rune. It can only be opened with brute force. If other methods are used, or if the runes are destroyed, I'm afraid the item in the box will also be destroyed. He tried to open the wooden box but still failed. Xianxia tried again, but it still ended in failure. She looked at the wooden box in her hand and said, this seal is too strong. I'm afraid only those above the 7th realm can open it. If you have time, go back to Mount Baiyun and ask senior brother Sect Master for help. Li Mu waved his hand, no need. After a while, Changle Palace. Li Mu took the wooden box and walked to Zhou Yi, saying, Your Majesty, I can't open this, crack. Zhou Yi took the wooden box and opened it easily. Li Mu leaned over and saw a book in the box. He took out the book, flipped through a few pages and slowly closed it. Chapter 371. In Changle Palace, Li Mu handed the booklet to Zhou Yi and asked, Your Majesty, how should we deal with these people? Zhou Yi flipped open the booklet and glanced at it a few times. Then, he asked Li Mu, what do you think? Li Mu thought for a moment and said, I think that the great Zhou's imperial court has been suffering from a chronic problem for a long time. The court officials have formed cliques for personal gain, and in order to suppress dissidents, they will do anything. If we want to cure this chaos, we need to use strong medicine. Your Majesty can also take this opportunity to support some of your trusted aides. Zhou Qiong rubbed the space between his brows and said to Li Mu, I'll leave this matter to you. Li Mu bowed and said, I obey. The booklet Zhou Zhong gave him recorded the crimes of many officials of the two parties over the years. Some of them were corrupt, some of them took bribes, some of them bent the law for personal gain, and some of them abused their power. These records filled the entire booklet. A month ago, Li Mu felt that the imperial court should still be stable. Over the past month, Li Mu gradually realized that the great Zhou's imperial court had a problem from the root. Rather than maintaining the stability on the surface and letting them slowly nibble away at the decaying great Zhou, it was better to cut the Gordian knot and use strong medicine to weaken the old and new factions. At the same time, power would gradually return to the hands of the Empress. When the Empress completely controlled the imperial court, whoever passed the throne of the great Zhou to would have nothing to do with the old and new parties. Even if the Empress didn't pass the throne to the Zhou clan or the Shao clan, it would be her own business to pass the throne to her own son. Or, if the Empress's cultivation reached the 8th level, then no matter how strong the old and new parties were, they wouldn't even have the right to protest under absolute power. In that case, who would dare to bully him in the entire Zhou province, let alone the imperial court? Unfortunately, this could only exist in Li Mu's imagination. The Empress' 7th level came more from her inheritance than from her own cultivation. Unless she encountered a greater opportunity, the 7th level was the peak that she could reach in this lifetime. At present, all the 7th realm powerhouses that Li Mu knew, including Xianxia, were promoted to the upper realm through inheritance. Zhou Yi leaned against the dragon throne and propped up his head. He said, I'm a bit tired. Here are a few memorials. Help me take a look. Li Mu moved a chair and sat in front of the table. He said, Your Majesty should rest first. When you wake up, the soup in the imperial kitchen will be almost ready. Although it was unlikely that a 7th realm cultivator would tire herself out, Li Mu didn't forget that the Empress' inner demon had yet to be removed. Suppressing the inner demon was an extremely taxing task. The exhaustion of mental energy was no less than fighting a battle with an expert of the same level. With Li Mu here, she didn't have to worry about court matters. Zhou Yi leaned against the dragon throne and closed her eyes to recover her mind. Suddenly, a cloud of fog appeared in front of her. When the fog dissipated, she was no longer in Jianghu Palace, but in the imperial garden. Zhou Yi quickly realized that this was a dream. As a 7th realm cultivator, she could control her body and consciousness. However, dreams didn't seem to have much to do with a person's consciousness. Instead, it was dominated by another consciousness. She wanted to withdraw her consciousness from the dream, but she heard a sound coming from the depths of the imperial garden. This made her change her mind. She was also interested in the contents of the subconscious fantasy. Thus, she walked along the path of the imperial garden and slowly walked into the depths. As she walked, the conversation in the depths of the garden gradually became clear. This orange is very sweet. It's a tribute orange from Jiangnan. Try it. I want you to feed me. Nonsense. Humph, you're not even willing to do this for me. You don't love me anymore, okay. Open your mouth. In the depths of the garden, there seemed to be a couple passionately in love. Zhou Yi had never experienced love, so she didn't feel envious. She just felt that even the fragrance of the flowers in the imperial garden couldn't cover up the sour smell in the air. Just as she was about to leave, the couple sitting in the pavilion suddenly turned around. In the pavilion, the other her was peeling the orange with a smile and sending the orange pieces into the mouth of the person in her arms. And the person nestled in her arms was actually Jianghu Palace. Zhou Yi, who was lying on the rocking chair, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Fine sweat even seeped out of her forehead. After Li Mu finished reading the last memorial, he inadvertently glanced over and found that the Empress had woken up. Then, he asked with some surprise, Your Majesty, are you very hot? Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu. The scene in her mind appeared again. She realized that her inner demon seemed to be getting more and more serious. Li Mu noticed the Empress's absent-mindedness. He waved his hand in front of her eyes and whispered, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Zhou Yi came back to her senses and said, I'm fine. You can go back first. Li Mu said, The soup in the imperial kitchen is ready. I'll go get a bowl for you. Zhou Yi waved her hand and said, No need. I'll let Ali leave in a while. You can go back first. Li Mu tidied up the memorials he had read and put the chair back in place. He said, Then I'll go back first. Walking out of Jianghu Palace, he sighed softly. The reason he came to Jianghu Palace was that he didn't know how to face the situation at home. He wanted to sort out his thoughts first, but the Empress obviously didn't give him the chance. It was now lunchtime. In the imperial palace, the officials of the various government offices began to walk out in groups. An official looked at Li Mu walking out of Jianghu Palace and said with emotion, What is a favored official? This is a favored official. The number of times he goes to Her Majesty's bedchamber is more than the number of times he goes to the secretariat, another official said. What is he holding in his hand? It looks like a book. When his eyes swept over the book in Li Mu's hand, he inexplicably shivered. He crossed his arms and said, It's cold. Tomorrow I'll have to wear more clothes. Li Mu walked out of the imperial palace and all the way back to the Li residence. He stood in front of the gate, but he didn't step in. It was hard for him to imagine what it would be like if Li Qing and Lu Hanyan appeared at home at the same time. In Lu Hanyan's eyes, Li Qing was undoubtedly Li Mu's ex-girlfriend. Although they had never confirmed their relationship, Li Mu couldn't deny that Li Qing was indeed his first love. If it wasn't for fate, the person sleeping next to him every night might be someone else. When a wife meets an ex-girlfriend, and the current master of the Li residence meets an ex-master, it would be good if the two didn't fight. It couldn't be a happy and harmonious sisterly relationship, right? The gate of the residence suddenly opened. Xiao Bai ran out of the courtyard and asked in confusion, "Benefactor, what are you doing at the gate?" Li Mu rubbed her head, took a deep breath, and stepped into the house. There wasn't the awkward atmosphere he imagined. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan were sitting in the courtyard and talking. They were neither too enthusiastic nor too distant. Li Mu walked into the courtyard and said, "I'm back." No one paid attention to him. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and asked, "Where was Miss Li's previous room?" "I'll ask Wanwan to help you tidy it up." Li Qing said, "No need, I'll tidy it up myself." Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, "This used to be your home, and it will still be your home in the future. You don't have to be so polite in your own home." What Li Mu was worried about didn't happen. Lu Hanyan, who had always been stingy in relationships, was so magnanimous that he couldn't believe it. At night, when Li Mu was about to go to his room to sleep, the bedroom door slammed shut just as he reached the door. In the room, Lu Hanyan said gently, "From today onwards, you'll sleep in the study." Her voice was very gentle, but the words she said were as cold as an iceberg. Late at night, on the small bed in the study, Li Mu hugged Xiao Bai and stroked her smooth fur. Only then did he feel some warmth in his heart. She was the only one who would stay by his side all this time, in a certain residence in Nanyuan. In a secret room, a soft conversation could be heard. "Zhou Zhong has left Chengdu today and has been sent to the border counties. The two consecrators escorting him are our people. This person can't be left alive. He betrayed us and knows too many of our secrets. If he doesn't die, he'll always be a disaster. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. He won't be able to reach the border counties, in a certain county in Great Zhou." Under the night sky, a stream of light streaked across the sky and landed on a mountain. A consecrator looked at Zhou Zhong, who was standing at the bow of the flying boat, and said, "Come down." Zhou Zhong looked at the vast wilderness and asked, "My lords, are we going to sleep here tonight?" The consecrator said, "What? You're a criminal official. Do you want to stay in a high-class inn?" He looked at Zhou Zhong and couldn't help but ask, "Lord Zhou, you're a smart person. Why did you do such a stupid thing? Why did you give up your position as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice? Why did you choose to go to the north to die?" The other consecrator said impatiently, "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just do it. We'll enjoy ourselves outside for a while before returning to Chengdu." Zhou Zhong looked at them and asked, "You want to kill me?" The consecrator said, "Lord Zhou, are you so naive as to think that you won't have to die if His Majesty shows mercy?" Zhou Zhong said calmly, "You're deceiving the emperor." The consecrator laughed coldly and said, "If we kill you, we'll burn you to ashes with the true Samadhi fire. Who would know? Anyway, you criminal officials will all die in the hands of ghosts and demons in the end." Zhou Zhong asked again, "You really want to kill me?" The consecrator extended his hand. A ball of blazing flame floated in his palm. He walked towards Zhou Zhong and said, "In your next life, be a smart person." Zhou Zhong looked at him and said softly, "Deceiving the emperor is a crime punishable by death." Poof! The flame in the consecrator's hand suddenly went out. It wasn't that he cancelled his spell. It was that his spell had no more mana to support it. The moment Zhou Zhong finished speaking, his head and body suddenly separated. The wound was as smooth as a cut. Blood splattered 3 feet high. With the death of his physical body, his nascent spirit left his body. His expression was full of fear. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but in his confusion and fear, he slowly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, a fifth realm cultivator's physical body was destroyed and his soul dispersed. Seeing his comrade die in such a strange way, the other consecrator's face turned pale. he turned around and fled without hesitation. His body streaked across the sky like a stream of light and quickly disappeared into the night sky. On the mountain top, Zhou Zhong said, "Come back." The consecrator who fled rolled back and appeared at his previous position. Zhou Zhong looked at him and asked, "You haven't finished your work. Where are you going?" Chapter 372. Fairy's Capital, Department of Worship. A few worshippers looked at a broken jade tablet on the table with solemn expressions. The life talisman is broken. Is Ma Yi dead? Where is he? Ma Yi and Zheng Zong escorted Zhou Zhong to the place of exile. Could it be that Zhou Zhong broke free from the torture instruments and escaped? Zheng Zong's life talisman is still intact. Why didn't he send a message back? Just as he finished speaking, a high official strode in and said, "I've just received a message from High Official Zheng. Ma Yi wanted to kill Zhou Zhong while he was escorting him, but he was killed by Zhou Zhong." As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar. Why did worshipper Ma want to kill Zhou Zhong? Zhou Zhong's mana was restricted. How did he kill worshipper Ma? The Department of Worship was controlled by the royal family in the previous dynasty. Even now, the Shao royal family still had absolute control over the Department of Worship. Many worshippers in the Department of Worship were loyal to the old party. They would listen to the old party's orders and kill Zhou Zhong to vent their anger in the middle of his exile. This was reasonable. However, Ma Yi wanted to kill Zhou Zhong but was killed instead. This was somewhat unbelievable. Zhou Zhong's strength was slightly inferior to Ma Yi's. Under the circumstances where his mana was not restricted, he was not Ma Yi's match. With his mana restricted, his strength was less than 10%. A transcendent realm cultivator could probably kill him. How could he kill another transcendent realm cultivator in the presence of a 5th-level worshipper? A worshipper looked troubled and asked, "How should we deal with this?" Another worshipper said, "Zhou Zhong is a sinner and has committed such a grave crime. If he is not killed, justice will not be served." Everyone looked at him and did not agree. Ma Yi tried to kill Zhou Zhong while escorting him to exile. To put it simply, this was an abuse of power. To put it bluntly, this was deceiving the emperor. Regardless of the reason, as long as he wanted to kill Zhou Zhong and acted, it was reasonable and legal for Zhou Zhong to kill him. The old party wanted to get rid of Zhou Zhong through the Department of Worship. This was causing trouble for the Department of Worship. The worshipper thought for a while and said, "The Department of Worship does not have the authority to decide on this matter. Let's report it to the imperial court first." Today, when Li Mu was helping the Empress deal with the reports, he learned that the worshipper escorting Zhou Zhong wanted to kill Zhou Zhong during his exile and was killed by Zhou Zhong instead. Although he knew that Zhou Zhong was stronger than him, he was still able to kill a 5th-level expert with his mana restricted. This was something only a transcendent realm cultivator. However, no matter how powerful Zhou Zhong was, he would not be at the 6th realm. Li Mu was certain of this. In Li Mu's mind, Zhou Zhong's of cultivation was a mystery. Of Zhou's also of Lord. If he had not secretly helped Mrs. Chu that time, Li Mu might have thought that he was just an ordinary cultivator in the Fate realm. According to the news sent back by the surviving consecrator, Zhou Zhong only said one sentence: "Deceiving the monarch, according to the law, should be executed." That consecrator Ma's body and head were separated from his body, and then his soul dispersed. This made Li Mu think of an unpopular cultivation school. Before the rise of Buddhism, there were all sorts of cultivation schools. There was the school of medicine, the school of military, the school of music, the school of legalism, and so on. These schools all had their own specialties. Later, when Buddhism prospered and gradually became the mainstream of cultivation, these smaller schools slowly became extinct. Of these schools, Li Mu had the deepest impression of the school of legalism. The cultivators of legalism did not cultivate abilities or Taoist techniques. Once they reached the peak of their cultivation, their words became law. Taoist techniques and abilities were useless before them. Even though this ability was not limitless, it still made Li Mu very envious. However, this was now the world of Buddhism. The cultivation methods of the school of legalism had long been extinct. Occasionally, a successor of the school of legalism would appear, but they were like a flash in the pan, quickly disappearing. From Zhou Zhong's actions and his identity, it was extremely likely that he cultivated the school of legalism. Throughout history, the successors of legalism would actively enter the court and push for legal reform. Perhaps their cultivation had something to do with this. The school of legalism did not cultivate dermic powers. Their attacks were more like Daoist techniques. If Zhou Zhong cultivated both Daoist techniques and Daoist techniques, then his true strength might be extremely close to the sixth realm. If a fifth realm transcendent wanted to touch him, he would undoubtedly have kicked an iron plate. Through this incident, another problem was exposed. The Department of Worship was no longer the Department of Worship of Great Zhou, but the Department of Worship of the Old Party. The prefectures of Great Zhou had a high degree of autonomy. The Department of Worship's function was equivalent to the Great Zhou FBI. It specialized in dealing with matters that could not be dealt with locally. If it was controlled by someone, there would be very serious consequences. Xiao Yu's incident was one of them. Zhou Zhong's incident also explained the problem. Since they had decided to do something big, they might as well start with the Department of Worship. However, before that, there was an even more important matter that the Secretariat had to deal with immediately. After overturning the case for Li Qing's father, 2 ministers and 2 assistant ministers of the 6 ministries were removed from their positions. All of a sudden, there were 4 empty positions for officials above the 4th rank. The Ministry of Personnel was also without a leader. Without officials to replace them, the Yamen would not be able to continue operating. Regarding this, the Secretariat had been arguing for an entire morning. The Ministry of Personnel was the lifeblood of the Old Party. It was originally completely controlled by the Old Party. 1 minister and 2 assistant ministers were all members of the Old Party. The minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the Duke of Nanyang. Through the Ministry of Personnel, the Old Party controlled the assessment, appointment, and dismissal of most officials in Great Zhou. They also indirectly influenced the Department of Worship. It could be said that they had grasped the lifeline of the imperial court. In the process of overturning the case for Li Yi, Li Mu, and Zhou Zhong had cut off the lifeblood of the Old Party. It seemed that the Old Party had only lost 3 officials, but in reality, they had suffered heavy losses. The Old Party was the upper echelons of the government and could influence countless lower echelons of the government. Without the Ministry of Personnel, the Old Party would lose half of their authority in the imperial court. Therefore, they hated Zhou Zhong to the bone and wished that they could get rid of Zhou Zhong on the way to exile him. This time, the position of the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was contested by Xiao Ziyu, who represented the royal Xiao family, and Zhou Xiong, who represented the Zhou family, for the entire morning. They argued until their faces were red and their necks were thick, but no one gave in to the other. It was impossible for them to give in. In terms of power, the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the most powerful among the 6 ministers. The Old Party wanted to take back the position that originally belonged to them, and the new party would not let go of this one and only opportunity. If they obtained the Ministry of Personnel, they would be able to suppress the Old Party. Compared to them, the others did not speak much. This important position did not belong to the Old Party, but to the new party. It could not fall to anyone else. As for the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, the Secretariat could submit 7 candidates. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, the Xiao family wanted to monopolize the 7 positions. Naturally, the Zhou family also wanted to monopolize it. Neither side would let the other have their way. As the 2 argued back and forth, Li Mu felt a headache coming on. Why don't you take a look and see if the person you nominated has any qualifications? My person doesn't have any qualifications, but your person does? At most, I'll give you 1. 7 positions, not 1 less. This position originally belonged to us. Li Mu finally could not take it anymore. He slammed the table and said, "The 2 of you, that's enough." He looked at Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu and said, "The 2 of you have argued for 4 hours over a single position. Do you still have any respect for your colleagues? There are still 2 assistant ministers and 1 minister to recommend. Are you going to discuss this until next year? The other officials of the Secretariat agreed with Li Mu and spoke up. Yes, Lord Li is right. If the two of you continue like this, when will it end? Let's discuss and come up with a plan. After some thought, Li Mu said, how about this? Of the 7 positions, each of you can have 3. The last position can be left empty or someone else can be chosen. No. I don't agree. The two of them refused without hesitation. Whether it was the new party or the old party, they were both determined to obtain the position of Minister of Personnel. They did not want to give up even 1 position, much less 3. What right do you have to disagree? Li Mu's face darkened as he said, as officials of the Secretariat, are you more handsome than the other officials or have a higher cultivation? Why should the two of you decide on 7 positions? By allowing the two of you to discuss this, we are giving you face. If you don't want it, then we won't give it to you. For these 7 positions, the 6 officials of the Secretariat will each recommend 1 person, and the last one will be decided by Assistant Minister Lu. Are the two of you satisfied? Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu were speechless. The other 3 officials of the Secretariat felt extremely satisfied. Li Mu's words had spoken out what they had been thinking for many years. There were 6 Imperial Secretariat officials in the Central Secretariat. Everyone had the same rank and status. Due to the influence of the old and new factions, they usually gave these 2 people more power to speak. If they continued to push their luck, then they would be asking for more face. Which of the officials of the Secretariat did not come from an illustrious clan? They were not inferior to the Shao clan or the Zhou clan. For thousands of years, the dynasties of this land had, at some point in time, shared the same surname as them. Who did not have some pride in their hearts? Not long after Li Mu's voice fell, Wang Shi of the Secretariat said, I agree with what Sir Li said. Zhang Huili continuing to argue like this is not a solution. If the two of you do not agree with Lord Li's initial proposal, then we will each nominate 1 person. Wouldn't this be fairer? Song Liangyu looked at the two and asked, Lord Xiao, Lord Zhou, what do you think? Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong thought quickly. The second situation was naturally the one they did not want to see the most. If each of them could only nominate 1 person, then there was not even a 20% chance. If each of them nominated 3 people, then the chance was close to 50%. They were clear about this. The two of them looked at each other and said at the same time, then let's follow Lord Li's initial proposal. The two of them each wrote 3 names on the paper. Xiao Ziyu asked, the nomination of the last person, that is none of your business. Li Mu waved his hand and said, out of the 7 spots, the 2 of you have taken up 6. The 5 of us do not even have a chance to nominate 1 person? Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu did not speak. The last person to nominate was just to make up the numbers. As long as it was not someone from the opposing faction, they had no objections. Zhou Xiong was still worried and added, the position of Minister of Personnel is very important. Zhang Chun does not have enough experience. If Lord Li wants to nominate him, I'm afraid it is against the rules. Do you think that I am like the two of you who only know how to suppress dissidents and appoint people based on favoritism? Li Mu looked at him with disdain and said, besides, even if it is a nomination, the final decision is made by His Majesty. Do you think that I can make the decision for the Minister of Personnel? Chapter 373. The position of Minister of Official Personnel Affairs was extremely important. Even if Li Mu was a favored official, the Empress would not let him make the decision. However, Xiao Ziyu was still worried. He asked, if I may ask, who would you like to nominate? Li Mu actually wanted to nominate Zhang Chun. After all, he owed old Zhang a lot of favors. If he became Minister of Official Personnel Affairs, he would have the right to apply for a 5-sectioned house from the imperial court. He would have servants and maids. However, the Minister of Official Personnel Affairs was a 3rd-rank official. He was now a 5th-rank official. No matter how he skipped a rank, he could not let the Shindu medallion directly promote him to Minister of Official Personnel Affairs. If it was not Zhang Chun, it did not matter who else was. Li Mu thought for a while and said, Lu Qing, the Assistant Minister of Rights. It was sad to say that after being in the imperial court for so long, others had formed cliques and cliques, but he did not even have anyone to do so. In fact, when it came to nominating for the position of Minister of Official Personnel Affairs, he could only think of Lu Qing, the Assistant Minister of Rights. Xiao Ziyu looked at Li Mu in surprise and said, "The Assistant Minister of Rights has just been promoted. Isn't it too frequent to promote him to Minister of Official Personnel Affairs in such a short period of time?" Li Mu looked at him and said, "Why don't we give this opportunity to Lord Xiao?" Before Xiao Ziyu could answer, Zhou Xiong immediately said, "Lu Qing is Lu Qing then. He's currently at rank 4. It's fine as long as he has the qualifications to be nominated for rank 3. You're meddling too much, aren't you?" Lu Qing had just been promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights not long ago. In principle, it was impossible for him to be promoted to Minister of the Ministry of Personnel in the near future. In this way, the uncertainty of the last position could be eliminated. Wasn't nominating Lu Qing much better than Li Muzhen nominating a capable and experienced official? Although Zhou Xiong did not like Li Mu, he would not blindly oppose him at a time like this. Li Mu looked at the other 3 officials of the Secretariat and asked, "I am just randomly nominating someone. Do the other 3 have any thoughts?" The other 3 secretaries shook their heads in unison. Wang Shi said, "Let's listen to Sir Li." Both the new and old parties were determined to win the position of Minister of Personnel. It was useless for them to nominate him. Li Mu and Lu Qing were neither relatives nor friends. Nominating him was just to make up the numbers. Since it was just to make up the numbers, it didn't matter who made up the numbers. Under Li Mu's forceful intervention, Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu made a compromise, and the candidate for the Minister of Personnel was finally decided. Zhang Huili said, "Next, it's the 2 assistant ministers' turn." Xiao Ziyu quickly added, "It's best if the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel is taken up by an official familiar with the Ministry of Personnel's affairs. It's more than suitable for the position to be replaced by 2 ministers of the Ministry of Personnel. There's nothing else to discuss." The other 3 officials from the Secretariat still did not express any opinions. In the past few years, the old party had already built the Ministry of Personnel into an iron bucket that was impenetrable. The 2 directors of the Ministry of Personnel were also officials from the old party through and through. They would not easily let others interfere. Li Mu looked at Xiao Ziyu and said indifferently, "In my opinion, we should ask His Majesty to reduce the number of officials in the Secretariat." Xiao Ziyu did not know why Li Mu suddenly brought up this matter. He asked, "Why?" Li Mu said, "Because Lord Xiao alone is enough for the Secretariat. You alone can make the decision for the important matters that require 6 Secretariat secretaries to discuss. The few of us are paid by the Imperial Court, but we don't do anything for the court. We really feel guilty." Xiao Ziyu's face turned red. Li Mu was blatantly saying that he acted arbitrarily. Zhou Xiong was somewhat gloating. He said, "Lord Xiao is too domineering. Why don't you just decide on His Majesty's behalf who will take these 2 positions?" Xiao Ziyu's face darkened. "Then what do you think we should do?" Zhou Xiong said, "It's very simple. The 6 of us will each nominate 1 person. The last person will be decided by Assistant Minister Lu or Lord Head of the Secretariat. In any case, the new party would not be able to get either of the 2 assistant minister positions in the Ministry of Personnel." He did not mind muddying the waters so that the old party would not be able to get them either. Zhou Xiong's words pushed him to the opposite side of everyone. Xiao Ziyu was silent for a moment. He could only say, "That's fair. Let's do it this way." It was rare that the 2 assistant minister positions in the Ministry of Personnel were decided by the 7 of them. The positions of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice and Minister of Works were also contested by 2 people who represented the interests of the old and new parties. Under Li Mu's efforts, a few other people also received a few nominations. The other 3 officials of the Secretariat finally felt a sense of participation. This was actually the norm in the Secretariat. The reason there were 6 officials of the Secretariat was not only because they corresponded to the 6 ministries, but also because these 6 people belonged to different factions. This was to prevent one party or one faction from having too much say in important matters of the court. In the past few years, the court officials had taken sides, forming the old and new parties. They each occupied the court, and the structure of the secretariat was also affected. It was practically Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu's opinions. This situation finally changed after Li Mu came to the secretariat. Under the protection of Her Majesty, the old and new parties could not do anything to him. After the 6 officials of the secretariat decided on the candidates for the positions, they handed them over to the assistant minister of the secretariat and the head of the secretariat. If the officials of the secretariat had no objections, they would send them to the Ministry of Martial Arts. After the Ministry of Martial Arts verified the candidates, they would hand them over to the Empress to decide on the final candidates. Among them, there were restrictions on the monarch's authority and also restrictions on the monarch's authority. For officials of this level, even the Empress could only choose from the people appointed by the Secretariat. The Secretariat only had the right to recommend but not the right to decide. Of course, the past emperors all had their own trusted aides in the Secretariat. This way, many things were still decided by the monarch. Li Mu tidied up the memorials and sent them to Changle Palace. He placed them on the table in front of Zhou Yi and said, "Your Majesty, these are the candidates for the Minister of Personnel, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and the Minister of Works. The Secretariat has already chosen them. Please take a look." Zhou Yi flipped through the memorials on the top, picked up the red brush, and asked, "Who do you think is qualified for the position of Minister of Personnel?" Li Mu said, "This is a matter of great importance. Your subject does not dare to speak carelessly." Zhou Yi thought for a moment and was about to circle a name when Li Mu coughed softly. Zhou Yi paused. The tip of the brush brushed past that name and stopped above another name. Li Mu coughed again. The tip of the brush continued to slide down. Cough. 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 After several coughs, when the tip of Zhou Yi's brush stopped at the last name, Li Mu finally stopped coughing. Zhou Yi circled the 2 words, Lu Qing. Li Mu smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Although Lu Qing's qualifications are somewhat lacking, he does not form cliques and does not pursue personal interests. This can prevent one clique from controlling the court through the Ministry of Personnel and causing chaos in the court." After Zhou Yi circled Lu Qing's name, he handed the brush to Li Mu and said, "You can choose the rest." Li Mu took a step back and said, "Your Majesty, you cannot do this. If others know, they will think that your subject is taking advantage of your favor and interfering in the government. Your Majesty should choose." Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, "You are one of my people. Your thoughts are my thoughts. Tell me what you think." Li Mu no longer hid anything. He walked to her side and said, "Your subject knows that your Majesty does not want to be emperor and does not want to be trapped in the imperial palace. However, your subject believes that if your Majesty wants to leave the court, the first thing your Majesty should do is take control of the court. For these important positions, your Majesty should consider placing officials loyal to your Majesty and not officials from the old or new cliques." Zhou Yi said lightly, "Right now, I feel that there is nothing bad about being emperor." Li Mu lowered his head and glanced at her. Right now, she felt that being emperor was not bad because he had helped her do the things that an emperor should do. He had also helped her worry about the things that an emperor should worry about. Apart from showing her face at the morning court every 3 days, had she ever fulfilled any of the duties an emperor should have? Li Mu dared to complain about this in his heart. If he said it out loud, the Empress might come to find him in his dreams tonight. Li Mu cleared his throat and said, "As for these candidates, I can give your Majesty some suggestions. The Minister of Personnel is Lu Qing. As for the 2 assistant ministers, one can be given to the Wang family. As for the other, I recommend Zhang Chun. Sir Zhang has always kept himself clean and has never been associated with the old or new cliques. As long as your Majesty gives him a house with 5 courtyards and a few maids, he will work for your Majesty. As for the Assistant Minister of Justice, I recommend the former Minister of Justice, Yang Lin. Although he seems to be from the old clique, there is still room to rope him in. Letting him be the Assistant Minister of Justice can also appease the old clique and lessen their unbalanced mentality of losing the Ministry of Personnel. Finally, the Minister of Works. Although this position is not as important as the Minister of Personnel, it is best to have it in the hands of one of our own. For this position, I recommend the North County Governor, Qin Jingyuan. After Zhou Zhong's matter, the 6 important positions were empty. This affected the hearts of countless people in the imperial court. To quickly calm the hearts of the people, the Secretariat immediately recommended a batch of officials to become the candidates for those important positions. Amongst them, who the 3 officials of the Ministry of Personnel would end up in was something that both the old and new cliques cared about. The final result would affect which party would control the Ministry of Personnel in the future and influence the imperial court to the greatest extent. The Secretariat did not have to wait for long before the Jianghu Palace had a result. The current Assistant Minister of Rights, Lu Qing, was moved to the Minister of Personnel. Zhang Chun, Imperial Clan Temple Governor, was moved to the left Assistant Minister of Personnel. At the same time, he held the positions of Imperial Clan Temple Governor and Imperial Clan Temple Governor. Wang Xing was moved to the Ministry of Personnel as the right Assistant Minister. The Minister of Justice, Yang Lin, was promoted to Assistant Minister of Justice. The person who was chosen to be the Minister of Works was even more surprising. It was the North County Governor, Qin Jingyuan. Very few people in the imperial court knew this name. Apart from the selection of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice as expected, the final selection of the other important ministers were all shocking. The Secretariat. Looking at the name list that returned from Jianghu Palace, the names behind the few important positions were actually the officials that Li Mu used to make up the numbers. Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong reacted at the same time. Not good. We fell into a trap again. Chapter 374. Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong looked at each other. Only when they saw the name list did they realize that Li Mu had set a trap for them from the very beginning. He was best at hiding his true intentions. On the surface, he seemed to be doing it for the good of everyone, but behind his back, he had a secret that no one knew. When everyone was discussing the imperial examination system, Li Mu had made a huge contribution. Everyone thought that he was working for the Empress. No one expected that his series of actions, which seemed to be preparing for the imperial examination, was actually to trick the Assistant Minister of the Secretariat, Cui Ming. Judging from the result, Li Mu was not trying to mediate between the two at all. His true motive was to promote his people to high positions and weaken the power of the two parties at the same time. I was careless. I forgot. This little fox is cunning. How could he do such a thing without a motive? At this moment, the two of them, who belonged to different camps, felt a sense of sympathy for each other and shared a common hatred for the enemy. However, in the next moment, the two of them snorted coldly at the same time and walked out of the Secretariat. Not long after, in the southern park, Duke Manor of Nanyang. The veins on Duke Nanyang's forehead throbbed. He gritted his teeth and said, "That damned Li Mu. He won't let us have what he can't have." Xiao Ziyu thought for a while and said, "The most important thing is that the position of Minister of Personnel was not taken advantage of by the Zhou clan. Perhaps we can try to rope in Lu Qing. As far as I know, he hasn't been roped in by the Zhou clan. That's because the Zhou clan can't rope him in." Duke Nanyang said in a deep voice, "Do you think we haven't tried to rope in Lu Qing? When he was promoted to Assistant Minister of Rights, we tried to rope him in, but he ignored us. In the past 9 years in the imperial court, he has always been a loner and doesn't get close to anyone. He goes straight home after leaving the court. I invited him to banquets several times, but he rejected me." Xiao Ziyu shook his head and said, "Such a person can actually become the Minister of Personnel." An important position like the Minister of Personnel had always been fought for by different factions. For an official who had no faction and no backing, it was already a stroke of luck for him to become an assistant minister. It was almost impossible to be promoted to a minister based on luck alone. The position of Minister of Personnel could no longer be forced. He could only helplessly say, "Fortunately, nothing has happened to the Ministry of Justice. The Department of Worship is also under our control." At the same time, in the study of the Zhou family's minister Zhou Zhong, the 4 Zhou brothers fell into silence. The Zhou family didn't suffer too many losses this time. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Works had the least power. Thus, whether it was Zhou Ting's resignation as assistant minister or Zhou Chuan's dismissal, it didn't affect the Zhou family too much. The Xiao clan, on the other hand, had lost the Ministry of Personnel. Their lifeline had been cut off. However, this was not entirely good news for the Zhou family. In the past, the Empress didn't care much about the fight between the old party and the new party, and she wouldn't intervene. But now, she was deliberately suppressing the new party and the old party. This time, she appointed several important official positions, avoiding the officials of the new party and the old party. She intended to cultivate her own forces, which was more significant than suppressing the other two parties. Could it be that she's really cultivating her own forces? Zhou Chuan's face was full of doubt. He asked, in the past, she only wanted to condense the next strand of Emperor's qi as soon as possible and pass down the throne. She didn't care much about the fight between the two parties. Could it be that her thinking has changed? Zhou Ting said indifferently, it's very possible. Ever since she began to favor Li Mu, she's changed more and more. Zhou Xiong said with incomparable certainty, I'm very sure that Li Mu must be behind Her Majesty's actions. This time, from the beginning to the end, was a trap set by him. I suspect that he wants to support his own party. No matter what, Li Mu must be taken seriously, the Ministry of Rights. In the assistant minister's office, Lu Qing was packing his things. From tomorrow onwards, he would take up his post at the Ministry of Personnel as Minister of Personnel. The Minister of Rights walked into the office and clasped his hands in greeting. Congratulations, Lord Lu. Lord Lu's promotion speed is really fast. Rather complicated emotions flowed in the depths of his eyes. In the short span of half a year, he had personally witnessed Lu Qing rise from a small minister counselor of the Ministry of Rights to a physician, assistant minister, and now, Lu Qing had become the Minister of Personnel. He held real power in his hands, and his status was firmly above his own. As Lu Qing's superior, he had mixed feelings. Lu Qing also sighed emotionally. Yes, I also didn't expect this place to rise so quickly, Northern Court. Li Mu stood at the entrance of his house, watching Zhang Chun move in. This time, not only had old Zhang been promoted, his residence had also been changed from 3 entrances to 4 entrances. In addition, the Empress had also rewarded his family with 2 servant girls and 2 servants. The distance between the Zhang residence and the Li residence had also become closer. At the housewarming banquet, he patted Li Mu on the shoulder and said, between us, there's no need to say anything unnecessary. Come, let's drink this cup. There weren't many people at the banquet. Other than Zhang Chun's family, there were also Zhang Shan, Li Si, Li Mu, and Li Qing. Since the last time he came to Luoyang, Zhang Shan hadn't gone back. He had never been to Luoyang before and was shocked by the prosperity of the streets. He had already asked Lu Hanyan for permission to open a branch here. Coincidentally, Lu Hanyan also had the same idea, so he stayed for the time being. After a few cups of wine, Zhang Shan looked at Li Qing and asked, Boss, what do you plan to do next? Will you continue to stay in Luoyang? Li Si kicked him under the table, but it was too late. Li Qing was silent for a moment, then said, in 2 days, I should return to Mount Baiyun. Li Si's lips moved slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak. He poured a cup of wine and said to Li Mu, here's to you. The wine cups clinked. He gave Li Mu a meaningful look and said, you guys have gone through a lot of trouble to get to where you are today. You must cherish the people in front of you. Zhang Shan raised his wine cup and said, that's right. You and the shopkeeper have gone through a lot of trouble to get together. You must cherish her in the future. Li Si poured another cup of wine and said to Li Qing, here's to you, boss. I hope you can think carefully before you make a decision in the future. Don't regret it in the future. Zhang Shan agreed and said, that's right. If you hadn't killed those corrupt officials, this matter would have been much simpler. You wouldn't have to stay in the Imperial Clan Temple. They would still be beheaded in the end. Ever since Li Qing came to the house, Li Mu had been sleeping in the study with Xiao Bai in his arms every day. Not only that, on the second day after Li Qing came to Luoyang, Lu Hanyan removed all the festive decorations inside and outside the Li residence, including the big red lanterns at the door. According to the customs of Luoyang, the lanterns with the word happiness on them had to be hung for 3 months for the wedding celebration. He knew what Lu Hanyan meant. She was taking care of Li Qing's feelings. Li Qing's family had just passed away. For Li Qing, she chose to sacrifice herself. At night, Li Mu was about to enter the study when he saw a figure standing outside the room. Li Mu walked forward and asked in confusion, "Boss, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Li Qing said softly, "I wanted to tell you that I'm going back to Mount Baiyun to cultivate tomorrow." "I'm sorry to have disturbed you for so long." Li Mu looked at her and said, "What's there to disturb? This is your home. I'm going to ask Her Majesty to let her bestow this residence to you again." Li Qing shook her head gently and said, "I don't have a home anymore. I think that if father knew in the underworld that the one living in the Li residence was someone like him, he would be relieved." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Lord Li hasn't been avenged. I'll let you see with your own eyes that they receive the punishment they deserve." Li Qing finally looked nervous. She grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said, "You've done enough. Let's stop here. Father doesn't want anyone to avenge him. He only wants someone to be like him and do something for the people." Li Mu was about to explain to her, but he felt something and looked back. In front of the moon gate, a figure stood there quietly. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then she let go of Li Mu's hand with a pale face and said, "Senior sister." Lu Hanyan walked over and shook her head. "Junior sister, you don't need to explain. I heard everything." Li Qing lowered her head and said, "I hope senior sister can persuade him." Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and said to Li Qing, "Junior sister should also understand him. He won't change his mind so easily." Li Mu said, "Don't worry." Her Majesty agreed. "There won't be any danger." Lu Hanyan said to Li Qing, "With Her Majesty protecting him, junior sister doesn't need to worry." Li Qing looked at Li Mu and didn't say anything. She said softly, "Then I'll go back to my room first. You should rest early." Lu Hanyan suddenly said, "Junior sister, wait a moment." Li Qing turned around and asked, "Senior sister, is there anything else?" Lu Hanyan said, "There's a question I want to ask junior sister." Li Qing said, "Senior sister, ask away." Lu Hanyan looked at her and asked, "Does junior sister also like Li Mu?" Chapter 375. Li Mu had already prepared to return to his room to sleep. When he heard Lu Hanyan's words, he suddenly quivered and hurriedly said, "What are you talking about?" Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, "Men shouldn't interrupt when women are talking." A trace of nervousness and panic flashed in the depths of Li Qing's eyes. However, after she met Lu Hanyan's gaze, that trace of panic gradually turned into calmness and indifference. She remembered what Li Si said before she left Xianxia County. Li Si said that in terms of relationships, it was always easier to take a step back than to take a step forward. If she took a step back now and regretted it in the future, she would have to take more than one step forward. By the time she regretted it, someone would have already walked in front of her. In fact, she regretted it, but it was already too late because someone had already walked in front of her. Li Qing looked at Lu Hanyan and said calmly, "Yes, I have liked him since a long time ago. However, senior sister, don't worry. I won't fight with you for anything. I will leave tomorrow morning." She wanted to deny it against her will, but if she denied it this time, she would never have the chance to say it again. Li Mu looked at Li Qing with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Lu Hanyan sighed softly and said, "Actually, the one who should leave is me. This is your home. The person he liked in the beginning was also you. I just took advantage of the situation." Li Qing shook her head and said, "This is my own choice. I should also bear the consequences. The person who has always been by his side is you. This is no longer my home. Its owner is you. I hope that the two of you can be united and grow old together." Lu Hanyan asked, "What about you?" Li Qing thought for a moment and said, "I will stay in Baiyun Mountain and repay the sect's kindness." Lu Hanyan was silent for a moment and said, "The one you should repay the most is not the sect, but a certain someone." Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan. For a moment, he couldn't figure out her routine. Li Qing nodded and said, "If you need me to do anything, I won't refuse." Lu Hanyan looked at her and said, then give yourself to me. Li Qing looked at her with a stunned expression. Li Mu looked at her, dumbfounded. Li Qing came back to her senses and said in disbelief, what are you talking about? Lu Hanyan's expression was melancholy, and her tone was somewhat helpless. She continued, although I don't want to share my husband with others, it's not that I can't accept it if that person is you. After all, you're in front of me. A man can't forget the first woman he likes in his entire life. While he's with other women, he still has to think about an outsider. Why not let him think about his own sisters? You're not the first, and you're not the only one. Li Qing's lips moved. Her thoughts were in a mess. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and said, of course, you can also refuse. That way, I won't feel guilty towards you at all. It's not that I stole your husband. It's you who didn't want him, and you didn't want him twice. In the future, don't go around telling people that I, Lu Hanyan, am not moral. After Li Qing came back to her senses, her pale face had turned red. She whispered, give me some time. After saying that, she quickly turned around and hurried into her room. Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan in front of him and opened his mouth. Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, I'll give you an hour at most. Then come to my room. Seeing her turn around and leave, Li Mu was stunned for a long time. In the end, he pinched his thigh to make sure that what had just happened was not a dream. If this was not a dream, then happiness came too suddenly. After coming back to his senses, he slowly walked to the door of Li Qing's room. Her door was not closed. Li Mu walked in and saw her sitting on the edge of the bed with her head bowed. Li Mu did not say anything. He just silently walked to her side and sat down. The two of them sat in silence. After a while, Li Qing slowly leaned her head on Li Mu's shoulder. This was the closest she had been to Li Mu since they met. Li Qing softly said, actually, when we were in the Imperial Clan Temple, I wanted to lean on you like this. Li Mu put his arm around her shoulder and said, you can lean on me for a lifetime. Li Qing did not say anything else. She quietly leaned on him for a while and then said, go to senior sister's place. Right now, she needs you more than I do. Li Mu nodded slightly and said, I'll watch you rest. Li Qing lay on the bed and covered herself with the quilt. She looked at Li Mu and said, go. Li Mu walked out of her room and helped her close the door. Li Qing, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened her beautiful eyes and softly said, Father, Mother, did you see that? Qing also has someone to rely on. Li Mu walked into Lu Hanyan's room. Lu Hanyan was sitting on the bed. She did not raise her head and asked, she agreed? Li Mu did not answer. He walked to her side and asked, why did you? Lu Hanyan unhappily said, if I don't ask her, should I wait for you to ask her? At that time, the one who will be angry will be me. So why don't I ask her myself? Li Mu said, what I mean is, why did you suddenly do this? Lu Hanyan looked at him and said, it's not sudden. From the day she appeared in Chengdu, I thought about it. Your feelings for her are not something I can compare to. If you run away with her one day, what should I do? Li Mu said indignantly, what are you talking about? You are my legal wife. How can I run away with someone else? Lu Hanyan asked, so, if you had to choose between her and me, who would you choose? Li Mu thought for a while and asked tentatively, can I have them both? Hey, don't bite me. After a long time, Lu Hanyan leaned into Li Mu's arms and said, anyway, I already have Wan Wan and Xiao Bai. It doesn't matter if she has one more. If it was someone else, she could forget about marrying into the Li family. But she is Li Qing. She buried her head in Li Mu's chest and said, let me tell you, I have already married Li Qing for you. You can't abandon me for any reason in the future, As she spoke, her voice became softer. The calmness and confidence she had when facing Li Qing just now had disappeared. Li Mu's clothes were wet from her tears. At this moment, Li Mu finally understood what she had been worried about these days. The experience of being abandoned by her parents when she was young had caused her trauma. Even now, it had not healed. Li Mu hugged her tightly and said seriously, I will never abandon you, never, Jianghu Palace. Zhou Yi read several memorials. Suddenly, she raised her head and asked, where is Li Mu? Didn't he go to the minister's department today? I didn't see him in the morning court. Mr. Mei said, I really didn't see him today. Zhou Yi thought for a while and put down her brush. She said, he didn't go to court for no reason. I want to see what he is doing. She flicked her finger and a picture appeared in front of her. In the picture, it seemed to be a street in Chengdu. The street was full of people. There was a beautiful woman on each side of Li Mu. He was holding the woman on the left and the woman on the right. Mr. Mei looked at the picture in front of him and said in surprise, isn't that woman Li Yi's daughter? He and Li Mu. Zhou Yi snorted and said, I knew it. Their relationship is not that simple. He goes to Zongjing Temple every day more frequently than he comes to Jianghu Palace. He didn't want the palace maids I gave him before. I thought he didn't like women. Now it seems that all men in the world are the same, Mr. Mei said awkwardly. He is so outstanding. Naturally, there are more people who like him. It's understandable that both parties are willing. Zhou Yi waved her hand to disperse the picture. She was a little annoyed. Li Mu had another wife. This meant that he would come to Jianghu Palace less often. It was only the first day, and he didn't even go to court. On the streets of Chengdu the people looked at the three figures in front of them and whispered. Isn't that Li Yi? Who is he with? The one on Li Yi's left is Madame Li. The one on the right seems to be Li Yi's daughter. Why is Li Yi holding her hand? Is there a need to ask? Li Yi overturned the case for Li Yi and saved Miss Li from prison. She was touched and wanted to marry him. It's normal, this is also a good story. It can be written into a play. They are a perfect match. No wonder Li Yi said he wouldn't let Li Yi have no descendants. So this is what he meant. Now, Li Yi really has a descendant. Chapter 376. In the past 3 days, Li Mu had developed a feeling that life was more beautiful than this. He even thought of resigning from his position and living in seclusion. Returning to Baiyun Mountain, he could focus on cultivation and enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives. Wouldn't that be perfect? The reason why he gave up on this idea was because he thought of the Empress. Even if he were to leave, it would be after helping the Empress clear all obstacles and repaying her for recognizing his worth. Of course, he also wanted to take revenge on his father-in-law. Although the case had caused a stir and the whole country knew about it, the outcome was not satisfactory. The main culprits were all pardoned by the death exemption medallion. Only one of them received the punishment he deserved. As for the other accomplices, the 3 provinces only fined them a few months of their salary to maintain the stability of the court. It seemed that the price of framing a 4th-rank official was only a few months of salary. As far as they were concerned, this matter was already over. But for Li Mu, it was just the beginning. He stretched out his hand. The ring on his finger flashed and a booklet appeared in his hand. It was the evidence of the crimes of some of the officials of the old party that Zhou Zhong had collected over the years. Most of these people were the ones who joined forces to frame Li Yi. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice and deeply trusted by the old party, it was easy for him to use his position to collect the evidence. The crimes of these people varied. Li Mu took out a piece of paper and wrote down a series of names. After thinking for a while, he circled one of them. Wang Luan, who was the minister of the Ministry of Personnel at that time, was the one who submitted many memorials asking for Li Qing to be severely punished. Li Mu was not holding a grudge, but there were so many people that he had to start with. He left the secretariat, walked out of the palace gate, and walked toward the Ministry of Justice. In the assistant minister's office of the Ministry of Justice, Yang Lin leaned comfortably on a chair and sighed in his heart. He had thought that he would have to endure for many more years to reach the position of assistant minister before he retired. But who would have thought that the Ministry of Justice would undergo such a great change? Countless people were eyeing the position, but in the end, he took advantage of it. Yang Lin's gaze inadvertently looked out of the window. A figure flashed by outside the window. Yang Lin immediately stood up from his chair and walked to the door. Lord Li, do you have any instructions for the Ministry of Justice? Although his rank was already higher than Li Mu's, in the imperial court, rank did not represent everything. In front of Li Mu, he still maintained his respect and humility. Li Mu handed him a document and said, "There is a case here. The Ministry of Justice should deal with it as soon as possible." The Central Secretariat had to do with national policies or important decisions. They needed to be reviewed by the Minister of Ceremonies and the Minister of Ceremonies to guide the 6 ministries in their implementation. For such small matters, the Central Secretariat officials had the power to directly order the Ministry of Justice. Yang Lin took the document. After reading it, he said in shock, "This is the Ministry of Personnel's physician, Lord Wang Luan." Li Mu looked at him and asked, "Why? Does the Ministry of Justice's handling of cases vary from person to person?" Yang Lin quickly replied, "Of course not." Li Mu said, "I believe that Lord Yang will be a good official. Otherwise, I wouldn't have urged His Majesty to let you be the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice." Yang Lin was stunned. He had thought that his appointment as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice was due to the efforts of the old faction. He was still puzzled as to why the old faction did not get a single official position in the Ministry of Personnel, but he succeeded in the Ministry of Justice. Only now did he know that his promotion was not because of the old faction, but because of Li Mu. He immediately clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Lord Li." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. His Majesty felt that Lord Yang was not too far off the path and wanted to give you a chance." Yang Lin stood where he was. His gaze gradually became hesitant. He knew that at this moment, he was faced with an important choice in his life. Should he continue to work for the old faction, or should he completely side with Li Mu? The old faction was controlled by the Shao clan, and the Shao clan was the legitimate royal family of Great Zhou. Even though the Zhou clan was extremely powerful, they were not the legitimate royal family. Many officials in the court and the people of Great Zhou were inclined towards the Empress returning the throne to the Zhou clan. Therefore, even though the old faction had been suppressed by the new faction in recent years, they were still powerful and did not lack supporters. He worked for the old faction because he believed that the Shao clan would regain power sooner or later. However, what reason did he have to work for Li Mu? His Majesty could not pass the throne to Li Mu, or Li Mu's children. Yang Lin did not dare to make a rash decision when it concerned his future and even his life. He looked at Li Mu and probed, "Lord Li, may I ask if His Majesty intends to pass the throne to the Zhou clan in the future?" Li Mu glanced at him and asked, "Is this something that you and I, as subjects, can discuss?" Yang Lin looked troubled. Li Mu knew what he was worried about. He said, "Are you afraid that the Shao clan will come after you if His Majesty passes the throne to the Shao clan?" Yang Lin said, "Lord Li, I have elders and children to take care of. I cannot afford to gamble. If I gamble wrongly, the lives of my family." Li Mu asked, "When do you think His Majesty will pass the throne to the Shao clan?" Yang Lin shook his head and said, "I don't know." Li Mu said slowly, "His Majesty is a powerhouse of the 7th realm. He can live for at least 3 decades. She is in her prime now. Even if the throne is to be passed, it will be decades or even centuries later. Do you think you can live until then?" Yang Lin thought for a moment and felt that Li Mu's words seemed to make sense. By that time, he would have retired and returned to his hometown to enjoy the rest of his life. It would have nothing to do with him who would inherit the throne. However, he still did not dare to gamble. He asked Li Mu nervously, "His Majesty won't pass the throne early, right?" Li Mu glanced at him and said, "Do you think His Majesty will suddenly pass the throne?" Yang Lin looked at Li Mu in a daze, seeming to understand something. If it was said that His Majesty had such thoughts in the past, he would not find it strange. In the past, His Majesty did not care about the court at all. He did not care about the struggles between the old and new parties. He let nature take its course. However, the appointments of the officials from the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice showed that His Majesty was already deliberately suppressing the old and new parties and taking back power. Could it be that His Majesty had other thoughts? Li Mu looked at him and said, "I know that it is very difficult for Lord Yang to make a decision. I will give you 3 days to think about it. After 3 days, whether we are friends or enemies will depend on your choice." Yang Lin's expression was bitter. Did he have any other choice? Although Li Mu did not have many friends in the court, he was really good to his friends. In just half a year, Zhang Chun had been promoted from the Divine Capital Commandant to the left Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. He was a real minister with real power. The residence he lived in also went from 2, 3, and now 4. He was about to live in a large residence with 5 entrances. For Yang Lin, who lived in a small house with 2 entrances for 3 generations, a residence with 5 entrances was an unattainable dream. On the other hand, Li Mu's enemies were either dead or demoted. Those who were lucky enough to survive lost their positions and reputation. Yang Lin did not doubt that if he became Li Mu's enemy, he would not even be able to live in a small house with 2 entrances in less than a month. The prison of the Ministry of Justice was perhaps the best outcome. If it was a little worse, he might only have a few coffin planks to block the dirt. After careful consideration, Yang Lin let out a long sigh. Then, his expression gradually turned solemn. He looked at Li Mu and said seriously, "From now on, this humble official will follow Lord Li's lead." Li Mu did not misjudge him. The person he supported did not disappoint him. Not long after, a few constables from the Ministry of Justice hurried out of the Ministry of Justice's main gate. They came to a certain entertainment market and grabbed a certain noble from a brothel. "Which yamen are you from? How dare you arrest me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? The Ministry of Justice, the current Assistant Minister of Justice, is my father's friend. Let me go. Once you get to the Ministry of Justice, you will suffer." The noble made a lot of noise along the way. The constables from the Ministry of Justice could not take it anymore and used a rag to gag his mouth. The people along the way found out that the noble had been summoned by the Ministry of Justice because of an old case. "This is the son of Lord Wang of the Ministry of Personnel. Why is the Ministry of Justice arresting them? Aren't the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice on the same side?" That was in the past. Now, the Minister and Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel have changed. The Ministry of Personnel's Assistant Minister hasn't changed. He has some ties with the current Assistant Minister of Justice. Could it be that their relationship has broken? The people always like to watch the drama between officials and nobles. They followed along the way. Ministry of Personnel. It was lunchtime. A few officials from the Ministry of Personnel walked out together and prepared to eat at a restaurant. When they passed by the Ministry of Justice, they saw a large group of people gathered outside the Ministry of Justice. They were discussing and pointing inside. One of the officials from the Ministry of Personnel lamented, "The Ministry of Justice is really busy. They can't even rest during lunchtime." Another official from the Ministry of Personnel said, "When we were on our way here, we heard from the people that some official's son was arrested. The Ministry of Justice took him out of the brothel directly. It seems like the crime is not small." When they heard that some official's son had committed a crime, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel were instantly interested in watching the drama. The Ministry of Personnel's physician Wang Luan chuckled and said, "I wonder which family's son is from. He keeps causing trouble for his elders. It's time to teach him a lesson." He looked into the Ministry of Justice's main hall and saw a figure kneeling in the hall. The figure looked so familiar. One of the officials said in surprise, "Lord Wang, isn't this your?" Wang Luan was stunned for a moment. Then, his face gradually darkened. He did not expect that he would be involved in the drama. Chapter 377. Under the curious gazes of several officials from the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan strode into the Ministry of Justice. He met Yang Lin at the Assistant Minister's office. Wang Luan looked at Yang Lin and frowned. "Lord Yang, what's going on?" Yang Lin said helplessly, "You'll have to ask young Master Wang. 3 years ago, he pursued a married woman. In order to force the woman to submit, he beat her husband until he was severely injured. In the end, he even used his power to fabricate a crime and sent her husband to prison. Today, the Ministry of Justice has ordered the Ministry of Justice to reopen the case. After the Ministry of Justice investigated, they found that it was true." Wang Luan gritted his teeth. "Wasn't the case from 3 years ago already closed?" Yang Lin said, although the case from 3 years ago was closed, the Ministry of Justice felt that the Ministry of Justice had handled the case unfairly and requested a retrial. I couldn't do anything about it. Wang Luan asked, can't the original verdict be upheld? Yang Lin shook his head. No. The Ministry of Justice was dissatisfied with the original verdict, so they decided to reopen the case. If the Ministry of Justice still doesn't change it, then I'll be the unlucky one. Wang Luan said angrily, why do you have to reopen the case from 3 years ago? Yang Lin looked at him. You'll have to ask Lord Wang about this. Wang Luan was stunned. Ask me? What's wrong with me? Yang Lin sighed and said, that day, I told you not to meddle in that matter, but you sent several memorials in a row, insisting that Li Yi's daughter be killed. Now, that woman has become one of Li Mu's lovers. If he doesn't take revenge on you, who else can he take revenge on? Wang Luan said, I didn't follow the royal prince's orders. Yang Lin said, that's why your son is here today. Wang Luan took a deep breath and asked, then what will happen to my son? Yang Lin shook his head. It's hard to say. He caused serious injuries, slandered and framed innocent people, and sent them to prison. He'll be punished for several crimes. Your Wang family might have to pay a lot of money. You won't be able to avoid prison, Wang Luan said, I know that the law can be bent. Lord Yang, with our relationship, you have to help me. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, you can ask Manager Wei to defend your son. He is the most familiar with the law and the Ministry of Justice. Perhaps he can help your son fight for a reduced sentence. A moment later, in a certain office of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Luan held Wei Peng's hand and said, Manager Wei, I'll leave my son to you. After the matter is completed, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Wei Peng nodded and said, I'll try my best. With that, he slowly walked into the courtroom. Wang Luan asked Yang Lin, how will the Ministry of Justice judge him this time? Yang Lin thought for a moment, then said, inflicting serious injuries and setting someone up to be imprisoned for 3 years. The fine is at least 200 taels of silver, and this is under the condition that the other party is willing to forgive you. In addition, at least 5 years of imprisonment is unavoidable. As for how much you can reduce, it will depend on Manager Wei's performance. About 15 minutes later, Wei Peng slowly walked out of the court. Wang Luan asked, what were the results? Wei Peng said, forget it. Wang Luan was pleasantly surprised. His sentence has been waived? Wei Peng said, the fine is waived. He was only sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment. Wang Luan was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he grabbed Wei Peng's collar and said through clenched teeth, what did you say? Just how did you argue? Yang Lin hurriedly said, Lord Wang, watch your actions. Your actions. He had just finished speaking when several figures walked into the Ministry of Justice. They looked at Wang Luan and asked, are you the director of the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan? Wang Luan was furious. He said unhappily, I am. Who are you people? Crack. 2 of them pressed down on Wang Luan's arms. Another person put shackles on his wrists and said, the Imperial Clan Temple has investigated. In the past few years, you have abused your power for personal gain many times. When evaluating officials, you were severely unfair. In addition, in order to get your son off the hook, you used your position as the director of the Ministry of Personnel to put pressure on the Ministry of Justice. This is also a serious violation of the law. Come with us to the Imperial Clan Temple. Wang Luan said in horror, what are you saying? I am an official of the Imperial Court. You have no right to do this. You still know that you are an official of the Imperial Court? The official from the Imperial Clan Temple glanced at him. He waved his hand and said, knowingly breaking the law. This is an additional charge. Take him away. Seeing Wang Luan being taken away, Yang Lin sighed and said, I told you long ago not to stand up for others when you shouldn't. You just wouldn't listen. Outside the Ministry of Justice, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel were dumbfounded. Everything was fine in the morning. They had just come out for lunch and the director was taken away. The onlooking commoners were also discussing. This family, both the father and son, were arrested. What a sin! The father committed a sin, and the son committed an even greater sin. They could have been released after a few years as compensation. Now, they have been locked up for 20 years. When will they be released? Manager Wei's defense is really amazing. This is nothing. Just last month, there was a murderer who was sentenced to be banished to the army. His family spent a lot of money to hire Manager Wei to defend him. Guess what happened? What happened? He was just executed yesterday. In a room on duty in the Ministry of Justice, Wei Peng was writing a file. Yang Lin stood in front of the table and asked, "You have a grudge with Wang Luan's son, right?" Wei Peng nodded and said, "We had a conflict before." Yang Lin said, "Be careful in the future. It's best not to bring personal grudges into official matters." Wei Peng said, "This official understands." Yang Lin shook his head and left. Because of the delay just now, the brush in Wei Peng's hand had been suspended in the air for too long. A drop of ink fell onto the half-finished file and quickly dyed it red, leaving behind a blob of ink. Wei Peng looked at the blob of ink and said in a low voice, "Come back." The blob of ink on the file quickly shrank and formed a blob of ink. It floated in the air and landed back on the brush. The paper was as clean as new. Compared to the demotion of the Minister of Personnel and the left and right assistant ministers, the imprisonment of a mere director of the Ministry of Personnel did not attract much attention. However, to the officials of the old party, this matter was worth paying attention to. Times had changed. In the past, they were in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. However, the director of the Ministry of Personnel was now the highest-ranking official in the Ministry of Personnel. Losing one of the two directors of the Ministry of Personnel was a great loss to them. In a certain residence in the southern courtyard, a secret meeting was taking place. Why did something suddenly happen to Wang Luan? I've asked Yang Lin. He's under the orders of the Secretariat. It should be Li Mu who's behind this. Wang Luan once received my order to persuade the imperial court to execute Li Mu's daughter. Now, I heard that Li Yi's daughter is living in Li Mu's house and is very close to him. Perhaps she has already become his woman. He's taking revenge. After a long silence, someone sighed and said in an unwilling tone, "In my opinion, we shouldn't provoke Li Mu for the time being. He has the Empress protection and doesn't reveal any flaws. We can't do anything to him and there's no need to fight to the death with him. Don't forget that we only have one opponent. As long as we defeat the Zhou family, no one will be a threat to us." Someone sighed and said, "Now, I'm afraid it's not about whether we should provoke Li Mu or not, but whether he should provoke us. If Li Yi's daughter is already his woman, then Li Yi is his father-in-law. It's very likely that he wants to avenge Li Yi. Hasn't he already overturned the verdict for Li Yi? Overturning the verdict is not revenge. Judging from Wang Luan's case, this person will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since he took action against Wang Luan so quickly, I'm afraid he won't let the others off easily." As soon as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door from outside. He walked over and opened the door. A servant whispered a few words to him. When he walked into the room, his face was very gloomy. He said, "In addition to the left physician of the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan, the right physician of the Ministry of Personnel, Shui Yan, was also taken away by the people of the Imperial Clan Temple, Pa. Preposterous." Commandery Prince Nanyang slapped the table and stood up abruptly. He said angrily, "What is he trying to do?" In the Li residence, Li Mu held Li Qing's hand and said, "Those people from back then, don't even think about escaping." Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and coughed softly. Li Qing let go of Li Mu's hand in a panic. Although the three of them had reached a tacit understanding on some matters, she was much more thin-skinned. In a situation where there was a third person present, she was still not used to being intimate with Li Mu. Li Mu held Li Qing's hand in his left hand and Lu Hanyan's hand in his right. It was not easy to enjoy the happiness of having two wives. If they could not be impartial, it was only a matter of time before the harem caught fire. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and asked Li Mu, "When do you plan to officially welcome her into the Li residence?" We have to prepare in advance. Li Qing shook her head and said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Although Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were both women, their understanding of marriage was completely different. Lu Hanyan's heart was still that of a secular woman. She hoped to have a romantic and ritualistic wedding. Li Qing entered the Fulu school when she was very young. She had the carefree and casual nature of a cultivator. When cultivators practiced dual cultivation, as long as the two of them were willing, they could enter the bridal chamber at that time and skip all the tedious procedures. Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, that won't do. If others know, they will think that I have mistreated you. Li Qing insisted, there's really no need. As long as the three of us can be together forever, that's enough. 3. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and seemed to realize something. She looked at her with a strange expression and asked, Junior sister, you don't think that Wan Wan and Xiao Bai are just our maids, do you? Chapter 378. Li Qing went back to her room alone to calm down. Lu Hanyan had a gloating expression on her face. Li Mu smacked her butt and said, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Lu Hanyan smiled and said, I just wanted her to experience my feelings. Besides, she will find out sooner or later. If I don't tell her, will you tell her yourself? The eldest madam of the Li family did it for revenge. Because of Li Qing, she had cried a lot in the past. Li Qing had wronged her, so she wanted to use Wan Wan and Xiao Bai to take revenge. She was still the petty Lu Hanyan. But she was also the Lu Hanyan that Li Mu liked. For many things, it was more appropriate for her to speak to Li Qing than Li Mu. After thinking this through, Li Mu put his arm around her and rubbed the place where he had just hit her. He said, does it hurt? Lu Hanyan blushed and slapped his hand away. She said, behave yourself. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai are still over there. Li Mu looked over. The two girls who were sitting together on the swing immediately covered their faces with their hands. Their eyes peeked through the gaps between their fingers. Li Mu moved his hand away and said angrily, children shouldn't poke their noses into adult affairs. I'm not a child anymore. I'm not a child anymore. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai tried to defend themselves. Li Mu waved his hand and said, go back to your room to play. Although they were not young in some areas, they were still under 18 years old. As long as they were not over 18 years old, in Li Mu's eyes, they were different from Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. Li Mu could hold Xiao Bai's original body, but as long as she transformed, he would feel guilty. Wan Wan was the same. She had not changed much in the past 2 years. She was still greedy and playful. The only change was that her eyes were more seductive. As long as one looked into her eyes, one's soul would be sucked in. Little White and Wan Wan were soul seducers and soul catchers respectively. When the two beauties worked together, even Li Mu could not withstand them sometimes. Li Qing was alone in the room. Lu Hanyan was full of satisfaction after getting her revenge. She went to the great music bar to find her friends. She planned to buy the whole place and was discussing the price with the owner. Li Mu had nothing to do, so he watched Wan Wan and Xiao Bai play aeroplane chess in the courtyard. Before the game, they had agreed that the loser would have to warm the bed next time Li Mu slept in the study. Li Mu watched for almost an hour. They were still playing aeroplane chess. While he was bored to death, something in the space of the flask heavens suddenly moved. Li Mu stretched out his hand, and the spiritual snail appeared in his hand. Come to the Chang'e Palace. Only this sentence came from the spiritual snail, and then there was no more sound. In the past few days, he couldn't even take care of his family. He was immersed in his women and completely forgot about the Empress. 15 minutes later, Li Mu appeared in the Chang'e Palace. He bowed and asked, Your Majesty, what are your orders? The Empress threw him a token and said, From now on, you are the deputy commander of the bamboo guards. You will be in charge of the bamboo guards together with Ali. The Empress had 4 internal guards. Their names were Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. The 4 guards had different names, and their functions were also different. The Mei guards were in Shendu. They were in charge of monitoring the officials. The commander was Mr. Mei. The Lan guards were scattered in various counties. Their job was to monitor the local officials. Li Mu had never seen their commander before. The Bamboo Guards were a special operation organization. They were in charge of carrying out special tasks, such as investigating rebels under the Empress orders. The commander was Shengguan Li. The Jew Guards were the most mysterious of the 4 guards. It was said that they were in charge of intelligence. They had spies in the demon nation, the ghost realm, and even the demon sect. Li Mu took the token and didn't waste any time. He said, "Yes, Your Majesty." He was very clear about his position. He was a brick. He would be wherever the Empress wanted him to be. However, the Empress had inexplicably summoned him here and only gave him a token. After that, there was nothing else. She could have asked Lord May to pass this token to him. There was no need for her to make a special trip. After taking the token, Li Mu didn't stay for long. He walked out of Jianghu Palace and said to Shengguan Li, "Commander Shengguan, I have other things to do during this time. I'll need you to take care of the Bamboo Guards." Shengguan Li said lightly, "When you're not here, I'm the only one in charge of the Bamboo Guards." Since Shengguan Li didn't have any objections, Li Mu could focus on his own matters. After leaving Jianghu Palace, he went straight back to Jianghu Palace. Zhou Yi looked at the pile of memorials on the table and said, "Look, there's only one more woman by their side, and they don't even care about national affairs. They don't go to the imperial kitchen, and they don't come to Jianghu Palace. I should forbid them from taking concubines." Seeing that the Empress's attitude towards Li Mu was becoming more and more strange, Mr. May's face was bitter, but he couldn't say anything. In the Imperial Secretariat, Li Mu sneezed for no reason and crossed out 2 names on the list on the table. Lu Yi walked in from outside and put a few oranges on the table in front of Li Mu. He smiled and said, "Sir Li, these are oranges from my hometown. Although they're not as sweet and delicious as the tribute oranges, they still taste pretty good. You can take them back and try them." Zhongjuan didn't produce oranges. In the past, there were people who transplanted them and used their mana to carefully cultivate them. However, the fruit was small and bitter, so no one tried it again. This kind of fruit was usually transported from the southern counties. The price was ridiculously high, and it wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Li Mu smiled and said, "Thank you, Sir Lu." Lu Yi had eaten Li Mu's tribute oranges before, so he only came to return the favor. He said, "You're welcome." He was about to leave when he saw a piece of paper on Li Mu's table. He asked, "What's this?" Li Mu said casually, "Oh, this. I have nothing to do, so I practice writing. Sir Li is really elegant." Lu Yi smiled and complimented him. He left Li Mu's office, but he couldn't help but be curious. Who would practice writing using a person's name? Wang Luan, Qian Long, seemed to be the left and right doctors of the Ministry of Rights. The names after that, Ai Tong, Wu Sheng, Chen Guang, sounded familiar. They seemed to be the officials of the Imperial Court, Morning Court. A few days ago, the Imperial Court was in turmoil, and there was a big change that hadn't been seen for many years. Today, the change that affected countless officials finally calmed down. The Morning Court regained its tranquility. But soon, some officials found that the court today seemed to be too quiet, as if there were suddenly a lot of people missing. Some of the officials looked around and saw that there were indeed some empty seats in front, behind, left, and right. In the Ziwei Palace, the positions of the officials were fixed. The 3 provinces, 6 ministries, and 9 temples. The ministers, assistant ministers, doctors, ministers, and junior ministers all had their own positions. These positions were fixed. Every morning, it was clear who was absent. Today, there were many gaps in the neat line of officials. There were no empty seats for officials above the 4th rank in front of the palace. But starting from the middle of the palace, there were more empty seats for officials. There was almost 1 empty seat for every 2 people. In total, there were more than 20 officials who didn't come to the morning court today. Even if they asked for leave, it was impossible for 20 officials to ask for leave at the same time. Moreover, the officials in those officials' offices didn't have the approval of their superiors. What's going on? Where did Lord Ai go? Why didn't Lord Wu come? Lord Shen just took a concubine yesterday. Did he get up late? Lord Wang and Lord Xian didn't come. Lord Wang and Lord Xian were arrested yesterday. What happened to the others? Were they arrested too? Ai Tong, Wu Sheng, Chen Guang, Lu Yi stood in front and listened to the officials' discussion behind him. He was a little confused. The names of these absent officials sounded familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. Soon, he remembered where this inexplicable sense of familiarity came from. Weren't these people the officials Li Mu used to practice calligraphy? But even if Li Mu used their names to practice calligraphy, it shouldn't be to the extent that they disappeared. Could it be that he wasn't practicing calligraphy, but using a divine ability? He had never heard of a divine ability that could make people disappear just by writing their names. Combined with the strange situation in the court, Louis quickly understood. That piece of paper wasn't used by Li Mu to practice calligraphy. It was a list of names. On that list were the names of the former Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Gao Hong, the former Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Duke of Nanyang, Xiao Yun. Louis finally realized something and was shocked. He turned around to look at Li Mu. Li Mu grinned at him. Louis immediately turned around and broke out in cold sweat. His mind was racing. His name didn't seem to be on that list. It shouldn't be. He even treated Li Mu to oranges. Southern Court. Gao Residence. Early in the morning, the gatekeeper of the Gao residence was taking a nap in the side room. Ever since his master was stripped of his official position, although fewer people came to the residence, he no longer needed to attend morning court. In the past, he would have to wake up early to open the door at this time. It wasn't like today, where he could still laze around and take a nap at this time. To him, it was a good thing that his master was in trouble. Being able to sleep in the morning made life even better. Bang, bang, bang. While he was daydreaming, there was a sudden rush of knocking on the door. The gatekeeper was pleasantly surprised. After a shiver, he was no longer sleepy. He walked to the door and shouted angrily, "Why are you knocking so early in the morning when someone died in the house?" This person was extremely rude when knocking on the door. Normal people would pay attention to the gentle knocks and pauses when knocking on the door. Only those who were announcing a death would knock so quickly. The knocking stopped and a voice came from outside, "I'm here to visit Lord Gao." Hearing the words "I'm here," the gatekeeper was already looking down on him. His anger hadn't subsided and he asked coldly, "Do you have something to say?" The person outside was stunned for a moment, then said, No," the gatekeeper said coldly, "If you don't have an appointment, bring the invitation when you do." The person outside said, "But I really have something urgent," the gatekeeper said, "No matter how urgent it is, you still have to make an appointment. This is Lord Gao's rule." The person outside the door said, "Can you make an exception?" The gatekeeper said rudely, "I can't make an exception." The person outside the door finally became angry and said coldly, "If you can't make an exception, then forget it. Men, prepare the explosive talismans." Chapter 379. Boom. The 2 explosive talismans pasted on the gates of the Gao mansion exploded under the control of his transcendence energy. With a loud bang, the 2 gates of the Gao mansion collapsed. The gatekeeper of the Gao mansion stood in the courtyard and stared at the collapsed gates in a daze. His mind was blank. His master was a respected figure in the fairy's capital. Even if he was no longer the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, he was still the elder brother of concubine Gao, a relative of the royal family. Who would be so bold as to blow up the gates of the Gao mansion? Zhang Chun stood outside the gate and waved at the officials of the imperial clan temple. "Follow me in and arrest the guilty official." The loud noise at the gates had already alerted the people of the Gao mansion. In a split second, more than 10 maids and servants rushed out from various places. As soon as they arrived at the front courtyard, they saw the collapsed gates of the Gao mansion. The former Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Gao Hong, rushed out of the inner court. Seeing that the main gate of his residence had been blasted open, he was enraged. He glared at Zhang Chun, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he snapped, "Zhang, what are you doing?" Gao Hong hated Zhang Chun to the core. Not only because Zhang Chun took his position as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, but also because Zhang Chun was Li Mu's #1 lackey. If you hated someone, you would naturally hate everything about that person, including his lackeys. Zhang Chun looked at Gao Hong and said calmly, "There is a case that requires you to go to the Imperial Clan Temple. However, your gatekeeper refused to cooperate, so I can only take forceful measures." The gatekeeper of the Gao mansion hid in a corner, trembling and not daring to raise his head. Gao Hong held back his anger and asked, "What case?" Zhang Chun said, "You'll know when you get there." Gao Hong said coldly, "No matter what, I'm still the royal uncle. You don't have the right to summon me. If you want to summon me, show me the official seal of the Imperial Clan Temple." Zhang Chun looked at a minor official of the Imperial Clan Temple and asked, "Is there such a thing?" The minor official nodded and said, "Lord Gao's sister is the son of the former emperor's concubine Gao of the Western Palace. To summon a member of the royal family or a relative of the emperor, you need the seal of the Imperial Clan Temple Master. Indeed, Lord Gao does not have this authority." Zhang Chun looked at Gao Hong and said, "You want the abbot's seal, right? Wait a moment. I'll be right back." Gao Hong's face darkened as he watched Zhang Chun leave with his men. Since Zhang Chun dared to come knocking on his door, he must have gotten hold of something that could be used against him. He couldn't figure it out at the moment. As he walked out of the main gate of the Gao mansion, Zhang Chun looked back and said, "Before I return, you are not allowed to go anywhere. If you leave the Gao mansion by 10 feet, you will be considered a fugitive. The Imperial Clan Court can arrest you or execute you." Gao Hong's face darkened, but he still retracted his foot. He walked back to the Gao mansion and said to a servant, "Go to the royal prince's mansion of Nanyang and inform the royal prince of this." On the way back to the Zongjing temple, Zhang Chun muttered, "The Gao manor doesn't look small. There should be 5 entrances, right?" A minor official beside him said, "The Gao residence is a standard 7-section mansion." 7. Zhang Chun thought about how his mansion only had 4 entrances, and there were only 2 maids and 2 servants. Just now in the Gao residence, there were almost 20 maids and servants who rushed out in an instant. Zhang Chun's heart was filled with envy. At this moment, the minor official continued, "That's nothing. The royal prince of Nanyang's mansion is the bigger one. It has 10 entrances and 10 entrances. He has 13 wives and concubines, and each of them has their own independent courtyard. Each of them has a senior maid and 4 junior maids. There are artificial mountains, ponds, and beautiful pavilions in the mansion." Zhang Chun thought about his dream of living in a 5-section mansion before he retired. He shook his head and said, "The layout is too small." The group walked through the palace gates and returned to the Zongjing temple. They didn't know that the imperial court was in an uproar. The number of officials in the imperial court was mysteriously reduced by more than 20. The morning court could no longer be held. Some officials even guessed that the powerhouses of the demon sect had sneaked into the fairies' capital and killed these officials to create chaos in the imperial court. After that, Mr. May clarified that the demon sect had nothing to do with this. Last night, it was the Zongjing Temple's deputy minister, Zhang Chun, who led the Zongjing Temple's people to arrest the guilty officials. He told the officials not to worry. It would have been better if Mr. May didn't clarify. After he did, the officials became even more worried. What? These officials were all arrested? More than 20 people were all arrested and sent to the Zongjing Temple? What's going on? Are we in trouble too? 20 officials of the imperial court had been arrested in one night. Without knowing the reason, all the officials in the Great Hall felt threatened, especially those who were close to these 2. They were even more frightened. At some point, an official seemed to realize something. He mumbled, these people are all accomplices in Li Yi's case." His words woke everyone up. The officials counted the people who were absent today and were shocked to find that all of them were related to Li Yi's case. A few days ago, when Li Mu overturned Li Yi's case, they were accomplices. However, they didn't receive any heavy punishment. They were only fined a few months to a year's salary. Everyone thought that it was the end. They didn't expect that it was just the beginning. Without any warning, those officials were all caught in one fell swoop overnight. Zhang Chun, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who was also the Zongjing Temple's deputy minister, did it himself. There was no need to guess who was behind this. Zhang Chun was Li Mu's #1 henchman. He always fought for Li Mu in the imperial court. He must have been allowed to do this by Li Mu. Obviously, Li Mu didn't just want to overturn Li Yi's case. He also wanted to avenge Li Yi. As for the reason, everyone knew very well. Everyone in Fairy's capital knew that Li Yi's daughter was one of Li Mu's lovers. Not only did she live in his house, but they often walked hand in hand when they went out. They were very close. Li Mu overturned Li Yi's case because Li Yi was wronged and died. He wanted to avenge Li Yi because Li Yi was his father-in-law. Everyone's gaze shifted to where Li Mu was, only to find that there was no one there. Li Mu didn't even come to the imperial court today. Nonsense, this is simply nonsense. The left servant walked out and said in a deep voice, "What is the imperial court trying to do by arresting more than 20 officials for no reason?" Many people looked at Prince Shou in front. Prince Shou shook his head and said, "Don't look at me. I don't know anything." Some people in the imperial court shook their heads and sighed. Prince Shou was a prince and the head of the imperial court. He couldn't even control a minister. He was useless, Mr. Mei said. Yesterday, before Zhang Chun brought people to arrest them, he said that the imperial court has enough evidence. The left servant said with a dark face, "What evidence does he have to arrest more than 20 officials?" Mr. Mei said faintly, "The inner guards don't interfere with the imperial court. If you want to know, you just have to summon Zhang Chun to the imperial court." He turned to look at Sheng Guanli. Sheng Guanli walked to the curtain and came out after a while. She said, "Summon Zhang Chun." Crepe Myrtle Palace was only a few hundred steps away from the imperial court. He quickly walked into the imperial court in half a cup of tea's time. Mr. Mei looked at the left servant and said, "If you have any questions, you can ask Lord Zhang directly." The left servant looked at Zhang Chun and asked coldly, "Assistant Minister Zhang, you arrested more than 20 officials in the middle of the night and caused chaos in the imperial court. Shouldn't you give His Majesty and the imperial court an explanation?" Zhang Chun said, "The imperial court has evidence to arrest people. May I ask what explanation you want?" The left servant said in a low voice, "What crime did the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, Ai Tong, commit that you want to arrest him?" Zhang Chun said, "The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, Ai Tong, took advantage of his position to embezzle taxes from the imperial treasury. What's wrong with me arresting him?" The left servant was shocked. He asked, "Do you have evidence?" Zhang Chun said, "The evidence is conclusive." The left servant said, "Minister of Imperial Treasury, Wu Sheng." Zhang Chun said, "Minister of Imperial Treasury, Wu Sheng, used his power to threaten and sleep with young girls. The youngest of those girls was only 8 years old. Shouldn't he be arrested?" The left servant moved his lips and said, "Then the Minister of Imperial Treasury, Chen Guang." Zhang Chun continued, "The Minister of Imperial Treasury, Chen Guang, allowed his younger brother to commit crimes and invade private residences. He bribed the Ministry of Justice to get his younger brother released and exonerated, breaking the law. What's wrong with me arresting him?" He looked at the left servant and said loudly, "There's also Wei Chong from the Taichung Temple, Wang Ning from the Taichung Temple, and Zhuo Xian from the Ceremonies Department. As officials of the Great Zhou, these people acted as a protective umbrella for criminals who trafficked women and children. Shouldn't they be arrested?" He listed the crimes of these more than 20 people one by one. The officials in the court were shocked. They had never heard of such things before. Since Zhang Chun dared to arrest them, then the Imperial Clan Temple might really have evidence of the crimes of so many officials. But how did they find out about these hidden things? Among the officials, some of them realized something. They lowered their heads and squeezed out 2 words from between their teeth, Zhou Zhong. Chapter 380. In the Imperial Kitchen. Ever since Lu Hanyan and Li Qing opened their hearts to each other, Li Mu didn't want to go home. He didn't want to leave home. Of course, because of this, he came to the palace less often, and he hadn't been to the imperial kitchen for a long time. When it was only Lu Hanyan and the Empress, Li Mu could still take care of them. But when Lu Hanyan came to Shen, Du and Li Qing moved in, the number of people who needed to be with him increased from 1 to 3. Li Mu was a little busy. This made him realize that he still had a lot of shortcomings in terms of time management. Mr. Lu Sun once said that time was like water in a sponge. If he could make use of the time he spent standing in a daze in the morning court, he could at least cook a bowl of piping hot noodles for the Empress after the morning court. Mr. May once mentioned by accident that the Empress liked to sleep in, so she often didn't eat breakfast in the morning. After the court, it was still early before breakfast time, so she might as well eat something to fill her stomach. Li Mu knew why the Empress liked to sleep in. It was because she couldn't fall asleep at night, so she would cook conch porridge with Li Mu in the middle of the night, or enter his dreams to teach him how to cultivate. As a cultivator in the upper 3 realms, she wouldn't feel tired even if she didn't sleep for a month. But cultivators were still people, and nothing could replace the joy and happiness brought by sleeping. Of course, that was in the past. At that time, Li Mu and she were both single. Now, Li Mu had his wife in his arms every night. Unlike the Empress, who had nothing to do during the long nights, he couldn't sleep beside Lu Hanyan and talk to another woman all night, even if that woman was Lu Hanyan's idol. While he was cooking the noodles, several imperial chefs were watching. Finally, one of them couldn't help but ask, "Lord Li, is there some secret to your cooking? Why can't we use the same ingredients and the same steps to make your dish taste the same?" Regarding this point, Li Mu also did not know. With the same ingredients and steps, the food made by these imperial chefs would definitely be better than his. Perhaps the Empress was used to eating the food and liked his taste. After cooking the noodles, Li Mu calculated the time and arrived at Jianghu Palace just as the morning court session was about to end. Soon, a figure walked out from the back of the hall. Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and said, "Is it because I spoil you too much that you are becoming more and more unruly? You even dare to sneak out of the morning court. What's that smell?" Her throat moved, and her tone instantly softened as she asked, "Did you cook noodles?" Li Mu said, "I guess that your Majesty probably didn't eat breakfast today, so I went to the imperial kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles." Zhou Yi slowly sat down, thought for a moment, and said, "You are the deputy commander of the bamboo guards and also responsible for internal affairs. If there is an emergency in the morning court session, you can leave first. I won't blame you. Okay, give me the chopsticks." Watching the Empress eat the noodles in small bites, Li Mu asked, "Your Majesty, how is the situation in the court?" Zhou Yi slowly finished a mouthful of noodles, and then said, "You don't know what the result of the trouble you caused will be. The court officials are all in danger, and the court is in chaos. The trouble was caused by you, so you are responsible for pacifying it." Li Mu said, "These more than 20 guilty officials deserve to be punished. Although it will cause chaos for a short period of time, as long as it's properly arranged, it won't affect the court too much. Your Majesty, you can quickly promote some experienced officials without any background to replace their original positions in the departments of those guilty officials. This way, the impact can be minimized and the normal operation of the Yamen can be maintained. At the same time, Your Majesty can also publicize the crimes of these officials, and use this to win over the people." After Lord Li Yi overturned the case, the people of the 36 counties will greatly increase. After punishing these corrupt officials, Your Majesty's reputation will reach the peak, and you will not be inferior to the previous wise emperors of Great Zhou. It will only be a matter of time before you surpass Emperor Wen. Zhou Qiong didn't seem to be interested in Li Mu's pancake at all. Her mind was completely focused on the bowl of noodles in front of her. She was puzzled. The same noodles and the same side dishes. Why was it that the imperial chef's dish didn't taste as good as Li Mu's? She waved her hand and said, "Just do as you said. Go and arrange it." Walking out of Jianghu Palace, Li Mu's heart was slightly heavy. He was a little worried. If the Empress favored him so much and let him make all the decisions, the court officials might be jealous and label him as a favored official who caused chaos. They might band together and get rid of him. No, he had to go back and fix the law bell as soon as possible. If the worst happened, the safety of his family would be guaranteed. When the time came, as long as the law bell covered the Li residence, there would be time to slowly shake people off. Li Mu returned to the secretariat. Lu Yi was about to leave the assistant minister's office, but when she looked up and saw him, she subconsciously retracted her foot. At the same time, in the Zongjing temple not far from the secretariat, Zhang Chun looked at Prince Shou and said, "Prince, without your seal, it won't be easy for me to catch people." Prince Shou shook his head and said, "If I give you my seal and let you catch our people, wouldn't I be in a difficult position?" Zhang Chun said, "According to the law, Gao Hong should be arrested." Prince Shou shook his head and said, "Whoever wants to arrest him can do it. In any case, I'm not arresting him." Zhang Chun gritted his teeth and said, "Then you are bending the law for personal gain. The next time I go to the imperial court, I will report you in the Golden Palace. As an official of the Zongjing Temple, you are bending the law for personal gain and shielding your accomplices. Your crime is not light." Prince Shou said angrily, "Are you threatening me?" Zhang Chun said indifferently, "This is persuasion." Prince Shou suddenly sighed and said, "You are threatening me with impeachment. If I arrest Gao Hong, they can't blame me. Show me the official document and my seal." Not long after, Zhang Chun brought people out of the Zongjing Temple and came to the southern courtyard, in front of the Gao residence. The morning court had already ended, and Gao Hong had already received news that Zhang Chun was not targeting him. Last night, more than 20 officials in the imperial court were arrested by the Zongjing Temple. Without exception, these 20 people were all officials of the old party. Gao Hong found it hard to believe that the Zongjing Temple had something on all of them. Even the Empress's internal guards did not have this ability. There was no doubt that there was a traitor among them. As for who the traitor was, it couldn't be any more obvious. Gao Hong gritted his teeth and said, "Zhou Zhong, you should be hacked into pieces." As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong had gained their trust over the years. The Ministry of Justice had also become a shelter for the old party officials. No matter what crimes they committed, they could be cleared of any crimes through the Ministry of Justice. Zhou Zhong had helped the old party officials time and time again, and his status in the old party had also risen. At the same time, Zhou Zhong also had many things on them. Facts had proven that the more they valued someone, the deeper they were hurt. In just a month, Zhou Zhong had betrayed them twice. Previously, when he turned himself in and overturned Li Yi's case, he had already caused the old party to lose an arm. This time, although the officials he targeted were not high-ranking, the scope was huge. The old party would probably suffer another blow. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. After this, the higher-ups would probably not tolerate Li Mu anymore. Even if it went against the emperor's will, they would resolutely get rid of him. Before that, he just needed to wait for news. Gao Hong did not receive any news, but Zhang Chun did. Looking at the official seal of the Imperial Clan Temple, Gao Hong said in disbelief, "You stole His Highness's seal." "Bullshit." Zhang Chun glared at him and said, "Do I need to steal it? I just need to tell him that you, Gao Hong, are guilty." If he didn't seal it, he would be bending the law for favoritism and covering up for his accomplice. "I will have the Imperial Court impeach him, and he will confess everything." Gao Hong's lungs were about to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, "Coward." Zhang Chun waved his hand and said, "If you want to scold him, go to the Imperial Clan Temple and scold him in front of him." "Lord Gao, do you want to leave by yourself, or do we have to escort you?" Gao Hong snorted and said, "I'll leave by myself." He looked coldly at Zhang Chun and said, "Just you wait. Li Mu won't be able to jump around for long. When the time comes, the first one to die will be you." Zhang Chun glanced at him and said, "You might not be able to wait until that day." After having two people send Gao Hong to the Imperial Clan Temple, Zhang Chun waved his hand and said to the others, "Go to the next house." A moment later, at the Commandery Prince Mansion of Nanyang. The people of the Imperial Clan Temple knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. A low-ranking official helplessly retreated and said, "Lord, there's no one." Zhang Chun said indifferently, "Put on the explosive talisman." The two low-ranking officials stuck a few pieces of fulu on the door of the commandery prince mansion of Nanyang. Zhang Chun used his magic power to control the fulu from a distance, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from the pieces of paper. However, as soon as the wave of spiritual energy was produced, a wave of water appeared on the door of the commandery prince mansion of Nanyang. Wherever the wave of water passed, the waves of spiritual energy produced by the fulu were easily wiped out. A low-ranking official said, "The protective formation." He walked to Zhang Chun and said, "Lord, the protective formation here is too strong. We can't break it." Zhang Chun asked, "How did the imperial clan temples solve this kind of problem in the past?" The low-ranking official said, "We would send an official document to the Ministry of Personnel and ask them to send a high priest from the high priest department." Zhang Chun thought for a while and said, "Let's go back to the imperial clan temple first. I'll write an official document for you to send to the Ministry of Personnel." The low-ranking official looked at him and reminded, "Lord, you're the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel." Zhang Chun slapped his head and said, "How could I forget about this? Come, follow me to the Ministry of Personnel." Soon, there was no movement outside the commandery prince mansion of Nanyang. Outside the door, the commandery prince of Nanyang waved his sleeves and snorted, "You're courting death." Without this incident, perhaps the higher-ups would continue to tolerate Li Mu. After this incident, getting rid of Li Mu was a top priority. At the same time, in a deep house in the southern court, there was a sound of gnashing teeth. Li Mu can't be kept alive anymore. This person's threat is even greater than Li Yi's back then. We must get rid of Li Mu, but His Majesty. With His Majesty's protection, it's impossible to get rid of him through the imperial court. If we want to get rid of Li Mu, we must restrain His Majesty and use special means. I'll go to the 100 Rivers Academy and meet the Dean. I'll go to the Myriad Scrolls Academy. Chapter 381. The four major academies had always held a special position in the Great Zhou. Although they did not directly participate in the politics of the imperial court, the academy presidents could restrict the emperor in the name of righteousness. Back when the former emperor was still on the throne, it was because of his arbitrary actions that the Great Zhou was plagued with internal and external troubles. The atmosphere was foul, and the faith of the people fell to the lowest point in the past century. At that time, the four major academies worked together. First Seventh Realm powerhouses suppressed the imperial court in an unparalleled manner and completely took away the former emperor's authority. Now, the Empress's special favor for Li Mu had repeatedly caused unrest in the imperial court. The four major academies had enough reasons to restrict the Empress and stabilize the imperial court. If Li Mu had obediently been her favored official, it would have been fine. The old party would not take the risk of offending the Empress and attack him just because she doted on him. However, his existence had already greatly damaged their vitality and strength. If this continued, even if the old party did not perish at the hands of the Zhou clan, they would perish at the hands of Li Mu. Li Mu must be eliminated. For this, they did not hesitate to force the emperor to abdicate. 100 Rivers Academy. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes looked at Vice Academy President Chen and said, "I want to see the Academy President." Vice Academy President Chen asked, "The Academy President is currently in seclusion." "What is the matter, Your Highness King Ping?" King Ping said solemnly, "This is a matter of great importance. The Academy President must come out of seclusion." Vice Academy President Chen said, "What exactly is the matter? Can you tell me first?" King Ping said in a deep voice, "The favored official Li Mu has bewitched the emperor and caused chaos in the imperial court. His Majesty has been bewitched by him and indulged him in every possible way, allowing him to wreak havoc in the imperial court. If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. I would like to ask the Academy presidents to persuade His Majesty to punish the demonic official Li Mu and return peace to the imperial court." Vice Academy President Chen glanced at him and shook his head. However, what the Academy sees is not so. Li Mu is called Xingtian by the people of Fairy's capital and is extremely loved by the people. Outside, he single-handedly dealt a heavy blow to the 10 demonic sections. Internally, He overturned the case of the favored official who was wrongly killed more than 10 years ago and punished the lawless officials in the imperial court. Because of what he has done, the people's faith in the great Zhou has reached its peak in 50 years, far surpassing the time of the emperor. It is inevitable that His Majesty's favor. Although he is a favored official, Your Highness. King Ping opened his mouth and said, there is one thing that I hope Your Highness can understand. Vice Academy President Shen looked at King Ping and said slowly, the Academy is the Academy of the Great Zhou, not the Academy of the Shao clan. If the Emperor is muddle-headed, the Academy should work together to support him. This is our duty. If the Emperor is wise, the Academy should do its best to assist him. This is also our duty. Whether His Majesty is wise or muddle-headed, it is not up to you to decide. It is up to the people to decide, King Ping said, but the Imperial Court, Vice Academy President Shen said, without destruction, there can be no construction. A piece of good wood will not go bad just because a few worms have crawled on it. However, if they are allowed to gnaw on it, the good wood will eventually turn rotten one day. This is all I have to say. Take care of yourselves. With that, he put his hands behind his back and slowly left. King Ping stood where he was and his expression changed for a while. Finally, he revealed a helpless expression. After a while, he left the 100 Rivers Academy and returned to King Ping's residence. Several people who were waiting in the residence immediately came up to him and spoke. How was it? What did the dean say? Brother Wang, say something. King Ping looked at everyone and sighed. Let's drop this matter. Don't mention it again. Why? Could it be that the Academy doesn't agree? While everyone was asking, another figure walked in from outside. The Duke of Jianghu had just walked into the courtyard when he shook his head and said, I didn't see the dean. I don't think we can count on the Thousand Scrolls Academy. Among the 4 great academies, the White Deer Academy belonged to the Ministry of War and could never be counted on. As for the other 3 great academies, the 100 Rivers Academy and the Thousand Scrolls Academy supported the Shao clan. The Azure Cloud Academy stood on the side of the Zhou clan. If even the 100 Rivers Academy and the Thousand Scrolls Academy could not be won over, then there was no need to mention the Azure Cloud Academy. At least 3 deans were needed to persuade the Empress. Even if they managed to win over the Azure Cloud Academy, it would be useless. One of them looked at the Duke of Jianghu and asked, what did the Thousand Scrolls Academy say? The Duke of Jianghu shook his head and said, they said that the Academy is not a tool for us to fight for power. They only want to ensure the continuation of the Shao clan's royal family. If the Empress wants to pass the throne to a disciple of the Zhou clan, they will do their best to stop it. Apart from that, the Academy will not participate in any court battles. After saying that, he looked at King Ping and asked, what did the 100 Rivers Academy say? King Ping said, they told us to take care of ourselves. No one spoke again. The courtyard fell into a long silence. The meaning of take care of ourselves was that the 100 Rivers Academy would not help them this time. All along, they had thought that the Zhou clan only had one advantage over the Shao clan, and that was that the Empress's surname was Zhou. Regardless of whether it was the control of the imperial court, the local area, or the number of academies behind them, they were stronger than the Zhou clan's new faction. In fact, if it was not for the former emperor's incompetence that caused the wrath of the people and made the Azure Cloud Academy's dean extremely disappointed in the Shao clan, there might be 3 or even 4 academies behind the Shao clan. It was only now that they realized that although the 2 academies behind them were inclined to let the Shao clan return to the orthodox lineage in the future, that was a matter for the future. At present, they still acknowledged the Empress. In fact, it was not just the academies. Even everyone present was convinced by the current Empress. She had shown great talent in cultivation since she was young. Otherwise, she would not have been valued by the former emperor and become the crown princess and empress. The fact that she could be acknowledged by the emperor's qi and successfully advance to the 7th realm proved this point. At that time, no one in the Shao clan could withstand the emperor's qi and forcefully break through. The royal clan would not have an additional 7th realm powerhouse, but a useless person whose foundation was destroyed. One had to know that she was only 25 years old back then. Since ancient times, no one in the Shao clan had been able to inherit the emperor's qi and advance to the 7th realm at the age of 25. Obviously, the academies would not stand against the Empress for this matter. The Duke of Jianghu asked, "What do we do now?" After a long silence, King Ping shook his head and said tiredly, "Let's leave it at that." Although he did not say much, everyone could hear the intention to retreat from his words. The Shao royal clan did not retreat when facing the new faction that was at the peak of their power. Now that they were facing a lone official, they had the intention to retreat. After failing to defeat Li Mu after using countless methods openly and secretly, they chose to avoid him. The Li residence. Li Mu had just learned from Zhang Chun that the Duke of Nanyang's residence was covered by a powerful formation and the officials of the ancestral temple could not enter. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, he mobilized the consecrated department to help, but was rejected by the consecrated department. The consecrated department was a special department in the imperial court. It was not an official office. The consecrators in it were powerhouses recruited from all over the country at great cost by the imperial court. Their relationship with the imperial court was a cooperative relationship, not a subordinate one. The consecrated department existed in the previous dynasty and had always been under the control of the old faction. Ever since someone tried to assassinate Zhou Zhong in the consecrated department, Li Mu decided to find an opportunity to reorganize the department. However, he had been busy with other things these days and delayed this matter. Now, he was almost done with the matters at hand and could start to clean up the consecrated department. Before that, he had to help Zhang Chun solve the current problem. There were not many powerhouses in the ancestral temple. They could not be compared to the consecrated department and could not break the formation of the Duke of Nanyang's residence. Li Mu walked out of the residence and said, "Let's go. I'll go with you to take a look." The Duke of Nanyang's residence. The Duke of Nanyang observed the situation outside the door through a mirror. Several officials of the ancestral temple stood there, but Zhang Chun had disappeared. This time, Li Mu suddenly went crazy and let Zhang Chun capture so many officials of the old faction. This really surprised the Duke of Nanyang. After the surprise, he was delighted. The reason why the higher-ups tolerated Li Mu was that although Li Mu had damaged the interests of the old faction, it was not to the extent that they would completely fall out with the Empress and get rid of Li Mu at all costs. Now it was time. Because Li Mu's actions had shaken the foundation of the old faction in the imperial court. The entire old faction did not hesitate to ask the academy for help and restrain the Empress in order to get rid of Li Mu, a thorn in their flesh. In the end, Li Mu was killed by his arrogance. What the Duke of Nanyang had to do was wait. He was waiting for the higher-ups to make a move. When Li Mu died, Zhang Chun and the others would be like chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. While the Duke of Nanyang was waiting, he saw the figures of Zhang Chun and Li Mu appear in the mirror. When he saw Li Mu, a trace of impatience appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why haven't you made a move yet?" Then, he saw Li Mu and Zhang Chun outside, trying all kinds of methods to break the array of the Duke of Nanyang's residence. The Duke of Nanyang sneered. This array was set up by the array masters of the Spirit Array sect. Even a 6th realm expert would have to spend some effort to break it. Li Mu and Zhang Chun were overestimating themselves. Outside the Duke of Nanyang's residence, Li Mu also discovered the extraordinariness of this array. This array could absorb attacks from the outside world and even turn the attacks or the spirit qi in the Fulu into one's own. It was not an ordinary defensive array. It might have been set up by an array master. Although Li Mu had the memories of the 1,000 illusions venerable master, he knew that most of those arrays were evil arrays. He did not have a deep understanding of the orthodox arrays. This almost eliminated the possibility of him using ingenuity to break this array. Since he could not use ingenuity, he could only use brute force. Li Mu whistled, and the Dao bell flew out of his ear. In the blink of an eye, it grew to the height of a human. Li Mu pointed at the array outside the Duke of Nanyang's residence and said, "Crash into it." Buzz, the Dao bell responded with a buzz. Then, it flew high into the air and swooped down, crashing heavily into the defensive array. A burst of light flowed on the array. It resisted stubbornly for a few breaths before the light on it quickly dimmed. Zhang Chun strode forward and slammed the door a few times. He shouted, "Xiao Yun, Duke of Nanyang, the Imperial Clan Temple is handling a case. Hurry up and open the door. Don't hide inside. I know you're at home. Hurry up and open the door." Chapter 382. Zhang Chun pounded on the door like he was announcing a funeral, but no one responded. He channeled his mana into his palms and slammed them down. The two doors collapsed inwards, and Xiao Yun, the Duke of Nanyang, appeared in front of him with a gloomy face. Zhang Chun stared at the Duke of Nanyang unhappily and asked, "The Imperial Ancestral Temple has summoned you to close your residence. Are you resisting arrest?" The Duke of Nanyang, the former Minister of Personnel, had fallen to the point where his residence was broken down and humiliated. The Duke of Nanyang could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to kill Li Mu and Zhang Chun. Thinking that the two of them would not last long, he forcefully used his mana to suppress his anger. He looked at Zhang Chun and said coldly, "Why would the Imperial Ancestral Temple come to my residence for no reason? I thought it was a bold bandit who attacked my residence." Zhang Chun said indifferently, "Whether it is for no reason or not, you will know once you follow me to the Imperial Ancestral Temple." The Duke of Nanyang said, "Do you have the official document from the Imperial Ancestral Temple?" Zhang Chun took out the official document with the seal of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and waved it in front of him. He asked, "Is this enough?" The Duke of Nanyang said calmly, "If that is the case, let's go." Even as a duke, he could not openly resist the Imperial Ancestral Temple, because it was equivalent to resisting the Imperial Court. However, this did not mean that he would submit to Zhang Chun and Li Mu. King Ping and the others had already gone to the academy to discuss with the dean. Eliminating Li Mu was already the top priority of the Shao clan. Perhaps at this moment, Baichuan and the two deans of the Myriad Scroll Academy had already taken action to restrain the Empress. The experts that King Ping and the others had arranged to clean up the Empress and kill Li Mu were already on their way here, Baichuan Academy. In the northeast corner of the academy, there was a bamboo forest that was green all year round. The students of Baichuan Academy would not easily approach this place. Everyone knew that this was the place where the dean cultivated. The dean of the academy was one of the few experts in the Great Zhou. He was deeply respected and loved by the students, and no one would disturb his cultivation place. In the depths of the bamboo forest, in front of a bamboo house, a hearty laughter could be heard. Beside the stone table in front of the bamboo hut, the man in white put down a word and said with a smile, "Zhao Qingsong, I haven't seen you in 2 years. Your chess skills are getting worse." The middle-aged man opposite him waved his hand, and the black and white chess pieces on the chessboard quickly flew up and returned to their respective baskets. He looked at the man in white and said, "What is there to show off? I was just careless and distracted. Otherwise, you would have lost 15 minutes ago." The man in white asked, "What can distract you?" The middle-aged man said, "I don't know if this change in the imperial court is good or bad." The man in white thought for a moment and said, "You mean that young man named Li Mu?" The middle-aged man said, "Who else could it be?" The man in white nodded and said, "Indeed. At such a young age, he has such a natural disposition. He has gathered the faith of the people in Shindu, can communicate with the heavens and earth, and can achieve the Tao with his words. He is also extremely talented in the Fulu Tao, and made the Fulu school bet its future on him. He can be said to be a hero of his generation. What kind of people are the Shao clan that you support? Why do they have to go against him instead of keeping the Zhou clan in check?" The middle-aged man looked at him and said, "The Zhou clan that you support is not much better than the Shao clan." The man in white crossed his arms and said calmly, "I just can't stand Xiao Jing's actions. If Emperor Qing knew that the crown prince he chose was even more muddle-headed than him, and almost caused the great Zhou to be doomed eternally, he might as well smear that essence on the wall." The middle-aged man coughed softly and said, "Xianxia, you are the head of a school after all. You should at least show some respect to the late emperor and Emperor Qing." The man in white waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about those disappointing things. Li Mu is favored not only because he is handsome. His method of stabilizing the hearts of the people is really useful. In less than a year, the faith of the people in the various counties has surpassed the peak of the reign of Emperor Cheng and the late emperor. If this can continue, in the next 10 years, the glory of the reign of Emperor Wen may be reproduced. The middle-aged man seemed to think of something and murmured, could it be that he is also one of the descendants of the extinct 100 schools? There seem to be many among the 100 schools who cultivate with the faith of the people. He has always been trying to reform the law. Could it be the school of legalism? Establishing a heart for heaven and earth, establishing a life for the people, inheriting the lost knowledge of the past saints, establishing peace for all ages. The man in white whispered a few words and said, "It sounds more like the Confucian school. He has the ambition of ruling the world and is full of righteousness. It is very likely that he is a descendant of the Confucian school." The middle-aged man put down a chess piece and rubbed his chin. He said, "The Confucian school has always been active in the court and respected etiquette. However, his actions are bold and radical, seeking change. It is not like the Confucian school, but more like the school of legalism." The man in white put down another chess piece and said, "Whether it is the Confucian school or the school of legalism, those who can rule the country are righteous. Let him be, the Zongjing Temple." The prison of the Zongjing Temple, which had always been cold and cheerless, was especially lively today. More than 20 court officials were locked together, all frowning. Most of them had been brought from their homes by the people of the Zongjing Temple last night. Some of the officials had their doors blown up by Zhang Chun while they were eating dinner. Some of them had been pulled out of their beds while they were being intimate with their concubines. At first, everyone was panic-stricken, but after arriving at the Zongjing Temple and seeing so many familiar colleagues, they slowly calmed down. When they saw the former Assistant Minister of Personnel Gao Hong and the Duke of Nanyang being arrested, they were even more reassured. Of the two of them, one was a relative of the imperial family and the other was a member of the imperial clan. The higher-ups would definitely not let them stay in the Zongjing Temple. When the time came, they would be able to save them along the way. After calming down, they began to curse the main culprit. "This damned Zhou Zhong. I've really misjudged him all these years. He doesn't have many days left and he still wants to drag us down with him." Gao Hong did not curse like the others. He knew very well that Zhou Zhong had been sitting in the position of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice all these years and had a lot of information on them. He no longer had the golden ticket of exemption from death and was no longer the Assistant Minister of Personnel. Once those crimes were confirmed, it was enough for him to die several times. In the cell next door, the Duke of Nanyang was meditating with his eyes closed. At a certain moment, he opened his eyes and glanced at Gao Hong. He said indifferently, "Why are you panicking?" Gao Hong strode over and asked, "Duke, are you sure that the higher-ups will make a move on Li Mu?" The Duke of Nanyang said, "Li Mu has already forced them into this situation. Do you think they will continue to tolerate it?" Gao Hong said uneasily, "But it's been so long. Why hasn't there been any movement at all?" The Duke of Nanyang said indifferently, "What's the hurry? Perhaps they are already on their way." Gao Hong was still worried. He walked out of the cell and said to a jailer, "Go and invite His Highness Prince Shou here." Hearing this, the jailer quickly walked out of the prison. Although the prisoners in the cell were all criminals, they still had a higher status than the jailers. As a lowly jailer, he did not dare to disobey these people. After a while, Prince Shou walked in from the outside. He looked at the two of them and said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you caught again?" Gao Hong said, "Isn't it because Zhang Chun took the official document with your highness's seal?" Prince Shou frowned and said, "Why? Are you blaming me? Zhang Chun threatened me. If I didn't do it, I would be bending the law. He even said that he would impeach me in the Golden Palace. What can I do? All of you didn't clean up after what you did and now blame me. Are you still human?" Gao Hong quickly said, "That's not what I meant." Prince Shou said angrily, "Then what do you mean?" The Duke of Nanyang finally opened his mouth and said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. We want to ask your highness Prince Shou to go out of the palace and ask about the situation. Why haven't they made a move on Li Mu?" Prince Shou glanced at them and said, "Wait here. I'll go and ask." Half an hour later, in the southern court, Prince Ping's residence. Prince Shou sipped his tea and looked at Prince Ping. He asked, "What about the Duke of Nanyang, Gao Hong and the rest? Should I let them go?" Prince Ping stretched out his hand and said, "No." Prince Shou was stunned and asked, "Then what should I do?" Prince Ping took a deep breath and said, "According to the law, those who should be demoted will be demoted and those who should be killed will be killed." Prince Shou spat out his tea and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He asked, "Then what about the Duke of Nanyang?" Prince Ping shook his head and said, "Without the death exemption token, he can't be saved." Prince Shou was stunned and said, "Aren't you going to join forces with the academy to make a move on Limu?" Prince Ping said, "Limu is not our enemy. The Zhou family is. There's no need to take the risk." Prince Shou said, "But that's not right. If Limu makes a move, Xiao Yun will die." Prince Ping leaned on the chair and slowly let out a sigh of relief. He said, "He asked for it. 36 dukes. Even if one is gone, there are still 35, smack." Prince Shou stood up abruptly and pointed at Prince Ping. He said angrily, "How can you do this? Do you have any humanity left? Those are our beloved friends." Prince Ping also stood up and said coldly, "What do you know? We're looking at the big picture." Prince Shou stared at him for a long time and finally sat back down. He leaned weakly on the chair and said, "The blood flowing in his body is the same as ours." Prince Ping said, "It's because the blood flowing in his body is the blood of the Xiao family. When necessary, he should sacrifice himself for the Xiao family, ancestral temple." After 2 hours, Prince Shou reappeared in the heavenly prison. Gao Hong and the Duke of Nanyang were already anxious from waiting. The Duke of Nanyang was still able to maintain his calm while Gao Hong grabbed the bars of the cell and looked in a certain direction. When he finally saw the chubby figure of Prince Shou, he asked anxiously without waiting for Prince Shou to come closer, "Your Highness, how is it?" Prince Shou patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it's fine." Gao Hong let out a long sigh of relief. Then, excitement appeared on his face as he asked, "When will Limu die?" Prince Shou let out a sigh of relief and said, "When I save you." Gao Hong finally relaxed and sat down slowly. He leaned against the wall and said, "I can't wait any longer." Prince Shou was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he looked at the two of them and said, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll get someone to send it in." Chapter 383. The officials who were locked up in the Zongjing Temple lived a life of luxury at home. Naturally, they weren't used to the food of the Zongjing Temple. As the head of the Zongjing Temple, Prince Shou took this into consideration and sent them food from the restaurant outside the palace. In the prison, the officials were eating heartily. "This pork shoulder is from the Wafting Fragrance restaurant. It's definitely from the Wafting Fragrance restaurant. The smell of the wine can't be wrong. The food of the Zongjing Temple is really hard to swallow. The Wafting Fragrance restaurant is the best. Thank you, Your Highness." Prince Shou. Other than having their freedom restricted, the 20 officials didn't suffer much in the Zongjing Temple. Prince Shou arranged a single cell for each of them and changed the bed sheets. In order to protect their privacy, he even had people separate the cells with curtains. 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 2 hours in advance, the prison guards would send the menus from the various restaurants in the divine capital. Each of them could order 4 dishes, 1 soup, and a pot of wine. If they were hungry in the middle of the night, they could even order supper. For this, Prince Shou specially invited the chefs of the Wafting Fragrance restaurant to the Zongjing Temple to be on standby. Even if these officials had more needs in the middle of the night, the chefs would have to crawl out of bed to satisfy them. In terms of food, the food these officials usually ate at home wasn't as good as the food in the Zongjing Temple. Not only that, Prince Shou even considered their physical needs and used his sedan to secretly bring the girls from the brothels outside the palace into the Zongjing Temple to comfort these officials at night. This made the officials in the prison change their impression of Prince Shou. Other than his stupidity and cowardice, Prince Shou still had his shining points. Despite the risk of being impeached by the censor, he still took care of these criminal officials meticulously. This wasn't something that anyone could do. It was really good to have one of their own in the Zongjing Temple. In the courtyard of the Zongjing Temple, Zhang Chun watched as the prison guard sent the food made by the wafting fragrance restaurant's chefs into the prison. He looked at Prince Shou and said slowly, "Your Highness, isn't this a little too much?" "Too much?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "How is this going overboard? When you took special care of Li Yi's daughter, did I say anything overboard? Why are you like this?" Zhang Chun was stunned. "I just covered her cell with a curtain and changed her bed." King Shou said, "I also covered up their cells and changed their beds." Zhang Chun looked at the busy figures in the kitchen of the Zongjing Temple and said, "But you brought the chef of the restaurant into the palace. Isn't that too much?" King Shou said, "Is this too much? This is not too much at all. Let me tell you what is too much. Li Mu used His Majesty's imperial kitchen to cook for other women. This is what is too much." Zhang Chun was stunned and said, "But you can't let them drink. The imperial ancestral temple strictly forbids prisoners from drinking." After that, he waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about the wine you gave to those guilty officials. You even found women for them. What do you think the Zongjing Temple is? A restaurant or a brothel?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "Ordinary prisoners have to eat a full meal before they are executed. Are you in charge of the Zongjing Temple or am I?" Zhang Chun said angrily, "You." Then, he seemed to realize something and looked at King Shou in shock. King Shou sighed and shook his head. Zhang Chun silently shut his mouth. After thinking for a while, he said, "Even if you want to find women from the brothel, Your Highness' taste is too unique. You don't let them enjoy, but let them suffer. I know of a brothel in Luoyang. The women there are very beautiful." King Shou said indignantly, "What's wrong with my taste? They are fat and chubby. Aren't they good?" In the prison, two officials had just finished their sweet and sour fish. As they picked their teeth with the fish bones, they complained, "Everything about His Highness King Shou is good, but I really can't agree with him when it comes to women. I can't even bear to touch the women he finds." King Shou walked in and said, "If you're not satisfied, I'll give you a beautiful one tonight." The official smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." King Shou walked to the innermost cell and asked Commandery Prince Nanyang, "Are you used to it?" Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Not really, but thank you for taking care of me." At first, Commandery Prince Nanyang looked down on King Shou. Although King Shou was one of the 7 one-word princes and his status was much higher than his, everyone in Luoyang knew about King Shou's cowardice and incompetence. Now, although his evaluation of King Shou's cowardice and incompetence did not change, he did not hate him as much. King Shou squatted at the door of the cell and said, "Nanyang County is such a good place. Why did you come to Luoyang in the first place?" Commandery Prince Nanyang smiled and said, "Nanyang is good in every way except for one thing. It's not Luoyang." King Shou murmured, "Luoyang, what's so good about Luoyang?" Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Power, wealth, women, cultivation resources. Luoyang has everything you want. It's thousands of times better than Nanyang County." King Shou sighed and said, "Although Luoyang is good, it's also dirty." Commandery Prince Nanyang did not hear what King Shou said clearly and asked, "Brother, when will you let us out?" King Shou said, "You know what you've done. If I let you go just like that, I won't be able to answer to the people and the imperial court. Instead, the new party will have something to use against you. Therefore, we still have to put on a show." Commandery Prince Nanyang asked, "How do we put on a show?" King Shou said slowly, "You'll still be sentenced to death. Then, you'll be sent outside to be executed. Of course, this is all an act. The executioner's knife won't really cut you down. The dean will use his great power to create an illusion to make the people think that you're really dead. After that, you'll have to appear in Luoyang with a new identity." Commandery Prince Nanyang frowned and said, "So troublesome?" King Shou said helplessly, "Do you think what you've done is a small matter? According to the crimes that Zhou Zhong has confessed, each and every one of you will be beheaded. This is the only way to save your lives. From today onwards, Commandery Prince Nanyang is dead. You'll have a new identity. At that time, we'll find a way to let you enter the imperial court again. After that, you'll get back everything you've lost." Commander Prince Nanyang had a thoughtful expression as he carefully considered King Shou's words. Indeed, since Li Yi's case was overturned, Commander Prince Xiao Yun was no different from a dead man in the Great Zhou. His official position was revoked and he would never be employed by the imperial court again. Instead of using the useless identity of Commander Prince Nanyang, he might as well change his appearance and start a new life. If King Shou really let him go so easily, Commander Prince Nanyang would be suspicious. Li Mu and the Zhou clan were watching. If he let them go, King Shou wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. However, his plan was so meticulous that it wasn't possible for him to be deceived. It was most likely a decision made by the higher-ups. At this moment, King Shou continued, "I need all of you to act out this scene. Don't mess it up. Otherwise, all your previous efforts will be wasted and no one will be able to save you." Commander Prince Nanyang no longer had any doubts. He nodded and said, "I understand." King Shou patted him on the shoulder and said, "Remember, even if a knife is placed on your neck, you must remain calm. This is because the executioners this time are all our people. Oh right, remember to tell the others. Otherwise, if they mess it up, everyone will be implicated and Li Mu won't be able to get rid of them." Commander Prince Nanyang said, "Don't worry. If anyone dares to mess it up, I'll take their life." In the court of the Zongjing Temple, Zhang Chun looked at the few guilty officials kneeling before him. He picked up a document and read it aloud. Minister Councillor Ai Tong of the Ministry of Revenue. During his reign, he coveted a huge amount of tax from the national treasury. According to the law of the Great Zhou, he is sentenced to death by beheading. Minister Wu Xing of Guanglu Temple. According to the law of the Great Zhou, he is sentenced to death by beheading. Wei Chong, Wang Ning, and Zhuo Xian. As officials of the Great Zhou, they participated in the trafficking of women and children and acted as a shield for evil forces. They are sentenced to death by beheading. Minister Chen Guang. They are sentenced to death by beheading. When Zhang Chun announced the sentence, there was no fear on the faces of the officials in the court. Some of them even looked at each other and laughed. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death. It was just that King Shou had already made it clear to them that this was just an act. When the time came, not only would they not die, but they would also usher in a more glorious life with a new identity. The death penalty documents of these officials had already been reviewed multiple times. After Zhang Chun announced the sentence in the court, more than 20 people were escorted to the execution ground. King Shou stood outside the Zongjing Temple and nodded at all the guilty officials who walked out of the temple. After receiving that hint from King Shou, everyone felt more at ease. They rushed to the execution ground without any fear, looking quite resolute. On the execution ground, screens surrounded the execution ground. The people below the execution ground couldn't see the specific situation on the execution ground. This time, those who were to be executed were all officials of the imperial court. There were even relatives of the emperor. The scene of their execution couldn't be seen by the people. Li Mu held Li Qing's hand and stood in the crowd. The main culprits and accomplices who framed her father back then were almost all here. Li Mu promised her that all the culprits of the case back then would receive the punishment they deserved. Behind the screens, more than 20 people knelt there. There was still no fear on their faces. Some of them even looked back at the executioner with a smile. Even though the executioner was used to big scenes, he still felt goosebumps from the strange gazes of these people who were about to die. Zhang Chun sat at the executioner's seat. He looked up at the sky, grabbed a bunch of sticks, and threw them out. He said, "The time is up. Start the execution." The executioner's knife was raised high and quickly brought down. Looking at the heads rolling next to him, one of the officials sighed in his heart. A 7th realm cultivator was indeed a 7th realm cultivator. This kind of realistic illusion almost fooled him, let alone the people. There were also a few people whose expressions changed when they noticed the blood of the people next to them splattering on them. However, the executioner behind them didn't give them time to think. With a slash of the knife, the heads were separated from the bodies and their souls scattered. Before and after the execution ground was completely silent. In the past, before the execution, the prisoners would cry and howl. This was probably the quietest execution that the people of the fairies' capital had ever seen. King Shou stood outside the execution ground and sighed deeply. He muttered, "In your next life, be a good person." Chapter 384. The execution was very strange. Even the people outside the execution ground could tell that something was wrong. They had seen executions in the past. It was normal for the prisoners to cry and scream before they died. There were also many who yelled and cursed. However, this time, there were no cries and no cursing. The execution platform surrounded by screens was silent. More than 20 people were calmly going to their deaths. It was so quiet that it was eerie. Soon, the cheers of the people drowned out the silence. Good execution. They are all criminals who wronged Lord Li back then. These people deserve to die. Lord Li can rest in peace now. At the front of the crowd, Li Qing held Li Mu's hand tightly and said, "Let's go." The two of them turned around. The people took the initiative to open a path for them. They walked slowly. The people behind them watched them leave. They clasped their fists and said, "I wish Lord Li and Miss Li a long and happy life together, grow old together, may you have a child." More than 20 guilty officials were beheaded, and the people all clapped their hands in joy. These people were not only accomplices in framing Lord Li, but they themselves were also guilty of many crimes. Their death was a good thing for the country and the people. After the execution, some of the commoners even spat on the execution platform as they left, their faces filled with joy. King Shou sighed and said to a servant beside him, "Don't remove the screens yet. Inform their families to come and collect the bodies." The servant nodded and said, "Yes." King Shou put his hands behind his back and shook his head as he walked away. He said softly, "It's good that they're dead. There's no more trouble after they die." Zhang Chun walked behind him and said, "These people have committed countless crimes. It's too easy for them to die like this." Although these criminals were dead, they still thought that it was a trap. After today, they would reappear in the divine capital with a new identity. Although they died in the end, at least they didn't feel fear or pain before they died. King Shou said casually, "In life, there are some things that shouldn't be taken too seriously. It's fine if it's not too bad." The news that more than 20 officials from the old party, including Commandery Prince Nanyang and the elder brother of the concubine dowager, had been beheaded at the street corner quickly swept through Luoyang and shocked countless people. Are they really dead? No one saved them? The Shao clan hasn't done anything. Are they just going to be abandoned like that? What are they afraid of, and what are they afraid of? You still don't understand. They're obviously afraid of Li Mu. At the Zhou family's banquet, Zhou Chuan's face was pale. Qin Jian was dead, Gao Hong was dead, and the Duke of Nanyang, Xiao Yun was dead. Of the 7 main culprits back then, only he, the Duke of Zhongyong, and the Duke of Peace and Peace were left. Li Mu didn't even spare the accomplices, so how could he spare the main culprits? In particular, the death of the Duke of Nanyang had made him even more terrified. Even the Shao royal family could not escape Li Mu's punishment, let alone him. Zhou Chen lowered his head to eat, but his forehead was full of cold sweat. He knew what his father was worried about. The Duke of Nanyang and those people were dead. Perhaps his father would be his next target. More than half a year ago, Li Mu was still a small official in a remote county. Unexpectedly, in just half a year, he had grown into an existence that even the old party did not dare to provoke. The Shao royal family was not as fearful of the Zhou family as they were of Li Mu. Just before he came to Luoyang, Zhou Chen had tried to send an assassin to finish him off, but it had ended in failure. If Li Mu knew that he was the one who sent that assassin, wouldn't he be reduced to the same fate as those people this morning? In the Zhou family, while Zhou Chuan and his son were in shock, Li Mu was also hesitating in the Li residence. Until today, most of the people involved in the case back then had received the punishment they deserved. No accomplices had escaped, and there were still 4 main culprits in Luoyang. These 4 people were the Marquis of Zhongyong, the Earl of Ping'an, the Marquis of Yongding, and Zhou Chuan of the Zhou family. The first 3 bigwigs of Luoyang were involved in Zhou Zhong's scheme. They had no enmity with Li Yi. Zhou Zhong knew that he could not change the overall situation, so he deliberately lured them into the trap in order to get the 3 death exemption tokens in their hands. Before Zhou Zhong lured them in, Li Yi's fate was already sealed. These 3 people were just Zhou Zhong's pawns. Although they had bad records, there was no need to kill them. As for Zhou Chuan, although Li Mu wanted him to pay the price, there were 2 problems in front of him. First, the booklet that Zhou Zhong gave him contained evidence of the crimes of the old party officials. There was nothing about Zhou Chuan, so Li Mu could not overthrow him through the law. Second, Zhou Chuan was the Empress's uncle. Li Mu had already killed one of her younger brothers. He did not know how the Empress would feel if he killed another of her uncles. Even though she had left the Zhou family, the blood that flowed in her body was the same as the blood of the Zhou family. The Empress cared about him so much, so Li Mu could not ignore her feelings at all. He pondered for a long time and walked into the courtyard. He said to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, "I'm going to the palace. You don't have to wait for me to eat today." After informing them, Li Mu left the Li residence and went to the palace. He first went to the imperial kitchen and made a few dishes that the Empress liked. Then, he took the food box and went to Changle Palace. In Changle Palace, Zhou Yi looked at the unusually sumptuous meal on the table. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and said, "What's the matter? Speak." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Nothing." Zhou Yi picked up his chopsticks and said, "I'll only give you one chance." Li Mu said, "Among the people who killed Lord Li Yi, the former Minister of Works, Zhou Chuan, was also an important mastermind." Zhou Yi was silent for a long time. Then, he said lightly, "If you have evidence of his crimes, you can punish him according to the law. I will not protect him just because he is my uncle. If one day, the one who breaks the law is you, I will not protect you." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." He walked out of Changle Palace and sighed in relief. Zhou Chuan was different from the others. No matter what, Li Mu could not go around the Empress and make a move on him. So, he needed to ask the Empress's opinion first. After getting the Empress's approval, there was only one problem left to solve. That was how to collect evidence of Zhou Chuan's crimes. The new party had only been established for 3 years. Moreover, the officials of the 2 parties were very different. The old party consisted mostly of influential officials, while the new party consisted mostly of new officials. In comparison, the influential officials had more misdeeds. Collecting evidence of the old party officials' crimes was easier than collecting evidence of the new party's crimes. Moreover, compared to the old party, the new party had stronger restrictions on the officials. This was also one of the reasons why Zhou Zhong had not been able to collect evidence of Zhou Chuan's crimes for so many years. Li Mu did not think that Zhou Zhong would be able to do something that Zhou Zhong had not been able to do for so many years. He walked out of the palace gates and stood outside for 15 minutes. Then, he walked toward the northern courtyard. This time, he did not go home. Instead, he stopped in front of another tall gate. Li Mu walked up and knocked on the door knocker. Soon, the gate opened a crack. A servant poked his head out and asked, "May I ask who your excellency is and why you have come to Zhou Mansion?" Li Mu looked at Zhou Mansion's gatekeeper and said indifferently, "Please go in and inform them that Censor Li Mu of the Secretariat has come to visit." A moment later, Zhou Chuan frowned and anxiously paced around the hall. He muttered, "Li Mu, what is he doing here? I won't see him. Let him go back." Zhou Xiong stretched out his hand and said, "No, if word gets out, outsiders will think that our Zhou family is afraid of Li Mu. Let him in." Zhou Chuan said, "Second brother, but it's fine. Let's see what he wants first." Zhou Xiong waved his hand and said, "His target might be you. Third brother, you should leave for now." After Zhou Chuan left, Zhou Ting said, "I'll leave as well." His only son had died at the hands of Li Mu. He could not face Li Mu calmly. A moment later, under the guidance of a servant, Li Mu passed through 2 doors, walked through several corridors, and arrived at a hall. Zhou Xiong was the only one in the hall. Li Mu walked into the hall. Zhou Xiong said indifferently, Lord Li, please take a seat. There's no need for that, Li Mu shook his head and said, I'm here today to tell you one thing. Zhou Xiong picked up his teacup and asked, what is it? Li Mu said, Zhou Chuan of the Zhou family was one of the main culprits who framed my father-in-law. Zhou Xiong said in a deep voice, that case is over. Li Mu said, that's what Duke Nanyang and Gao Hong thought too. Duke Nanyang and Gao Hong had just been executed. This was a blatant threat. Zhou Xiong slammed his teacup on the table and said loudly, Li Mu, what are you trying to say? Li Mu said indifferently, let Zhou Chuan ask to be exiled and this matter will end here. Zhou Xiong was stunned for a moment before he became furious. He stood up and gritted his teeth, you're dreaming. Li Mu shook his head and said, if it weren't for His Majesty, I would do it myself. At that time, it won't be as simple as being exiled. Don't force me. Zhou Xiong wanted to throw his teacup at Li Mu's face. He came to the Zhou family and asked the Zhou family to ask to be exiled. Who was the one forcing who? Zhou Xiong said angrily, what right do you have to say that? Li Mu looked at him and said, when I was in the northern county, I was assassinated. Don't think that I don't know that the mastermind behind the assassination was Zhou Chuan's son, Zhou Qin. Crash. Zhou Qin, who was eavesdropping in the back hall, was shocked when he heard Li Mu's words. He couldn't help but take a few steps back and knocked over a chair. He picked up the chair with a pale face and his body trembled slightly. In the front hall, Zhou Xiong said flatly, you're slandering me. Li Mu smiled and said, whether it's slander or not, you'll know when you get to the Imperial Clan Temple. I still have a lot of evidence of your Zhou family's crimes. At that time, it won't just be Zhou Chen's case. Zhou Chuan, Zhou Ting, and the other officials of your new party won't be able to escape. The fate of those officials on the execution ground today will be your fate. Zhou Xiong's face turned red. He pointed at him and said angrily, you. Li Mu looked at Zhou Xiong and said calmly, Qin Jian's grave is already covered in grass. Gao Hong and Prince Nanyang's bodies have just turned cold. I only asked Zhou Chuan to be exiled because of His Majesty. I have no interest in the fight between the old and new parties. However, if I don't punish Zhou Chuan and avenge my father-in-law, I won't be able to answer to my wife. Zhou Chuan's request to be exiled is my limit. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Chapter 385. After saying those words, Li Mu turned and left the Zhou family. After he left, a few figures walked out from the back hall. Zhou Xiong looked coldly at Zhou Chen and asked, is what Li Mu said true? Zhou Chen nodded and said fearfully, but back then, when I hired the assassin, I did not reveal any of my identity. Zhou Xiong sat in his chair and said weakly, how much leverage does he have on the Zhou family? Most of the conflicts in the imperial court could not be seen in the open. These conflicts in the dark were filled with blood and filth, and could not be shown in front of others. With the Shao clan's existence, the Zhou family could not avoid such filthy matters. Once they were exposed and seriously investigated, there was no doubt that the fate of the old party officials would be the fate of some of the new party members. Zhou Chuan said, I'm guessing that Li Mu is lying to us. Even the old party does not have any evidence. How would Li Mu know? Zhou Xiong looked at him and asked, what if? He looked at Zhou Chuan and said, even if he does not have more leverage, just the crime of assassination is enough to send your son to his death. Zhou Chen trembled and hugged Zhou Chuan's thigh. He said fearfully, Father, I don't want to die. I'm your son. You have to save me, Pa. Zhou Chuan slapped him away with a gloomy face and did not say a word. Li Mu's request for Zhou Chen and the other members of the new party to be spared was that Zhou Chuan himself had to request to be banished to the army. The place of banishment was either the demon nation or the ghost realm. Any sinner who went to such a place would have a slim chance of surviving. Some would even die 10 times out of 10. This unfilial son wanted him dead. At that moment, Zhou Chuan regretted giving birth to this son for the first time. At that moment, a figure slowly walked in from outside. Zhou Xiong stood up and said, Big brother. Zhou Jing said, I know. Zhou Xiong thought for a moment and asked, Big brother, can you divine if Li Mu is bluffing? Does he really have leverage on us? Zhou Jing shook his head and said, he has a magic treasure that can shield him from the heavenly secrets. I can't calculate anything related to him. Even if I didn't have that item, I might not be able to calculate these things. Zhou Xiong sat back down and asked worriedly, what should we do now? If Li Mu had come to the Zhou family to spout nonsense without any basis, there was a 90% chance that he was bluffing. However, he had directly pointed out the secret things that Zhou Chen had done, which made Zhou Xiong feel uncertain. If what Li Mu said was true, then they would have to give up on Zhou Chuan and be banished to the army. If they don't do as Li Mu said, Zhou Chen will die. Not only that, there is a certain possibility that the other officials of the new party will also be implicated. If Li Mu really has something on them, within the scope of the law, Li Mu could do whatever he wanted. This was something that everyone in Luoyang was aware of. How arrogant was the Shao royal family? They were even capable of doing things like forcing the emperor to abdicate the throne. However, in the end, they still had to watch the heads of over 20 officials from the old faction fall to the ground. Even the Duke of Nanyang could not be saved. Once Li Mu made public the evidence in his hands, the new party would probably follow in the footsteps of the old party. If Zhou Chuan did not leave, Zhou Chen would definitely die. Perhaps even more people would die. If Zhou Chuan asked to be banished, only 3 of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family would be left. This was a dilemma that only the head of the family, Zhou Jing, had the right to make. In the hall, everyone's gaze was on Zhou Jing. Zhou Chuan could not help but say, even if Li Mu really has something on us, can we trust what he says? What if he goes back on his words? Zhou Jing looked at him and said, no matter what decision you make, the Zhou family will agree. Zhou Chuan's voice gradually became softer as a bitter smile appeared on his face. If his eldest brother was not threatened by Li Mu, he would have clearly told him that the Zhou family would not be threatened and would not agree to Li Mu's request. Other than that, any decision he made would actually lead to another choice. Sacrificing him in exchange for the stability of the Zhou family and the new party. It turned out that he had been abandoned like the commandery prince of Nanyang. Zhou Chuan took a deep breath and said, let's do as Li Mu says. For the Zhou family, for the new party, and for our great cause. Zhou Jing was silent for a moment before he said, the family will prepare some things for you so that you can protect yourself. When the time is right, you can return to Luoyang. Zhou Chuan cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, thank you, eldest brother. The third of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family, the former Minister of Works, Zhou Chuan, felt guilty for framing Li Yi. Although he had been pardoned by the death exemption medallion, he still asked to be sent to prison and left Luoyang. This became another eye-catching event after the execution of the commandery prince of Nanyang and the others. Back when they framed Li Yi, they were all sentenced to death. Later, they were all pardoned by the death exemption medallion. The common people thought that this would be the end. They did not expect that it was only the beginning. After the commandery prince of Nanyang, Xiao Yun, and old concubine Gao's elder brother, Gao Hong, were pardoned by the death exemption medallion, they were sent to the execution ground for other crimes. In the end, they could not escape death. Although Zhou Chuan did not die, the crime of being sent to prison was not much different from delaying the execution of the death penalty. It was just that he would die a little later. At this point, all the main culprits and accomplices in Li Yi's case had paid the price with their lives. The other 3 fish that escaped the net, the Marquis of Zhongyong, the Earl of Ping'an, and the Marquis of Yongding, disappeared from Luoyang overnight after hearing and witnessing these things. Someone saw them leave Luoyang with their family the night before the execution of the commandery prince of Nanyang. Li residence. After Li Mu heard these things, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He pulled Li Qing into his arms and whispered in her ear, it's all over. Li Qing was silent. Not long after, a wet mark appeared on Li Mu's chest. After 14 years, the injustice of the Li residence was finally redressed. Those people who had inflicted suffering on them back then had finally received their overdue judgment 14 years later. Li Qing could only completely let go of certain things that she had been carrying in her heart at this moment. Li Mu hugged her. After a while, when he lowered his head, he realized that Li Qing had fallen asleep in his arms. He carefully carried her back to her room and placed her on the bed. He kissed her forehead gently and left the room. Zhou Chuan had volunteered to be banished. Li Mu had no intention of continuing to fight the Zhou family to the death. Firstly, he did not have anything on the Zhou family. He could trick them once, but he might not be able to trick them a second time. Secondly, 2 of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family had already died at the hands of Li Mu. Zhou Chu had even died at his hands. If he continued to be aggressive, he might be driven into a corner. Most importantly, he had to consider the Empress. After all, that was the family that had raised her. Even if this family had betrayed her and made her watch helplessly as the Zhou family was destroyed at the hands of Li Mu, it was still a form of torture for her. He had used less than a year to go from a nameless minor official to a person that both the new and old parties feared. In less than a year, too many changes had happened in Luoyang. As Li Mu walked on the streets, he no longer saw numb faces. The people's backs were straight, their eyes were bright, and they smiled from the bottom of their hearts. All of this showed that the Luoyang of today was no longer the Luoyang of the past. An old woman with a walking stick was walking on the street. She accidentally fell. A young man and a young woman passed by, quickly helped her up and helped her to the side of the road to rest. The old woman rested for a while, then leaned on her walking stick and slowly walked on the street. When she reached the corner of the street, she saw a beggar in ragged clothes. She thought for a moment, then took out a few copper coins from her sleeve and threw them into the beggar's bowl. The beggar kowtowed in gratitude. He took 2 copper coins and bought a bun from a bun shop by the street. He saw the shop assistant from the shop next door struggling to carry a box onto the carriage. He held the bun in his mouth and went forward to help carry the box onto the carriage. The shop assistant took a deep breath. Just as he was about to thank the beggar, he realized that there was no one behind the box. At this moment, a man in green walked over and asked, "Brother, may I ask where Restaurant Rui is?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "I happen to have something to do near Restaurant Rui. Follow me." The man thanked him and followed the shop assistant to Restaurant Rui. He happened to see a young man and a young woman's kite hanging on a tree. The 2 of them stood under the tree and waited. The man leaped up and easily plucked the kite. He smiled and handed it to the young man and the young woman. He said, "Go over there and fly it in an empty place." Li Mu was greeted by the people along the way. He could clearly feel the changes in Luoyang half a year ago. Li Mu was not the only one who could feel the changes. The people of Luoyang could feel it too. In the past, there was no good or evil in Luoyang. There was no right or wrong. It was chaotic and dark. Until half a year ago, a ray of light shone through the darkness. From then on, good and evil were separated in Luoyang. The officials and nobles who broke the law were punished the same as the common people. Be it the hedonistic sons of rich parents, the students of the academy, the important officials in the court, the nobles of Luoyang, or even the descendants of the royal family, they could no longer trample on the law and oppress the common people. This ray of light allowed the common people to walk out from the darkness and into the sunlight. Looking at the figure walking slowly on the street, countless people had reverence in their eyes. That was the light in all of their hearts. Chapter 386. Walking on the streets of Chengdu, Li Mu found that he seemed to be more and more fond of the human world. Especially after witnessing the changes in the people in the past half a year, the achievements and joy he got from it were far from what he got from cultivation. In this state of mind, his heart was empty. Even without the clear heart technique, he could still maintain absolute peace in his heart. Somehow, he even had a kind of enlightenment. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people. As long as he could practice these 2 words with himself, one day, he could rely on the hundreds of millions of people in the Great Zhou to advance to the upper realm. Now, he didn't have to do anything deliberately and could continue to absorb psychic power from the people. He was like a walking temple. He walked slowly on the street. What he saw and what he heard was the ecology of Chengdu, only a duck-like voice was mixed in it, which seemed a little out of place. Fortune-telling, fortune-telling, infertility treatment, ensuring the birth of a fat baby. You're not allowed to be free, you're not allowed to be free. This voice was a little familiar. Li Mu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a sloppy Taoist priest squatting at a corner of the street. In front of him was a Bagua diagram, and beside him was a flag with the words, Divine Strategy, written on it. The Taoist priest's spiritual sense was very sharp. The moment Li Mu looked over, the Taoist priest raised his head and looked at him. When he saw Li Mu, the Taoist priest was stunned for a moment. Then, he jumped up from the ground and said in amazement, "Why is it you again?" Li Mu walked over, smiled at him, and said, "Senior, we meet again." The Taoist priest scratched his head and said, "Why do I always run into you wherever I go?" That's not right." As he spoke, his tone suddenly changed. He grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said in shock, You have a good fortune." Li Mu said, "In the past few months, I encountered some opportunities." The old man let go of his hand and muttered, "Bullshit opportunity. Why can't I encounter such an opportunity?" Thinking back to more than a year ago, when he first met the young man in front of him, he was just a mortal who had lost his 7 souls and didn't have long to live. When he saw him for the second time, he was already in the omnipotent realm. Only half a year had passed, and when he saw him again, he was already in the creation realm. This made the scruffy Taoist priest doubt his life. At this rate, in another year or so, wouldn't he be inferior to him? He returned to his original position and waved his hand at Li Mu. Go. Let this old man be alone." Li Mu glanced at him and then turned to leave. When he met an old friend, he only went up to greet him out of politeness. To Li Mu a year ago, peak 6th realm cultivators were unreachable. But now, he was in close contact with 7th realm cultivators every day. In his eyes, 6th realm cultivators were just so. It wasn't until Li Mu's figure disappeared that the scruffy Taoist priest raised his head and looked in the direction he left. His heart was bitter and indescribable. He muttered, "Thief. God, this is not fair, not fair." Li Mu quickly forgot about the scruffy Taoist priest. Although he had avenged Li Qing, there were still some leftover problems. As the great Zhou FBI, some of the priests in the Department of Worship enjoyed the cultivation resources provided by the Imperial Court, but they didn't do anything for the Imperial Court and didn't listen to the orders of the Ministry of Personnel. They even became the private soldiers of the old party, disobeying imperial orders and doing whatever they wanted. Li Mu had thought of cleaning up the Department of Worship a long time ago. The Department of Worship was nominally under the command of the Ministry of Personnel, but it wasn't an office under the Ministry of Personnel. Before the Empress ascended the throne, the Department of Worship was directly responsible to the Empress. After the Empress ascended the throne, because she couldn't subdue the Department of Worship controlled by the old party, she established the internal guards. The bamboo guards of the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum guards were used to replace the Department of Worship. Of course, whether it was strength or resources, the internal guards were far inferior to the Department of Worship. The Department of Worship was supported by the Great Zhou's national treasury. Every year, large amounts of spiritual jade, fulu, talismans, and other cultivation resources were allocated from the national treasury. The internal guards were subsidized by the Empress herself. The highest cultivation of the internal guards was only 5th realm. In the Department of Worship, there were 2 great priests who were both 6th realm cultivators. There were also dozens of 5th realm priests. In Chang'e Palace, when he was eating with the Empress, Li Mu told her about cleaning up the Department of Worship, but the Empress was a little absent-minded. Zhou Yi didn't answer Li Mu's question. Instead, she asked, "Tell me, what's so good about being the Empress? Why can they disregard other people's lives and even their own for this position?" Zhou Chuan had already been sent away from the Immortals' capital today. Li Mu wasn't surprised that the Empress would feel this way. To the Empress, there was indeed nothing good about being the Empress. She wasn't keen on power, nor was she greedy for beauty. She didn't have anyone in her harem, and she didn't want to review memorials. To her, this position was a prison. But to others, controlling the life and death of hundreds of millions of people and becoming the ruler of the most powerful country in Zhou province was already a fatal temptation. Moreover, after becoming the Empress, she could legitimately replenish her harem. If Li Mu was the Empress, he could legitimately make Lu Hanyan Empress and Li Qing noble consort. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai would be fair consort and virtuous consort. No one would have to be jealous of anyone. It was only natural for the Empress to take in concubines. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was wonderful. There would no longer be a fire in the harem or an azura field. Zhou Yi glanced at Li Mu and said, "I'm asking you a question." "What are you laughing at?" Li Mu no longer fantasized. He withdrew his smile and said, "Your Majesty, not everyone is like your Majesty who doesn't like power. To them, becoming the emperor above hundreds of millions of people is a fatal attraction." Zhou Yi asked, "You too?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "This isn't my dream." Zhou Yi continued to ask, "Then what is your dream?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "This subject's dream is to take my wives to travel all over the 10 continents and 3 islands, see all kinds of sceneries, and finally find a quiet and secluded place. When I'm not cultivating, I'll raise flowers and vegetables and live the life of an ordinary person." Zhou Yi glanced at him and calmly asked, "You want to leave the imperial court?" Li Mu heard the fluctuation in her tone. To prevent her from thinking that he wanted to run away, he added, "Of course, not now." Zhou Yi asked, "Then when?" Li Mu said, "After I've helped your Majesty clear away all obstacles and solve all problems." Zhou Yi said indifferently, "I feel that the Yao Kingdom, the Ghost Realm, and the Demon's Sect are the biggest obstacles and troubles in my heart. I won't keep you for long. Once the Demon's Sect is destroyed, the Ghost Realm is subdued, and the Yao Kingdom is pacified, I will let you go." Li Mu was dumbfounded. The Yao Kingdom, the Ghost Realm, and the Demon's Sect. Which of these 3 powers hadn't existed for as long as the Great Zhou? Even if the Great Zhou perished, they might not necessarily perish. To put it bluntly, she wanted him to work for her for the rest of his life. Even when the Jade Emperor made things difficult for Sun Wukong, he didn't go so far. It was better to wait for the chickens to finish their rice, the dogs to finish their noodles, and the fire to burn out the logs. This way, Li Mu would at least have something to look forward to. At this moment, he had already decided to stick to his original plan. After helping her condense the next strand of Emperor Qi, he would take Lu Hanyan and the others and run away. There was a wider world outside, and he didn't want to waste his life on the Empress. Zhou Yi glanced at him and asked, "What, you're not willing?" Li Mu squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm willing to go through water and tread on fire for your Majesty. Not to mention destroying the Demon Sect, subduing the Ghost Realm, and pacifying the Yao Kingdom. When I'm strong enough, I can even go to the Eastern Sea and catch a dragon to be your Majesty's mount." Li Mu had long since figured out the Empress's personality. Ordinary women also liked to hear nice things, but the Empress wasn't an ordinary woman. She liked to flatter and praise even more. Regardless of whether she could do it or not, she had to get through this hurdle first. Zhou Yi asked, "Is what you said true?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Everything I said came from the bottom of my heart." Zhou Yi said indifferently, "Then swear to the heavenly Tao." Li Mu stared blankly at the Empress. He didn't expect that she wouldn't play by the rules. If he had said this to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, they would definitely have covered Li Mu's mouth before he swore to the heavenly Tao. Then, either coquettishly or angrily, they would say, "Who told you to swear? I don't want you to swear," and so on, and forget about this matter. But the Empress, it was fine if she didn't stop him, but she actually took the initiative to make him swear? Was an oath to the heavenly Tao something that could be casually sworn? Li Mu felt that the trust between humans was gone. "What, you're not willing?" Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and asked, "Could it be that everything you said just now was false?" Li Mu wanted nothing more than to slap his own mouth. But it was obviously too late. Looking at the Empress' serious eyes, Li Mu slowly raised his right hand, bent his thumb, and pointed to the sky. He gritted his teeth and said, "I, Li Mu, swear to the heavenly Tao that only after the Demon Sect is destroyed, the Ghost Realm is subdued, and the Demon Country is pacified, can I leave your Majesty. If I violate it, I will not have a good ending." Zhou Yi said, "Also, I really want to have a dragon as a mount." Li Mu's lips moved and said, "Your Majesty, how about we forget about this? The dragon race has a fishy smell, and it's slippery. It's not suitable to be a mount." Zhou Yi glared at him. "Hurry up." Chapter 387. Walking out of Chang'e Palace, Li Mu had to admit that he had been careless this time. He had been forced by the Empress to swear an oath to the heavens that he would only leave her after helping her destroy the demon sect, subdue the ghost realm, and pacify the Yao kingdom. Fortunately, Li Mu was quick-witted and changed a phrase when he swore. He said that he would not leave her until he finished these things, and not Shendu or Great Zhou. If he could abduct the Empress, then it would not be considered leaving her. Whether or not the Great Zhou could destroy the demon sect, subdue the ghost realm, and pacify the Yao kingdom was a matter for the Great Zhou court. In any case, Li Mu had fulfilled his oath to the Empress. Didn't she like to plant flowers? When the time came, he would open a garden for her next door to where he, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing lived in seclusion. As long as she did not feel bored, she could plant flowers for the rest of her life. Li Mu looked back and twitched the corner of his mouth. If she wanted to trick him, she would have to cultivate for a few more years. After swearing the oath, he once again brought up the matter of purging the office of consecration. What made Li Mu feel helpless was that, at some point in time, the Empress had handed over all the things that should have been done by her to him. She did not even hand it over to Li Mu. Instead, it was Li Mu who raised the problem and solved it himself. Now, she wanted Li Mu to be her slave for the rest of his life. If she had not given him so much and treated him so well, Li Mu might have gone back to inherit the Fulu school long ago. What really made Li Mu feel that he owed her was that the Empress had always stood by his side when facing the Zhou family and himself. She had also given him the greatest trust and the greatest freedom to reverse the verdict and take revenge for Li Qing's father. If he ran away like this, it would be too heartless. For a woman to treat him like this, even if Li Mu could not repay her with his body, he could not be so heartless. Consecrated office. Lord May of the Inner Guards had just arrived. He left behind an imperial edict and then floated away. The contents of the imperial edict made countless consecrators angry and dissatisfied. From today onwards, the consecration department would be under the management of the Bamboo Guards. Although they did not need to be merged into the Bamboo Guards, the Bamboo Guards Vice Commander Li Mu would be in charge of the consecration department. The Department of Offerings had always been a special existence in the imperial court. They were not from the academy, nor were they officials of the imperial court. Their relationship with the Great Zhou court was more like cooperation than subordination. The imperial court provided the consecrators with cultivation resources, while the consecrators worked for the imperial court. Both sides took what they needed. The Department of Consecration had always been an independent department, never under the jurisdiction of an official of the court. Even the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs could only request for a consecrator and not order them to do so. This imperial edict shook the position of the consecrated division. For cultivators, a country was already a vague concept to them. What cultivators pursued their entire lives was supreme strength and the ethereal heavenly path. Most cultivators despised becoming a lackey of the imperial court, or rather, a lackey. However, the path of cultivation was not something that could be achieved by one person alone. Cultivation required resources, and cultivation resources were not easy to obtain for most cultivators without any background. In order to obtain cultivation resources like spiritual jades more easily, some cultivators with some strength would put down their pride and choose to become a consecrator of the imperial court. But this did not mean that they were willing to be under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. After becoming a consecrator, these people were still more unruly than the officials of the imperial court. They would submit to the strong, but would not submit to official rank. What is the Empress thinking? She actually let a brat control us? Although his talent is not bad, his cultivation has only just reached the 5th realm. What right does he have to command us? He killed more than 20 people from the old faction and forced Li Mu to ask for exile. Has Li Mu's hand finally reached the Department of Offerings? I don't know if you can tolerate it, but I can't. We must express our stance in protest. Everyone, don't come to the Department of Offerings tomorrow. Doesn't he want to be the master of the Department of Offerings? Just let him be the master of the Department of Offerings. Most of the consecrators in the Department of Offerings were opposed to this matter. If the Empress let a 6th realm cultivator take charge of the Department of Offerings, it would be fine. But Li Mu was only at the 5th realm, and had just reached the 5th realm. Any random consecrator here was stronger than him. To make them listen to the orders of a weakling was something that was very difficult to accept. Of course, among them, there was also a large portion who had long been bribed by the benefits of the old faction and harbored enmity towards Li Mu. Under this enmity, there were very quickly people who began to incite the other consecrators to take Li Mu down a notch. A group of people noisily left the Department of Offerings. 2 elders with similar appearances stood in the courtyard with their hands behind their backs. The elder on the left said, "What do you think?" The elder on the right thought for a moment and said, "Killing him a little is good for his spirit. We have to let him know that the Department of Offerings is not a place where he can behave atrociously." The Empress temporarily placed the Department of Offerings under the Bamboo Guards. As the deputy commander of the Bamboo Guards, Li Mu naturally became the direct superior of the Department of Offerings. A few days ago, he had done a detailed search for information on the Department of Offerings. Currently, there were 2 6th realm cultivators in the Department of Offerings. Both of them had just reached the 6th realm several years ago, and they were a pair of twin brothers. For the imperial court, 5th realm consecrators were easy to recruit, but 6th realm high consecrators were very difficult to recruit. When one's cultivation reached this level, they could already be considered one of the few powerful cultivators in the world. Whether it was out of dignity or the pursuit of a higher realm, they would not be willing to be the imperial court's lackeys. This also led to the imperial court having to pay a huge price every time they recruited a 6th realm cultivator. Not only did the imperial court have to provide them with large amounts of spiritual jades every year, but they also had to satisfy their various requests. After Li Mu saw the benefits of the 2 high consecrators, even he wanted to become a high consecrator himself. Li Mu could do what they could do, and Li Mu could do what they could not. He could guarantee that it would be worth more than the cost. If the imperial court gave him the resources given to these 2 people, Li Mu could guarantee that he would be able to create even greater value for the imperial court than them. Most importantly, these 2 people did not make much of a contribution every year. Li Mu even killed several dozen elders of the demon sect. The contributions of these 2 high consecrators to the imperial court were greater than the contributions of the entire Department of Offerings. However, other than the Empress's love, he did not receive anything else. This made Li Mu feel very unbalanced. He walked into the Department of Offerings and found it abnormally quiet. There were about 100 or so consecrators in the imperial court. Not everyone was at the Department of Offerings every day, but no matter the time, there should be at least 10 people on duty here. However, Li Mu went through all the duty rooms and did not see a single person. He found an old man cleaning in the backyard. After asking, he found out that there were usually at least 20 consecrators in the Department of Offerings, but today, there was not a single one. It was obvious that they were targeting him. The entire Department of Offerings was more united than Li Mu had imagined. There was no one in the Department of Offerings, so there was no point for Li Mu to stay here. He said to the old man cleaning, "Tell them that in 3 days, all the consecrators in the divine capital must report to the Department of Offerings. Those who do not make it in 3 days will be expelled from the Department of Offerings." Before leaving the Department of Offerings, Li Mu took a list of consecrators with him. On the list, it was clearly written which consecrators were out on missions and which ones did not have missions to stay in the divine capital. It was also very simple to inform them. The consecrators were treated very well. There was an entire square in the divine capital dedicated to consecrators. Among them, only Realm 4 consecrators could be allocated a courtyard with 2 entrances. Realm 5 consecrators lived in residences with at least 3 entrances and 3 entrances. The 2 great consecrators' residences both had 5 entrances and were fully staffed with servant girls and servants. When he learned of this news, Li Mu even cried out on behalf of old Jianghu for a while. In truth, when he had first arrived in the divine capital, he would not have had to work so hard if he wanted to live in a larger residence. He only needed to resign his official position and join the Department of Offerings, and he would immediately be given a courtyard with 2 entrances or even 3 entrances. The imperial court treated these outsiders much better than the officials. Li Mu's request that all the consecrators in the Department of Offerings must report to the Department of Offerings within 3 days was quickly made known to all the consecrators. What does this mean? If we're expelled from the Department of Offerings within 3 days, can he expel everyone if none of us go? I'd like to see what he'll do when he's the only one left in the Department of Offerings. That's not good. Li Mu is not to be trifled with. Look at all the things he's done in the past. Which one of them wasn't serious? What if he really expels all of us? Heh, would a Department of Offerings with only him still be called a Department of Offerings? When the time comes, the one to be expelled will only be Li Mu. He'll have to invite us back in the same way he expelled us. Since that's the case, let's not go. After leaving the yamen, Li Mu passed by the Department of Offerings on his way home and swept his gaze over it. Tomorrow was the 3-day deadline. He wasn't sure what the outcome would be tomorrow. But he was clear that a new official would make 3 sweeping fires. The first fire had to burn brighter. If he couldn't establish his authority, he wouldn't be able to mingle in the Department of Offerings in the future. The current problem was that the Department of Offerings had as many experts as there were clouds. That place was not the imperial court, and the offerings were not officials of either party. Any sort of open or secret schemes were useless. In that place, absolute strength was the only thing that mattered. Unfortunately, Li Mu's own strength was not great, and he was also a commander without any reliable helpers. Just by himself, how could he contend against a group of experts of the same level? Fortune-telling, treating infertility, guaranteeing the birth of a fat child. As he walked down the street, a familiar voice once more sounded by his ear. Li Mu looked in a certain direction and suddenly thought of a plan. At the corner of the street, the slovenly Taoist priest was currently soliciting customers. In front of his divination stall, a shadow suddenly appeared. He raised his head and glanced at Li Mu, then waved his hand as if he was swatting away a fly. Quickly leave. This old man doesn't want to see you. This time, Li Mu did not leave. Looking at the Taoist priest, he said, Senior's cultivation is so high. To be a fortune teller is a waste of talent. I don't know if Senior wants to become a offerings in the imperial court. Offerings? The Taoist priest jumped up from the ground, glaring angrily at Li Mu. Gritting his teeth, he said, what kind of person is this old man? This old man doesn't even care about the 6 great sects. What is the Great Zhou court? You actually want this old man to be a dog of the imperial court. If this wasn't the divine capital, this old man would definitely turn you into a dog first. Li Mu continued, with Senior's cultivation, if you join the Department of Offerings, you can become a great offering and live in a 5-sectioned residence. The imperial court will also provide you with maids and servants. The Taoist priest looked at Li Mu and said, before this old man changes his mind, you'd best leave quickly. Li Mu shook his head, saying, Senior probably doesn't want the heavenly fortune talisman either. Just as he turned around, someone grabbed his wrist. The Taoist priest grabbed Li Mu's hand and said seriously, whether it's the heavenly fortune talisman or not isn't important. The main thing is that this old man wants that big residence. You're still young, so you don't understand. After drifting for a lifetime, when you get older, what you seek is a stable place, a place that can shelter you from the wind and rain. Oh right, you mentioned the heavenly fortune talisman just now. What? Is it a heavenly fortune talisman if you join the Department of Offerings? P.S. Recommending the Book of the Old Days by the Bear Wolf Dog. The world is about to be in chaos. Demons are emerging in an endless stream. Chu Qiguang is guarding his territory. Looking at the demons working peacefully and the old employees who have just turned into zombies, he shouted, how dare you call the sun and moon to change the sky? Chapter 388. From the sloppy Taoist priest's reaction, Li Mu knew that he had made the right bet. All 6th-level cultivators would eventually face a problem, their lifespan. Without reaching the upper 3 realms, their lifespan would not be able to break through the limits of mortals. 260 years, or 120 years, was their life and death moment. If they were mortals, then it would be fine. Although 260 years was a long enough lifespan, mortals could not escape from old age, sickness, and death. Most people could not even live past 160 years, so naturally they would not encounter a situation where their lifespan ran out. But cultivators were different. As long as a 6th-level cultivator did not seek death like the Thousand Illusions Venerable Master or the Nether Saint, they would not die so easily. The only thing that could kill them was time. A heavenly secret talisman could buy them 10 years of lifespan. In these 10 years, as long as they broke through to the 7th level, they would immediately gain another 60 years of lifespan. Thus, there was no need to be envious of these 6th-level cultivators, especially those at the peak of the 6th level. Although they were incomparably prominent in front of others, they might not have many years left in their lifespan. Although their cultivation was not as high as theirs, from now on, they could live longer than them. Li Mu looked at the sloppy Taoist priest and said, "The imperial court has always been generous to the offerings. As long as Senior joins the offerings department, I guarantee that you will receive a heavenly secret talisman within a year." Although the materials for the heavenly secret talisman were precious, if the imperial court wanted to gather them, they could also gather a few sets. After the excitement just now, the old man had already calmed down. He glanced at Li Mu and said, "Kid, don't try to trick me. The heavenly secret talisman is a saint-level Fulu. Even those old fellows in the Fulu school could not draw it. Who in the great Zhou court can draw a saint-level talisman?" Seeing was believing. Li Mu stretched out his hand and swiped at the air in front of him. An illusory image of a Fulu covered in mysterious runes appeared before the Taoist priest's eyes. He could easily reproduce the Fulu that he had once drawn. Taoist priest looked at Fulu on the screen, and his eyes lit up. "Saint level, it's really a saint level." Then, his face was filled with smiles again as he said, "To be honest, although this old man has spent most of his life traveling outside, this old man was born in the Great Zhou dynasty and can be considered a citizen of the Great Zhou dynasty. It is only right for me to do something for the Great Zhou dynasty. This old man will enter the Department of Consecration." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Senior is truly righteous. Tomorrow morning, you can directly report to the Veneration Department." After bidding farewell to the Taoist priest, Li Mu finally felt at ease. In the end, the consecrated office was a place where strength spoke. Without a super powerhouse holding down the fort, Li Mu did not have the confidence to speak. Speaking of which, exchanging a divine secret talisman for a powerhouse at the peak of the 6th realm was a very good deal. Unfortunately, the materials needed for the saint-level Fulu were very precious, and this talisman could not be mass-produced. Otherwise, as long as the Empress announced to the world that she would give a divine secret talisman to any 6th realm powerhouse who joined the consecrated office, the Department of Consecrated Office of the Great Zhou would be the most powerful force in the 10 continents and 3 islands. What 6 schools and 4 sects? Even the demonic path would not be able to compete with them. The divine secret talisman was not only useful for 6th realm powerhouses, but also for 7th realm powerhouses. Although the divine secret talisman did not increase the lifespan of powerhouses above the transcendent realm by that much, every year of lifespan increased the chances of advancing. Every time one advanced a level in the upper 3 realms, their lifespan would increase by 60 years. If they made the right bet, their lifespan would be extended by 60 years. Who would not be tempted? As long as there were enough materials, he could let the Empress visit him every few days. With the help of her talisman, Li Mu was confident that he could turn the consecrated office into a retirement home for the super powerhouses of the continent. Of course, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. This plan, at present, could only be imagined by Li Mu. Early the next morning, Li Mu arrived at the consecrated office a quarter of an hour later than the usual time. Inside the consecrated office, it was quiet. Apart from the old man sweeping the floor, there was no one else in the entire consecrated office. Li Mu moved a chair and sat in the courtyard of the consecrated office. The old man sweeping the floor obeyed Li Mu's instructions. He took an incense burner, inserted an incense stick, lit it, and placed it in the courtyard of the consecrated office. Li Mu looked at the incense stick and said, "Tell them, before this incense stick burns out, if they do not report to the consecrated office, they will be expelled from the consecrated office, and all the rewards bestowed by the imperial court will be withdrawn. From now on, they will no longer enjoy the treatment of a consecrated. The old man walked out of the consecrated office and walked briskly towards a nearby market. An Square. There were hundreds of markets in the immortals' capital, each with its own function. An Square was a residential market, located in the core area of the immortals' capital. Although it was a residential market, the people who lived in the market were not commoners, officials, or nobles. They were consecrated members recruited by the imperial court. The consecrated members were the same as the officials of the imperial court. They ate the salary of the imperial court, and their treatment was even better than the officials. Every person had a house bestowed by the imperial court, and all the maids and servants in the house were available. In a certain house in An Square, 10 or so consecrated members were gathered together. Expelling them from the consecrated office in less than the time of an incense stick. Who is he trying to scare? Expelling everyone from the consecrated office, how will he explain this to the imperial court? This morning, not a single person went. I want to see how he will deal with this. After discussing for a while, they decided to continue staying here. In some other houses in the square, there was also hesitation in the eyes of some people. Should we go or not? Li Mu is not someone to be trifled with. The Empress also favors him so much. How many people have fallen into his hands? If he really expels us, where will our future cultivation resources come from? Why don't we just forget about it? The Xiao family has not given us any benefits. We have no need to oppose Li Mu. Li Mu sat in the consecrated office. Ever since the incense stick had burned halfway, consecrated members had begun to walk in from outside. After clasping their hands to Li Mu, they returned to their respective duty rooms. There was also a portion of people who stood outside the consecrated office, chatting and laughing with the people beside them. They were all consecrated members of the consecrated office, but they did not walk in. Their gazes would occasionally glance at the incense stick, as if they were waiting for something. Only when the last stick of incense had burned out did they walk into the consecrated office. If they were frightened by Li Mu on his first day at the consecrated office and obediently returned to the consecrated office in less than the time of an incense stick, then they could forget about having a good life in the future. The reason they had waited until the incense stick had burned out before walking into the consecrated office was to give Li Mu a show of strength. They had to let Li Mu know that the consecrated office was not the same as the imperial court. However, when the incense stick had burned out and the first person outside the door wanted to walk into the consecrated office, a figure blocked their way. That fifth realm consecrated looked at Li Mu, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Lord Li, what are you doing?" Li Mu said indifferently, "This is the consecrated office." That consecrated said, "Could it be that we consecrated members cannot enter the consecrated office?" Li Mu said, "In the past, yes, but not now. Before the incense stick has burned out, everyone who did not report to the consecrated office has already been expelled from the consecrated office. I will give you all 1 day to move out of An Square, and henceforth do not act in the name of consecrated members of the Great Show." That consecrated did not expect that Li Mu would actually dare to do this. His face darkened as he said, "Lord Li, this is your first day at the consecrated office. Are you going to be so ruthless?" As he spoke, a fierce aura emanated from his body. The consecrated behind him also had an invisible aura rising from his body. Under the pressure of this aura, a few strands of hair by Li Mu's ears were blown up, and his clothes also fluttered loudly. A piece of the green brick under his feet was crushed by his foot. The next moment, Li Mu took a step forward. Boom! An even more powerful aura erupted from his body. The dozen or so consecrated at the entrance of the consecrated office retreated several steps under this aura. The fifth realm consecrated could still barely hold on, but several fourth realm cultivators directly fainted under the impact of that aura. Li Mu looked at them and said indifferently, "From now on, you are no longer consecrated members of the imperial court. The consecrated office is an important place of the imperial court. Those who trespass into the consecrated office without permission will be expelled, and those who trespass repeatedly will be killed without mercy." Several fifth realm consecrated members struggled to resist Li Mu's aura pressure, their hearts extremely shocked. They did not expect Li Mu to be able to release such an aura when he had just advanced. In that instant, they even felt as if they were facing a sixth realm cultivator. Li Mu's strength was far stronger than they had imagined. They originally wanted to show him their strength, but now they were the ones who could not step down. Just as these people did not know how to deal with it, a gentle force swept over them. The aura emanating from Li Mu collided with this gentle force and cancelled each other out. Two elders with similar appearances slowly walked to the entrance of the consecrated office. The head consecrated is here. Greetings, head consecrated. Seeing the two old men, the crowd seemed to have found their backbone and bowed to greet them. The elder on the left glanced at them and said, "What are you all standing here for? Hurry up and go in." The head consecrated spoke, and these people heaved a sigh of relief. The leader was about to enter, but just as he took a step into the consecrated office, he was suddenly hit in the chest by a golden light, and his entire body was sent flying. After sending one person flying, the Tao bell shrunk to the size of a palm and floated on Li Mu's shoulder. Seeing this, the few consecrated who were about to enter immediately stopped in their tracks. They never would have thought that Li Mu would not even give face to the head consecrated. The elder who had spoken just now had a dark expression and asked, "Lord Li, what is the meaning of this?" "Nothing." Li Mu looked at him and said calmly, "I have said before that those who do not last 5 minutes will be expelled from the consecrated office. These people are standing outside the consecrated office and dragging their feet until the incense burns out. Clearly, they do not want to be consecrated anymore. The consecrated office is an important place of the imperial court. Not just any random person can casually enter." The elder looked at him and asked slowly, "The two of us are also late. Does Lord Li want to expel the two of us from the consecrated office as well?" Sixth realm cultivators were not easy to recruit. Li Mu did not have this authority. Although Li Mu really wanted to expel them to save resources for the imperial court, if he really did expel them, the imperial court would probably also put pressure on the Empress. Li Mu looked at him and said, "Seeing that you are the head consecrated, I can make an exception this time. There will not be a next time. There is no need to wait for a next time." The elder who had not spoken all this time snorted and said coldly, "If you want to expel them today, then the two of us will voluntarily resign. You can expel us as well while you are at it." Li Mu looked at this elder in shock. There was actually such a good thing? He was just worrying about how to expel them. With the sloppy Taoist priest, who was at the peak of the sixth realm, there was no need for the two of them. Wasn't this just a waste of the imperial court's resources? Li Mu looked at the two of them in surprise and said, "Words are no guarantee. Why don't the two of you make an oath to the heavenly Tao?"
Chapter 1351. A few days ago, Li Er had come to Yanhuang College to urge Li Zishuan to speed up the popularization of the telegraph in the Great Tang Army. At that time, Li Zishuan had already deeply felt the urgency in Li Er's heart. As for why Li Er was so anxious, anyone could guess it. Old Li was anxious to fight the Turks. Now that the internal factors of unrest in the Great Tang had basically been eliminated and there was a stable environment in the rear, Li Er's next goal was as clear as day: to attack the Turks and wash away the humiliation of the Wei River Alliance. It was precisely for this reason that Li Er impatiently urged Li Zishuan to equip the army with the telegraph as soon as possible after seeing the huge role it played in quelling the rebellion in Guanqing. After all, in the vast grasslands, the communication between the various armies was also a considerable problem. However, the current reality was that the telegraph was still immature. The transmission power of the telegraph needed to be increased to increase the transmission distance of the telegraph. In this era where the foundation of electronic circuits was basically zero, this was undoubtedly a rather difficult project. Li Zishuan, with the knowledge in his mind and his powerful mental strength, could indeed think of a way to modify the telegraph by himself, but he didn't want to do so. Teaching students was actually like taking care of children. As parents, if they always helped their children do everything well, then their children would never truly grow up. Similarly, as a Yamacho, if he always rushed to the forefront and paved all the paths for his students, then his students would only follow the path he paved for them for their entire lives and would never discover a new path. Little did they know that all roads lead to Rome, and there would always be more than one path to success. Such students would lack a lot of subjective initiative, and in the end, they would grow up to be the same as being carved out of a mold. This wasn't what Li Zishuan wanted to see. It was precisely due to these factors that Li Zishuan came up with the 100 Trump Cards project. Firstly, it was to promote the growth of the students, and secondly, it was to promote the development of Great Tang's basic technology and develop the most advanced technology, creating even more trump cards for Great Tang. The celestial lamp and telegraph machine were just the beginning. In the future, Great Tang would have many more amazing things than celestial lamps and telegraph machines. Of course, one of the important factors that made Li Zixuan make up his mind to use the 100 trump cards was what Li Er had said last time. If this matter succeeds, I will guarantee the glory of Yanhuang College for generations to come and rest with the country. Yanhuang College had deviated from the route of Confucianism. The main reason why it could still exist in the world was that Li Zixuan had won the support of Li Er, the ruler of the Tang Empire. If this support was lost, it could be said that Yanhuang College would quickly collapse under the crusade of the world in less than a month. And the reason why Li Er valued Yanhuang College so much was because Yanhuang College could bring advanced technology and tools to Great Tang that the entire world didn't have. If Li Zixuan wanted Yanhuang College to exist in the world for a long time, he had to let Li Er see the value of Yanhuang College. Only then would Li Er do his best to support Yanhuang College. Therefore, the 100 Trump Cards project was not only a plan to strengthen the country, but also an act of survival for Yanhuang College. Only by creating more advanced technological products could the Tang Empire become stronger. Only by creating more advanced technological products could the Tang Empire become stronger. Only by doing so could the status of the Yanhuang Academy become more stable. It was so stable that no one could shake it. It was so stable that it could exist forever. On the field, after hearing Li Zixuan's grand plan, all the teachers and students were stunned. What a big deal! All the teachers and students of Yanhuang College couldn't help but be shocked by Li Zixuan's boldness and magnanimity. Even more so, they were deeply attracted by Li Zixuan's grand blueprint. As long as they could participate in the Trump Cards project, not only would they be able to receive generous rewards from the Academy, but they might even be promoted and become famous all over the world. Compared to the Imperial examination, the Trump Cards project was undoubtedly closer to them. And once it was successful, the rewards would be even greater than the Imperial examination. Most of the students couldn't help but be tempted at this moment. On the rostrum, Li Zixuan looked at the students' reactions and was very satisfied. He pondered for a moment, then continued, "A sharp blade can hurt the enemy, but it can also hurt oneself. The Trump Cards project is a divine weapon that will benefit the country. However, if this divine weapon falls into the hands of people with evil intentions, or into the hands of other countries, it will bring great trouble to Great Tang. Therefore today, in the name of Yamacho, I announce that the Trump Cards project is Yanhuang College's top secret plan. All participants are not allowed to tell their relatives or friends about it, and they are also not allowed to disclose it to foreigners. Anyone who leaks this secret will be charged with treason and handed over to the Supreme Court for capital punishment. Moreover, those who leak this secret will become the common enemy of all the teachers and students of Yanhuang College, and everyone has the right to punish them. In order to cultivate the awareness of confidentiality among all the teachers and students of the Academy, I have formulated a book called Yanhuang College's Confidentiality Regulations. Later, the teachers of each class will distribute the regulations to each class. All students must study it seriously and implement it in their future lives and studies. From next week onwards, every Friday afternoon, the Academy will hold a secret exam for all students. The contents of the exam are all from the Yanhuang College's Confidentiality Regulations. The full score is 100. If you score less than 90, you will be disqualified. The secret exam will be held once every Friday, and it will be held 4 times in a row. All students must participate. Students who score less than 90 points 4 times in a row will be ordered to withdraw from the Academy. Please note that this is a mandatory requirement, and no one is allowed to be lenient. Not only will the students have to take the secret exam, but all the teachers of the Academy will also have to take the secret exam. However, the difference is that if the teachers of the Academy score less than 90 points once, they will not be allowed to participate in any teaching activities in the Academy in the future. They can be responsible for the logistics of the Academy, and they can also apply to leave the Academy. The secret exam for the teachers of the Academy would be held every Saturday morning. Therefore, if you want to continue to stay in Yanhuang College, you must take the secret exam seriously. Some of you might think that I, the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, am too lenient. However, as students of Yanhuang College, you have received the most advanced engineering knowledge in the world. If you can't keep the secret, then Tang Empire will suffer a huge loss because of you leaking the secret. In the worst-case scenario, If one of you leaks the secret, it might even lead to the destruction of Tang Empire. Once a citizen of Yanhuang, forever a citizen of Yanhuang. From the first day you stepped into the gates of the Yanhuang Academy, you have shouldered the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Tang Empire. The knowledge you have learned in the academy is immortal knowledge that others can't even dream of. If this knowledge is used well, it can make the Tang Empire stronger. But if it is passed to other countries, it can also make other countries stronger. Therefore, as students of Yanhuang College, your first priority is not how good your grades are, but to keep the secret. Leaking the secret is tantamount to treason, and the people of Yanhuang will punish you. Do you understand? Confidentiality regulations, confidentiality exam. Leaking the secret is tantamount to treason. At first, the teachers and students below the stage didn't take Li Zixuan's words seriously. However, as Li Zixuan continued to speak, everyone's expression turned serious. Those who failed the exam would be expelled from the academy, and those who leaked the secret were tantamount to treason. These two punishments were too severe. After living and studying in Yanhuang College for nearly a year, it could be said that most of the students and teachers had already fallen in love with Yanhuang College and considered themselves a part of Yanhuang College. Now that a secret exam had appeared out of nowhere, if they failed, they would be expelled from the academy. How could they accept this? Understood. The teachers and students below the stage responded in unison. At this moment, everyone had made up their minds. No matter how much content there was in the Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations, they had to find time to memorize all of it. Otherwise, if they were expelled from the academy because of this, how wronged would that be? Good. Since you all understand, let's go back to class. Li Zixuan nodded and said. Hearing this, the students on the field left in order. Marquis, the Wei Nation's big brother Mountain Back wants to see you. In the afternoon, not long after Li Zixuan returned from Yanhuang College, Pang Feiji came in to report. Big brother Mountain Back? What is he doing here? Li Zixuan frowned and couldn't help but think of the scene when Li Daozong brought Big Brother Mountain Back to visit Yanhuang College. One thing he was sure of was that Big Brother Mountain Back was definitely interested in the knowledge of Yanhuang College. He wanted to steal the knowledge and then bring it back to Wei Nation to strengthen their national strength. Li Zixuan was a transmigrator with a strong grudge against the Wei Nation. How could he allow the evil plan of the Mountain Back Big Brother King to succeed? Li Zixuan was an angry youth who had a strong grudge against the Wei Nation. Therefore, when Big Brother Shanbei visited the academy last time, he was not allowed to enter the classroom other than the Confucian Classics classes of the academy. Now that this guy came to Yunshan again, Li Zixuan felt a little impatient. Tell him that I'm unwell and can't see guests. Tell him to go back. After thinking for a moment, Li Zixuan waved his hand and said. He didn't like trouble and didn't want to waste time with Big Brother Mountain Back. Besides, he didn't have time now. Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji cupped his hands and left. At the gate of the courtyard, Pang Feiji said to Big Brother Mountain Back, My Marquis is unwell and can't see guests. Please come back another day. Big Brother Mountain Back was disappointed. He came here today to send the beauty. How could he be willing to go back like this? In fact, according to the plan, he should have come earlier. However, the ship that Wei Nation escorted the beauty encountered a storm at sea. Many people died, including the beauties that Emperor Tugu helped him choose. Most of them died at sea. But fortunately, there were still some beauties who survived. Moreover, this beauty who survived had the noblest status and the most outstanding beauty. However, his plan to send beauties to curry favor with Li Zixuan had been delayed for a long time because of this. It wasn't until today that he finally sent the beauties over, but he didn't expect to be met with a closed door. The big brother on the mountain back hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, Dare I ask what illness the Marquis is suffering from? I know a few famous Wei Nation doctors. If Marquis needs. Pang Feiji secretly thought that this person did not know what was good for him. Normally, when a host said something like, My body is unwell and it is inconvenient for me to see guests, it meant that he did not want to see guests. However, he was afraid that saying it directly would hurt people, so he used such a euphemistic way of saying it. However, the big brother on the mountain actually thought that Li Zixuan was sick and even wanted to help find a doctor. In Pang Feiji's eyes, wasn't this cursing Li Zixuan to be sick? This was outrageous. It had to be said that the Tang people were arrogant. Once people became arrogant, they would be unreasonable. If Big Brother Mountain Back could read Pang Feiji's mind, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. Although he knew some Chinese, he didn't know much about the profound language and culture of the Chinese people. At this time, Pang Feiji's face turned cold and he said coldly, "Your Excellency, there are many famous doctors in Tang. You don't have to worry about Marquis's health. My Marquis needs to rest now. Please go back." Hey, but Big Brother Mountain Back still wanted to say something, but he was pulled back by Yoko Ono behind him. He quickly shut his mouth. "Your Highness, it seems like the Marquis of Yong and doesn't want to see us now. Why don't we go back first, but leave the gifts? When the Marquis of Yong and sees the gifts we prepared for him, he will definitely be willing to see us. We just need to go back and wait for the news. If we stay here in a stalemate, we will only annoy the Marquis of Yong." Yoko Ono whispered into the ear of her big brother, who was at the back of the mountain. Big Brother Mountain Back nodded to himself. He then clasped his hands at Pang Feiji and said politely, "Since the Marquis of Yong'an is not seeing guests today, I will come another day. If the Marquis of Yong'an needs anything, just let me know. Whatever the Wei nation can offer, I will give it to the Marquis of Yong'an. Goodbye." After saying that, the Mountain Back Big Brother King waved his hand and led his subordinates away without hesitation. His straightforward attitude made Pang Feiji have a good impression of him. "Hey, stop." Pang Feiji suddenly felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly shouted at the back of Big Brother Mountain Back and said, "You forgot to take your carriage." Unexpectedly, Big Brother Mountain Back and his men did not stop. Instead, they walked faster and faster. They only left a sentence in the air. "In the carriage is the gift I prepared for the Marquis of Yong'an. Although the Marquis of Yong'an is not seeing guests today, according to the rules of the Tang Empire, there is no way to take back a gift that has been given out. So, please accept the gift in the carriage." After saying that, Big Brother Mountain Back and his men had already disappeared from sight. "Hey, stop." Pang Feiji was so angry that he almost cursed. From what he heard, Li Zixuan did not want to have anything to do with the people of Wei Nation. Why would he accept a gift from them? Looking at the pink-draped carriage, Pang Feiji was in a dilemma. Should he pull the gift into the courtyard for Li Zixuan? Or should he just throw it down the mountain? "Men, push this carriage down the mountain." After thinking for a long time, Pang Feiji made a decision and ordered. Chapter 1352. 2-in-1 chapter. "Yes, boss." In front of the Yunshan villa, after hearing Pang Feiji's order, the guards cupped their fists and answered. Then they drove the carriage down the hill. "Help! Help!" Suddenly, a hurried cry for help came from the carriage. The person who called for help did not speak standard Chinese. It was only 3 words, but it seemed very difficult and awkward for her to say them. Pang Feiji's hearing was excellent. How could he not hear it? He was about to stop her, but the 2 soldiers driving the carriage were faster than him. They jumped down from the front of the carriage. "Boss! Boss! There's someone in the carriage." At first, when they heard the king say that there were gifts in the carriage, they subconsciously believed him. However, when they heard a woman's voice coming from the carriage, they were immediately frightened. Pang Feiji was puzzled. His first thought was that the king had hidden an assassin in the carriage. When Li Zixuan opened the carriage and checked the gifts, the assassin would take the opportunity to attack. However, after thinking about it carefully, Pang Feiji felt that something was wrong. Assassinating Li Zixuan would not benefit the Wen nation's ambassador at all. Besides, the person in the carriage was a woman. How could the Wen nation's ambassador send a female assassin? "Who's playing tricks on the carriage? Why don't you come down quickly?" Pang Feiji put his right hand on the hilt of his sword and shouted into the carriage. "General! General! Please spare my life. I am the Wen nation's princess sent by Her Majesty to marry Marquis Yong'an." The curtain of the carriage was lifted. A petite, bright-eyed woman wearing a bright red robe with a row of butterfly buttons in the middle and an orange-red pleated skirt walked out of the carriage. Looking at her attire, her style was very similar to that of women in the Central Plains. However, this kind of pleated upper robe style was quite rare. In fact, this was related to the time when Prince Xianxia sent the Sui dynasty's ambassador to the Sui dynasty to learn Han culture and introduced it to the country. At that time, not only was there the Sui dynasty's Confucianism, Buddhism, and official system, there was also the Han people's style of dress. In the middle of the Tang dynasty, After the Wu rulers sent a large number of envoys to the Tang dynasty, Japan actively introduced the Tang dynasty Han-style clothing. The so-called Tang style clothing also became popular among the Japanese people. In modern Japan, the kimono was formed on the basis of the Tang dynasty clothing. The kimono was an imitation or remake of traditional Han clothing. It completely inherited the main characteristics of traditional Han clothing with wide sleeves and no buttons. Judging from the woman's face alone, she was very beautiful. All the guards were dumbfounded at first, but Pang Feiji reacted quickly. His expression changed and he said sternly, "Did you just say that you are the princess sent by the Japanese Empress to marry Marquis?" Pang Feiji's words woke everyone up. These soldiers reacted one after another and quickly shifted their gazes elsewhere. The woman who came out of the carriage frowned when she heard Pang Feiji's words. It seemed that she was trying her best to understand the meaning of Pang Feiji's words. After a while, she said in her non-standard Han accent, "I am Princess Mingda of the Wu Nation. I am here to marry the Marquis of Yong'an. General, please go in and help me pass the message." "Let me see the Marquis of Yong'an." "Princess of the Wu Nation." Pang Feiji's expression changed greatly. This matter was not going to end well. Since the other party was the Princess of the Wu Nation, she represented the royal family of the Wu Nation. Even if Li Zixuan did not want to see the Wu Nation's people, he could not directly refuse to see the Wu Nation's princess. After all, this involved the diplomatic relations between the two countries. "You guys look after her. I will go and inform Marquis." Pang Feiji glanced at the woman in front of the carriage and ordered, then turned and walked into the courtyard. Princess of the Wu Nation? Marriage? In the study, after Li Zixuan heard Pang Feiji's report, he could not help but frown. He really did not expect that his brother on the mountain back would send him a woman. Moreover, it was a princess. This made things difficult for him. "Let's go and have a look." Since she was the princess of the Wu Nation, she represented the royal family of the Wu Nation. Although the Wu Nation was now a subordinate of the Tang Empire, if he casually trampled on the dignity of the Wu Nation's royal family, the Wu Nation's royal family could not do anything to Li Zixuan. However, many civil officials in the imperial court would accuse him of deliberately provoking the dispute between the two countries and losing the dignity of a great country. This era was so magical. "Husband," this concubine heard a commotion outside. Did something happen? When Li Zixuan passed by the main hall with Pang Feiji, Han Yushi happened to come down from upstairs. The husband and wife bumped into each other. Han Yushi looked at Li Zixuan and asked. Pang Feiji secretly felt that something was wrong. The Wu Nation's ambassador sent a woman to Marquis. How could Marquis's wife bump into them? Wouldn't this cause a dispute in the backyard? Although it was common for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this era, those families with 3 wives and 4 concubines were generally full of all kinds of open and secret struggles. After all, no woman would want her husband to have a concubine. Pang Feiji secretly prayed in his heart that the 2 people in front of him would not quarrel. Otherwise, the house would not be peaceful. As subordinates, they would definitely not have a good life in the future. "Oh, wife. It seems that the Wu Nation's ambassador sent a woman over. I will go and send her away." Li Zixuan's expression remained the same as he smiled at Han Yushi before he spoke. Brother Chicken couldn't help but secretly sweat for Li Zixuan. Shouldn't this kind of thing be done secretly? Who would be like Li Zixuan to say it directly in front of his wife? This guy didn't know that Li Zixuan was not interested in the so-called Wu Nation's princess at all. After all, in Li Zixuan's plan, destroying Wu Nation was something that would happen sooner or later. So, he didn't want to have anything to do with Wu Nation at this time. Besides, in his impression, weren't the ancient Wu Nation's women very ugly? When Han Yushi heard this, she suddenly felt a little flustered in her heart. However, after seeing Li Zixuan's face with a clear conscience, her anxious heart immediately calmed down. "Husband, I will go with you." Han Yushi mustered up her courage and said to Li Zixuan. "Hee. Why? Wife, are you worried about your husband?" Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. "No, of course not. Husband, don't misunderstand," Han Yushi quickly explained, but was interrupted by Li Zixuan. Hee. Wife, you don't have to explain. Let's go out and have a look." After saying that, he took Han Yushi's hand and walked out of the house. Pang Feiji, who was behind them, saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he quickly followed them out. When they arrived outside the courtyard, Li Zixuan and Han Yushi finally saw the Wen nation's princess that Pang Feiji had mentioned. They saw that the woman's beautiful hair was tied up high on both sides, revealing her white and delicate neck. Her eyelashes fluttered outwards, like a young girl slowly opening an umbrella in Jiangnan's rain town, arching into a moving arc. Her face was lightly powdered, maintaining her natural beauty, but adding a touch of charm to it. She wore a red robe and an orange pleated skirt, which added a bit of charm to the woman. Li Zixuan couldn't help but frown because the woman in front of him was dressed differently from what he had seen in Japanese period dramas in his previous life. Didn't they say that the ancient Wen nation's women liked to use a thick layer of powder to make their faces look like ghosts? But the Wen nation's woman in front of him was clearly dressed like the Tang Empire's women. In fact, Li Zixuan's impression of the pale white clothing did exist in Wen nation's history, but it didn't exist in the current era of flying birds. It only began to appear in the later Heian era. Our people had developed all kinds of powders as early as the Shang dynasty. In ancient times, there were mainly two types of powders used by women. One was the natural powder that was made by soaking rice and repeatedly grinding it, precipitating and filtering it. The other was the poisonous and harmful metal lead powder. However, it was said that lead powder was clearer than natural white powder. So, in order to be beautiful, the ancient women walked the path of self-destruction without hesitation. The production of lead powder was very complicated. It needed to be placed in a wooden bucket and placed on a magnetic pot filled with diluted acetic acid. Then, it needed to be slowly heated with charcoal so that the lead would be affected by the acetic acid vapor and undergo various chemical changes to become lead powder. Therefore, Japan, which was technologically backward at that time, had never been able to develop lead powder for makeup and could only rely on imports. It wasn't until 692 AD that Dorai monk Guancheng successfully produced lead powder in Japan. This scientific research achievement was greatly praised by the Empress and the Emperor. As a result, Wen nation's women gradually became popular with a new kind of clothing. They would shave all their eyebrows, paint their teeth black, and cover their faces with white powder. It sounded a bit like a dead person's clothing, but Japanese men liked this style. "You must be the Marquis of Yong'an." Wen nation's Princess Mingda Suo, Xiamu, greets the Marquis of Yong'an. "From now on, you are Xiamu's husband." The Wen nation's woman saw that although Li Zixuan was dressed in ordinary clothes, his dignified aura showed that he had been in a high position for a long time. So, she quickly walked over and bowed. Han Yushi's expression changed. Li Zixuan squeezed his wife's hand, then looked at Su Xiamu and asked, "You are Su Xiamu? Or the Wen nation's royal princess? What does Su Xiari have to do with you?" When Li Xiaogong was fighting with Wen nation, Li Zixuan also took the opportunity to learn about the current situation in Wen nation. He knew that the Su family was the top family in Wen nation, and now only the top families in Wen nation had surnames. Ordinary people generally only had names, not surnames. So when he heard the woman in front of him called Su Xiamu, Li Zixuan thought of Su Xiari, who had been killed by Li Xiaogong. A trace of fear flashed in Su Xiamu's eyes. After a while she replied, "Su Xiari is my brother. Marquis Yong'an, do you know him?" Sure enough. The Su family's people could be said to have the blood of the Wen nation's royal family flowing in their veins. With the power of Su Xiari in the Wen nation's imperial court, wouldn't it be easy for the Empress to make her daughter a princess? Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Your brother died in the hands of the Tang Empire's army. Don't you hate the Tangs?" No. I, Xiamu, quickly shook my head and said, "My elder brother is a devil. He deserved to die. Xiamu will not hate anyone." When everyone heard this, a wave of doubt arose in their hearts. Li Zixuan didn't bother to pay attention to the complicated relationship within the Su family. He looked at Su Xiamu and asked, "Your Highness, since the Wen nation's Empress wants to marry you, please submit a letter of credence to the Tang Empire first. Only with His Majesty's permission can the marriage be arranged. Besides, I'm not a member of the royal family. Even if the Wen nation's Empress wants to marry the Tang Empire, she shouldn't look for me. So, Princess Mingda, please go back. I'll send someone to send you back to the post house." Su Xiamu was not ugly. On the contrary, she was very beautiful. This really surprised Li Zixuan, but he wasn't the kind of hothead who would be hot-blooded and reckless when he saw a beautiful woman. There was no free lunch in the world. The mountain-back elder brother sent the Wen nation's princess to him, so he must have a request. If he accepted this woman, He wouldn't be able to refuse the next time the mountain-back elder brother made a request. Besides, he was a marquis outside the royal family. If he married a foreign princess without permission, wouldn't he be tired of living? As long as he dared to accept Su Wuxiamu, there would be a lot of memorials to impeach him in the imperial court in a few days. Hearing this, Su Wuxiamu's face turned as pale as paper. She knelt in front of Li Zixuan and said with tears in her eyes, "Your Excellency Duke Yong, please accept me." Actually, Xiamu is a princess who has just been deposed. This time, she was ordered by our country's crown prince to wander thousands of miles on the sea and narrowly escaped death to come to the Tang Empire. If I can't marry you, after returning to a nation, Xiamu will be sent to the army by the Empress. Xiamu will live a life worse than death. Your Excellency Duke Yong, please accept Xiamu. It turned out that she was a has-been one nation's princess. Needless to say, her weeping and pitiful appearance really moved many people. Even though Li Zixuan had a firm mind, he couldn't help but feel a little touched in his heart. However, he didn't intend to change his decision. Husband, she's quite pitiful. Why don't we take her in? Just as Li Zixuan was about to refuse, Han Yushi begged for mercy. This girl was kind by nature. After hearing Su Wuxiamu's complaints, her heart immediately softened. Because if she was sent to the army, she would basically be a military prostitute. Li Zixuan heard this and looked at his wife speechlessly. He thought to himself, "Wife, are you mistaken? This girl in front of you is trying to snatch your husband. If you take her in, aren't you inviting a wolf into your house? Madame Marquis, you're Madame Marquis, right? You're beautiful and kind. Please accept Xiamu. Xiamu won't compete with you for favor. Xiamu can do any kind of hard work. Please don't let Duke Yong and send Xiamu back." Seeing Han Yushi pleading with Li Zixuan, Su Wuxiamu immediately grasped this slim chance of survival and quickly kowtowed to Han Yushi to beg. Hearing Su Wuxiamu's pitiful words, Han Yushi's heart softened. She tugged at Li Zixuan's arm, her eyes filled with pity. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Wife, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Your husband has his own plans." Chapter 1353. Miss Xiamu, I'm not related to you in any way. Your life or death has nothing to do with me. Now that I have a family, I won't marry anyone else, much less a foreign woman. So you'd better go back. Come on, send Miss Xiamu to the One Nation's emissary group. Outside the Yunshan residence, Li Zixuan turned to look at Su Wuxiamu and said coldly after comforting Han Yushi. Han Yushi was stunned. Just as she was about to plead for mercy, Li Zixuan waved his hand to stop her. She suddenly felt a little upset in her heart, but when she thought that once Li Zixuan decided on something, even 10 horses couldn't pull him back, she shut her mouth and stopped trying to persuade him. She turned to look at Su Hua and Xiamu with sympathy. She couldn't help but start to worry about the tragic future of this Japanese woman. In fact, she wasn't the only one who felt bad. The guards of the Li family who were present couldn't help but feel their hearts sink after hearing Li Zixuan's heartless words. Although they didn't know Su Wuxiamu before, her appearance today still gave them a good impression. It had to be said that it was easier to take advantage of a good-looking person in many ways. Su Wuxiamu's body trembled at this moment and her face turned ashen. She kowtowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Marquis Yong'an, please take me in. I can do anything." Li Zixuan frowned and said, "What are you waiting for? Take her away. Send her back to Honglu Temple." Pang Feiji's heart trembled. He quickly bowed and said, "Yes." After that, he went up and wanted to pull Su Wuxiamu up from the ground. "No. Xiamu doesn't want to go back." Su Mai's summer eyes suddenly became agitated. While Pang Feiji was pulling her up, she suddenly struggled with strength that came from nowhere. She broke free from Pang Feiji's unguarded hands and her head directly crashed into the shaft of the carriage that was beside them. In her mind, since Li Zixuan didn't take her in, she would rather die than go back to a nation and be tortured. Because once she was sent to the One Nation's emissary group, it would be difficult for her to die even if she wanted to. No. Han Yushi's eyes widened. Her heart felt as if it had been struck by a hammer. No. There was another person who shouted along with Han Yushi, and that was Pang Feiji. Back then, old Pang had also been on the battlefield and killed countless people. At this moment, when he saw that Su Meimu was about to die in front of him, his iron heart suddenly felt an inexplicable pain. Su Wuxia's actions were too sudden. Almost no one had time to react. Of course, the main reason was that no one had expected this woman to be so unyielding. Whoosh! Seeing that Su Wuxia was about to crash into the shaft of the carriage, with her speed, she would definitely lose her life on the spot. At this critical moment, Li Zixuan used the orchid butterfly steps and suddenly disappeared from his original position. In the next moment, he had already appeared beside the carriage. He lightly slapped the carriage with his palm, and with a pang sound, the carriage actually moved 10 steps away, leaving behind a large wheel mark on the ground. Without the carriage, Sumo Summer I naturally relied on her body's inertia and fell heavily to the ground. Although the fall wasn't fatal, the sharp pain from her body made her unable to help but frown deeply. She couldn't get up from the ground for a long time. Miss Xiamu, what is the meaning of this? Li Zixuan looked at Su Wuxia on the ground and said coldly. Although this woman's life and death had nothing to do with him, he didn't want to see this woman die in front of his own house. Since the Marquis of Jianghu doesn't want to take me in, I will live a life worse than death when I go back. Why don't I just die now? At least it will be easier. Su Wuxia raised her head and looked at Li Zixuan as she said this. Although her voice was weak, it was incomparably firm. Everyone could feel the will to die in her heart at this moment. Li Zixuan's expression didn't change. He coldly snorted and said, "Humph. You can die if you want, but you can't die in Yunshan. Feiji, go knock her out and send her back to the Wei nation's diplomatic corps." Pang Feiji's eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. He gritted his teeth and went forward with cupped fists and said, "Marquis, your subordinate boldly hopes that Marquis can take Miss Xiamu in. Since she is a Wei nation's princess who has been deposed, you can." "Shut up!" Li Zixuan shouted loudly, interrupting Pang Feiji's pleading. Then, he took a big step forward and came in front of Su Wuxia. Before the latter could react, he chopped Su Wuxia's neck with his hand. Su Wuxia instantly fainted in despair and unwillingness. Li Zixuan turned around and looked at Pang Feiji. He said coldly, "You are getting bolder and bolder. You dare to disobey my orders?" Seeing that Li Zixuan was angry, Pang Feiji's face was instantly covered in sweat. He quickly knelt on one knee and cupped his fists. "Your subordinate doesn't dare. Please forgive me, Marquis." "Humph. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and send her back to Honglu Temple." Li Zixuan glared at Pang Feiji and said, "Yes." Pang Feiji felt helpless and could only accept the order with cupped fists. Getting up from the ground, Pang Feiji ordered people to carry the unconscious Su Wuxia to the carriage. Then, he jumped on the carriage and prepared to drive the carriage down the mountain. "Wait," Li Zixuan suddenly said. Pang Feiji was overjoyed. He thought that Li Zixuan had changed his mind. He quickly jumped off the carriage and walked quickly to Li Zixuan's side. He bowed and said, "Marquis, do you have any other orders?" Unexpectedly, Li Zixuan waved his hand coldly and said, "Follow me." Under the puzzled gaze of Han Yushi and the others, Li Zixuan led Pang Feiji to an old locust tree that was dozens of feet away. Li Zixuan was silent for a moment and said, "Feiji, today is the first time you have disobeyed my orders. Moreover, it is because of a Japanese woman." Pang Feiji thought that Li Zixuan was going to chase him away because of this matter. He quickly bowed and said, "Marquis, I know my mistake. Please give me another chance, Marquis." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "This Su Xiamu is indeed a pitiful person. This Marquis doesn't blame you for having a compassionate heart. This Marquis isn't an unreasonable person. In a moment, send her to the Honglu Temple and hand her over to my brother on the mountain. As for what happens afterwards, if you are interested in this girl and are really willing to save her, then don't come back tonight. Act according to the circumstances. If you are not interested in this girl, then directly come back after sending her off." Pang Feiji was shocked. He was about to explain when Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "You don't have to explain. You decide what to do. The most important thing in life is not to regret. Go." After that, Li Zixuan directly left with his hands behind his back and brought Han Yushi back to the courtyard. Pang Feiji was stunned and his expression kept changing. After a long time, he knelt down in the direction of the courtyard and kowtowed. He said in a low voice, "Thank you, Marquis. For the rest of my life, Feiji will go through water and tread on fire for Marquis. I will not hesitate to die 1,000 times." A horse carriage came down from the cloud mountain. Behind the horse carriage were more than 10 soldiers. The group of people faced the setting sun and rushed in the direction of Chang'an. In the courtyard of the cloud mountain, Han Yushi came to the study and saw Li Zixuan reading in the study. She wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she could not hold back and said, "Husband, why did you?" Li Zixuan smiled and looked up. He said, "My wife wants to ask why your husband is so heartless and cold-blooded." "Husband, that's not what I meant." Han Yushi quickly shook her head. Li Zixuan pulled his wife to sit on his lap. He hugged Han Yushi's waist from behind and said, "My wife, I'm not interested in other women. I'm even less interested in women from Japan. It's enough for me to have you in my life." Han Yushi was very touched. She turned her head and looked at Li Zixuan with great affection. She said, "My husband, Yushi can die without regrets if you treat me like this. But now that you're a marquis, it's normal for you to have multiple wives. I don't want to be a jealous woman and make you a laughingstock." Today's incident made her realize a very serious problem. Li Zixuan's identity was not just a rich young master. He was the new noble of the Tang Empire and the founder of the country, Marquis. His identity was prominent. Which person with such a prominent identity did not have multiple wives and concubines? So in the end, she helped Xianxia to plead with Li Zixuan. Wasn't that a kind of compromise? Li Zixuan heard this and pinched Han Yushi's beautiful face. He was both angry and amused. Then he said, "Having multiple wives is just to seek temporary physical pleasure. What your husband values more is to have a heart-to-heart. Like now, when your husband is hungry, even if I don't say it, my wife can make delicious food for your husband in time. When your husband is worried, you can feel my worries and do your best to enlighten me. Your husband is busy with government affairs and has no time to care about other things. My wife, you can help your husband take care of everything in the family and do your best to be filial to your parents. You can solve all your husband's worries. Isn't this kind of tacit understanding from the heart more profound than the physical pleasure? Being half sober, half drunk, and half floating in the air is what your husband wants in life. A couple for life, half awake, half drunk, half alive?" Han Yushi was stunned for a moment. For a woman in ancient times, there was no more moving words of love in the world than this. She choked with tears in her eyes and said, "Husband?" Li Zixuan patted Han Yushi's back and said with a smile, Okay. My wife. Don't be so sentimental. Actually, with your husband's identity, it's not suitable to marry Xiamu. Now, Yanhuang College has become a powerful treasure in the eyes of His Majesty. As the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, I keep asking the teachers and students in the college to keep the college a secret, but I marry a foreign woman. How is that appropriate?" Han Yushi nodded thoughtfully and said, "But husband, even if you don't marry Xiamu, you can still take her in as a servant in the mansion. Otherwise, if she is sent back to Japan, how miserable will her fate be?" Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "My wife, you are too naive. Xiamu is definitely harmful to your husband. Why should I take her in? I can't put myself in danger for a foreign woman who has nothing to do with me. Moreover, there are millions of pitiful people in the world. If I have to save everyone, I can't save all of them. However, Xiamu is not completely useless. If the person who thinks she is useful is willing to save her, she may still have a chance to live." Chang'an City, in a courtyard of Honglu Temple. Pang Feiji came to the courtyard where the Japanese emissaries were staying with Xiamu, who was in a coma. "General Pang? Why are you here? Didn't we just meet? Did Marquis Yong and change his mind?" The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain heard the news and came out to welcome them. When he saw Pang Feiji, he immediately smiled. He thought that Li Zixuan was very satisfied with the gift he gave, so he changed his attitude. Pang Feiji said expressionlessly, "It was Marquis who sent me to bring back the woman you left behind on Yunshan Mountain. Now that woman is in the carriage behind. Marquis also asked me to pass a message to you." The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain changed his expression and said in a low voice, "Please speak." Pang Feiji moved his lips and said, "Marquis said that he has no love for foreign women. Please don't waste your time in the future." Being refuted like this, the big brother Wang on the back of the mountain was a little embarrassed. However, when he thought of the huge gap between Japan and the Tang Empire, Even if he was angry, he still suppressed it. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your reminder, General Pang. This time I thought I was smart. Please pass on my apology to Marquis Yong-en." Pang Feiji nodded. At this time, the two Japanese warriors under the Big Brother Wang's command had already boarded the carriage and carried Su Wamu down. The Big Brother Wang on the back of the mountain looked at the unconscious Su Wamu and suddenly asked in confusion, "General Pang, what is the meaning of this?" Pang Feiji replied coldly, "After your princess found out that Marquis was unwilling to take her in, she would rather die than return to Japan. In order to prevent any accidents on the way, we had to knock her out and send her to you." The Big Brother Wang on the back of the mountain couldn't help but secretly feel angry that Su Wamu didn't know how to appreciate kindness. She was a disgrace to the Japanese. After sorting out his feelings, he cupped his hands and said to Pang Feiji, "Thank you, General Pang. Our princess was rude and made a fool of herself in front of Marquis Yong-en." Hearing this, Pang Feiji said meaningfully, "My Marquis didn't make a fool of you. He just felt that the way you treated the princess was very bad." The Big Brother Wang on the back of the mountain couldn't help but say, "Thank you for your kind reminder, Marquis Yong-en. However, this is a matter of Japan. Her Majesty will take care of it." "Humph. I hope so." Pang Feiji could hear the anger in the Big Brother Wang's words. He didn't give the other party any face. He snorted and left with his men. "Your Highness, what should we do with Su Wamu? Should I send someone to dress her up and send her to your room tonight?" Yoko Ono stood behind the Big Brother Wang on the back of the mountain and bowed carefully. In his opinion, since Li Zixuan didn't want Su Wuxiamu, there was only one outcome for Su Wuxiamu. Instead of that, it was better to let his brother enjoy him before he was sent back to Neon. "Humph. Lock her up and send her back to Japan tomorrow for Her Majesty to deal with." The Big Brother Wang on the back of the mountain said angrily and went straight into the room. He only had the advanced knowledge and technology of Yanhuang College in his mind. He didn't have time to think about these things. Chapter 1354. 2-in-1 chapter. "Boss, are we not going back?" Outside Honglu Temple, Pang Feiji came out with his men. However, they were not in a hurry to leave Chang'an City. Instead, they stayed in an inn not far from Honglu Temple. His men, Xiongda and Xiong'er, were puzzled. "The city gate is about to close. It's too late for us to go back now. Let's stay here tonight." Before Marquis left, he told me that if we can't make it back in time, we'll stay in the city for the night. Pang Feiji said with an unnatural expression. The last words he said to the mountain-back Big Brother King at the Honglu Temple were actually said under Li Zixuan's name. His goal was to make the mountain-back Big Brother King spare Su Wuxiamu. This way, he wouldn't have to take the risk tonight. However, from the mountain-back Big Brother's merciless reply, Pang Feiji knew that this matter could not be settled peacefully. When he thought of how Xiamu would be treated when he returned to Neon, his heart ached. Therefore, he decided to stay. Xiongda and Xiong'er did not doubt him. They nodded and followed Pang Feiji into the inn. As night fell, the people in Chang'an City returned to their homes. There was no one on the streets except for the Marquis patrolling the streets. Creak. In the inn opposite the Chamberlain of Dependencies, the window of one of the rooms was opened. A black shadow flew down from the window and then sneakily made its way to the Chamberlain of Dependencies across the street. Suddenly, a big hand touched the shoulder of the black shadow from behind. The black shadow was shocked and was about to resist when he heard a voice behind him. "Boss, don't fight. It's me. Xiongda? Why are you guys not sleeping in the inn? Why are you out in the middle of the night?" The black shadow turned around and looked at the people behind him. He could not help but be surprised. Needless to say, the man in black was Pang Feiji. The people behind him were the guards of the Li family who had entered the city with him. Pang Feiji thought that this trip to Honglu Temple was for his own personal matters, so he did not plan to bring these men. He did not expect Xiongda and the others to follow him. Hee. "Boss, are you going to Honglu Temple to save the Neon Princess?" "We'll go with you," Big Xiong said in a low voice. There was a hint of excitement in his words. He thought that the task of rescuing the Wei nation's princess had been given to him by Li Zixuan. Pang Feiji pursed his lips and said, "This matter was not ordered by Marquis. I wanted to do it myself. It has nothing to do with you. Xiongda, you should go back quickly. Pretend that you didn't see me tonight." Big Xiong was stunned. Obviously, He didn't expect this. After a moment of silence, Big Xiong said, "Boss, your business is our business. Besides, that Wei nation's princess is quite pitiful. If you want to save her, how can we just stand by and watch? Let's go together. When Marquis blames us, we'll be punished together." "Yes, let's go together." As soon as Big Xiong finished speaking, the dozen sergeants around him quickly lowered their voices and echoed. When they were in the right Marquis mansion, they had all followed Pang Feiji. Now, even though they had been assigned to the Li family by Li heir, Pang Feiji had always taken good care of them. Usually, he would treat his subordinates the same way he treated himself. He would never give them any special treatment. This made Big Xiong and the others respect him very much. Therefore, at this moment, although everyone knew that rescuing Su and Xiamu was Pang Feiji's personal action, they all wanted to join in without hesitation. Pang Feiji patted Big Xiong's shoulder and looked at the crowd. For a long time, he was speechless. In the end, he only said 3 words. "Good brothers." "Hey, boss, listen to what you're saying. We all know how you treat us. Now that you're in trouble, how can we just stand by and watch? Boss, just tell us, what are you going to do tonight?" Although there are no guards in Honglu Temple, I think there are a few masters in the Wei nation's envoy group. Big Xiong chuckled and said. Pang Feiji pondered for a moment and said, "I was going to sneak in alone and act according to the situation. Now that you're willing to follow me, it's even easier. Juanheng, give me some sleeping gas." A skinny middle-aged man behind Big Xiong opened his mouth and said, "Boss, what sleeping gas? Why would I have sleeping gas?" This person was called Lu Juanheng. In his early years, he was a gangster in the Jianghu. When the world was in chaos and bandits were everywhere, he had done all kinds of things. However, he was not a bad person and was very loyal. He had joined the army with Pang Feiji. However, because of the Jianghu aura on him, he had not been promoted. However, this guy was happy and content. Pang Feiji laughed and said with a face of disbelief, "Haha, don't try to hide it from me. If you don't give me the sleeping gas, be careful that I'll find all the golden gun uncollapsing pill and celestial desire powder on you and throw them away." After saying that, he made a move to capture Lu Juanheng. Lu Juanheng quickly waved his hand and said, Don't. Boss, please be merciful. Don't throw them away. Don't throw them away. These are all treasures. Sleeping gas, oh right. Don't you have sleeping gas? I'll give it to you." After saying that, Lu Juanheng took out a package from his chest and took out 2 sleeping gas from some bottles and jars in the package. He handed them to Pang Feiji and said, "Boss, this is strong. Boss, this thing is very strong. After you light it up, you must stand in the lee of the wind. Otherwise you will faint." "Humph. Do I need you to teach me this?" Pang Feiji took the sleeping gas and glared at Lu Juanheng. He then said, "Later, Big Xiong, and Big Xiong will sneak into the courtyard where the Wei nation's ambassadors are staying. After we find the location where Su Wuxia is being held, I'll light the sleeping gas to knock out the Wei nation's guards and rescue him. The rest of you will support from the outside. If there's an accident, immediately set the place on fire to attract the attention of the Wei nation's ambassadors." "Yes, boss," everyone replied in a low voice. Pang Feiji thought for a moment and added, "Try not to kill anyone and not to make a big deal out of this. After we rescue him, we'll leave. Everyone, cover your faces with black cloth so that no one can recognize us. If we're caught, blame it on me and not Marquis. Remember, this is the Tang Empire. Even if the Wei nation catches us, they won't dare to do anything to us. However, we can't smear Marquis's name and let the other officials use this to attack Marquis." "Yes." "Where is Su Wuxia being held?" At night, Yoko Ono walked out of her room and asked a guard. "My lord, Princess Mingda is being held in the woodshed." I'll go take a look at this bitch to prevent her from committing suicide. You stay here and guard. If His Highness comes, send someone to inform me immediately." Yoko Ono nodded and ordered the guard. Then, with her hands behind her back, she calmly walked towards the woodshed. "Humph. Isn't he just trying to take over Princess Mingda? What a pity. Our Wei nation's most beautiful woman is being taken advantage of by this old pervert." The guard looked at Yoko Ono's back as he curled his lips and muttered softly. What he didn't notice was that on the roof behind him, there was a black shadow that witnessed everything. Cough cough. All of you leave. I have something to discuss with Princess Mingda. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter. Yoko Ono came to the woodshed and ordered the guard at the door. Yes, my lord. Everyone knew that Yoko Ono was favored by the king of Mountain Back. These guards naturally didn't dare to disobey her orders. Yoko Ono laughed sinisterly and pushed the door open. Inside the woodshed, Wuxia's hands and feet were tied and her mouth was gagged with a piece of cloth. This was to prevent her from biting her tongue to commit suicide. Her messy hair was scattered on her beautiful face and it only served to arouse Yoko Ono's beast desires. Hee. Princess, oh right, you're not a princess anymore. Wuxia's family has been destroyed and you're just a deposed princess. TSK. Look at those servants who don't know any better. They actually tied you up so tightly. Hee. Let me, Yoko Ono, take care of you. Yoko Ono took off her clothes and looked at Wuxia who was tied up on the floor with a lewd smile. Before Li Xiaogong attacked Wei Nation last year, Wuxia's family was one of the top wealthy families in Wei Nation. At that time, Wuxia's eldest daughter was known as Wei Nation's most beautiful woman. She attracted thousands of men to chase after her. Although Wuxia's second daughter was also very beautiful, she didn't seem that outstanding when compared to her elder sister. However, Wuxia couldn't stand the humiliation of Wuxia and committed suicide. Wuxia naturally became Wei Nation's most beautiful woman. After that, Li Xiaogong led the army and destroyed all the men in Wuxia's family. Wuxia lost the support of her family and could only become the plaything of the rich and powerful in Fanio City. After all, she was the young miss of Wuxia's family, and there were still many rich and powerful people who wanted to take her into their palace. Yoko Ono had always been drooling over Wuxia's beauty. However, he knew that his status wasn't high enough and could only fantasize about it in private. Just when the rich and powerful in Fanio City were preparing to fight for Wuxia, Queen Gu remembered Wuxia's help in ascending the throne and summoned Wuxia into the palace. However, Big Brother Shanbei was the archenemy of Wuxia's family. Although Wuxia's family was destroyed, he still didn't want the women in Wuxia's family to have a good life. Thus, under his suggestion, Wuxia was sent to Tang Dynasty and took on this mission that was worse than death. Woo! Woo! Wuxia saw Yoko Ono taking off her clothes and revealing her ugly body. She was so frightened that she quickly moved her body back and cried for help. However, her mouth was gagged with a piece of cloth and she could only make woo sounds. The light from the lanterns and torches shone through the window into the woodshed. Yoko Ono's face turned sinister and twisted. He pointed at the center of his head, where there was a bald patch, and said to Sumo Natsum, "I'm sorry." Hey, do you know how the scar on my head came about? It's all thanks to your Wuxia's warriors. Today, I'll let Wuxia's second missy have a taste of my, Yoko Ono's, prowess. Ha ha ha. Back then, when Li Xiaogong was attacked by the Suo family's warriors outside Flying Bird City, Yoko Ono was right beside Li Xiaogong. In the end, he was caught in the crossfire. The Suo family's warriors sliced off a large piece of his scalp. From then on, he became a complete bald man. Today's actions gave Yoko Ono a sense of satisfaction from her revenge. After saying that, he pounced towards Wuxia naked. Woo! Wuxia's eyes widened in fear as she struggled with her bound limbs, wanting to push Yoko Ono away. However, she was only a weak girl. How could she fight against a grown man? On the contrary, the more she struggled, the more excited Yoko Ono became. Hee. Shout. Even if you break your throat tonight, no one will come and save you. Yoko Ono laughed sinisterly and wanted to use his hands to tear Wuxia's clothes. Bastard! At this moment, the door to the woodshed was pushed open. Before Yoko Ono could react, the back of his neck was attacked by a hard object and he fainted unwillingly. Shwa, the ropes on Wuxia's hands and feet were cut open. The black shadow that knocked Yoko Ono out pulled her up from the ground and said, "Miss Wuxia, don't make a sound. I'll bring you away." Mandarin. He actually spoke Mandarin. Wuxia's eyes widened. Although there were still tears in her eyes, one could still see the surprise in her eyes. "Did Ma Qiyong send you to save me?" The black shadow said in a low voice. "No. Cut the crap and come with me." After saying that, the black shadow sealed one of Wuxia's acupoints so that she could not make a sound or move. Then, he carried Wuxia and walked out of the woodshed. The strange thing was that the guards outside the woodshed were all lying on the ground, as if they had fallen asleep. "Burn it." The black shadow looked back at the woodshed and ordered. "Yes." After a while, the woodshed in the courtyard where the neon ambassadors were staying suddenly burst into flames. The black shadow and Wuxia were long gone. "It's on fire! It's on fire! Put out the fire! Wake up and put out the fire!" In the courtyard where the neon ambassadors were staying, there was suddenly a commotion of people putting out the fire. "Boss, where are we going?" On the streets of Chang'an City, a group of men in black was running wildly while avoiding the patrolling marquis. Who else could it be other than Pang Feiji and his men? To Yongla Lane, back to the marquis mansion. That place is safer than the inn. Even if the neon ambassadors dared to search the inn, they would not dare to search the marquis's mansion. Tomorrow morning, we will use the marquis's carriage and take Miss Wuxia out of the city. Pang Feiji carried Wuxia and said as he ran. They were from the right marquis guards and knew the pattern and route of the marquis's patrol at night like the back of their hand. That was why they were able to avoid wave after wave of patrolling marquis. "Haha. Okay. Boss, I'll go in front and help you scout." Xiong laughed loudly and quickly quickened his pace, running forward. Chapter 1355. Your Highness, the fire has been put out. This matter has alarmed the officials of the Tang Empire. The minister of Honglu Temple is waiting for you in the main hall. Honglu Temple, in the courtyard where the One Nation diplomatic mission was staying. Has the cause of the fire been determined? Were there any casualties? The mountain-back Big Brother King asked with a solemn expression. They were staying in the Honglu Temple's post house. Now that such a thing had happened, if there was no evidence to prove that an outsider had set the fire, they would be responsible for the fire. At that time, the compensation for the repair of the house would be a small matter, but losing face as the One Nation's crown prince would be a big deal. Your Highness, it is suspected that someone lit the candlestick in the woodshed. After that, the candlestick collapsed and ignited the firewood in the woodshed, causing the fire. Candlestick? Why would there be a candlestick in the woodshed? And who would light the candlestick in the woodshed at this time? The mountain-back Big Brother King asked curiously. The soldier bowed and said, "We found a charred corpse in the woodshed. The face of the corpse could no longer be seen, but we can be sure that the person who was burned to death was a man. And the person who was imprisoned in the woodshed was Princess Mingda. According to the confession of the guards outside the woodshed, Lady Yoko went to the woodshed at around 7 o'clock and sent all the guards away. After that, the woodshed caught fire." Yoko Ono. Why did she go to the woodshed? The mountain-back Big Brother King frowned and then thought of something. His expression was ugly as he said, "Humph. The evils we bring on ourselves are the hardest to bear. Let's not talk about him for now. You guys go find me, Xiamu. I'll go see the minister of Honglu Temple." "You're saying that the One Nation diplomatic mission sent Li Zixuan a One Nation woman?" In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er frowned and asked after listening to Zhao Song's report. "Indeed. But in the evening, the Marquis of Jianghu and had already sent the woman back to the One Nation diplomatic mission." Zhao Song bowed and replied, "Humph. This One Nation envoy is really restless. He really has hidden ambitions. I shouldn't have allowed them to stay in Chang'an for half a year." Li Er snorted coldly. Although he was very satisfied with Li Zixuan's action of sending the neon woman back, he was very angry that the Big Brother King of Mountain Back had so blatantly bribed an important official of the empire with his beauty, and the person he bribed was a key figure like Li Zixuan. "Your Majesty, as far as I know, a few months ago, the Wa envoys visited Yanhuang College under the leadership of the King of Xianxia. At that time, the Marquis of Jianghu and only allowed them to sit in on the classes of the economics department. They were forbidden from entering the classrooms of the other departments. Therefore, this old servant reckons that the reason why the mountain-back elder brother gave the Marquis Jianghu and a beauty is probably because he's plotting to obtain knowledge from the other departments of Yanhuang College." Zhao Song tried to analyze the situation. His relationship with Li Zixuan was relatively good. In addition, Li Er was especially concerned about Yanhuang College. Therefore, he deliberately asked people to collect more information in this regard. That was why he could analyze it so clearly and logically now. Li Er glared and said angrily, "A small country dares to covet the secrets of the Tang Empire. They really don't know what's good for them." Of course, no one dared to answer Li Er's words. The hall fell into silence for a while. After a while, Li Er's eyebrows relaxed and he smiled. But fortunately, Li Zixuan is also a smart guy. Yesterday, he sent someone to deliver a memorial to me, saying that he wants to strengthen the management of confidentiality in the college. For this purpose, he also formulated an extremely detailed Yanhuang College confidentiality regulation. Although I haven't read 10,000 books in my life, I have at least read 1,000. However, this is the first time I've heard of this confidentiality regulation. In this confidentiality regulation, there are considerations in all aspects. Moreover, the management methods in it are quite novel and reasonable. With a little modification, it can be used in the military camp. Heh, this guy's head is full of ideas. Handing Yanhuang College over to him is the right choice. That's because Your Majesty has a good eye for talent. The Marquis of Yong could rise from a merchant's son to his current position because Your Majesty cherishes talent. The Tang Empire will definitely prosper in Your Majesty's hands. Zhao Song was all smiles as he flattered Li Erei, which made Li Erei very happy. At this moment, a chamberlain came in from outside the hall. The chamberlain hurriedly ran to Li Er's side and bowed. Your Majesty, the post house where the Japanese envoys are staying at the Honglu Temple has caught fire. It burned down a woodshed and a Japanese envoy named Yoko Ono was burned to death. The joy on Li Er's face instantly disappeared. He asked, "Did someone deliberately set the fire?" Your Majesty, according to Marquis Wu's investigation, the fire was caused by a candlestick in the woodshed falling to the ground. As for whether or not someone deliberately set the fire, the people of Marquis government have yet to come to a conclusion. The chamberlain bowed. Li Er frowned and did not say anything. After a while, he suddenly asked, "There was a woman in the Japanese envoys. Was she still in the Japanese envoys after the fire?" The chamberlain suddenly looked troubled. After thinking about it, he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know. He was just a messenger. How would he know if there was a woman in the Japanese envoys?" "Humph. Then why don't you send someone to investigate?" Li Er's face darkened as he said coldly, "Yes, Your Majesty." The chamberlain shuddered and quickly left the hall. Zhao Song guessed what Li Er was thinking. He wanted to help Li Zixuan explain, but he felt that it was inappropriate. After hesitating for a long time, he did not say anything in the end. Half an hour later, the chamberlain ran back and bowed to Li Er. "Your Majesty, there is no woman in the Japanese envoys." "That's enough. You can leave now." Li Er's face changed. He waved his hand and dismissed the chamberlain. Then, Li Er looked at Zhao Song and said, "After tomorrow morning's court, tell Li Zixuan to come to Ganlu Hall to see me." After saying this, Li Er waved his sleeves and left. "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Song cupped his hands and answered. He smiled bitterly in his heart. "Marquis Yong and Marquis Yongan, how can you be so muddle-headed in this matter?" Sure enough, lust is accompanied by a knife. Yes, he and Li Er both thought that the fire in Honglu Temple tonight was set by Li Zixuan. His purpose was to secretly take the Japanese woman back. "Oh, where is this? You don't come over. I recognize you. You are the god of Marquis Yongan." In the guest room of the Li Mansion in Yongla Lane, Pang Feiji changed out of his night clothes and came over to unseal Xiamu's acupoints. Xiamu immediately crossed her arms and moved her body into the bed. She looked at Pang Feiji with a vigilant face and said. Seeing this, Pang Feiji could not help but say, "Miss Xiamu, if I wanted to do something to you, I would have done it long ago. You would not be able to stop me. Since you know that I am Marquis' guard, then you should know that I will not harm you. Otherwise, you would not be here now." Sumi Summer I had just been violated by Yoko Ono a few minutes ago. Her previous reaction was only a natural reaction after a moment of panic. Now that she heard Pang Feiji's words, she understood the current situation. Therefore, she wasn't as agitated as before. She stood up from the bed and bowed to Pang Feiji. "Thank you, General, for saving me. Xiamu is extremely grateful. I wonder if it was Marquis who asked you to save Xiamu?" After coming to the Tang Empire, she had heard of Li Zixuan's deeds. If she were to use 4 words to describe Li Zixuan, it could only be young and promising. If she were to use 8 words to describe him, it would be young and promising, high position and power. She knew that if she wanted to change her fate, she could only find a backer that her brother could not afford to offend. And the person she was sent to this time, Li Zixuan, was a very good backer. For this, she even planned to use the charm technique she learned from Neon to charm Li Zixuan. But when she first met Li Zixuan directly and mercilessly rejected her. She did not use any of the charm techniques she prepared. Now that Pang Feiji had saved her, a glimmer of hope ignited in Xiaomu's heart. I already told you just now that Marquis did not send me to save you. I just could not bear to see you go back to Neon to be humiliated, so I saved you. Marquis's heart is with the country. No matter what, he will not marry a foreign woman. Pang Feiji said expressionlessly. Sumai Xiaomu's face turned pale. She bit her lips as tears unconsciously flowed from her eyes. She muttered, "Since the Marquis of Yong'an is not willing to take me in, then why did you save me? Even if I came out, I would be caught by them sooner or later." Boo-hoo. It was the first time Pang Feiji saw a girl cry, and such a beautiful girl at that. When Xiaomu cried, the arrogance on Brother Chicken's face disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with an uneasy and flustered expression. He said anxiously, "Miss Xiaomu, although my Marquis is not willing to take you in, it does not mean that you will be caught by those people. You still have other options." Other options? What options do I have? Xiaomu raised her head and asked. There was a trace of crying in her voice, and her tear-stained face was really pitiful. Pang Feiji hurriedly shifted his gaze away and said, "Now you have two choices. The first is that I will take you out of the city after daybreak, and you will go to another place and find another way to survive. The second choice is to follow me, Pang Feiji, back home and live a good life. From today onwards, you are my woman and also a citizen of the Great Tang. Those people will not dare to touch you again." Ah, you. Xiaomu's eyes widened. She never thought that Pang Feiji would want to marry her. She was just about to refuse, but then she remembered that she had no skills. Even if she went to a place where the Neon delegation could not find her, what would she do to make a living? Moreover, she was a beautiful and helpless woman. It was inevitable that she would meet a beast like Yoko Ono in a strange place. Therefore, the first option was definitely not feasible. However, when she thought of the second option, Pang Feiji stood up at the critical moment and saved her from the clutches of the devil. Her heart wavered a little. But I will become a criminal wanted by the Neon. With your status, I will only bring you trouble. You can't protect me." After hesitating for a long time, Xiaomu said. After all, in her eyes, Pang Feiji was just a guard. "Hey, Miss Xiaomu, don't underestimate me. As long as you become my woman, I, Pang Feiji, swear to God that I will never be bullied like today. If your Japanese envoys want to capture you, they'll have to ask for my permission first. Moreover, I have not married yet. If you become my woman, I promise to treat you well for the rest of your life." Pang Feiji patted his chest and promised. Xiaomu looked at Pang Feiji's face, which was not handsome but full of determination. After a long time she said softly, "Okay. Xiaomu is willing to serve you for the rest of my life." Chapter 1356. 2-in-1 chapter. Your Highness, we can now confirm that all the guards in the courtyard were knocked out by the sleeping gas. Because of this, they didn't notice Princess Mingda's disappearance. But when Princess Mingda was sent back, she didn't have anything on her, let alone sleeping gas. So, I guess that someone must have used the sleeping gas to steal Princess Mingda. But that group of people was very efficient and didn't leave any traces that could prove their identity. Your Highness, should we report this to the Tang Imperial Court and ask them to help us find Princess Mingda? Honglu Temple. Wei Country Embassy. The mountain-back big brother had just returned from the interrogation of the Honglu Temple when his guard came to report. No. The mountain-back big brother immediately shook his head and said, "We can't let the Tang Imperial Court know about the existence of Su Wuxia. Otherwise, they will definitely find out that we sent a woman to Duke Yong'an. By then, we might be driven back to Wei Country. We don't have to look for Su Wuxia. Let's just pretend that she's dead. As for this fire, let's just pretend that Yoko Ono set it herself." He wasn't stupid. Once the matter of bribing an important official of Tang was exposed, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. If the bribe was successful, it would be better because Li Zixuan would help them cover it up. But now that the bribe wasn't successful, Li Zixuan had a clear conscience. It was already good enough that he didn't take the initiative to report them. How could he help them cover up their crime? So if he still wanted to stay in Tang Empire safely, he could only swallow this loss in silence. As for Su Wuxia who ran away, it didn't matter to him. She was just a woman. Wei country never lacked women. Of course, he also suspected that Li Zixuan sent someone to steal Su Wuxia. But that was only a suspicion. He didn't have any proof. Moreover, this was Tang Empire, not Wei country. He didn't have any authority to investigate Li Zixuan. Yes, Your Highness. Although the guard didn't know what the mountain-back big brother was thinking, he still obeyed the order. Early the next morning, at the first glimmer of dawn, a carriage drove out of the marquee mansion in Yongla City and headed straight for the Yanqing Gate. When they arrived at the city gates, the gates had just opened. Pang Feiji rode his horse in front to clear the way. Because the carriage had the symbol of the marquis's mansion, and because the guards at the city gates all recognized Pang Feiji, they didn't check or question him, and directly let him pass. In fact, even if the city guards checked the carriage, they would not find anything. This was because the person in the carriage had already changed into the attire of a Tang woman. There was nothing unusual about her. When the time came, Pang Feiji could just make up an identity for her and she could get away with it. After leaving Chang'an City, Pang Feiji deliberately increased his speed. He brought Su Mo, Xiamu, and his subordinates and rushed towards Cloud Mountain. Huff! Stop! When they were about to reach the Han Manor, Pang Feiji saw two familiar faces in front of him. He quickly reined in his horse and gestured for the people behind him to stop. Then, he jumped off the carriage and walked towards the two people. Brother Lu Feng, Brother Lu Yun. Does Marquis have something to tell me? That's right. The two people were Lu Feng and Lu Yun. Although their appearance made Pang Feiji feel that he had fallen out of favor, Pang Feiji definitely did not have the intention to hate them. After all, they were all working under Li Zixuan. There was no need to treat them like enemies all the time. Moreover, Li Zixuan had already been very lenient towards him regarding Su Mo, Xiamu. Pang Feiji felt that he owed Li Zixuan a lot. He did not have the face to fight for favor with Lu Feng and Lu Yun. He only wanted to repay Li Zixuan's kindness with all his might in his remaining years. Brother Pang, Marquis said that you can't bring Su Mo, Xiamu, to Cloud Mountain. He has prepared a house for you in the Han Manor. You can send Su Mo, Xiamu, over there. You will live there in the future. However, try not to let her go out for now. It won't be too late for you to get married after the rumors die down. Lu Feng said with a fist salute. Hearing this, Pang Feiji looked towards the direction of Cloud Mountain with a face full of gratitude. He then saluted Lu Feng and said, "Thank you Brother Lu for coming to pass on the message. Feiji will send Xiamu to the Han Manor now." Haha, you're welcome. Brother Pang, follow us. Lu Feng laughed heartily and took the initiative to lead the way in front. At this moment, Lu Yun could not help but sigh. Brother Pang, we are all servants. As a servant, if the master wants you to go east, you can't go west. If the master wants you to catch a dog, you can't catch a chicken. When the master wants you to die for him, you can't hesitate at all. However, this is the first time in my life that I, Lu Yun, have seen a master who is willing to take the risk for the sake of a servant. Such a master, not to mention that I have never seen one before, I have never even heard of one before. Therefore, both of us are very envious of you. We are envious that you can meet such a good master so early. Haha. However, you don't have to be envious. Now that we are all working under Marquis, I wonder if His Majesty will transfer us away again in a few days. Lu Yun's sigh seemed to be a little unreasonable and inexplicable. However, as the person involved, Pang Feiji was deeply moved. He was silent for a moment and said with a determined face, "Marquis is indeed an extraordinary person. In the future, my life will belong to Marquis. In this life, as long as I, Pang Feiji, am still breathing, I will not allow anyone to harm Marquis." Haha, Brother Pang is so bold. However, when Brother Pang gets married, the two of us will have to attend the wedding banquet. Lu Feng laughed and said. Pang Feiji shook his head and said, "Right now, I am not in the mood for a happy occasion. Although I have taken away the Wei nation's princess this time, I have also caused a lot of trouble for Marquis. This is all because of me. I will take responsibility for what I have done. If I am found out and get blamed by His Majesty, I will definitely not let this matter involve Marquis. At worst, I will go to the Supreme Court and admit my guilt." Marquis. After Pang Feiji settled Su Hua and Xiamu down, he came to the Yunshan villa. Li Zixuan had just finished practicing his swordsmanship. Pang Feiji knelt behind Li Zixuan and cupped his fists. Li Zixuan took the handkerchief from Xiao He and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Then he said lightly, "Get up. A man has gold under his knees. If you are really grateful to me, then do your job well in the future." Pang Feiji was silent for a moment. He stood up and said solemnly, "From now on, Marquis is my second parent. If Marquis orders me, even if I have to give my life, I will do my best to complete it." Pang Feiji was born in the right Marquis household. It could be said that in the past, Li Zixuan was the most important person in his heart. However, after this incident, Li Zixuan's position in his heart had directly surpassed Li Er's. Now, if Li Zixuan were to raise the flag of rebellion, Pang Feiji would definitely follow him without hesitation. Yes. Li Zixuan nodded. This time, in order to help Pang Feiji and Su with Xiamu, he would definitely bear a certain amount of risk. If it were other superiors, they would definitely not do this for their subordinates. However, Li Zixuan's soul was that of a modern person. The concept of superior and inferior was not deeply engraved in his bones. Pang Feiji had been with him for so long. He treated Pang Feiji as a friend, not a servant who could be ordered around by others. On the other hand, he did sympathize with Su Xiamu's situation. However, even if he sympathized, because of his identity, he could not personally help her. Since Pang Feiji had taken a fancy to Su Xiamu, he might as well help them. He could use the former princess of the Wei nation to be his subordinate's wife. This was also something that would give him face, wasn't it? "Have you settled everything on your side?" Reporting to the Marquis, "Everything has been settled," Pang Feiji quickly replied. Li Zixuan asked again, "Do you have any relatives at home?" Speaking of which, as a superior, he was not considered competent. He did not even know the basic family situation of his employee. Pang Feiji replied, "Marquis, I still have an old mother at home. She lives in Yongyang Lane. I plan to take some time to bring her to the Han family manor. In the future, she will settle down in the Han family manor." "Yes. That's not bad." Li Zixuan nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Xiao He beside him remind him softly, "Young master. Young master. Head steward Zhao from the palace is here." Pang Feiji's expression changed. He turned around and saw Zhao Song and a group of people walking towards them from outside the courtyard. He suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. "Marquis, if the emperor finds out about what happened last night, I will take responsibility for what I did. I am willing to go to the Supreme Court to plead guilty." Pang Feiji hurriedly whispered to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan did not panic. He smiled and said calmly, "Don't be anxious. First of all, Big Brother Shanbei will definitely not report to the authorities because of Su Xiamu's disappearance. This is because his crime of secretly bribing the officials will be exposed. If the people do not report, the officials will not investigate. I guess the emperor might have misunderstood that I was greedy for Miss Xiamu's beauty and sent people to kidnap her. That is why he asked Zhao Song to summon me to the palace." In fact, when Li Zixuan made the decision to let Pang Feiji go to Honglu Temple to steal Xiamu, Li Zixuan had already considered the possible consequences. Among them, the biggest possibility was that Big Brother Shanbei himself would suffer this loss. Su Xiamu was just an abandoned pawn. Big Brother Shanbei would not give up the opportunity to continue hiding in the Tang Empire because of her. "Marquis, if His Majesty really blames me for this, you must push this subordinate out. After all, this happened because of me. Even if Feiji dies, I cannot implicate Marquis." After a moment of silence, Pang Feiji bowed and said. Li Zixuan did not reply, because Zhao Song had already walked to the entrance of the courtyard. He smiled and went up to greet him, clasping his hands. "Haha. Head steward Zhao, what wind blew you here? Servants, quickly prepare some tea." Zhao Song hurriedly waved his hands. "I owe my Marquis. Look at the situation now, and you still have the mood to drink tea. Quickly, come with me to the palace. The emperor has summoned you to the palace." Li Zixuan's expression became serious, and he said crisply, "All right. Please wait for a moment. Butler Zhao. Let me change my clothes. Then I will follow you to the palace. After a while, Li Zixuan changed into his court attire, rode on Big White, and left Yun Mountain with Zhao Song. On the way, Zhao Song saw that there was no one around, so he deliberately slowed down the speed of his horse. He whispered to Li Zixuan, "Marquis, let me say something that I shouldn't say. With your current status, what kind of girl can't you marry? Why do you have to marry a Japanese girl and make the emperor unhappy? In my opinion, you should release the Japanese girl that you kidnapped last night as soon as possible." As the emperor's trusted aide, the fact that Zhao Song could speak to this extent proved that he really did not treat Li Zixuan as an outsider. Li Zixuan heard the sincerity in Zhao Song's words, so he treated him with sincerity. "Steward Zhao, since you've put it this way, then I won't hide it anymore. To be honest, yesterday afternoon, the big brother on the mountain back sent a Japanese girl. After I heard about it, I immediately sent the Japanese girl back. Since then, there has been no Japanese girl on Yun Mountain. And I, Li Zixuan, will not have anything to do with any foreign girl, whether it is in the past, present, or future, let alone marry a Japanese girl." Hearing Li Zixuan's solemn vow, Zhao Song did not doubt him and chose to believe him. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "With your words, Marquis, then I can rest assured." Haha. After a quarter of an hour, Li Zixuan arrived at the palace. At this time, Li Er had not finished the morning assembly, so he waited quietly alone in the Ganlu hall. After waiting for about half an hour, there was finally a sound of footsteps outside the hall. Li Zixuan straightened his clothes. When Li Er came in, he quickly bowed and saluted. "Your Majesty." "Humph. You allowed your subordinates to set fire to the Honglu temple and tried to marry a Japanese girl in private. Do you still have me, the emperor, in your eyes?" Li Er's cold and ruthless voice came from above. It was obvious that Li Er was very angry. Of course, he was angry because Li Zixuan wanted to marry a neon woman, not because the post house where the neon people lived had been burned down. He didn't care about the neon people's lives at all. What he cared about was that after Li Zixuan married a neon woman, he might leak his magical engineering knowledge to the neon people. Through the conversation with Zhao Song on the way here, Li Zixuan had already understood Li Er's anger in advance. At this moment, he did not beat around the bush and directly explained. "Your Majesty, why do you say that? Japan is an inferior country. As a subject of the Tang Empire, how can I marry a girl from an inferior country? Not only now, but also in the future. I dare to point to the heavens and swear." Hearing this, Li Er's expression became slightly better. In the eyes of the Tang Empire, Japan was indeed an inferior country. Not only did the Tang Empire think so, but even the Japanese themselves thought so. Therefore, the Japanese often borrowed seeds from the Tang Empire's merchants who passed by on the sea. Then the arson and kidnapping incident last night at the Honglu Temple really had nothing to do with you? Although Li Er felt a little in his heart, he was still somewhat puzzled. He did not believe that last night's incident had nothing to do with Li Zixuan. "Your Majesty, of course this incident had something to do with me." Li Zixuan's words almost made old Li go berserk. Then he heard Li Zixuan continue, "Don't worry. The big brother king of the mountain back is coveting the knowledge of the Yanhuang Academy. I have long noticed this. This time, this bastard is even more outrageous. He wants to use his beauty to bribe me. If I don't teach him a lesson, won't he forget himself? So, after I sent someone to send the woman back yesterday, I asked someone to snatch her back. Then, I directly rewarded the One Nation woman to a servant. The One Nation's diplomatic mission suffered a double loss. It can be considered a lesson to them." Chapter 1357. In the Ganlu Palace. When Li Er saw Li Zixuan say these words so confidently, he was really angry. His face was as cold as frost as he said, "Humph! You burned down the Honglu post house, and you still dare to talk to me like this? Do you still have any respect for the law?" However, although he looked very angry, there was only anger in his words, not coldness. Li Zixuan had made it very clear that the kidnapping of the neon woman was just to teach the neon delegation a lesson, and to reward the woman to his subordinates. As long as Li Zixuan didn't marry the neon woman, it was enough. According to the previous plan, once Li Zixuan wanted to marry the neon woman, even if Li Er was reluctant, he would imprison Li Zixuan or kill him directly. After all, the engineering knowledge in Li Zixuan's head was too terrifying. Once it spread to other countries, it would bring immeasurable losses to the Tang Empire. As the supreme ruler of the Tang Empire, Li Er would never allow this to happen. There were some things that he couldn't have, and he couldn't let other countries have either. Now that the truth was out, Li Er naturally didn't have to worry about whether to kill Li Zishuan or not. Li Zishuan smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, I only asked my subordinates to steal the woman, but I didn't ask them to set the house on fire. I think the fire was accidentally set by the Neon people, and it has nothing to do with me." Since Big Brother Shanbei did not report the disappearance of Xiamu to the authorities, then he would definitely take responsibility for the fire at the post house. Therefore, Li Zishuan simply pushed the boat with the current and threw the blame to Big Brother Shanbei. When Li Er heard this, he was instantly speechless. During the morning court session, the current minister of the Honglu Temple reported to him the investigation of the burning of the Neon delegation's post house last night. The Neon people admitted that they had accidentally burned down the woodshed and were willing to pay for the loss of the post house. Of course, Li Er was skeptical about the Japanese's statement, so he just asked Li Zishuan to see if he could get a different answer from Li Zishuan. He didn't expect the result to be the same. Li Er said crossly, "Humph. Even if the fire was not set by your people, as a marquis, you actually sent people to sneak into the Honglu Temple to kidnap people. You are breaking the law knowingly. I see that you are getting bolder and bolder." Li Zishuan knew that he was in the wrong, and he also understood that Li Er was not really angry, so he said, "Your Majesty, I was indeed thoughtless this time. At that time, I only wanted to teach the Neon delegation a lesson, but I forgot my identity and acted a little extreme. Please punish me, Your Majesty." This was retreating in order to advance. Anyway, Old Li didn't care about the lives of the Neon people at all. Even if he admitted his mistake, he wouldn't be punished much. Li Er raised his eyebrows and asked, "Did you really give that Neon woman to a servant?" It turned out that Old Li was still worried. He was afraid that Li Zishuan would have something to do with the Neon people. Li Zishuan hurriedly promised, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely true. I plan to let that Neon woman marry my subordinate as soon as this matter is over. And Your Majesty, you may not know that the Neon woman has a special identity. She is the daughter of the Suo family, a top family in Neon. However, the Suo family was destroyed last year, and the Neon Crown Prince suppressed the old, weak, women, and children of the Suo family. Therefore, that Neon woman was sent to the Tang Empire as a pawn to bribe officials. Now that woman has a deep hatred for the Neon Empress and the Neon Crown Prince. When the Tang Empire's army attacks Neon in the future, she can lead the way for us." Li Er nodded thoughtfully, and then felt that something was wrong. He frowned and said, "Neon is a barren land overseas. I have nothing to do. Why would I send troops to attack it?" Finally, the topic was changed. Li Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, you are wrong. Neon is rich in copper and silver mines. If we can conquer Neon, the Tang Empire will not lack silver and copper in the future." Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but be moved. He frowned and asked, "How do you know that Neon is rich in copper and silver mines?" Li Zishuan's face froze. After a moment he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, my master went to Neon before he died and said that Neon was full of copper and silver. Last year, Commandery Prince Hejian also went to Neon, so he must know about this. On the other hand, Neon sent so much silver and copper to the Tang Empire last year and this year, which is enough to prove that the land is rich in silver and copper." Duping Li Er into becoming interested in Neon. After the Turks and Tufan were destroyed, the Tang Empire would be able to attack Neon. This way, Li Er wouldn't turn his attention to Goguryeo too early. To be honest, Goguryeo was a tough nut to crack. The four emperors of the Sui and Tang dynasties had all sent troops to attack Goguryeo, and countless Han Chinese soldiers had died in Goguryeo. Many historians believe that Li Shimon's 3 campaigns against Goguryeo was a big failure in his life. He had made the same mistake as Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty. Therefore, using Neon as a training ground for Li Er was a very good choice. If the mountain-back Big Brother knew about Li Zishuan's sinister intentions, he would probably send out all the ninjas and assassins in Neon to kill Li Zishuan. Sure enough, Old Li's expression changed. He pondered for a moment and said, "But now, the Tang Empire has started to promote the use of paper Tang Yuan. The demand for copper is not as big as before." Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, copper is not only used for coins. There are many things that require copper in engineering. For example, the telegraph machine requires a lot of copper because copper conducts electricity better than iron. In the future, there will be more and more places that require copper. The corner of Li Er's mouth twitched. Only now did he know that Li Zishuan's telegraph machine required a lot of copper. It was really extravagant. This was mainly because in the eyes of the ancient people, copper basically meant money. However, for something like the telegraph machine, no matter how expensive it was, the more the better. Therefore, Li Er thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, forget it. We will remember this matter for now. You brat. Go back and reflect on yourself. The next time you do something like this, we will teach you a lesson." Li Zishuan knew that he had already planted a seed in Li Er's heart. He hurriedly cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I will reflect on myself in the coming days." After a moment of silence, Li Er said, "Since the Wa envoys are so restless and dare to blatantly bribe the courtiers, we will order all of them to go back in a few days." Li Zishuan hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, now that the Wa woman has been taken away by my men, there is no evidence for the bribery. Wa is now a vassal state of the Tang Empire. Your Majesty previously agreed to let them stay in Chang'an City for half a year. If you change your mind this time, I think the courtiers will not agree." Li Er pondered for a moment and nodded. "What you said is not without reason. In that case, let them stay for a few more days. However, you have to prevent the Wa people from going to Yanhuang College to steal the technology related to the telegraph machine, the fairy lamp, and the telescope. The Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations you formulated this time is very good. In the future, Yanhuang College will implement a comprehensive confidentiality management according to the regulations you listed in it." Through the previous rebellion, Li Er saw the role of the telegraph machine, the fairy lamp, and the telescope in war. At the same time, he also realized that these technologies should be kept strictly confidential. Otherwise, it would be the Tang Empire's turn to have a headache if other countries also had them. Li Zishuan was naturally very happy that Li Er could realize this. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, please rest assured that I will not let the small foreign countries covet the magical weapons of the Tang Empire." "Good. With your words, I am relieved." Li Er nodded. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to Li Zishuan and asked, "I also heard that you have a 100 trump cards project in the college? What is the meaning of this? Come and tell me." It had to be said that Li Er was quite concerned about Yanhuang College. At this moment, he had probably forgotten that he had called Li Zishuan over to denounce him. "Your Majesty, this trump cards project is a project that I specially set up to encourage the students to create some magical weapons that will benefit the world." Hearing Li Er mention the trump cards project, Li Zishuan explained in detail the contents of the project that he had introduced to the students and teachers of the college. "Your Majesty intends to start the first trump cards project, which is the Ba River Hydropower Station. Currently, the Ba River Dam is only the first step. After the dam is completed, Your Majesty will use the dam as the foundation to build a hydropower station and usher in the era of electricity for the Tang Empire." At the end, Li Zishuan revealed his first trump cards project. Li Er had heard Li Zishuan talk about the Ba River Dam before, so he was not very surprised. However, he was very interested in the concept of the trump cards project that Li Zishuan proposed. After thinking for a moment, Li Er opened his mouth and said, "This 100 trump cards project can't only be funded by the college alone. The imperial court will also transfer a portion of money to support it every year. In addition, as long as the participants make outstanding contributions, I will not be stingy with money and official rewards." This basically raised the trump cards project to the level of a country. Li Zishuan was naturally very happy. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I thank you in advance on behalf of those students for your reward." Li Er said happily, "Kid, you are getting more and more glib-tongued. When the college has really made some great achievements, it won't be too late for you to thank me." All right. Since you have asked what you wanted to ask, you can leave." "Yes, Your Majesty, I will leave." Li Zishuan cupped his hands in acknowledgement and slowly left the Sweet Dew Hall. After leaving the palace, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief and said, "Phew! This can be considered a blessing in disguise, right?" He had been angrily called into the palace by Li Er, but not only had he not been punished, but the trump cards project had also received old Li's full support. Wasn't this a blessing in disguise? Chapter 1358. Bastard. I summoned him to the palace to punish him. But why did I let him leave the palace safely? After Li Zixuan left, Li Er came back to his senses after a long while. He was a little angry and helpless. Zhao Song, who was beside him, almost laughed out loud. He thought to himself, in the entire Tang Empire, only one official like Li Zixuan could make Li Er so mad. Marquis, are you okay? Pang Feiji asked worriedly as he came back to Yunshan. Li Zixuan had been in the palace for so long that he was even prepared to go to the Supreme Court to plead guilty. Fortunately, Li Zixuan had finally returned. If something had happened to me, would I have been able to come back safely? His Majesty only admonished me. Li Zixuan smiled with a relaxed face and said as he walked, "One nation is just a small country. Who in the imperial court would care about losing a person? In a month, you will marry that Xiamu of the Sui Empire. When the time comes, I will also go to the wedding." What he said was true. One nation was weak at the moment. Whether it was the Tang Empire, the Qin, Han, the Three Kingdoms, or the Sui Empire, none of them took One nation seriously. To put it bluntly, in the hearts of the Tang Empire's officials, One nation's status was even lower than those small Nanyang countries. This was because the Department of Commerce had tasted great benefits from trading with those small Nanyang countries last year. I will never forget Marquis's kindness. From now on, I am willing to go through water and tread on fire for Marquis. Although Li Zixuan made it sound easy, Pang Feiji could imagine the danger involved in Li Zixuan's visit to the palace. As a lord, it was definitely unprecedented for him to do this for his subordinate. Therefore, Pang Feiji was very touched and cupped his fists. Li Zixuan turned around and looked at Pang Feiji. He said seriously, "You don't have to thank me. But I have to say this first. Since my Xiamu is married to you, she will be a citizen of the Tang Empire. Her heart must be with the Tang Empire. If I find that she is still thinking about Wa and betraying the country, then don't blame me for being ruthless and killing you too." This was a forewarning for Pang Feiji. He had planted a seed in Li Er's heart today, and it was very likely that the Tang Empire would attack Japan in the future. At that time, Su Wuxia's position would be a problem. Pang Feiji's expression became serious. He cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, Feiji has not reached the point of being blinded by lust. I can still distinguish between right and wrong. When the time comes, I will do it myself, even without Marquis's help." The national honor of the Tang Empire was not to be violated. Moreover, in Pang Feiji's mind, when it came to marriage, a woman should follow the chicken or dog. Since Su Wuxia was married to him, she naturally had to consider the problem from his point of view. "Yes, it's good that you know. But I hope that that kind of thing will never happen. She now has a deep hatred for Wa. You'd better let her acknowledge the Tang Empire from the bottom of her heart and think that she is a citizen of the Tang Empire." "Haha, this depends on your ability," Li Zixuan said with a smile. "Yes, Marquis." Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said yes. Li Zixuan waved his hand and motioned for him to leave. At this moment, Han Yushi had already come out to welcome him. "Husband, you are back? Did His Majesty make things difficult for you?" After lunch, Li Zixuan came to the academy. Taking advantage of the students' lunch break, he gathered all the teachers of the academy and held a meeting on confidentiality. These days, everyone should have read the Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations. Then, I announced that from today onwards, the academy will officially set up a confidentiality work leading group. I will be the leader, and Mr. Wenji will be the deputy leader. Within the academy, all the books, materials, manuscripts, and drawings will be classified according to their importance. Some laboratories and reference rooms in the academy also had to be classified as secret places based on their importance. Moreover, the internal personnel of the academy will also be classified according to the nature and importance of their work. From the lowest to the highest, they will be classified as ordinary personnel, important personnel, and core personnel. These classified carriers, places, and personnel must be completed within a week, and all of them must be recorded. In the future, they must be managed according to the Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations. Confidentiality is no small matter. Although these confidentiality regulations are complicated, and there will be many difficulties in implementing them, we must do things according to the regulations, because some of the secrets in Yanhuang College are not only the Academy's secrets, but also the secrets of the entire Tang Empire. His Majesty is also very concerned about the confidentiality of our Academy. Therefore, the leaders of the various academic departments must mobilize the teachers of their respective departments to take action, and not let the Yanhuang Academy's confidentiality ordinance become a piece of paper. Understand? At the meeting, Li Zixuan emphasized the importance of the Academy's confidentiality management, and urged all the teachers of the various departments to carry out the work as soon as possible. Yes, Yamacho. All the teachers in the meeting room hurriedly cupped their hands in obeisance. Li Zixuan continued, "Recently, I will be in the Academy to urge these matters to be carried out faster. In addition, regarding the 100 Trump Cards project of the Academy, this project has received high praise from His Majesty. Every year, the Imperial Court will transfer a portion of the funds to support the Academy's Trump Cards project. This is good news for us. Therefore, all the departments must begin to collect the practical and useful projects proposed by the students and summarize them to me. Then, the Academy will discuss which projects can be included in the 100 Trump Cards project. This is a long-term and very meaningful task, so please keep it in mind." "Yes, Yamacho." When they heard Li Zixuan say that the Imperial Court would vigorously support the Academy's Trump Cards project, the teachers present couldn't help but cheer. After all, this meant that they would be working for the Imperial Court in the future. Li Zixuan nodded and continued, "In addition to collecting the good ideas proposed by the students, you can also propose or participate in some of the Trump Cards projects. Not only will you be rewarded by the Academy, but you will also have a lot of bonus points in the future professional title evaluation. In addition, I announce the first Trump Card project of the Academy, the Ba River Hydropower Project. At present, the dam of the Ba River is steadily being built. After the dam is completed, a generator will be installed on the dam. This is a very good opportunity for the teachers of the physics department of Yanhuang College to gain experience. After all, you have all learned about electricity from textbooks and have never used it in practice. Therefore, this time, the Ba River Hydropower Project, the students and teachers of the physics department of the Academy must try their best to participate in it." Yamacho is right. The teachers and students of the Academy must seize this opportunity to practice it. Mo Huai nodded in agreement. The other teachers of the Academy also nodded thoughtfully. To put it bluntly, among the 5 departments of Yanhuang College, except for the economics department, the knowledge taught in the other 4 departments was forcibly instilled by Li Zixuan. There were many things that they didn't have the time or the conditions to verify in person. Therefore, the future of Yanhuang College was very long. Marquis, the owner of the Misty Rain Villa in Jiangnan, Zhang Yinhong, requests to see you. After a busy afternoon in the Academy, Li Zixuan returned to the courtyard in the evening. Pang Feiji came to report to him. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Zhang Yinhong? Zhang Yinhong, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Wind and Thunder team? Oh right, if this Marquis remembers correctly. He was the one who bought the first Great Celestial Mirror, right? When the Immortal Mirror was first launched last year, it swept the entire Chang'an city. In order to buy an Immortal Mirror to please girls, Xiao Yu's grandson even asked Xiao Yu to personally write a letter to Li Zixuan to open a back door for him. At that time, the Strange Taste Pavilion mainly sold small immortal mirrors, but it would launch an immortal mirror that was as tall as a person from time to time. The price was 8,888 strings of coins, which was not affordable for ordinary people. At that time, the first 2 immortal mirrors were launched. One was bought by Chao Wendong, and the other was bought by Zhang Yinhong. Of course, what Li Zixuan was most interested in was Zhang Yinhong's other identity, the boss behind the scenes of the Wind and Thunder team. It was already April. In the ranking competition in Lantian County, the Wind and Thunder team had advanced to the knockout round with the highest points in Group A, and their strength could be said to be superior to all other heroes. Next, they would compete for the Tang Empire's League 1 team in the knockout round. However, in Li Zixuan's opinion, the Wind and Thunder team would definitely win the title of League 1 team. Yes, Marquis, the boss of the Wind and Thunder team, Zhang Yinhong. He said that he has admired you for a long time, and specially came to visit you today. Pang Feiji bowed and said, "Invite him to the main hall and let someone serve him tea." As the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a cause. Li Zixuan wanted to see what Zhang Yinhong was here for today. Yes. Pang Feiji took the order and left. After a while, Zhang Yinhong was brought to the main hall. Pang Feiji asked him to sit there for a while. As soon as Zhang Yinhong entered the house, he was shocked by the luxurious, bright, and modern decor of the house. Hee. It's just a humble house. Please don't laugh at it. At this moment, Li Zixuan came out of the study and saw Zhang Yinhong looking at the decor in the house in shock. He laughed and said. Zhang Yinhong came back to his senses and quickly said, "Marquis, you must be joking. If this is still a humble house, there won't be any luxurious houses in the world." In the past, this Zheng's Misty Rain villa prided itself on its grandeur and grandeur. But compared to the Marquis' villa and the Yanhuang Academy on the Cloud Mountain, it's just a rural farm. Li Zixuan laughed and said, "You're exaggerating, Villa Master Zheng. This Cloud Mountain villa is just a little new in style, but it's not grand and magnificent." "You're too modest, Marquis." Zhang Yinhong cupped his hands and suddenly got up and said, "I've admired Marquis for a long time. I hope Marquis won't blame me for my sudden visit." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I've heard of Villa Master Zheng's reputation. Misty Rain Villa has monopolized the grain, porcelain, and silk business in the entire Jiangnan circuit. Villa Master Zheng is really good at making money." Zhang Yinhong quickly said, "Marquis, you flatter me. Compared to Marquis, my ability is like a firefly competing with the sun and moon. Oh right, I've brought some specialties from Jiangnan circuit for Marquis. I hope Marquis will kindly accept it. Qianjun, quickly take it out." At this point, Zhang Yinhong instructed the young man behind him. Seeing Li Zixuan looking at the young man behind him, Zhang Yinhong quickly introduced him. "Oh, Marquis, this is my son. He's been ignorant since he was young, but his character is not bad. This time, I brought the Wind and Thunder team to Chang'an to participate in the competition, so I brought him with me to let him broaden his horizons. Qianjun, why don't you quickly greet Marquis?" Zhang Qianjun, who was holding a delicate wooden box, quickly bowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Greetings, Marquis." Li Zixuan, who was the son of a rich businessman, became a marquis within a year. He was Zhang Qianjun's idol. Zhang Qianjun, who was also the son of a rich businessman, dreamed more than once that he could be like Li Zixuan and become a marquis and prime minister one day. "Zhang Qianjun? Hee, there's no need to be so polite." When Li Zixuan heard the young man's name, he suddenly remembered that a person named Zhang Qianjun had tipped Celestial Bane 5,000 Tang Yuan a while ago. In that case, the father and son in front of him were Li Zixuan's regular customers. Li Zixuan felt that it was quite interesting. "Thank you, Marquis." Zhang Qianjun straightened his body, then raised the wooden box in his hand and said to Li Zixuan, "Marquis, this is the fresh spring tea that my father sent from Jiangnan 800 miles away from Hangzhou to deliver for you. This spring tea was personally picked from the back mountain of Lingyin Temple. It's fresh and tender and is my father's favorite. Please accept it, Marquis." Tea leaves. The father and son of the Zheng family were here to deliver tea leaves. When Pang Feiji saw this, he could not help but mourn for the father and son of the Zheng family. That was because almost everyone around Li Zixuan knew that Li Zixuan did not like to drink tea. Usually, even if there were guests, Li Zixuan would rather drink plain water than tea. Therefore, Pang Feiji felt that the father and son of the Zheng family had failed in their gift delivery this time. Zhang Yinhong continued Zhang Qianjuan's words, "I've heard people say that Marquis does not like to drink tea. He usually only drinks water. However, I feel that it's not that Marquis doesn't like to drink tea. It's just that he hasn't come across tea leaves that suit his taste. In the past, my situation was similar to that of Marquis. However, ever since I tasted the tea leaves from the back mountain of the Lingyin Temple, I can't live without them. Therefore, I specially brought a batch of tea leaves to give to Marquis. Oh, because I don't like to drink tea leaves that have been dried and crushed. I like to drink tea leaves that have just been picked. Therefore, the tea leaves that I've brought to Marquis this time are also freshly picked. If Marquis thinks that it's inappropriate, he can ask the servants to dry them." Pang Feiji was a little confused. Since Zhang Yinhong knew that Li Zixuan did not like to drink tea, why did he still bring tea to him? Wasn't he looking for trouble? Unexpectedly, Li Zixuan took the wooden box from Zhang Qianjuan's hand with a happy face and said with a smile, "Thank you for coming here." "Haha. Hangzhou's spring tea? That's great. The water quality in Hangzhou is excellent. The spring tea produced by the spring rain must be of the highest quality. Heights Lord Zheng is right. The reason why I don't like to drink tea is that I haven't come across tea leaves that suit my taste. I must taste the spring tea that Heights Lord Zhang has brought to me. I just don't know if Heights Lord Zhang has any more Hangzhou spring tea leaves. Freshly picked Hangzhou spring tea leaves. Li Zishuan was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Finally, he didn't have to drink tasteless water anymore. It was just that the tea leaves that old Zhang gave him were a little too little. Ah yes. If Marquis likes it, I'll send a few more boxes to Marquis later. Zhang Yinhong was a little confused at first, but then he replied excitedly. Chapter 1359. 2-in-1 Chapter. How did the people of the Tang dynasty drink tea? First, the tea leaves were ground into powder. Then the water was boiled. After the first boiling, salt was added. After the second boiling, the ground tea could be poured in and boiled. After the third boiling, the tea was divided into teacups. That was not enough. According to personal taste, scallions, ginger, dates, orange peel, dogwood, mint, and other things could be added. Spices and other things could also be added. The taste was simply too sour. In any case, after Li Zishuan tasted it once, he could not wait to avoid all the teas of this era. Because how could this be tea? It tasted worse than Chinese medicine. In fact, China's ancient tea ceremony probably started in the Tang dynasty and flourished in the Song dynasty. After the invasion of the grassland tribes in the Yuan dynasty, China's tea ceremony gradually declined. In the Ming dynasty, it showed a different scene. Generally speaking, the Tang dynasty boiled tea, the Song dynasty boiled tea, and the Song dynasty boiled tea. Whether it was boiling tea or boiling tea, people used crushed tea leaves as the raw material. However, this method was completely changed in the Ming dynasty. According to legend, Zhu Yuanzhang, the founder of the Ming dynasty, once visited the common people and saw that they were laboriously making dragon phoenix tea as a tribute to the palace. It was very difficult. If there was a slight flaw, they had to make it again. It wasted a lot of time and a lot of good materials. Therefore, in the 24th year of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang issued an edict to abolish dragon phoenix tea and change it to dragon phoenix tea, loose tea. From then on, Tang dynasty boiled tea and Song dynasty boiled tea. When Li Zishuan first transmigrated, he regretted that he did not transmigrate to the Ming dynasty. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Since the Tang dynasty was popular to boil tea leaves and not stir-fry tea, then he would lead the trend. However, since the beginning of spring this year, too many things had happened. Li Zishuan did not have time to search for good spring tea leaves to stir-fry. In the end, Zhang Yinhong took the initiative to send a batch of good, fresh, and uncrushed spring tea leaves from Hangzhou. How could he waste it? Moreover, this was spring tea from the Lingyin Temple. The Lingyin Temple, also known as the Yunlin Temple, was built in the first year of the Eastern Jin dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, the famous tea sage Lu Yu wrote the world's first monograph on tea, the classic of tea. There was a record of the tea produced by the Lingyin Temple in Hangzhou. This tea was actually the predecessor of the West Lake Longjing tea. The spring tea that Zhang Yinhong brought could also be called the Dragon Well tea after the rain. Therefore, when Li Zishuan heard that the tea leaves in the wooden box were produced in the Lingyin Temple in Hangzhou, it was not surprising that he became so excited. Haha! This marquis has always heard that Hangzhou is a beautiful place. The north peak of the hidden spirit temple is even more beautiful, with clear hills and clear waters. The tea leaves produced in that place must taste very good. To tell you the truth, this marquis doesn't like to crush the tea leaves before drinking them. This is because it deviates from the original taste of the tea leaves. Brewing the tea leaves in boiling water will allow one to appreciate the true taste of the tea. Li Zishuan let Pang Feiji take the tea leaves, then looked at Zhang Yinhong and said with a face full of praise, "Marquis is really wise. I deeply agree. When I was in Jiangnan, I heard that Marquis was a master of both literature and martial arts. I didn't expect that Marquis would have such a unique understanding of tea. Marquis is really my soulmate." Zhang Yinhong secretly let out a sigh of relief, then said with a face full of joy. Li Zishuan was also in a good mood after receiving the first-rate Dragon Well tea. He laughed and said, "Haha. This marquis also regretted that we didn't meet earlier. When this marquis has finished brewing this spring tea after the rain, I will definitely invite Manor Master Zhang to Yunshan to taste it. I hope Manor Master Zhang will be free then." It is my fortune to be invited by Marquis. When the time comes, I will definitely be there on time. What's more, although this Marquis was far away in Jiangnan, I know that Marquis is a master of fine food and wine. This Hangzhou spring tea after the rain will definitely be even more fragrant after going through Marquis' hands. When the time comes, I will be in for a treat. Zhang Yinhong laughed and cupped his hands, then looked at the sky outside the window. He stood up and said, "It's getting late, so I won't disturb Marquis any longer. Goodbye." Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. He secretly thought that this Zhang Yinhong was a little interesting. Usually, people who came to give gifts would have a request after giving them. However, this old man directly left after giving the gift, as if he was really just here to visit him. How interesting. As a mature adult, Li Zishuan naturally wouldn't be so stupid to think that Zhang Yinhong was just admiring his reputation and had simply come to see him. However, since Zhang Yinhong didn't say anything, Li Zishuan didn't need to take the initiative to ask. In any case, he had only received a box of tea leaves. If he had any excessive requests in the future, he could just refuse. But then again, he saw that this old man surnamed Zhang wasn't the kind of person who didn't know how to adapt to circumstances. He probably wouldn't make any excessive requests. In that case, this Marquis won't keep Manor Master Zhang. Take care. Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his hands to send the guest off. Marquis, take care. Goodbye. After Zhang Yinhong finished speaking, he took his son out of the door. It was really as if he didn't take away a single cloud with him when he waved his sleeves. It was extremely natural and unrestrained. My husband, why are you interested in tea leaves? Didn't you used to hate tea the most? After Zhang Yinhong and his son left, Han Yushi came out of the side hall and walked to Li Zishuan's side. She blinked and asked curiously. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Hey, that's because I didn't come across good tea leaves and didn't use the correct method of making tea. After these tea leaves are dried, I'll make a pot of good tea for you, my wife. At that time, my wife, you'll understand why your husband didn't drink those teas before." Father, are we leaving just like that? On the cement road at the foot of Cloud Mountain, the Zhang family's horse carriage galloped steadily. The smooth cement road caused the horse carriage to not jolt at all. In the horse carriage, Zhang Qianjun looked at his father puzzledly and asked. Zhang Yinhong leaned against the couch in the horse carriage and replied calmly, "Why? The sky is already dark and we're still not leaving. Don't tell me you want the Marquis to keep you for dinner on Cloud Mountain?" Finishing, Zhang Yinhong closed his eyes and planned to rest. Zhang Qianjun said helplessly, "No, father. I'm saying that you came to Cloud Mountain today just to deliver tea to the Marquis?" Zhang Yinhong opened his eyes and said unhappily, "Why? Don't I look like it? Do you want me to use these tea leaves to exchange for some benefits with the Marquis? If I do that, I dare to guarantee that both of us will be chased out. This time the Marquis liked the tea leaves that we sent is already a great piece of news to us. If we insist on other things, it will only make the Marquis feel that we're just unscrupulous merchants and not worth befriending. At the very least, we formed a good relationship with the Marquis, and this is something that many people can't even dream of. As for other matters, when our relationship reaches a certain level, even if we don't mention it, the Marquis will also give us a few ways to get rich. Take a look at Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the others who followed the Marquis of Yong'an. Aren't they all doing better now? So, Qianjun, you still need to practice your shrewdness. When befriending a gentleman, you must not be too unscrupulous." Zhang Qianjun nodded his head thoughtfully and said, "Yes, father. I understand. But father, this time you sent the tea leaves to the Marquis is really too risky. But luckily you sent it right. The Marquis actually really likes fresh tea leaves. We're really lucky." "Lucky?" Zhang Yinhong smiled then sighed and said, "Before I came here, I spent a lot of effort to send people to gather information about the Marquis of Yong'an's likes and dislikes, and I was thinking about what I should give him. But in the end, I realized that nothing I gave him was appropriate. Because the Marquis of Yong'an doesn't lack money, power, good food and wine, and it seems like he doesn't lack women. After thinking about it over and over again, father could only make such a risky move. I never expected that the Marquis would actually be just like father and like father to like fresh tea leaves and not tea leaves to make soup. Now that I think about it, we're really lucky. It's mainly because of father's courage. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not dare to take such a risk. Zhang Qianjun couldn't help but compliment, and then he changed the topic and sighed with emotion. My horizons were broadened when I saw Yanhuang College and the courtyard on Cloud Mountain. Everyone says that the Marquis is a disciple of the gods, and now I believe it. Zhang Qianjun looked at his son with a smile that didn't look like a smile, and said, "You're about the same age as the Marquis. If you're as capable as the Marquis, Father can die in peace. It's said that when you see a worthy person, you should emulate him. When you return this time, Qianjun, you have to study hard. Our Zhang family can't be a family of merchants for generations." "Yes, father." The next day, there were no clouds in the sky, and it was clear that it was a sunny day. Li Zishuan instructed Xiao He and Xiao Shi to dry the spring tea that Zhang Yinhong had sent over. Early in the morning, 2 servants of the Zhang family delivered 10 boxes of spring tea to Li Zishuan. That's right, 10 boxes. Zhang Yinhong probably moved all of his stock over to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was delighted when he saw this. Anyway, he didn't mind having too much, so he let Xiao He and the rest dry it together. This process usually took about half a day. The purpose was to reduce the smell of grass in the tea leaves, so that the water content reached the requirements of stir-frying, and at the same time, to prevent the new tea from becoming lumpy when stir-frying. After making the arrangements, Li Zishuan went to Yanhuang College. Recently, there were a lot of things to do at the college. As the head of the Yamacho, he naturally couldn't get away. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan had just finished his lunch. When he saw that the tea leaves in the backyard were almost dried, he was excited and asked someone to bring the tea leaves to the kitchen. He wanted to personally cook the tea leaves. "Husband, how can these tea leaves be stir-fried? Are you sure you didn't remember wrongly?" When Han Yushi heard that Li Zishuan wanted to stir-fry the tea leaves, she immediately followed him into the kitchen and asked. Li Zishuan smiled confidently and said, "Of course I didn't remember wrongly. Back then, my master drank stir-fried tea leaves, not tea powder." "What's so good about tea powder?" "Hey wife, you came at the right time. I haven't cooked for a long time, and my cooking skills have regressed. You can cook, and I'll teach you from the side." Speaking of which, before getting married, Li Zishuan's culinary skills were still considered decent in the Li family. But after getting married, he basically entered a state of eating and waiting to die. Han Yushi made delicious food for him every day in a variety of ways. If he hadn't persisted in practicing his sword every morning, he would probably have become as fat as a horse long ago. As a result, he basically didn't know how to cook now. He had become a king of mouths through and through. Since husband insists on stir-frying the tea, then I'll help you stir-fry it." Han Yushi nodded, and then asked someone to help her find the apron that Li Zishuan invented. After tying it, she walked to the stove. She would never refuse Li Zishuan's request. Some people said that Li Zishuan doted on his wife, but it was better to say that Han Yushi doted on her husband. Wife, the whole process of stir-frying tea is divided into 3 stages. Green pot, rejuvenation, and bright pot. The so-called green pot is to initially shape the tea leaves into a flat shape within a quarter of an hour. The tea leaves are stir-fried until they are 70 to 80% dry. Next is rejuvenation. After the green pot step, the tea leaves are spread flat in the bamboo sieve and rejuvenated. It takes about an hour. The last is bright pot. After the rejuvenated tea leaves are added to the pot and stir-fried until they are dry, reducing the moisture to about 5%, and further shaping. This process takes about a quarter of an hour. After the bright pot, the tea leaves will be the finished product when they are cooled. They can be brewed with boiling water directly for drinking. Li Zishuan came to Han Yushi's side and roughly explained the steps of stir-frying tea. These were all things that he had seen on TV before. In terms of practice, he had never stir-fried it himself. Just now, when Li Zishuan was talking, Han Yushi was memorizing and thinking about the specific operation of each step in her mind. At this moment, after Li Zishuan finished speaking, she nodded thoughtfully and said, Husband, I should understand now. Let me try." Li Zishuan said with a smile, Hee. Wife, you can try as much as you want. We still have a lot of tea leaves at home. It doesn't matter if you spoil it." "Oh, come, let me help you with the fire. Isn't it tiring to work together with a man and a woman?" Han Yushi had long been accustomed to her husband's unconventional behavior. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes at Li Zishuan and said, "Husband, don't you need to go to the academy in the afternoon? I heard that there are a lot of things going on at the academy recently. You'd better go quickly. It's enough to have me and Xiaohe here. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, It's okay. I'll go after I'm done. At most, I'll stay at the academy for a while at night. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Han Yushi could only let Li Zishuan be. On the other side, Li Zishuan had already started burning firewood. Speaking of which, in this era, there was no gas, no natural gas, and no induction cooker. For stir-frying, they could only rely on firewood. Xiaohe had already helped Han Yushi clean the pot. When Han Yushi saw that the fire was almost ready, she poured the tea leaves that Xiaohe handed over into the pot and began to stir-fry tea for the first time in her life. Chapter 1360. Yunshan Residence. Back Kitchen. All right. Husband, what do you think of the color? Can we get it out of the pot? After working for nearly 2 hours, Han Yushi estimated the time, looked at the color of the tea leaves in the pot, and asked Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan stood up and looked into the pot. What he saw were pieces of flat, smooth, sharp, and tender green tea leaves. He looked at his wife in surprise and praised her. These stir-fried tea leaves are straight and sharp. They are flat and handsome. They are smooth and even. The color of the tea leaves is yellow and green. It is very tempting. It is really the best. Wife, you are really good at cooking. The control of the fire is just right. I am impressed. He was not bragging. The tea leaves that Han Yushi stir-fried were comparable to the top-grade Longjing tea that was sold in the tea shops in his previous life. Li Zishuan felt that marrying this wife was really a treasure. She could stir-fry tea to such a high standard for her first time. Han Yushi was happy in her heart, but she said embarrassedly, Husband, you are talking nonsense again. I was just lucky. How can it be as good as you say? Although she said that, the 2 little dimples on her cheeks betrayed her. Li Zishuan laughed and could not help but touch Han Yushi's white jade-like cheeks. He said, Haha. Wife, don't be so modest. Let me make a cup of tea for you. Xiaohe, you help me with the fire. Xiaoshi, have you boiled the water that I asked you to boil? Yes. Young master. Yes. Young master, it is boiling. Xiaohe and Xiaoshi replied. Good. Today, I will make a cup of tea for each of you. The best Hangzhou spring tea. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he went out of the kitchen and personally went to get the teacups. Half an hour later, the 4 cups of tea were brewed. The green and clear tea was steaming, bringing the unique fragrance of the tea leaves into the air. Han Yushi, Xiaohe, and Xiaoshi could not help but sniff. Their faces were filled with intoxication. Husband, after the tea leaves are brewed like this, it does seem to be 100 times more fragrant than the tea we brewed before. After Han Yushi looked at the tender green and clear tea in front of her, she couldn't help but say with joy. Not to mention the taste, just by looking at the color and the aroma, the freshly brewed tea in front of him was 100 times better than the tea powder soup in the past. NN. The tea brewed by young master looks good just by looking at it. It will definitely taste good when drunk. Xiaohe blinked her eyes and said excitedly. Li Zishuan laughed and said, Haha, whether it tastes good or not, we will only know after we drink it. Wife Xiaohe Xiaoshi, quickly try it. Oh, be careful. Don't burn yourself. Yes. Thank you, husband. Thank you, young master. Xiaohe and Xiaoshi were flattered. After all, this was tea brewed by Li Zishuan himself. At this time, Li Zishuan also picked up the teacup. He first put it in front of his nose and took a light sniff, then closed his eyes with a face full of enjoyment. Speaking of which, he hadn't smelled such a pure tea fragrance for more than a year, right? After sighing with emotion, Li Zishuan gently blew on the hot tea in the cup. After a moment, he took a shallow sip. There was a faint bitter taste in the mouth, and then a burst of rich tea aroma exploded in the mouth, leaving a rich aftertaste. On the other side, Han Yushi also took a sip. Then her eyes widened and she exclaimed, Husband, this tea tastes very special. The texture is smooth, and it leaves a fragrance in the mouth after drinking it. It's simply amazing. Yes. Although Xiaohe can't tell how it tastes good, I just feel that it is 10,000 times better than the tea we brewed in the past. Young master, this tea is slightly bitter, but after savoring it carefully, it is full of fragrance. This This feeling is just like life. Listening to the praise of the three beauties in the room, Li Zishuan smiled and said, Haha, Xiaoxi is right. Sometimes, drinking tea is like tasting life. There is contemplation in the tea, enlightenment in the contemplation, reminiscence, and life. Wife, take your time to enjoy it. I will bring some tea leaves to the academy to reward the teachers. Drinking tea is like tasting life? Han Yushi couldn't help but be startled. Then she smiled and said, Husband, you can go now. As for the remaining tea leaves, I will help you with Xiao He and the rest. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. Li Zishuan nodded, then took a small box of freshly brewed tea leaves and went out in the direction of Yanhuang College. Mo Zhong, ask the canteen to boil 2 pots of water and bring them to the meeting room. Also, bring some teacups. When he arrived at the academy, Li Zishuan directly called Mo Zhong and ordered. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Zhong was a little confused, but he still followed the order. Hey, Yamacho, you came at the right time. This is the list of secret carriers and secret places listed by our physics department. Please take a look. After Mo Zhong left, Li Zishuan had just walked into Guanghua building when he met Mo Chue. Mo Chue was holding a pile of files. When he saw Li Zishuan coming to the academy, he quickly walked over and said. Li Zishuan glanced at the files in Mo Chue's hands, but he didn't take them. Instead, he said, I'll look at this later. Everyone has been working hard these past 2 days. Rest for a while. I brought you something good. Li Zishuan said as he led Mo Chue to the big meeting room on the first floor. It was Saturday, and the students had gone home for the holidays. Only the teachers were still busy, working overtime in the meeting room. Arriving at the conference room, Li Zishuan cleared his throat and said to the busy teachers of the academy, Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen. Put down the things at hand and rest for a while. Today, I brought you something good that can lift your spirits and reduce fatigue. Everyone, have a good taste. The teachers in the meeting room immediately looked at Li Zishuan. Li Gang stroked his beard and asked curiously, Yamacho, what is it that can be so magical? Could it be some kind of medicine? No, Yamacho, you let us taste it, which means it's not medicine. Yes, Brother Wenji's analysis is correct. It seems that the thing Yamacho is talking about is a new kind of delicacy? Then this old man wants to have a good taste. Yen Silu followed Li Gang and echoed. Hearing him say this, everyone in the room couldn't help but swallow. Delicacy, and it was brought by Li Zishuan himself. How could the taste be bad? Who in the Tang Empire didn't know that Li Zishuan was a veritable food king? Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan showed the wooden box of tea leaves in his hand and said with amusement, Haha, you don't have to guess anymore. Here it's tea. Today, I've brought you a new way to drink tea. Yamacho. Here's the boiled water you asked for. At this moment, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun came in with 2 pots of steaming boiled water. Behind them were 10 or so waiters from the canteen, each carrying a tray of teacups. Give each gentleman a teacup. Mo Zhong, Mo Yun. You 2 carry the kettles and come with me. Li Zishuan gave a simple order, and the waiters in the canteen took the lead and got to work. Li Zishuan led Mo Zhong and Mo Yun to stand behind Li Gang. The old gentleman cooperatively stepped aside. Li Zishuan opened the tea box, and immediately, a fragrant smell wafted out. Li Gang raised his eyebrows in surprise and couldn't help but close his eyes, greedily breathing in the tea fragrance coming from the tea box. Li Zishuan added a small pinch of tea leaves into the old gentleman's teacup, and then had Mo Zhong pour boiling water into it. The tea leaves first floated on the surface of the water, but they quickly sank. The clear water in the teacup had already turned a tender green color, and it was extremely tempting. Moreover, the rich tea fragrance coming from the teacup made the people nearby salivate. Gulp! What tea leaves are these? Why are whole leaves used instead of tea powder? Also, why are these tea leaves giving off such a rich tea fragrance just by soaking them in boiling water? Yen Silu said with a shocked expression. The Yen family had a long history of learning. What kind of tea had Yen Silu not tasted in his life? However, he had never seen a tea drinking method like Li Zishuan, where the tea leaves were directly soaked in boiling water. Moreover, the tea made with this method had a clear color and a rich aroma, which made him even more puzzled. That's right. Yamacho, Why is your tea drinking method completely different from the way we used to drink tea? Ma Zhou also said with a puzzled expression. Li Zishuan added tea leaves into Yen Silu's cup next to him and said with a smile, I said at the very beginning that today I'm bringing a brand new tea drinking method to all of you. Don't worry everyone, there's a share for everyone. After that, he personally placed the tea leaves in the cups of the leaders of the 5 academic departments. At this time, Mo Zhong said very perceptively, Yamacho, let me do it. I remember the amount of tea leaves you put in each cup just now. There were more than 70 teachers in this room. Li Zishuan naturally couldn't put tea leaves in every one of them. Hearing that, he went with the flow and said, That's fine. But be careful, don't burn others, and don't burn yourselves. Okay. Yamacho, don't worry. Mo Zhong responded, then took the tea box and began to pour tea for the teachers in the room. After half an hour, everyone in the room was given a cup of tea. The entire conference room was suddenly filled with the fragrance of tea. At this moment, even someone with a weak nose would be intoxicated by the tea fragrance. This tea is definitely not ordinary. I, Wang Wugong, have drunk wine all my life and don't like to drink tea. However, after smelling this tea today, I'm actually a little hungry. Haha. Everyone please, I'll first taste this fragrant tea and see how it tastes. Wang Ji picked up the teacup and sniffed it hard. Then, he eagerly put it to his mouth and blew on it fiercely. When he felt that the tea wasn't so hot anymore, he directly took a big sip. Slurp. The sound of this old drunkard drinking tea was like slurping noodles. It really made people speechless. The texture is smooth, and it's slightly bitter. However, after tasting it carefully, one can feel the rich tea fragrance and even a hint of sweetness. Wonderful. Too wonderful. This elegant sweetness moistens my throat. I can't even bear to rinse my mouth for 3 days. This tea should only exist in heaven. It's rare to taste it in the human world. Wang Ji closed his eyes and savored it carefully. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and laughed loudly like a drunkard. Chapter 1361. In the large conference room on the first floor of the Guanghua building of Yanhuang College. The teachers sitting in the room heard Wang Ji praise the tea as if it was the only tea in heaven and the only tea on earth. They couldn't help but pick up their teacups and blow on it. Then they began to taste it carefully. For a moment, the conference room was filled with the sound of blowing and sipping. Yes, Mr. Wang is right. This tea should only be found in heaven. It's bitter at first and sweet at last. The taste is mellow and refreshing. After drinking it, the taste lingers on the teeth and cheeks. After drinking this cup of tea, you can recollect your whole life. The realm of life is like tea. The taste of tea reveals one's nature. Yamacho's tea leaves and the method of making tea are really wonderful. It was the first time for everyone in the room to drink this kind of brewed tea. They all closed their eyes and savored it carefully. After a long time, Li Gang was the first to open his eyes. The old man had a face full of surprise as he sighed with emotion. The realm of life is like tea. The tea tastes life. Brother Wenji, you're right. A cup of tea can make people recall the joys and sorrows of life. Maybe this tea is the immortal tea? Yen Silu stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Only the immortal tea in heaven can have such a taste. Wonderful. Wonderful. This tea is so fragrant. It's sweet and fragrant like orchids. It's quiet but not cold. It seems to be tasteless. After drinking it, I feel a kind of chi between the teeth and cheeks. It's tasteless and even tasteless. The color, fragrance, and taste are perfect. This tea is comparable to a supreme delicacy. Su Hongji, Xiao Diyan, Ma Zhou, and the other teachers in the room all sighed and praised the tea. Quick, quick, quick. Give me another cup of water. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't make such good tea 10 or 8 times? Wang Ji, the old drunkard, didn't have the time to sigh. He quickly downed a cup of tea and asked Mo Zhong for water. Li Zishuan was speechless. Generally, tea leaves were only soaked 3 times. The first time the tea leaves were infused with 50% of the soluble matter. The second to fourth soaking was 30%, 10%, and 1% to 3% respectively. 80% of the vitamins and amino acids in the tea leaves could be extracted in the first soak, and more than 95% of the vitamins and amino acids in the tea leaves would be extracted in the second soak. Therefore, if Wang Ji wanted to use the same cup of tea to brew it for 10 or 8 times, it was completely nonsense. If that really happened, he probably wouldn't be able to drink it himself. This old man does seem a little more spirited. It seems like this tea really has the miraculous effect of boosting one's spirit. At this time, Li Gang suddenly felt his mind become clearer. He didn't know if it was an illusion, so he hesitantly said. As soon as this was said, it immediately received the approval of many people. Yen Silu was pleasantly surprised. It seemed to be the case. Yamacho, not only can your tea taste life, but it can also boost one's spirit. It's really amazing. Ma Zhou said, whether it's color, taste, or effect, this tea is far from comparable to the tea I've drunk before. Wang Ji nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, yes. That's right. Yamacho, where did you get this tea? Where can I buy it? After drinking this kind of tea, how can other teas still taste good? That's right. Yamacho, where can I buy this tea? Hearing Wang Ji's question, the rest of the people came to their senses. As the saying goes, comparisons are odious. Now that they had drunk this kind of immortal tea, how could they still be interested in the other ordinary things of the mortal world? Therefore, they had to quickly ask Li Zixuan where they could buy it. Otherwise, wouldn't they have no tea to drink in the future? The teachers of Yanhuang College didn't have a low monthly salary. Moreover, they usually devoted themselves to teaching and studying in Yunshan, so they didn't spend much in their daily lives. Therefore, most people felt that as long as there was a place to buy this tea, they could more or less afford it. But it was a pity. Hee. I obtained this tea by chance from a friend. Then I used 18 processing techniques such as shaking, putting, pressing, spreading, swinging, sticking, grasping, pressing, grinding, and so on. Currently, in the entire Tang dynasty, or even the entire world, there are no other places that sell this tea except for the tea in my hands. Li Zixuan replied proudly. Wang Ji was speechless. He only wanted to know where to buy these magical tea leaves. He didn't care how the tea leaves were processed. At this moment, seeing Li Zixuan's smug face showing off, to be honest, although Wang Ji was usually very respectful of Li Zixuan, he suddenly wanted to punch Li Zixuan's smug face. Yamacho, aren't you tricking us? You let us taste such good tea once, but then you tell us that there's no place to sell it. You're leaving us with no water to drink in the future. The old drunkard looked at Li Zixuan with a bitter face and said. He had planned to buy some of this tea to replace alcohol. After all, Li Zixuan had told him before that excessive drinking was harmful to the body, especially for an old man like him. Yes. Yamacho, you gave us such good tea. How can we drink other tea in the future? Aren't you torturing us? Yes. Yamacho, can you get Wonderful Taste Pavilion or Drunken Immortal House to find a way to sell this tea? After Wang Ji's voice fell, the other teachers in the room began to complain, ask. Li Zixuan's face was full of helplessness. He didn't even have much of this high-quality Hangzhou spring tea. If he had known, he wouldn't have taken it out to show off. What a sin! He thought for a moment, then suddenly rolled his eyes and said loudly, Ahem! Everyone! Although this tea is not sold elsewhere, I'll leave a box with Mr. Wen Ji. Whenever you want to drink it, you can ask Mr. Wen Ji for it. Okay, the tea has been tasted. Everyone, let's do your work. Mo Chue. Didn't you have something to show me earlier? Bring it to my office. After giving his instructions, Li Zixuan hurriedly slipped away as if there was oil under his feet. The main thing was that more than 70 men were looking at you with bitter eyes. No one could stand it. Mo Chue hurriedly held the file and chased after Li Zixuan. Oh, this guy also took away his unfinished tea. He was probably afraid that someone would steal it after he left. Everyone in the room turned their gazes to Li Gang at this moment. In their eyes, some were eager to try, some were timid and hesitant, and some were drooling. Li Gang, who was innocently implicated, twitched the corner of his mouth at this moment. Yamacho, you're tricking me. Aren't you passing on your hatred? But when he thought of the wonderful taste of the tea, Li Gang instantly felt that if he was tricked, then so be it. This was a trap worth jumping into. Ahem. Continue with your work. As for the tea given by Yamacho, I won't keep it to myself. Li Gang straightened his face and said to everyone with a serious face. Hearing this, many of the new teachers couldn't help but feel bitter in their hearts. They thought to themselves. You are so respected. When the time comes, even if we want to drink some immortal tea, how would we dare to frequently ask you for it? Li Zixuan left a box of tea leaves for Li Gang, and then sent someone to deliver a small box to Sun Ximiao. This could be considered a small benefit for the medical school. After some thought, he also sent someone to deliver a large box of tea leaves to the palace. He even included the brewing method and effects of the tea leaves. This was considered a public bribe to Li Er. Logically speaking, the reason why he could live so well in the Tang Empire was inseparable from Li Er's appreciation and tolerance. Take the incident with the Japanese princess as an example. What he had done could be big or small. If it was a big matter, he would be demoted and stripped of his title. If it was a small matter, he would be reduced to a small matter. In the end, Li Zixuan forgave him because of his outstanding contributions to Yanhuang College and the Tang Empire. This made Li Zixuan feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. Therefore he decided that from now on, he would be a bootlicker. Once there was something good like tea leaves, he would send a portion to old Li and Empress Zhang's son. This way, when he made a mistake in the future, Li Er might be lenient on account of their old friendship. Even if old Li couldn't do it, Empress Zhang's son would definitely plead for him. It was said that a bootlicker would eventually have nothing, but a bootlicker of the emperor would eventually have everything. At the same time, Li Zixuan also sent someone to inform Zhang Yinhong, Zhang Qianjun, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the other members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce to come to Yun Mountain tomorrow afternoon to participate in the tea tasting conference. He guessed that the reason why Zhang Yinhong came to visit him yesterday was probably because he was interested in the business of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. It just so happened that the land of Jiangnan was an undeveloped land for Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan also had the intention to expand his business to Jiangnan. At night, in the palace. Hee. Servant Guanyin, you came at the right time. Li Zixuan sent someone to deliver a box of tea leaves. Come and have a taste. In the Sweet Dew Palace, Li Er saw Empress Zhang's son walk in with a bowl of white fungus soup. He immediately smiled. Tea leaves? If I remember correctly, didn't that child always dislike tea leaves? Why did he send a box to the emperor? Empress Zhang's son put the white fungus soup on the dragon table and then said with a strange expression. Hee. I am also wondering what this kid is up to. But his tea leaves are definitely not as good as Servant Guanyin's white fungus soup. Let me finish this white fungus soup first. Li Er smiled and inwardly flattered Empress Zhang's son. Then, he picked up the white fungus soup on the dragon table and began to drink it. Empress Zhang's son glanced at Li Er with her beautiful eyes, then picked up the wooden box that Li Er had placed to the side. She examined it carefully for a while, then opened the lid of the wooden box. Immediately, a burst of tea fragrance rushed out. She then saw the flat, smooth, sharp, and tender green tea leaves in the wooden box. She immediately opened her small mouth in surprise, saying, "What are you talking about?" "Ah, Your Majesty! These are complete tea leaves and not tea powder. Also, these tea leaves can actually emit such a strong tea fragrance. They are definitely not ordinary." There was a note on it. Take a small amount of tea leaves and put it in a cup. Brew it with boiling water. When the water temperature is not too hot, you can drink it. Drinking it can raise one's spirits, reduce fatigue, help digestion, and delay aging? Hee. Could it be that these tea leaves are immortal tea? It doesn't need to be cooked and only needs to be brewed with boiling water. Moreover, it has so many effects on the human body. Is Marquis Yong joking with us? Oh. Reduce fatigue and delay aging? These tea leaves have such effects? Hearing this, Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "Let someone brew 2 cups. Won't we know once we taste it? If this kid is bragging, I will teach him a lesson." Empress Zhang's son covered her mouth and smiled. "Yes, Your Majesty." Then she ordered the servants to boil a pot of water in the imperial kitchen and bring it over. Nowadays, honeycomb coal and coal stoves were widely used. Of course, the imperial palace also had these. Therefore, it didn't take much time to boil a pot of water. In less than a quarter of an hour, an eunuch came in with a pot of water. Empress Zhang's son personally took it and then said with a slight smile, "Your Majesty is always busy with state affairs and has to deal with a myriad of affairs every day. Let me make a cup of tea for Your Majesty. Let's see if these tea leaves have the effect of reducing fatigue." Saying this, She took out a small handful of tea leaves from the wooden box and threw it into the jade-white teacup. Then she lifted the pot and carefully poured the boiling water into the teacup. Trickles of water flowed down from the opening of the pot and formed a small whirlpool in the teacup. The tea leaves flowed with the flow and spun on the surface of the water happily. However, they quickly sank and the color of the tea instantly turned into a tender yellow and clear color. It was extremely tempting. Li Er originally did not pay much attention to Li Zishuan's tea leaves. However, at this moment, his expression finally became serious. Smelling the tea fragrance in the air and looking at the clear and tender yellow tea, Li Er could not help but say, "This tea has both color and fragrance. It's really special. Let me have a taste and see how it tastes." Saying this, he lifted the teacup and blew on it. Then he took a sip and closed his eyes to taste it carefully. It's slightly bitter when it enters the mouth, but after tasting it carefully, I can feel that there is a hint of fruity or faint floral fragrance in the tea. This feeling reminds me of my early military years. Yes, the taste is fresh, refreshing, and sweet. The tea leaves that had been boiled before cannot be compared to this tea. Furthermore, after I drank it, I did become more energetic. These tea leaves are really magical. Maid Guanyin, you should also try it. After a long while, Li Er opened his eyes and said with a bright light in his eyes, "Yes. For this tea to be praised by your majesty, this concubine must try it no matter what." Empress Zhang's son nodded. At this time, a palace maid had already poured her a cup of tea. Empress Zhang's son placed the cup by her mouth and took a sip. A moment later, her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly blossomed with infinite brilliance. She swallowed the tea and then repeatedly exclaimed in admiration. "Green color, rich fragrance, sweet taste, and beautiful shape. Your Majesty, in this concubine's opinion, the tea leaves that Marquis Yong and offered are unmatched in these 4 aspects. They can be called the 4 best." Hearing this, Li Er clapped and laughed. "Haha, good." Maid Guanyin summed it up well. These tea leaves can indeed be called the 4 best. At least that brat Li Zishuan has some conscience. He knows to give me a portion of the good stuff when he gets it. Now that I have drunk this tea, I will not be able to drink any other tea in the future. Zhao Song, pass down the decree to Li Zishuan. In the future, he will be responsible for the palace's tribute tea. This old servant obeys the decree. Zhao Song did not know that Li Zishuan did not have many tea leaves. Hearing this, he agreed and planned to send someone to pass down the decree to Li Zishuan tomorrow. Chapter 1362. Father, I heard that Duke Yong and invited us to the Cloud Mountain for the tea tasting conference. East of Chong and City, Zhang family's mansion in the capital. Wang Qianjun came to the study and asked Zhang Yinhong. Zhang Yinhong nodded and smiled. That's right. But this time, Qianjun, you don't have to go. Wang Qianjun said unhappily. Why? Father, I won't ruin your plans. To be honest, he quite liked going to the Cloud Mountain, especially the tall and majestic cement building of Yanhuang College. Even though the Zhang family was rich in Jiangnan, they didn't have such a luxurious house as the one on the Cloud Mountain. Zhang Yinhong shook his head and said, I've received news that those who are attending the tea tasting conference are the major members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. They should be there to discuss business matters. Qianjun, aren't you not interested in these things? Besides, the Wind Thunder team has a match tomorrow. Someone has to watch the field. You should go to the field tomorrow. Yes, Father. Wang Qianjun hesitated for a moment and nodded. Then his eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, Father, Marquis invited the members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Does he want to take some of our business? It seems that Marquis likes the tea you gave him yesterday. Zhang Yinhong chuckled as he stroked his beard and said, Haha, no matter what, it's good for our family. Let's see what Duke Yong'an will do tomorrow. The next day, in the Cloud Mountain residence, Li Zishuan had just finished his breakfast when a servant from the palace came to the Cloud Mountain and told him that Li Er had listed the tea he offered yesterday as a tribute. He would be responsible for the tea in the palace in the future. Li Zishuan was instantly dumbfounded, because he didn't have any of these tea leaves in stock. Chong and City was located in the northwest of China. The climate was dry, but the growth of tea trees had higher requirements for sunshine, temperature, moisture, wind, and air humidity. Tea trees like diffuse light. Generally, Tea trees that grew in high mountains, forests, or clouds had better quality. Therefore, since ancient times, there had been many large-scale tea production bases in the south of China, which were world-renowned and well-known. The famous tea in China was basically produced in the south, while the north was relatively unknown in comparison. Now that Li Er had asked him to be in charge of the tea supply for the palace, wasn't this a waste? Where would he get so many tea leaves? After thinking about it, he could only let Zhang Yinhong do it. He was sure that the old man would be very happy. At 7 in the morning, Zhang Yinhong, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the others arrived on time. Zhang Yinhong and Chao Wendong had crossed paths before, and because of the storm team, Zhang Yinhong's name was already widely known by the people of Chang'an. Therefore, when they arrived at the Cloud Mountain residence, Zhang Yinhong had already gotten along well with Lin Wenyuan, Feng Zhihua, and the other members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. Greetings, Marquis. After being informed by the servants, the group came to the front yard. Li Zishuan had already set up the teacups under the pavilion in the front yard. There was also a stove beside him, boiling hot water. Zhang Yinhong, Chao Wendong, and the others quickly bowed to Li Zishuan. Hee. Everyone, don't be so polite. Have a seat. Li Zishuan smiled and gestured for everyone to take a seat. At this time he ordered, "Shao He, pour the tea." "Yes, young master." Shao He bowed and poured the water into the teacups on the stone table. Instantly, the aroma of tea filled the courtyard. Everyone was naturally amazed by this novel tea brewing technique and the color of the tea soup. Compared to the previous method of boiling tea powder and various seasonings in a pot, this kind of tea soup brewed with boiling water had a more clear and attractive color. Just from the appearance alone, it was better by a notch. However, what was even more amazing was the taste of the tea. It was bitter at first, then sweet, and left a lingering fragrance in everyone's mouth. Zhang Yinhong exclaimed, "Marquis, the taste of this tea is really unique. There's sweetness in the bitterness, and there's a fragrance in the sweetness. Especially when you swallow the tea, the fragrance suddenly explodes, and you feel like your organs are filled with the tea's fragrance. In the past, I didn't like to drink tea made with crushed tea powder. I used fresh tea leaves that were picked and boiled over a small fire before drinking. The taste was very delicious, so before this, I thought that I had created an amazing method of brewing tea. However, compared to Marquis tea today, I really feel that all the tea I drank before was wasted. However, I'm a little curious. Are these tea leaves really the tea leaves that I sent to Marquis the day before yesterday? Why is the taste so different?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but secretly smile. He thought to himself that Zhang Yinhong was quite knowledgeable in the way of tea. He actually knew to give up on using tea powder and use whole tea leaves. However, he used raw tea leaves, so the taste was much worse. As far as he knew, fresh tea leaves could indeed be brewed with boiling water directly. However, the tea that was brewed would have a strong grassy taste. After all, tea leaves that weren't fried were the most primitive and most natural state of tea leaves. The tea tree was also a type of herb. Hee. Of course, these tea leaves are the ones that Villa Master Zhang sent over the day before yesterday. Otherwise, where would I get so many tea leaves in such a short time? Li Zishuan looked at Zhang Yinhong and smiled. However, the tea leaves that Villa Master Zhang sent over, I used a special method to process them. That's why the fragrance is even stronger. Here. Everyone, please take a look at the shape of the tea leaves after the processing." As he spoke, Li Zishuan asked Shao Shi to bring over a box of fried tea leaves and handed it to Zhang Yinhong. "Thank you very much, Marquis." Zhang Yinhong received the box with both hands and opened it. He was instantly shocked because the tea leaves in the box had not been brewed with boiling water, yet they were emitting a strong tea fragrance. To him, this was simply unbelievable. Zhang Yinhong had been doing business all his life. He even managed such a big stall like Misty Rain Villa. Naturally, he knew how to conduct himself. He poured out 3 to 4 tea leaves from the wooden box and poured them into his hands. Then he handed the wooden box to Chao Wendong and said, "Come, brother Chao, let's take a look." Chao Wendong nodded gratefully at Zhang Yinhong and said, "All right. Just nice, let's broaden our horizons." Soon, everyone was given a few pieces of tea leaves and began to observe them carefully. TSK. These processed tea leaves are all flat and smooth, sharp, tender and green, even and heavy. This is simply amazing. Zhang Yinhong had done quite a bit of research on the way of tea. After a careful observation, he first clicked his tongue in wonder and sighed. Then he asked somewhat uncertainly, "Marquis, have these tea leaves been fried in a pot?" Li Zishuan nodded and praised. "Haha, Height's Lord Zheng really has good eyesight. These tea leaves are indeed fried." Zhang Yinhong exclaimed. To be able to fry the tea leaves into such a flat, smooth, sharp and uniform shape, it's really not easy. The person who fried the tea leaves has exquisite skills. It's simply uncanny workmanship. I'm really impressed. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "To be honest, the person who fried the tea leaves is my wife." The ancients usually addressed their wives as lowly wives to outsiders, but Li Zishuan was not used to it. Everyone was shocked. They quickly stood up and cupped their fists. To be able to taste Marquis's wife's culinary skills is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. "Thank you, Marquis, for your hospitality today." "Hee hee. You don't have to be so polite," Li Zishuan said with a smile as he stretched out his hand. Only then did everyone sit down again. At this time, Chao Wendong asked, "Marquis, these tea leaves are so fragrant and elegant. It's so special that it should have a name. I wonder if Marquis has a suitable name in mind?" Yes. How can such an immortal tea not have a nice name? "Marquis, why don't you give this tea a name today?" Zhang Yinhong quickly agreed. Li Zishuan heard this and pinched his chin. After pondering for a moment he said, "Since everyone thinks that this is an immortal tea, why don't we call it the Immortal Tea?" Although he wanted to directly name it West Lake Longjing, at this time, West Lake had not been born yet. Moreover, he did not know if there was a Longjing village in this era. If he named it West Lake Longjing, no one would know what it meant. The predecessor of West Lake was originally the intersection of the hills and the East Sea. In the Tang dynasty, Bai Juyi served as the magistrate of Hangzhou. In order to improve the drinking conditions of the people of Hangzhou, he organized artificial dredging of West Lake, so that West Lake evolved from a purely natural lake to a semi-natural and semi-artificial lake. Later, in the northern Song dynasty, when Su Dongpa served as the Zhizhou of Hangzhou, he organized the dredging of West Lake and piled it up into a long dike. Later generations named it Su Dike in commemoration. It was precisely because of historical figures like Bai Juyi, Su Dongpa, and other historical figures that not only regulated West Lake, but also praised West Lake with their own flower-making magic pen. The beauty of West Lake slowly began to be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But in Tang Chu's moment, if you told people about West Lake, they would probably be confused and not know what you were talking about. Immortal Tea? That's a good name. First there was the Immortal Drunken Wine, then the Immortal Mirror, then the Immortal Lamp, and now the Immortal Tea. Good name. Zhang Yinhong was stunned, then clapped his hands and laughed. The rest of the people also felt that the 3 words, Immortal Tea, were quite appropriate, and it could echo the name of Li Zishuan's previous products, so they spoke out to express their appreciation. "I just don't know if Marquis has any intention of doing a tea business?" With the unique stir-frying method of the Immortal Tea, the novel and simple brewing method, as well as its sweet and refreshing taste and texture, this Zheng dares to guarantee that as long as Marquis is willing to sell it, it will definitely become popular all over the world. Zhang Yinhong suddenly looked at Li Zishuan and said. Hearing this, everyone came back to their senses, and they all cast their gazes towards Li Zishuan, because this was a very big cake. Li Zishuan was happy. He was waiting for Zhang Yinhong to say this, so he smiled and said, "Haha, of course I want to do this tea business, but I need everyone to cooperate with me." Chapter 1363. 2-in-1 chapter. Oh, Marquis, if you have any orders, I will do my best to cooperate with you. Yunshan Residence. Hearing that Li Zishuan wanted to start a tea business and needed everyone's help, Zhang Yinhong's expression changed. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "We are also willing to lend Marquis a helping hand." Chao Wendong and the others also cupped their hands and said. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Good. With everyone's help, this Marquis has even more confidence in doing this tea business. First we have to solve the problem of the source of the tea. The weather in the north is dry and not suitable for tea trees to grow, so the tea leaves must be picked from the south." Speaking of this, Li Zishuan looked at Zhang Yinhong and said, "I sent the tea leaves to the palace yesterday. After His Majesty tasted it, he liked it very much and decided to list the Immortal Tea as a tribute tea. So, in the future, The tea leaves that the palace needs will be collected in the Jiangnan area. Tribute tea? Everyone was shocked and their hearts were in turmoil. However, Zhang Yinhong's expression changed and he said, Marquis, the immortal tea being listed as a tribute tea shows that its quality is unparalleled in the world. But once it is listed as a tribute tea, it should not be sold casually among the people. Hearing this, everyone came to their senses. Chao Wendong nodded and said, Marquis, what manner head Zhang said is reasonable. Once the immortal tea is listed as a tribute tea, how can the people enjoy it casually? Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile, You can't say that. His Majesty loves the people like his children and likes to enjoy with them. Besides, we can make a batch of top-grade immortal tea and supply it to the palace. As for the lower-grade ones, we can sell them to the people. When the time comes, the immortal tea will borrow the reputation of the tribute tea and sell it to the people. In the Tang dynasty, there were no strict restrictions on the tributes to the palace. Every place only needed to deliver the tributes to the court on time. It did not mean that once something was listed as a tribute, it could not be sold among the people. For example, cucumbers had always been a tribute before the Tang dynasty and during the Tang dynasty, but could the people not eat it? Obviously not. As long as you have the money, you can definitely buy it. As for the imperial tribute tea, there had never been a precedent before. Wang Yinhong and the others were only worried because they wanted to be absolutely sure. Marquis' move is brilliant. However, can this immortal tea also be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades? Feng Zhihua stroked his beard and asked doubtfully. The tea leaves they used to drink were all crushed tea leaves mixed with seasonings. How could there be any concept of grading tea leaves? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Of course, tea leaves can be divided into different grades. Generally speaking, for fresh tea leaves, the shorter the buds and leaves, the more tender they are, and the smaller the angle between the buds and leaves, the better the quality of the tea leaves. Therefore, top-grade fresh tea leaves must have a bud and a leaf that have just bloomed. The angle of the bud and leaf should be small, the bud should be longer than the leaf, the bud and leaf should be uniform and fat, and the bud and leaf should not be more than an inch long. In addition, the stir-frying method should also be particular. In my opinion, after stir-frying, the tea leaves should be flat and smooth, delicate and sharp, tender and green, uniform and heavy, and the bud peak should be visible. In this way, the top-grade fresh tea leaves, coupled with the top-grade stir-frying method, will naturally become the top-grade immortal tea. Using this top-grade immortal tea as a tribute and selling the slightly inferior ones will not only save the emperor's face, but also let the world taste the delicious immortal tea. It can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hearing this, everyone nodded and thought that this plan was very appropriate. Zhang Yinhong was even more convinced. He cupped his hands and said, Marquis' research and attainments in the way of tea can be said to be a master of a generation. I used to think that I had done a lot of research in the way of tea, but after listening to Marquis' words today, I realized that I was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Heights Lord Zheng, you don't have to say that. In fact, I learned these things from my master. They are not my own skills. Li Zishuan smiled and then said, Heights Lord Zheng, I want to build a tea garden in the Jiangnan area, but I have been in Chang'an for many years and have no time to manage the tea garden, so, as long as Marquis trusts me, I am willing to manage the tea garden for Marquis. As soon as Li Zishuan finished his words, Zhang Yinhong immediately said. Chao Wendong and the others were silent at this moment. Although they had business dealings with the south, they were not southerners after all. They were not like Zhang Yinhong, who had a large foundation and a wide network in the south. They wanted to help Li Zishuan build a tea garden in the south, but they did not have the ability to do so. Li Zishuan smiled and said, I appreciate Heights Lord Zheng's kindness. It's not that I don't trust you, but I will feel sorry for troubling Heights Lord Zheng. Therefore, I want to open a tea garden with Heights Lord Zheng, specializing in picking and frying immortal tea. I am also willing to share the frying method of the immortal tea. Together, we can build the largest, most famous, and best tea garden. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. No one expected that Li Zishuan would be willing to share the frying method of the immortal tea. It should be known that with the reputation of the tribute tea and the excellent taste of the immortal tea, as long as Li Zishuan solved the problem of the source of the tea leaves, he could rely on the tea leaves to make endless wealth. After all, in the whole Tang Empire, no tea merchant could produce tea leaves that could compete with the immortal tea. Naturally, there was no way to compete with Li Zishuan. Zhang Yinhong was well known in the Jiangnan market. He was not a person who had not seen the world. But at this moment, he could not help but be moved. He quickly bowed and said, "How can I open a tea garden with you, Marquis? If Marquis needs anything, I am willing to help Marquis with all my strength. I dare not covet Marquis's frying method." Zhang Yinhong was indeed a person who had seen a big scene. In the face of huge benefits, he still kept his heart at the critical moment. He was not stupid. Although he was a powerful businessman in Jiangnan, Li Zishuan was a noble marquis. If he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing an ant. After all, the social hierarchy of scholars, farmers, businessmen, and businessmen was not a joke. Therefore, he thought quickly and seriously considered it, but still rejected this tempting proposal. Li Zishuan couldn't help but nod in his heart when he saw this. After that, he looked at Zhang Yinhong with a spurious smile and said, "Manor Lord Zheng, you're a businessman. We're talking about business right now. Fairness is the most important thing in business. Helping me build a tea garden for free isn't the way to do business. You should know that I am not short of money, and I don't like to use my power to oppress others. So, if you are willing to help, I will give you 40% of the shares. In the future, you will get 40% of the profits of the tea garden. If you are not willing to help, it doesn't matter. I will find someone else." In the face of Li Zishuan's generous offer, everyone present felt a rush of excitement. Chao Wendong and the others all looked at Zhang Yinhong enviously. Zhang Yinhong frowned and did not speak. From his frown and serious expression, one could see that he was struggling fiercely in his heart. After a long silence, Zhang Yinhong finally opened his mouth. He bowed to Li Zishuan and said, "Marquis is upright and righteous, benevolent and kind. This Zhang admires you greatly. Since Marquis treats me with sincerity, I, Zhang Yinhong, swear here today that I will do my best to manage the tea garden for Marquis for generations to come. If there is any betrayal, I am willing to let the men of my Zheng family be slaves and the women be prostitutes for generations." He understood that after obtaining Li Zishuan's secret method of frying tea, he had to be loyal to Li Zishuan and make Li Zishuan completely believe in him. Therefore, he made such a heavy oath. Everyone was moved. Li Zishuan's expression also couldn't help but change slightly. It should be known that the ancient people attached great importance to oaths. No one dared to casually swear, and no one would be like Zhang Yinhong, directly swearing on their descendants. Li Zishuan hurriedly helped Zhang Yinhong up and said, "Master Zhang, you don't have to do this. The Zheng family has been doing business in Jiangnan for generations and is very trustworthy. Who doesn't know Master Zheng's trustworthiness? Who doesn't believe you?" To be honest, there were two main reasons why he shared the secret method of frying tea so easily. First, his method of frying tea was actually not difficult to learn. Once the immortal tea was launched, all the tea merchants in the world would definitely be able to figure out his method of frying tea within a year. Instead of keeping the secret method of frying tea a secret, it was better to monopolize all the high-quality tea gardens in Jiangnan while the tea market was still blank. In this way, Zhang Yinhong, the local snake, would definitely be inseparable. Second, Li Zishuan actually didn't plan to do the tea business at first. At most, he wanted to make a small batch of tea for himself and for the people around him to drink. Moreover, he was now devoted to promoting the basic technology of the Tang Empire and didn't want to spend time making money from the tea business. He didn't lack money. However, Li Er listed the immortal tea as a tribute tea and let him be responsible for the tea supply of the palace. Since he decided yesterday to be a bootlicker, he could only bootlicker to the end. Since he didn't have time, he could only delegate to Zhang Yinhong and the others. Anyway, he was confident that with his current status, Zhang Yinhong wouldn't dare to betray him. He believed that Zhang Yinhong was a smart person. Now that Zhang Yinhong had made such a solemn vow, he was even more certain that his judgment was correct. Chao Wendong, who was at the side, also nodded at this moment and said, "The Zheng family is famous in Jiangnan. They are the most trustworthy in the business world. This is indeed known by everyone." Zhang Yinhong looked at Chao Wendong gratefully, then clasped his hands at Li Zishuan and said, "Marquis is so sincere, but I can't refuse. I can only take 30% of the shares of the immortal tea garden. If Marquis is unwilling, then I can only accept it. However, I have a presumptuous request, and I hope that Marquis can agree to it." "Owner Zheng, please speak." Li Zishuan's expression changed slightly, and he was a little curious. Zhang Yinhong said in a low voice. I know that Marquis has established the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, and I have always been fascinated. I wonder if Marquis can let me join the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce? 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden in exchange for a membership in the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. In the long run, he was still losing out. After all, the future potential of the Immortal Tea Garden was limitless. However, the reason why he made the suggestion was mainly because he felt that 40% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden was too hot. Giving out 10% in exchange for a membership in the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce would not only protect himself, but also open up a path for the Zheng family. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, I have no objections, but I have an idea. I will give you 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden. Boss Chao, Boss Lin, Boss Feng, you all can discuss and give 10% of the original shares of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce to owner Zheng. As a reward, this 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden will be divided equally according to the corresponding ratio. How about it? Back then, the first batch of members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce was determined through an auction. The shares that each person held were determined according to the ratio of the money that they paid. And the amount of goods that they received from the workshop in the future was directly related to the shares that they held in the Chamber of Commerce. To put it simply, Li Zishuan was now using the 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden that Zhang Yinhong gave up to exchange for 10% of the shares of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce with Chao Wendong and the rest. In any case, he would definitely not lose out in this exchange. He still held 60% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden. Chao Wendong and the rest looked at each other and nodded. They all said, We are willing to follow Marquis' arrangements. They were not stupid. The goods that Zhang Yinhong received from the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop were to be shipped to Jiangnan to be sold. It did not clash with their business at all. On the contrary, with 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden, they would be able to get involved in the tea business. And originally, they would not have been able to get the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden, because with their connections, they would not be able to help Li Zishuan set up the Immortal Tea Garden. But now that Li Zishuan had given them the opportunity, how could they not seize it? Li Zishuan nodded his head in satisfaction and said, In this way, everyone is happy. In a while, I will mark a few of the best locations for the Immortal Tea Garden on the map. When the time comes, Manor Head Zhang can help to set up the Immortal Tea Garden in these places. As for the cost of setting up the Immortal Tea Garden, we will share it. Zhang Yinhong clasped his hands and said, Yes, Marquis. Li Zishuan smiled, then raised his teacup and said, Come, everyone, let's use tea as wine to celebrate the addition of a new member to our flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce today. After settling the matters of the Immortal Tea Garden, Zhang Yinhong took the map that Li Zishuan had given him and set off for Jiangnan in the afternoon. In Chang'an City, he left Zhang Qianjun to look after the team. On the map that Li Zishuan had given him, the best locations for the Immortal Tea Garden were marked. These locations were almost all places that produced Longjing tea in his previous life, such as Lion Peak Mountain, Longjing Mountain, Chessboard Mountain, Shangtianzhu, Wangjia Mountain, Waxberry Ridge, Manjualong, White Crane Peak, and dozens of other mountain peaks. Li Zishuan wanted to use the memory of his previous life to quickly monopolize the production areas of these high-quality tea leaves. Even if someone later found a way to make high-quality tea, the quality of the tea leaves would be far inferior to the Immortal Tea. Of course, other than the task of setting up the Immortal Tea Garden, Zhang Yinhong's top priority in returning to Jiangnan this time was to go to the existing tea mountains and send people to pick a batch of fresh tea leaves as soon as possible to make tribute tea. As for the Immortal Tea Garden, it was estimated that they would have to wait until next year to produce tea. After all, they still had to transplant the tea trees. Chapter 1364. The reason why Zhang Yinhong was willing to fully assist Li Zishuan in opening up the tea plantation, other than being driven by profit, was because he felt Li Zishuan's sincerity. He had interacted with many officials in Jiangnan and Chang'an, but Li Zishuan was the first official to talk business with him as an equal. This moved Zhang Yinhong and gave him a good impression of Li Zishuan. Looking at Chao Wendong and the others' attitude towards Li Zishuan, it wasn't hard to understand why Zhang Yinhong swore loyalty to Li Zishuan and would never betray Li Zishuan. If the ruler treats me like a country knight, I will repay him like a country knight. The scholar officials were willing to die for those who knew them well. Zhang Yinhong, who had always kept his promises, was also willing to pledge his loyalty to Li Zishuan, who treated him like a national scholar. It was true that businessmen valued profit, But the businessmen of this era also yearned for recognition. Li Zixuan's sincerity and Li Zixuan's equal treatment were the most important factors that moved Zhang Yinhong. To be loyal to such a superior, Zhang Yinhong felt that as long as Li Zixuan didn't fall, the Zhang family would prosper forever. At the same time, the news that Li Zixuan had a magical tea leaf and a magical tea brewing method silently spread. After all, there was no such thing as a wall that didn't have a crack. Some of the civil and military officials close to Li Zixuan took a break from their busy lives and went to Yunshan to find Li Zixuan to drink tea. Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, Li Jing, Li Ji, Yuqi Jingda, and the others were basically in groups of 3 to 5. They said they were visiting Yanhuang College, but their real purpose was to drink tea. In the end, when Mr. Li Gang saw that his tea leaves were getting less and less, he couldn't help but reprimand this group of shameless old men. Only then did the wave of civil and military officials visit Yunshan was slightly reduced. However, Li Zixuan was bleeding profusely. After those old fellows tasted the deliciousness of the celestial tea, they all asked him for tea leaves. However, he didn't have much in stock. But these old officials treated him well, so he couldn't refuse. In the end, he could only send a small box of tea leaves from door to door. Yes, it was a small box. Li Zixuan custom-made a small wooden box. One box could be drunk about 10 times. Although it was a little stingy, it was the limit of what he could do. If he had to blame something, he could only blame the taste of the immortal tea. Think about it. Even old drunkards like Wang Ji and Cheng Yaojin liked to drink tea. How could the taste be bad? It was a pity that Wei Zhang was far away in Hunan province. Otherwise, this old troll would definitely come to ask for tea leaves. Li Zixuan, who didn't have much in stock, only hoped that Zhang Yinhong could quickly send a batch of stir-fried immortal tea to Chang'an. Yes, he also taught Zhang Yinhong how to stir-fry the immortal tea. Jiangnan province was nearly 1,000 miles away from Chang'an. If fresh tea leaves were to be transported to Chang'an and then processed, the transportation cost would be too high. Therefore, Li Zixuan asked Zhang Yinhong to pick, stir-fry, and process the tea leaves on the spot. When the time came, the finished product would be directly sent to Chang'an. Early in the morning, Li Zixuan had just finished his sword practice and was about to go to Yanhuang College. However, at the gate of the college, he met someone he didn't expect to see. San Bao. Li Zixuan looked at the disheveled, dirty, and ragged beggar in front of him. Seeing that the beggar's face was very familiar, Li Zixuan thought seriously for a moment before he suddenly cried out in surprise. Young master! San Bao is back! San Bao is finally back! Woo-woo! San Bao looked at Li Zixuan in a daze. Seeing that Li Zixuan recognized him, he immediately knelt on the ground and hugged Li Zixuan's thigh, crying and wailing. The few soldiers behind him also quickly knelt down. These people were sent by Li Zixuan to follow San Bao to search for ores. Get up! Get up quickly! What happened to you? Didn't I send you to Sichuan to search for ores? Why are you in such a sorry state? San Bao's miserable cries alarmed the people in the courtyard. Han Yushi and Lan came out one after another. The guards outside the courtyard, Pang Feiji, Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and the other guards also looked over. Li Zixuan quickly pulled San Bao up from the ground and asked. It would have been better if he didn't ask. The moment he asked, San Bao cried even harder. With snot and tears he said, Young master, San Bao is back. San Bao almost couldn't make it back, but San Bao found a vanadium mine for you. Li Zixuan could feel the sadness from San Bao's words, so he quickly asked, Why did you almost not make it back? Did someone in Sichuan make things difficult for you? At this point, Li Zixuan's tone became very unfriendly. Someone actually dared to bully the people he sent out. Wasn't this a slap to his face? San Bao slightly controlled his emotions and replied, Young master, we found the vanadium mine on a mountain in Feng province, but we were caught by a group of people from the Chang tribe. They said that we offended their sacred mountain and wanted to kill us. Later, we revealed our identities and met the leader of the Chang tribe. He asked us why we were digging for ores on the sacred mountain. I told him the truth and said that I was helping you find the vanadium mine, but he didn't believe me. He said that he had never heard of a vanadium mine on the mountain and wanted to kill us. Later, the local county magistrate came with people in time and saved our lives. However, the Chang tribe didn't allow us to take the ore away from the mountain. Later, we took advantage of the darkness to steal a few pieces of ore, but we were discovered by the Chong tribe. They sent people to chase us all the way until we left Yeyang County. At that time, we completely got rid of them, but at that time, we lost all our travel expenses and fishing talismans. We could only beg along the way and relied on the help of a few kind-hearted people to finally make it back. Li Zixuan was silent for a while after hearing this. He had expected that there might be some twists and turns in this trip. Although the Sichuan region had long been included in the political system of the Central Plains dynasty, due to the geographical isolation and distance from the political center, and the fact that there were many Di, Chong, Man, Liao, and other ethnic groups in the Sichuan region and around the basin, the land of Sichuan had become the border of the dynasty. There were many noble clans and tribes, and the various forces were also tangled and complicated. Therefore, he had previously told San Bao to try his best not to have any conflicts with the local forces. However, he didn't expect San Bao to be in such a miserable state, almost starving to death on the way. After a moment of silence, Li Zixuan patted San Bao's shoulder and said, "San Bao, you've suffered. Don't worry, I'll help you get back at the Chong tribe for all the grievances you've suffered." "Yes, yes." San Bao nodded vigorously, then he scratched his head and said, Young master, is there anything to eat? San Bao is hungry." The few soldiers behind him also rubbed their stomachs and looked at Li Zixuan with an embarrassed expression. Li Zixuan hurriedly ordered, "Xiao He, quick! Go get some food and drinks for San Bao and the others." "Yes, young master." Xiao He hurriedly ran into the house. Li Zixuan said to San Bao, "San Bao and the rest of you, come in and sit down to eat and drink slowly. You've all worked hard along the way." "Yes, young master." "Yes, Marquis." After a while, Xiao He and Xiao Shi brought in a bowl of freshly cooked noodles and a large bowl of chopped green onion and egg soup. This was commonly known as minced meat noodles. Each of them had a bowl of noodles and some minced meat on top. San Bao and the rest sat on the stone table in the courtyard and wolfed down the noodles. "Ah, San Bao, eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you. Don't choke." It was Lan Er's first time seeing someone wolfing down food like that. She was shocked and hurriedly tried to persuade him, which was rare of her. "Thank you for your concern. San Bao won't choke." San Bao replied to Lan Er as he ate. In his heart, he was thinking that it was better to choke to death than starve to death. He hadn't eaten such delicious noodles in a long time. "Lan Er, don't disturb them." Li Zixuan patted Lan Er's head and said softly. Although he had many questions to ask San Bao, he knew that now was not the time to ask. It was more important to let San Bao and the rest eat their fill first. "Oh." Lan Er nodded and stood for a while before going out to play. This little girl wasn't the type to stay idle. After more than 15 minutes, San Bao and the rest finally put down their bowls and chopsticks. The few of them had actually finished the bowl of noodles and minced meat. They were like reincarnated hungry ghosts. "Pop." San Bao and the rest burped and stood up from the stone bench. They bowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, Marquis." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, All of you can go back. Wash up and have a good rest. I will reward you later." San Bao, stay." The few soldiers quickly bowed and said, "Yes, Marquis." With that they left. Li Zixuan looked at San Bao and asked, "San Bao, you said that the local Chong people see the mine as a sacred mountain. Why is that?" San Bao thought for a while and replied, "Young master, I think I heard a farmer mention this before. That mountain is called the Lan family volcano. It is said that this mountain can attract soldiers from all over the world. As long as someone passes by it with a sword, he or she will feel that the sword is being pulled by some kind of force. Later on, people think that this mountain has the power of the gods and won't let anyone go up it." Lan family volcano? Li Zixuan frowned. He suddenly felt that this name was somewhat familiar. He quickly searched for relevant information in his mind. A moment later, his eyes widened as he said in disbelief, "You're saying that the mountain is called the Lan clan's volcano? Is there a mountain called the Sharp Mountain next to it?" San Bao was stunned and looked at Li Zixuan as if he was looking at a god. She said, "Young master, how did you know that there is a sharp mountain next to it? You are really amazing." There is indeed a sharp mountain next to the Lan family volcano, but San Bao hasn't gone up there yet. Li Zixuan's face was filled with excitement. he said. That's great. That's great. He could basically conclude that the place that Sanbao and the rest went to was the modern-day Sichuan Panzihua. The Lan family volcano and the Sharp Mountain were the largest natural vanadium titanium magnetite mine in the modern day. In the 21st century, other than the United States, which extracted vanadium from potassium, vanadium, and uranium ore, the other major vanadium-producing countries extracted vanadium from vanadium titanium magnetite. Sanbao and the rest had really found a treasure this time. The local Chong people mistook this mountain for a divine mountain. Li Zixuan thought that this was ridiculous because the magnetite in vanadium titanium magnetite was very strong. It was normal for it to attract iron swords. It had nothing to do with divine force at all. Oh right. Young master, these are the ores that we stole from there. We dropped a lot of them when we were running for our lives. There are only 2 left. Sanbao took out 2 fist-sized dark gray stones from his clothes and handed them to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan took the stones. From their appearance, they looked like iron ores. However, upon closer inspection, the color of the stones was slightly lighter than iron ores. They were also slightly lighter than iron ores. After observing for a while, Li Zixuan looked at Sanbao and said, "If I let you lead the way, can you still remember the way?" Sanbao nodded and said, "Yes. Yes. Young master, don't worry. Sanbao definitely knows the way." Li Zixuan nodded and said, Then you can go and rest first. You did a good job this time. I will definitely reward you handsomely." Sanbao revealed his bootlicker nature and said, "Hee. It is Sanbao's honor to be able to help young master. Sanbao doesn't dare to ask for a reward." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Oh? If that's the case, then I will fulfill your wish and not reward you." Ha! The smile on Sanbao's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced with a sad face. He said pitifully, "Young master, Sanbao just... Haha. All right. You should go back and rest. As for the reward you deserve, this young master will definitely not give you a single copper coin less." Li Zixuan laughed and said. Han Yushi and the rest also smiled. Sanbao scratched his head and realized that Li Zixuan was just teasing him. He was not angry. Instead, he smiled and bowed. "Sanbao thanks young master." Li Zixuan nodded and said something to his wife before leaving with the vanadium titanium magnetite. "Mr. Wang, please come with me for a while." After arriving at the academy, Li Zixuan went to the chemistry department's office and found Wang Ji. "Oh, Yamacho. I'll be right there." Wang Ji was memorizing the Yanhuang College's confidentiality regulations. When he heard Wang Ji, he quickly put down the booklet and followed Li Zixuan out of the office. Speaking of which, whether it was the students or the teachers in the academy, they would take out the academy's confidentiality regulations and madly memorize them whenever they were free. After all, this week's confidentiality examination was of great importance to everyone, and no one would not take it lightly. "Yamacho, why are you looking for me?" Wang Ji followed Li Zixuan into the meeting room and asked eagerly. He was in a hurry. Li Zixuan took out the vanadium titanium magnetite and smiled. "Mr. Wang, the people I sent out have found the vanadium titanium magnetite. The most important thing now is to verify if there is vanadium in it." "What? Found the vanadium titanium magnetite? Then what are we waiting for, Yamacho? Let's go straight to the workshop." Wang Ji was pleasantly surprised. Li Zixuan had told him that vanadium pentoxide was an important catalyst in the process of producing sulfuric acid. Now that they had the vanadium titanium ore, it meant that the workshop could finally produce sulfuric acid on a large scale. Chapter 1365. Yanhuang College. In the meeting room of Guanghua Building, Wang Ji's face was full of excitement. He pulled Li Zixuan to the workshop, completely forgetting that he wanted to deal with Li Zixuan as soon as possible so that he could go back and memorize the confidentiality regulations. As the leader of the chemistry department, Wang Ji had the most thorough understanding of the chemistry textbooks compiled by Li Zixuan. No one understood the important role of sulfuric acid better than him. It could be said that in the chemistry textbooks written by Li Zixuan, a considerable number of chemical reactions were directly or indirectly related to sulfuric acid. As early as last year, Wang Ji had experimented by himself and used green alum to produce dilute sulfuric acid. However, That method could produce dilute sulfuric acid in small amounts, but it was obviously impossible to produce sulfuric acid or concentrated sulfuric acid in large amounts. Later, Li Zixuan introduced him to the method of using sulfur dioxide and vanadium pentoxide as a catalyst, heating it in the air to produce sulfur trioxide, and then producing concentrated sulfuric acid. He had been looking forward to Li Zixuan quickly finding the legendary vanadium mine, but he didn't expect to wait for 4 months. Now that the vanadium mine had finally arrived, how could he not be excited? Under Wang Ji's urging, the two quickly arrived at the ironworks of the workshop. But at this time, Wang Ji was a little confused, because he didn't know how to extract vanadium from vanadium titanomagnetite. Wang Ji looked at Li Zixuan and asked, "Yamacho, how do we refine this or to extract the vanadium from it?" In fact, Li Zixuan had been thinking about this problem on the way here. Hearing this, he replied in a deep voice. When he heard this, he replied, "The vanadium titanomagnetite mainly contains metal oxides such as iron, vanadium, titanium, chromium, cobalt, and other metals. We can put it in the blast furnace and mix it with soda ash for roasting. Under the action of high temperature and sodium salt as an additive, the silicon oxide tetrahedron and silicon oxide tetrahedron containing vanadium in the vanadium titanomagnetite will be destroyed, exposing the vanadium and transforming it into pentavalent vanadium. After that, the sodium ions in the soda ash would react with it. The resulting sodium vanadate salt would be soluble in water, but the residues of the other impurities would not be soluble in water. Therefore, we can use the method of soaking in water to hydrolyze the crude vanadium, then filter out the impurities, and precipitate the refined vanadium salt from the solution. After the refined vanadium salt is precipitated and calcined, we can obtain the catalyst we need, vanadium pentoxide. The method Li Zixuan was talking about was called the process of extracting vanadium by roasting with salt. It was a relatively primitive method of extracting vanadium. The sodium salt could be used as the choice of soda ash, sodium carbonate, sodium sulfate, or table salt, sodium chloride. Comparatively speaking, the roasting effect of sodium chloride was the best, but sodium chloride would undergo a redox reaction at high temperatures to produce chlorine gas, which would seriously pollute the atmosphere. Therefore, Li Zixuan did not choose this method. In addition, the main advantage of adding sodium carbonate for roasting was that the equipment needed was simple, and the raw materials needed were readily available. For example, soda ash. Although no one in ancient times could synthesize it artificially, there was a lot of soda ash in nature. However, the drawback of this method was also obvious, and that was waste. Because the main product of this method was vanadium pentoxide, the other metal components such as iron, titanium, chromium, cobalt, and so on were directly filtered out as residues, especially iron. It should be known that the iron content of vanadium titanomagnetite was as high as 20% to 30%, but the vanadium content was less than 2%. Therefore, this method of extracting vanadium was a great waste for iron. However, Li Zixuan did not care about this now. What he needed was vanadium, not iron. Wang Ji now had a good foundation in chemistry, but after listening to Li Zixuan's theory of the vanadium extraction process, he still could not quite catch up. He stood there for a long time before he finally reacted. Then he nodded and said, "Since Yamacho has a method, then I will do it. However, I still need Yamacho's guidance from the side." An old man in his 40s or 50s asking for guidance from a young man in his teens. This scene was strange no matter how one looked at it. However, when Wang Ji said this, his tone was natural and there was no awkwardness at all. He admitted that he was far inferior to Li Zixuan in chemistry. Good. Then let's begin. Li Zixuan nodded and said. While Li Zixuan was immersed in scientific research, in Chang'an City, in the palace, old Li, who had just finished the morning court, was enjoying tea with his family in the garden of the West Court. He was now completely in love with the taste of the immortal tea. If someone were to bring him a cup of the same tea as before, he would definitely ask someone to pour it away. Because compared to this immortal tea, the old tea was simply rubbish. In addition, old Li clearly remembered that when Li Zixuan delivered the divine tea to him that day, he also gave him a note. On the note, it was clearly written, "Drinking it can refresh one's spirit, reduce fatigue, aid digestion, and slow down aging." Yes, that was what he valued the most about the slow down aging part. Last year, when Li Er asked Li Zixuan if there was a way to live forever in the world, Li Zixuan mercilessly refuted him. Therefore, He could not ask Li Zixuan if the immortal tea could really slow down aging. However, he believed that Li Zixuan would definitely not say such things, so he chose to believe him. What's more, the immortal tea itself tasted so good. What reason did he have not to like drinking it? In fact, drinking tea could slow down aging. This Li Zixuan really did not lie to Li Er. This was because the tea polyphenol in the tea had an inhibitory effect on various oxidative enzymes and could efficiently eliminate free radicals. It was the fastest antioxidant pathway. At the same time, it could inhibit the production of free radicals and activate the body's antioxidant enzyme system. Research showed that the antioxidant effect of tea polyphenol was significantly better than vitamin E, and the anti-aging effect was 18 times stronger than vitamin E, and it had a synergistic effect with vitamin C and E. However, if he wanted to rely on tea to live forever, then Li Zixuan could only say to old Li, "You think too much." If the tea was really so amazing, then wouldn't the people who sold tea in the modern era all become rich? Haha. Guanyin maid. You say Li Zixuan really has a big mouth. He actually named this tea as the immortal tea? Li Er took a sip of tea and said contentedly. Empress Jianghu smiled and said, "The tea brewed from the tea leaves has a clear color and a smooth taste. When drunk, the tea fragrance is endless. Moreover, drinking this tea can reduce fatigue and slow down aging. Just based on these, I think it is not an exaggeration to call it the immortal tea." Li Er smiled and did not deny it. However, the eyes of Consort Yin, who was sitting opposite him, lit up. She hurriedly asked Empress Jianghu, "Sister, can this immortal tea really slow down aging?" Women loved beauty, especially the women in the imperial harem. Who didn't want to be able to stay young forever? Empress Jianghu smiled faintly and said, "This is only what I heard from the Marquis of Yong'an. Whether or not younger sister believes it is up to you." Consortine smiled and said, "The Marquis of Yong'an is so young, yet he is proficient in both the pen and the sword. Since he said so, it must be true. I just don't know when he can supply large amounts of this immortal tea to the imperial harem." Changle, who was at the side, smiled and said, "After Brother Xiaoxian supplies the immortal tea to the imperial harem, Changle will definitely drink tea every day." Li Chengqian was speechless and said, "Changle, how old are you? You're already thinking of slowing down aging?" Li Er also looked at his daughter with a face full of amusement and adoration. Changle smiled sweetly and said, "Changle doesn't want to grow up. This way, I can always accompany imperial father, imperial mother, and imperial brother crown prince." As soon as these words were said, it immediately caused laughter everywhere. For a moment, the garden was very warm. After a while, Zhao Song walked over and whispered a few words into Li Er's ear. Li Er's eyes flashed, and then he stood up and said, "I have some matters to deal with. Changle, Changqian, accompany your mother to drink tea." "Yes, imperial father." Changle and Li Chengqian hurriedly stood up and acknowledged. Li Er nodded and led Zhao Song out of the west court. Li Zixuan's servants came back from the land of Sichuan, right? You said they looked very miserable? After exiting the west court, Li Er asked as he walked. Zhao Song bowed slightly and said, "Yes, your majesty." At the beginning of the year, the Marquis of Yong'an sent his servants to Sichuan to search for ores. Many people knew about this matter. This morning, his servants returned to Lantian with a few soldiers. Their clothes were tattered and they looked very miserable. Li Er frowned and said, "Did they encounter bandits on the way? Or did they encounter an accident in Sichuan? But they have Li Zixuan's fish talismans. What kind of accident could they encounter in Sichuan? Could it be that the situation in Sichuan has changed?" Thinking of this, Li Er's expression became incomparably grim. After all, the Tang Empire had just experienced a rebellion. He had to be cautious. Zhao Song's face darkened, and he did not dare to reply. Li Er continued to ask, "Where is Li Zixuan now? His subordinates have suffered such grievances. How can he sit still?" Zhao Song replied, "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong'an is currently in the workshop. He must be refining the ores that his servants brought back." Li Er could not help but heave a sigh of relief. This was because if there was really a situation in Sichuan, Li Zixuan should have come to the palace to report to him immediately and not go to the workshop to refine ores. Li Zixuan was a person who knew his priorities. "All right, you can leave." That kid will definitely enter the palace to look for me. Li Er waved his hand and smiled. On the other side, after nearly 6 hours of painstaking refining, Li Zixuan finally obtained a grayish-black flake of vanadium pentoxide. Yamacho, is this the catalyst that we need, the vanadium pentoxide? At this time, Li Zixuan and Wang Ji had already put on their masks. Wang Ji pointed at the grayish-black flake and asked. Li Zixuan grabbed Wang Ji's hand and said, "Don't touch it with your hands. This thing is not only harmful to the respiratory tract, it is also harmful to the skin. Go put on a pair of rubber gloves and put it into a bottle. This thing is basically confirmed to be the vanadium pentoxide that we need. The rest of the experiments can be done later. I have to go to the palace now." Chapter 1366. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and requests an audience. In the afternoon, in the Sweet Dew Hall, a servant came in and bowed. Speaking of which, Li Zixuan didn't even have time to eat lunch after leaving the workshop and came to the palace to look for Li Er. He was quite hard-working. "Let him in." Li Er smiled faintly and said. After a while, Li Zixuan walked in from outside and bowed to Li Er. "Your subject greets your Majesty." Rise. Li Er nodded and said, "You have been holed up in the Cloud Mountain all day. How come you have the time to come to the palace to see me today?" This was asking the obvious. However, he had to ask the obvious. If he directly said the purpose of Li Zixuan's visit, Li Zixuan would definitely think that he was being monitored, and there would be hostility between the ruler and his subject. Old Li wasn't that stupid. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, your subject is here today to ask for the mining rights of an ore vein. Your Majesty, please grant me." A while ago, when Guan City was breached and the Chui family's rebel army was annihilated, Li Er not only promoted Li Zixuan to an official position, but also rewarded Li Zixuan with the mining rights of 3 mineral veins. However, at that time, Li Zixuan did not specify which 3 mineral veins they were. It was basically equivalent to Old Li giving him a blank check that he could fill in at will. Today, Li Zixuan wanted to write the name of the Lan family's volcano mineral vein on this check. When Li Er heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Yo! Are you here to collect a debt from me? Tell me, what ore vein do you want? Gold mine, silver mine, or copper mine?" Li Zixuan bowed and said, "Your Majesty, your subject doesn't want gold, silver, or copper mines. Your subject only wants a vanadium titanium magnetite ore vein in Jiangnan province. Your Majesty, please grant me this." After the Qin dynasty destroyed Ba and Shu, they implemented the county system in Sichuan and established Ba County and Shu County in the former Ba and Shu regions. In the first year of Zhengguan, Li Er abolished the state and county system and changed Yi province to Jiangnan province. Jiangnan Dao was one of the 10 Daos under the heavens. It mainly referred to the 30-plus prefectures and hundreds of counties in the Sichuan region. Li Er was puzzled. Vanadium titanium magnetite? What kind of mine is this? What was its use? Why have I never heard of it? Although he had heard from Zhao Song that Li Zixuan had sent people to Sichuan to look for ores, he did not know what kind of ores Li Zixuan was looking for, let alone what vanadium titanomagnetite was. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, your humble servant's workshop needs a catalyst called vanadium pentoxide. With it, your humble servant's workshop can mass-produce sulfuric acid. As one of the 3 acids and 2 bases in engineering, sulfuric acid has a wide range of uses. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the cornerstone of Great Tang's industrial industry. And the catalyst can be extracted from vanadium titanium magnetite." Although Li Er had not done any in-depth research on chemistry, this was the first time he had seen Li Zixuan introduce something to him so seriously. Thus, he could not help but pay more attention to this vanadium titanomagnetite. "Your Majesty does not know much about engineering. Can you tell me what the sulfuric acid is used for? And that vanadium mine, other than producing sulfuric acid, what else can it be used for?" Asking questions when he did not understand was what made Li Er different from other monarchs. In terms of magnanimity, there were very few monarchs who could compare to him. Furthermore, in the Sichuan region, there were many noble clans and tribes. The various powers were tangled and complicated. Old Li had to get a clear understanding of the matter so that he could weigh whether the vanadium mine in Sichuan was worth mining or not. Li Zixuan thought for a while and picked out some things that Li Er could understand. He answered, "Your Majesty, sulfuric acid has a wide range of uses. In the future, it can be used to make more powerful gunpowder, extract stone paint, and make fertilizer that can increase the yield of crops. In the future, sulfuric acid can be used to refine copper and increase the purity of copper. In the future, the generators in the Ba River hydropower station will require refined copper. Furthermore, with sulfuric acid, your humble servant can also make batteries. As for the stone paint, it was petroleum. Before Xianxia's Dream Creek writings, there were records of petroleum in the Book of the Former Han. Hearing this, Li Er's face was filled with shock. He muttered, "More powerful gunpowder? There is more powerful gunpowder in this world? Fertilizer that can increase the yield of crops? Also, what are the batteries that you mentioned just now?" The things that Li Zishuan said were all inconceivable to Li Er. He couldn't help but be shocked. Li Zishuan smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, the gunpowder that your humble servant offered earlier was the most primitive, simplest, and of course, the weakest type of gunpowder. The gunpowder that your humble servant mentioned just now is more than 10 times more powerful. Just 100 caddies is enough to destroy half a city. As for the fertilizer that can increase the yield of crops, it can increase the yield of crops by 30 to 40%. However, sulfuric acid alone is unable to produce powerful gunpowder and fertilizer. The industrial foundation of the workshop is still needed. As for the batteries, once we have sulfuric acid, we can immediately start making them. Your Majesty should know that your humble servant made a battery for the telegraph machine. Compared to the previous battery, this battery has more power. When marching to war, with the battery, it can ensure that the telegraph machine can maintain communication with the rear for a long time." When Li Er heard this, he couldn't help but be moved. Whether it was powerful gunpowder or batteries, he wanted them both. Thus he smiled and said, "Good. Good. Good. This battery must be made as soon as possible. As for the powerful gunpowder you mentioned, there's no need to rush. Another type of gunpowder is enough. Besides, I'm still very confident in the combat power of the Tang army." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Your humble servant also believes that with your Majesty's wisdom and martial prowess, the Tang army will be able to sweep the 4 directions and dominate the 4 seas. In addition, other than making sulfuric acid, the vanadium ore can also be used to forge divine weapons." Divine weapons? What divine weapons? Li Er was immediately puzzled. Li Zishuan replied, "Your Majesty, currently the workshop can already mass-produce high-quality steel. If steel is a tiger, then vanadium is a wing. Adding vanadium in steel is like adding wings to a tiger. Adding a few % of vanadium in steel can greatly increase the elasticity and strength of the steel. It also has better resistance to wear and tear, and can resist both high temperature and extreme cold. If this vanadium steel is used to forge swords, although it can't be said to be able to cut through iron like mud, it's not far from it." Good. What a divine weapon! Li Er was immediately fascinated by the vanadium ore. He said excitedly, "I have previously promised you the mining rights of the 3 ore veins. Since this vanadium ore is so important to you, there's no harm in giving it to you. Furthermore, I see that you have a card up your sleeve today. Could it be that you have found the vanadium ore you want in Fengzhou of Jiangnan Circuit?" Upon hearing this, Li Zishuan was overjoyed and quickly replied, "Your Majesty, at the beginning of this year, your humble servant sent a servant to the Shu lands to search for vanadium ore. Fortunately, your humble servant did not fail his mission and found a large amount of vanadium titanium magnetite ore on a mountain in Fengzhou. With this ore, the Tang Empire will definitely need it for hundreds of years." However, Li Er smiled in his heart. He thought that they had finally come to the main topic. He smiled faintly and said, "However what?" Li Zishuan bowed and said, "Your Majesty, according to your humble servant, this mountain was mistaken by the local Chong people as a divine mountain. They do not allow outsiders to invade the divine mountain, let alone mine from it. Therefore," Li Er frowned and said, "Divine mountain? Is there a reason behind this?" In reply to your Majesty, this is nothing but nonsense. The local Chong people found that the mountain was very attractive to the soldiers and thought that there was a divine force behind it. However, it was just the strong magnetic force of the vanadium titanium magnetite ore in the mountain. However, the Shu lands are isolated and most of the locals believe in the power of ghosts and gods. Therefore it would not be easy to explain to them clearly. For this reason, Your humble servant and general were almost killed by the local Chang people. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for your humble servant. Li Zishuan bowed and said in a deep voice. The Chang people. Li Er's face gradually darkened. After a moment of silence he slowly said, back then, when the heroes were fighting for supremacy in the Central Plains, the noble families and other local powers in Shu lands colluded with the officials of the counties to protect themselves and watch the situation change. After my imperial father took control of Shu lands, he sent letters to the various counties. From Shanglua in the east to Shu lands in the south, the county officials, bandit commanders, and the chiefs of the Dichang tribes fought for their descendants to submit. There were hundreds of replies every day. In the face of strong military pressure, the noble families of Shu lands all submitted to the Great Tang. Towards these local tyrants who surrendered, the imperial court mainly adopted a policy of using both kindness and coercion. On one hand, it was to prevent them from becoming too powerful in the future, and on the other hand, it was to prevent them from rebelling out of anger. A few hundred years ago, Liu Bang rose to power in Shu lands. During the Chu and Han wars, Shu lands not only provided the Han army with an endless supply of soldiers, it also provided a strong logistical support for the war. Wherever the Han army was, there would be military supplies provided by Shu lands. 5 years later, during the Battle of Xianxia, Xianxia committed suicide in the Wu River and Liu Bang ascended to the throne. This started the 400 years of history of the two Han dynasties. Bashu contributed all of its energy to Liu Bang's empire, supporting the war for many years with its own strength. It made an indelible contribution to the founding of the great Han dynasty. Hence, Bashu could be said to be the place where the Han dynasty rose. Thus, after Liu Bang ascended to the throne, he placed a lot of importance on Shu lands. He treated Chuanzhong as the territory of the imperial court, and the great Han dynasty would rule it directly. He would never give the vassals in the Shu lands. In fact, Imperial Father and I have always paid great attention to the governance of Sichuan. In order to balance out the various powers in Sichuan and to maintain the stability of Sichuan, I have recruited the children of the leaders of Sichuan and given them to them. I have also sent them to the outside to promote them. On the other hand, I have sent the Empress's uncle to Sichuan to serve as the chief clerk of Yi Province's Governor-General's office. I have asked him to help me govern Sichuan and let the people of Sichuan return to Great Tang as soon as possible. In addition, I plan to give Ku-er the title of King of Shu and give him the title of Governor of Yi Province. He will be in charge of Yi Province, Mian Province, Jian Province, Jia Province, Ling Province, Yi Province, Mei Province, Meng Province, Jian Province, and Chang Province. He will also be in charge of Jiao Province, Nanning Province, and Hui Province, a total of 36 provinces. When he is a few years older, I will send him to Shu lands to show the importance I place on Shu lands. Now that there is such an important mine in the Shu lands, I will issue a decree for the governor of Yi Province to personally negotiate with the Chang people on your behalf. Once the negotiations are completed, you can send people there to mine the mine. The uncle of Empress Zhang's son and the governor of Yi Province that Li Er mentioned was Gao Shilian, who later became the prime minister of the Great Tang. After listening to old Li Zishuan talk for so long, Li Zishuan had a rough understanding of the current situation in Shu lands. Of course, he did not expect Li Er to change Li Ke's title from King of Han to King of Shu under such circumstances. However, according to the official history, even if he did not appear, Li Er would have made Li Ke the King of Shu this year. Sometimes, history was shockingly similar. At this moment, Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, when negotiating with the Chang people, it is better to be soft than hard. If Governor Gao is blocked in the negotiation, this subject can give him some advice. Li Er could not help but laugh. What kind of good plan do you have? Li Zishuan bowed and said, The Chang people mistake the mine as a sacred mountain. This subject will send people to explain it to them when the time comes. Once this mine is mined, it will bring endless benefits to the local Chang people. The most obvious benefit is that they will earn more money every year. Although the Chang people live in tribes, I believe that they all like money and the exquisite products of the Central Plains, right? Li Er finally understood. Li Zishuan was planning to use a mine to feed the surrounding people. It was indeed a good idea. Haha, this is also good. We will send an order to the Empress uncle in a moment and have him deal with this matter at his discretion. When necessary, we will ask you for advice. Li Er nodded and smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan clasped his hands in satisfaction. After leaving the palace, Li Zixuan went straight back to Yunshan. When he passed by Yanhuang College, he thought for a moment, then turned around and walked in. He called Li Zixuan out of the classroom and brought him to his office. Li Zixuan sat on the sofa and smiled. "Little Ku, you should have learned most of the financial management knowledge that I taught you, right?" Li Ku clasped his hands and said, "I have not learned much of Yamacho's knowledge. How can I say that I have learned most of it?" Li Zixuan could not help but laugh. "Ha ha! You brat. You are still being modest. All right, I called you here today because I have something important to discuss with you." "Yamacho, please speak." Li Ku sat up straight and looked at Li Zixuan. He was all ears. Li Zixuan nodded and said in a deep voice, "I went to the palace today. According to His Majesty, he intends to change your title to Prince of Shu and give you the position of Governor of Yi Province. You will be in charge of the affairs of Shu Province's 36 provinces. You need to be mentally prepared." Li Ku was shocked when he heard this. He panicked and said, "Yamacho, does this mean that His Majesty is going to send me to Shu Province?" He was now learning from Li Zixuan at Yanhuang College. He had never heard of financial management knowledge before. He was very happy and fulfilled. He did not want to leave so soon. Chapter 1367. Haha. Little Ku, you don't have to panic. Based on His Majesty's intentions, he will let you go to Shu lands after a few years when you are older. In the next few years, you will still be in Chang'an as the Viceroy of Yizhou. Therefore, before you go to your fief, you should study hard and enrich yourself so that you can become a virtuous king and guard a region for His Majesty. In the Yamacho's office in Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan looked at Li Ku and earnestly instructed. Li Zixuan was very satisfied with Li Ku as his student. Li Ku was very talented and could learn everything with just one lesson. He was proficient in both the pen and the sword and had the demeanor of a gentleman. Li Zixuan had high hopes for Li Ku. In the future, Li Ku would definitely be one of the students who would bring Yanhuang College to greater heights. Li Ku stood up and bowed respectfully to Li Zixuan. "I will follow Yamacho's teachings and never forget them." Li Zixuan nodded and asked, "Little Ku, do you not want to go to Shu lands?" Li Ku was stunned when he heard this. After a moment he shook his head and said softly, "So what if I want to go? So what if I don't want to go? As a prince of Great Tang, there will be a day when I have to leave the capital, leave my father, mother, teachers and classmates, and go to a faraway fief to guard a region for Great Tang. This is my mission." Everyone could hear the helplessness and sadness in his words. Li Zixuan stood up and patted Li Ku's shoulder. Then, he walked to the bedside with his hands behind his back and looked out the window at the Cloud Mountain and the village at the foot of the Cloud Mountain. He sighed and said, "Little Ku, as a member of the imperial family, there will be many helplessness. However, how many people can truly do as they wish and be unrestrained in this world? Every single one of us is born with our own mission. While you are lamenting the helplessness of fate, you don't know how many people in the world are envious of you. They are envious that you are a member of the royal family. Once you reach adulthood, you will be able to rush to your fief and become a free and unfettered prince. Life is like a city surrounded by many cities. The people outside the city want to come in, but the people inside the city want to come out. Therefore, in my opinion, instead of running around, it is better to accept reality, accept one's identity, and complete one's mission to prove one's value in the world." The land of Sichuan was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and there were many rich families and tribes there. If the management was not careful, it would cause internal strife. The lives of the people in Shu are relatively closed and poor. In the future, you will bring what you have learned from Yanhuang College and His Majesty's decree to Shu to take charge of the noble families and tribes there. You will make the people in Shu as rich as the people in Chang'an. His Majesty and Her Majesty will definitely be very pleased, and I will also be very pleased. This was an inheritance of hope that wasn't limited by space or region. Moreover, don't you think that this kind of life is more meaningful? At this point, Li Zixuan turned around and looked at Li Ku with a burning gaze. In fact, he understood Li Ku's feelings very well. Anyone who was chased out of their hometown by their parents at a young age to a strange place would feel helpless. Li Ku was a member of the royal family. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel sad when he knew that he would have to go to Sichuan in a few years. Li Ku's eyes gradually became clear. He bowed deeply and said, Thank you Yamacho for your guidance. Ku will definitely bring the knowledge from Yamacho to the people of Shu. Ku, I won't blame the heavens or accuse others anymore. When he was at a loss, Li Zixuan helped him see the fog and pointed out the direction. He was really grateful to Li Zixuan. Hearing this, Li Zixuan smiled and said, Haha, that's good. Then from today onwards, you can take some time to practice at Yanhuang Bank. The things I taught you are only limited to theory. Little Ku, you have to combine theory and practice. In the future, if you use these economic methods in Shu, you will definitely reap miraculous results. Yes, Yamacho. Li Ku nodded. Suddenly he asked curiously, May I know why Yamacho came to the palace to see my father? Oh, your master is here to ask His Majesty for a mine in Sichuan. It's like this. Hearing Li Ku's question, Li Zixuan briefly explained the matter of the vanadium titanium magnetite mine in Feng province. Hearing this, Li Ku cupped his hands and said, Mountain Elder, don't worry. When I go to Shu lands to take up my post, I will definitely take care of the people there so that Mountain Elder can mine in Shu lands without worries. Li Zixuan laughed and said, Haha, then your master will thank your Highness King of Shu first. Haha. Sure enough, in the afternoon, a group of soldiers brought Li Er's imperial edict out of Chang'an City and headed toward Sichuan. In the evening, a few eunuchs came to Yunshan and invited Li Ku back to Chang'an from Yanhuang College. They said that Li Ku had to attend the morning assembly tomorrow. Li Zixuan guessed that tomorrow morning, Old Li would definitely announce that Li Ku was going to be the king of Shu. At night, in the palace. In the Ganlu Palace, Li Er looked at the map of Sichuan on the dragon table and was in a daze. At this moment, Zhao Song walked in from outside and stood beside Li Er. He whispered, Your Majesty, the spy sent to Jiangnan Yuezhou a few days ago has returned. Hearing this, Li Er could not help but be shocked. He quickly recovered and asked, How was it? Did you find Li Yu's biological father and mother? Zhao Song bowed slightly and answered, Your Majesty, according to the spy's report, Miss Li Yu's father is called Fu Lingyan and her mother is called Lu Yixue. It is said that Fu Lingyan was originally a rich family in Taiyuan. In the third year of the Sui dynasty's day, the world was in chaos and Taiyuan was also affected. In order to avoid the war, Fu Lingyan brought his wife and daughter and fled to Chuyun village in Yuezhou. They stayed there for more than 10 years. However, Fu Lingyan and Lu Yixue passed away last year. Miss Li Yu came to Chang'an from Yuezhou alone. By chance, she met Meng Wenhao. After that, she became friends with the Marquis of Yong, and became a reporter in Datong Daily's editorial department. 3 years of day. Li Er frowned and seemed to have thought of something. Then he asked doubtfully, She is just a young girl. After losing her parents, why would she come all the way to Chang'an? Zhao Song bowed and said, I heard from an old woman in Chuyun village that Li Yu is not Fu Lingyan and Lu Yixue's biological daughter. She is an adopted daughter. Li Yu must have come all the way to Chang'an to find her biological father and mother. However, the other villagers in Chuyun village do not know about this. Only the old woman said so. No one knows if it is true or not. Not biological. She is definitely not biological. Li Er stood up and began to pace back and forth with his hands behind his back. After a while, Li Er waved his hand and said, All right. I know everything. You may leave first. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Song bowed and left. In the hall, only Li Er's soft sigh was left. Li Yu, are you related to him or not? On Yunshan Mountain, Li Zixuan was thinking about making light bulbs. Previously, when Mo Lingwei had made the microscope, Li Zixuan had said that he wanted to make a light source that was more convenient and stable than the sun. He was talking about light bulbs. Otherwise, relying solely on the reflected sunlight to provide illumination for the microscope would greatly limit the application of the microscope. Therefore, Li Zixuan planned to start making light bulbs. It just so happened that the hydropower station would be completed in a few months. At that time, the first electrical appliance would definitely be light bulbs. After all, it was easier to make these things. Li Zixuan quickly fell asleep as he pondered over the method to make light bulbs in his heart. The next day, early morning, Li Zixuan woke up from his sleep and found that Han Yushi had woken up earlier than him. Wife, what are you planting in this flower pot? Han Yushi was using a small shovel to loosen the soil for the flower pot. Li Zixuan was curious and quickly went forward to ask. Ah, husband, you're up? When Han Yushi heard the sound, she quickly turned around and replied with a smile. Husband, I'm planting baidizi. In our yard, there are orchids, peonies, and azaleas, but only baidizi is missing. I asked someone to buy this flower seed from a merchant in Shi City. It's already April now, so it's just right to plant this. Baidizi? What flower is this? When Li Zixuan heard this, he was puzzled and couldn't help but walk forward. Husband, don't you know about baidizi? The baidizi flower is snow white and looks like a silkworm cocoon. The silk in the cocoon is as fine as silk. It's especially beautiful when it blooms. Han Yushi looked up at Li Zixuan and said with a smile. It's snow white and looks like a silkworm cocoon? Wife, let your husband take a look at this baidizi seed. Li Zixuan still didn't understand what baidizi flower was. He went forward and asked Han Yushi for some baidizi flower seeds. He put them in his hand and examined them carefully. He saw that the seed coat of the seeds was black and there was a layer of white hair on the seed coat. When he peeled off the seed coat, there was a layer of milky white membrane-like endosperm attached to the seed coat. Seeing this, Li Zixuan suddenly exclaimed, Cotton? Baidizi is actually cotton? In his previous life, he wasn't a spoiled rich second generation who lived in seclusion. He was a village boy through and through. Of course, he had seen cotton seeds before, which was why he was able to recognize it at a glance. In addition, he had long known that cotton was an ornamental flower in the Tang dynasty, but he didn't know that the white dye Z was actually cotton. Husband, what is cotton? What does baidizi have to do with cotton? Han Yushi asked curiously. Li Zixuan shook his head and said excitedly, Wife, you just said that baidizi flower seeds were bought from the Western barbarian merchants. Is it true? How many seeds do they have? It was no wonder that he was excited. Cotton was too important for people in this era. Before cotton was planted on a large scale in ancient China, people could only rely on white clothes and coarse cloth to keep warm in winter. If it weren't for the honeycomb coal and coal stove made by Li Zixuan last winter, many people near Chong and City would have frozen to death like in previous years. Han Yushi replied with a smile. Husband, baidizi flower seeds were indeed bought from the Western barbarian merchants. They should have a lot of seeds. Husband, how many do you need? I'll ask someone to buy some for you. Of course, I want as many as you have. Wife, to tell you the truth, this baidizi flower seed can be used to make cotton-padded clothes. It has an excellent cold resistance effect. As long as we can plant baidizi on a large scale in the future, people won't have to suffer in winter anymore. Li Zixuan said with a smile. Han Yushi was shocked and said, Husband, you want to use baidizi to make clothes? Isn't that too extravagant? Even if it's made, I'm afraid ordinary people can't afford it. Li Zixuan asked curiously, Why? Is this baidizi flower very expensive? Han Yushi nodded and said, Of course it's expensive, husband. This baidizi flower costs at least a few dozen copper coins. If it's used to make clothes, how many baidizi flowers would it cost? There were such clothes among the commoners, but they were only worn by wealthy merchants who were worth a lot of money. I heard from mother and father that we used to have clothes made of baidizi in our residence, but we didn't take them out last winter because we had heating in our house. It was generally believed that cotton spread to the Central Plains from the north and south. The South Road was the earliest Asian cotton from India. It spread to Hainan Island and Guangdong and Guangxi through Southeast Asia. According to historical records, it spread to Fujian, Guangdong, Sichuan, and other regions at least during the Qin and Han dynasties. The second route was from India to Yunnan through Myanmar. It was around the Qin and Han dynasties. The third route was from Africa to Xinjiang and Heshi corridor through West Asia. It was around the northern and southern dynasties. The North Road was the western region in ancient books. During the Song and Yuan dynasties, cotton spread to the Yangtze River and Yellow River valleys. By the 13th century, cotton from the North Road had spread to the Wei River valleys in Xianxia. In fact, as early as the Warring States period, according to Xianxia, some tribes in the South China Sea region began to offer cotton as tribute to the Central Plains. During the Emperor Wu's era, the Yu tribe in Hainan Island had skilled cotton weaving techniques. In China during the Tang dynasty, cotton cultivation began to be popularized, but at that time, it was still regarded as a precious flower. The baidizi clothes made of cotton were exclusive to officials and nobles. It was still far from being able to wear clothes to keep out the cold for ordinary people. Therefore, although cotton had already spread to China before the Ming dynasty, it only entered millions of households in the later part of the Ming dynasty. Before that, the terrifying no cotton in winter thing was the real suffering of the ancient people in China. So expensive? Li Zixuan heard and frowned. According to Han Yushi, cotton in this era was as precious as orchids and peonies. It was no wonder that no one used it to make clothes. No matter how expensive it is, we have to buy it. Wife, how many daisy seeds can we buy from the merchants in the western region? Li Zixuan gritted his teeth and said. The reason why cotton was expensive now was that it had not been widely planted. Once it was planted on a large scale and then bred, he would definitely have a lot of cotton in 2 to 3 years. The price of cotton would also be quickly suppressed by him. Chapter 1368. Husband, you want to plant a large number of white dye seeds? In the Yunshan residence, Han Yushi looked at Li Zixuan and asked with a smile. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Yes. Wife, you're right. I want Lantian County to be filled with white dye seeds. So many? I'm afraid the Hu merchants don't have enough seeds, right? However, other than the Hu merchants, the Nanyang Sea merchants will also have seeds. As the right commissioner of the Department of Shipping, you can ask someone. Han Yushi was shocked when she heard that. She frowned and said, Nanyang Sea merchants. That's right. Wife, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have thought of it. You're really my lucky star. Haha. Li Zixuan scratched Han Yushi's nose and laughed. After breakfast, Li Zixuan immediately sent someone to invite Feng Zhihua. At 5 in the morning, Feng Zhihua arrived at Yunshan. Marquis, you summoned me here today. Do you have something important to instruct me? Feng Zhihua cupped his hands respectfully and said. Although he was originally a wealthy merchant in Chang'an City, and his family was rich and did not have to worry about food and drink, it was precisely because of Li Zixuan that his wealth had risen to another level. Not only did he have money now, but he also had a status, the title of righteous merchant of the world, given by the imperial court. Even if he met the local officials, he did not have to be as humble as before. Feng Zhihua knew in his heart who had given him all this, so he had always been grateful and respectful to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Boss Feng, please take a seat first. Shao He, quickly serve Boss Feng tea. Yes, young master. Shao He received the order and left. Feng Zhihua was instantly flattered and said, Hey, Marquis, you don't have to do this. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said with a smile, Haha, Boss Feng, you don't have to be so courteous. You're a guest from afar. Besides, this Marquis called you here because I have something to ask of you. Feng Zhihua said seriously, This Feng's glory, splendor, and wealth were all bestowed upon me by Marquis. If Marquis has any orders, this Feng will definitely do his best. Haha, Mr. Feng is so righteous. Come on. Have some tea first. Li Zixuan nodded to himself. At this moment, Shao He brought 2 cups of immortal tea, so he greeted her with a smile. Thank you, Marquis. After you, Marquis. Feng Zhihua extended his hand and said politely. Haha, there's no need to be so particular about that. Please, let's go together. Speaking of immortal tea, only Li Zixuan or officials close to Li Zixuan in the vicinity of Chang'an City had some. It was not easy to get a cup. Although Feng Zhihua held shares in the immortal tea garden, he had already finished the stock. Now that he came to Cloud Mountain to discuss matters with Li Zixuan, he could freeload a cup of immortal tea to drink. The two of them drank a few sips of tea. Li Zixuan went straight to the point and said, Boss Feng, this time I'm looking for you to ask if you can get a batch of white stack flower seeds from the Nanyang Sea merchants as soon as possible. Feng Zhihua looked puzzled and asked, Marquis, if you want white stack flower seeds, the barbarian merchants in Chang'an City West have them. Why do you have to buy them from the Nanyang Sea merchants? Li Zixuan shook his head and said, Of course I know that the barbarian merchants have them, but the amount of white stack flower seeds I need is too large. The barbarian merchants can't satisfy me, so I want to buy more from the small Nanyang Sea countries. Currently, the Department of Shipping is in charge of the trade between the small Nanyang Sea countries and the Tang Empire. Coincidentally, I also have the position of Secretary of the Department of Shipping. I believe it will be more convenient. Feng Zhihua asked carefully, "May I ask, Marquis, how many white stack flower seeds do you need?" Li Zishuan calculated in his heart and said, "Naturally, the more the better. I don't think it's too much even if it's a few thousand or 10,000 caddies." Lantian County had a few 100,000 mu of fertile land. Moreover, there were many mountain ranges in Lantian County. The people could be encouraged to cultivate the barren mountains. Cotton did not need too much water to grow. It could survive in the barren mountains. According to Li Zishuan's experience in his previous life, 1 mu of land required about 1 to 2 kilograms of cotton seeds. Even if Feng Zhihua bought 10,000 caddies of seeds, it could only be planted in a few thousand mu of land. There was no need for fertile land at all. A few thousand to 10,000 caddies? Feng Zhihua was so shocked that his wrist trembled and he almost threw the teacup away. He could not help but exclaim, "Marquis, this is the first time I've heard of flower seeds being bought by caddies. Forgive me for asking, but Marquis, why are you buying so many white stack flower seeds? You must know that this thing is not cheap. In the Western market, 1 tael of white stack flower seeds is sold for 400 copper coins. This 1,000 caddies is 8,000 strings of cash. 10,000 caddies is 80,000 strings of cash. 1 caddy in the Tang dynasty was equal to 16 taels of silver. 80,000 strings of cash? Li Zishuan calculated in his heart. Although 80,000 strings of cash was not a small sum, it was still within the range that he could afford. Therefore he smiled and said, "Boss Feng, I'm buying these flower seeds to grow flowers. I want Lantian County to be filled with white stack flowers." Spending 80,000 strings of cash just to grow flowers? At this moment, Feng Zhihua's heart was crumbling. He was speechless. With such a rich and willful boss, what else could he say? If it was someone else, he would probably have scolded him. Seeing Feng Zhihua's speechless expression, Li Zishuan did not intend to continue beating around the bush with him. Therefore he smiled and said, "Hee. To be honest, I intend to introduce a large number of white stack flowers into Lantian County. After a few generations of cultivation and planting, Tang Dynasty's white stack flowers will no longer need to be bought from the Hu merchants or Nanyang Sea merchants. The harvested white stack flowers can be used to make cotton-padded clothes. This way, the people of Lantian County will no longer suffer from the cold during winter." When Feng Zhihua heard this, his heart trembled. He never expected that Li Zishuan's purpose of buying white stack flower seeds was so that the people could wear clothes made of white stack flowers in winter. This was crazy. Marquis' benevolence. I am deeply impressed. For the people of Lantian County to be able to become Marquis' people, it is a blessing that they have cultivated for several lifetimes. I envy them from the bottom of my heart. If it weren't for the mundane affairs in Chang'an City, I would also want to move to Lantian County. When the time comes, under Marquis' leadership, my family will also be able to wear clothes made of white stack flowers. Feng Zhihua stood up, bowed, and said in a heartfelt manner. As for the last 2 sentences, they were both a joke and also the truth. If he was asked to come to Lantian County before he had made a name for himself, he would definitely be more than willing. Hee. Boss Feng, stop joking. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Then about the Nanyang Sea merchants, can Boss Feng help me to contact them as soon as possible? I can give you a warrant and inform Commandery Prince Hejian to make things convenient for you." Feng Zhihua clasped his hands and said, "I am willing to do anything for Marquis. Last year when I went out to sea, I did not die and got to know many sea merchants. Today, I will go back to my residence to make some arrangements. Tomorrow, I will lead the fleet down south to the Guangdong port to buy white stack flower seeds from the sea merchants." Li Zishuan stood up and said, "In that case, thank you very much, Boss Feng. If Boss Feng can send back a batch of white stack flower seeds as soon as possible, I will definitely reward you handsomely." "I don't dare to accept your reward. It is my honor to be able to serve Marquis." Feng Zhihua's eyes suddenly flashed and said, "Marquis, the amount of white stack flower seeds you need this time is too large. I'm afraid it will be inconvenient to carry copper coins for the transaction. In my opinion, why don't you bring a batch of porcelain, colored glass, and divine mirror and other valuable items for the transaction? These items are very popular with the merchants from the small Nanyang countries. The price they offer is usually several times more expensive than what we sell in Tang Dynasty. This way, Marquis, you can also save a lot of money." Li Zishuan's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands and said, "That's right. Why didn't I think of this? How about this? I will let the workshop take out a batch of colored glass cups, and divine mirror worth 80,000 strings of coins and give them to Boss Feng to exchange for 10,000 caddies of white stack flower seeds. If it is not enough, I will make up for it. If there is any extra, it will be Boss Feng's hard work fee. Of course, no matter what, I will remember this favor from you." These glass products were worthless to Li Zishuan, but to the aristocrats of the small Nanyang countries, they were priceless treasures. This time, they could be used to exchange for cotton seeds. Li Zishuan felt that this business was really worth it. Feng Zhihua wanted to reject, but Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Boss Feng, you don't have to reject. You have spent a lot of money on this trip to Guangdong. How can a businessman suffer a loss?" Although Feng Zhihua took the waterway this time, the cost of the journey was not small. The maintenance of the boat and the hiring of craftsmen, laborers, and sailors all cost money. Since Li Zishuan had said so, Feng Zhihua could only helplessly cup his hands and say, "All right, I will try my best to bring back more white stack flower seeds from our key." Chang'an City, Imperial Palace. In the morning court, Li Er announced a major event. He appointed Li Ku as the king of Shu and appointed him as the governor of Yi province. He would be in charge of the affairs of the 36 provinces in Jiannan province. 4 years later, he would be appointed to the Shu lands. The protectorate of Yi province, which had been empty for a long time, finally had a highest-ranking officer today. Moreover, it was a prince that Li Er doted on quite a lot. After eliminating the rebel army of Jiannan province, Li Er made this decision again. It could be said that there was a hidden meaning behind it. This was an official announcement to the world that he, Li Er, was starting to manage the land of Shu. The new workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion, which was near Plum Village in Lantian County, also started to move. Carriage after carriage of precious colored glass cups, colored glass lamps, and divine mirrors were pulled out of the workshop and headed to the pier downstream of the Ba River. The Feng family's fleet was already waiting at the pier. These shiny treasures blinded the titanium eyes of many passers-by along the way. People were naturally amazed by Li Zishuan's generosity, but Li Zishuan did not care at all. This was because these shiny things were made of sand. Using sand to exchange for cotton seeds, no matter how you looked at it, was a profit. Besides, since the workshop launched all kinds of colored glass devices last year, the high-end colored glass market in Tang Dynasty had begun to reach saturation. This saturation did not mean that every household had bought a colored glass device, but that those who could afford it had already bought it. The price of colored glass was likely to be adjusted slightly in the future, so that more people who wanted to buy colored glass could afford it. Therefore, by selling such a large batch of colored glass products to a small country in Nanyang, they could still earn a large premium. At the same time, all the white fold flower seeds in the hands of the Hu merchants in Shi City were all bought by a group of people around noon. This caused the rich ladies in Chang'an City, who loved white fold flower seeds but did not have the time to buy them, to curse in their hearts. They did not know which bastard had bought all the white fold flower seeds. That bastard was naturally Li Zishuan. However, Li Zishuan, who had swept away all of the white fold cotton seeds, was not satisfied at all. This was because all of the cotton seeds he had sent people to Shi City to buy added up to only a little over 200 catties. Marquis, these are all white fold flower seeds? In the afternoon, Lantian County's county magistrate he was summoned by Li Zishuan to Yunshan. When he saw 4 sacks of white fold flower seeds in the front yard, county magistrate he was stunned. County magistrate, he has good taste. That's right, these are all white fold flower seeds. Li Zishuan said with a smile. He had originally planned to go to the workshop to make light bulbs today. However, when it came to cotton, he could only postpone the matter of making light bulbs. He called County Magistrate He over for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted County Magistrate He to encourage the people to cultivate wastelands and prepare to plant cotton. Secondly, he wanted to listen to County Magistrate He's recent work report. Good taste. County Magistrate He wanted to curse. He thought to himself, do I need you to praise me for having good taste? What I want to hear is why you want to get so many white fold flower seeds, okay? Gulp. County Magistrate He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and laughed dryly. Is the Marquis planning to plant the entire Cloud Mountain with white stack flowers? Hee hee. I didn't know that Marquis had such a refined interest. Hee. Let's talk inside. Li Zishuan did not deny it. He led County Magistrate He into the main hall and asked for 2 cups of immortal tea. County Magistrate He naturally had to praise this peerless immortal tea. After 15 minutes, Li Zishuan began to talk about the main topic. County Magistrate He, I invited you here today because I have something to discuss with you. County Magistrate He quickly recovered from the delicious immortal tea. He said, Oh, Marquis, please speak. Li Zishuan nodded his head and said, This Marquis wishes to promote the planting of hoary leaf flowers in Lantian County. Soon, there will be over 10,000 caddies of hoary leaf flowers being transported over from Guangdong. Therefore, the most important thing now is for County Magistrate He to call upon the citizens of the county to open up wasteland and prepare to plant hoary leaf flowers. The people who are willing to plant them should report to the county government as soon as possible. If the wastelands can be cultivated before the seeds arrive, every household can receive 1 pound of white fold flower seeds for free. Tens of thousands of pounds of white fold flower seeds? All for free? County Magistrate He's eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. He was not someone who did not know the market price. 1 pound of white fold flower seeds was at least 7 or 8 strings of cash. Tens of thousands of pounds of white fold flower seeds would be 70 or 80,000 strings of cash. He even suspected that Li Zishuan's brain was short-circuited. When Li Zishuan heard this, he almost laughed because this sentence sounded like an advertising slogan in his previous life. When you go online, you will be given a VIP. Ingots and diamonds will all be given for free. Ahem. Li Zishuan cleared his throat and said seriously, It is indeed free. It is indeed free of charge. Otherwise, the commoners would not be able to afford the seeds. However, the farmers who receive the seeds must sign an agreement with the county government. After the white stack seeds are fully grown, the flowers will belong to the farmers themselves. The commoners can keep them to make cotton-padded clothes or sell them. This Marquis will not interfere. However, all the flower seeds in the flowers must be picked and handed over to the county government. If anyone does not hand them over, they will be fined 10 strings of cash. Chapter 1369. Every farmer would be given a caddy of white fold flower seeds for free. Once they matured, the flowers would belong to them. They just needed to hand the seeds and the flowers to the yamen. County Magistrate He was certain that once this news spread out, the entire Lantian County citizens would go crazy. That was because this was a business that was guaranteed to be profitable without any losses. It was an extremely profitable business. Think about it, with a caddy of white fold flower seeds, how many white fold flowers could they grow? Even if they didn't mature well, they would still be able to receive 20 to 30 caddies of flowers, right? When they were sold, they would be able to sell for at least a few hundred strings of cash, right? Without any cost, just 1 moo of white fold flower seeds could earn a few hundred strings of cash. To be honest, even County Magistrate He wanted to roll up his sleeves and do it. After all, his annual salary might not even be as high as this. Gulp! After swallowing 2 mouthfuls of saliva, County Magistrate He calmed himself down and asked with difficulty, Marquis, are you sure you want to do this? That's 70 to 80,000 strings of cash. Although the money wasn't his, he still felt the pinch for Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Money is just a worldly possession. To be able to let the citizens have enough to eat, and where is the responsibility of this Marquis and you? Besides, it's not like this Marquis didn't gain anything. Today, this Marquis gave them 10,000 caddies of white fold flower seeds. In a few months, this Marquis will be able to get back a few 100,000 caddies. This Marquis didn't make a loss. In a single flower, the weight of the cotton wool was about 40% of the entire flower's weight, while the cotton seeds were more than 60% of the weight. That meant that if the last moo of land could harvest 20 to 30 caddies of cotton wool, then correspondingly, they could harvest 30 to 40 caddies of cotton seeds. Furthermore, this yield was estimated based on the lowest yield. Therefore, in this transaction, Li Zishuan didn't make a loss. After a year of breeding, he could let every household in Lantian County plant a few moo of cotton. When that time came, no one in Lantian County would be able to suffer from the cold during winter. Ah, yes. Marquis is right. County Magistrate He wiped the sweat off his forehead and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan. Since that's the case, when this official returns, I will immediately send out a notice to all the villages in the county, encouraging the people to go ahead and reclaim the wasteland. It just so happens that the spring plowing and spring planting have just passed. The commoners have plenty of time. Yes, that would be the best. Li Zishuan nodded.
County magistrate, he was about to get up and leave when he suddenly remembered that he had another matter to attend to.
Thus, he cupped his hands and said, "That's right, Marquis. Your mansion in Lantian County has basically been completed. If you have time in the near future, you can go over and see if there's any place that isn't to your liking. This official will get the craftsman to make some changes." If this was in his previous life, if someone told Li Zishuan that his house was completed in the center of the county, with its own courtyard and mountains, Li Zishuan would definitely be overjoyed. But now, Li Zishuan only raised his eyebrows. His heart didn't waver at all. He lightly said, "Yes. This Marquis will go over and take a look when I have time. County magistrate he. How's the situation in the county recently? Is everything all right?" Although the mansion in Lantian County was the true Marquis residence of Yong'an, Li Zishuan didn't plan to completely move there for the time being because of Yanhuang College. At most, his father and mother would go over to oversee the mansion. Thus, Li Zishuan didn't care much about the mansion. What he cared about was the development of his fief. Hearing Li Zishuan ask about his job, County Magistrate He's face immediately turned serious. He cupped his hands and said, "Marquis, everything in Lantian County is fine. Because of the football field in the county, there have been more and more pedestrians and merchants coming to Lantian County recently. Also because of the Drunken Immortal House, Strange Interest Pavilion, and Treasure House, these famous shops and big shops have moved in, it has indirectly increased the business of the other shops. Now, our Lantian County has become the most prosperous county within a radius of 100 miles, excluding Chong and City. If the people and gentry of the other counties in the east want to buy something, they wouldn't go to Chong and City. More and more merchants want to open a shop in Lantian County. Therefore, the prices of the shops in the county have been increasing. I predict that the business tax collected by the county government this year will be at least 3 times more than the previous years." "Yes, that's good." Li Zishuan nodded, feeling very satisfied in his heart. After all, the development of the people in Lantian County was what he cared about the most. This was his headquarters. After sending off County Magistrate Li Zishuan went to the side courtyard to look for his father and mother, informing them of the news that the Marquis Yong and Manor in Lantian County had been completed. Upon hearing the news, Madame Li's interest was immediately piqued. She excitedly dragged old man Li to take a look at the new manor. After all, this was the foundation that her son would pass down to his descendants. Since Li Zishuan couldn't leave because of the academy's affairs, they, as elders, had to prepare the new mansion in advance anyway. For example, furniture, decorations, potted plants and so on. They had to buy what needed to be bought and send people to buy what needed to be bought. They couldn't leave the new mansion empty all the time, which was inauspicious. Therefore, Old Man Li, Madam Li, Yi Guocheng, and Old Lady Yi hurriedly brought a group of servants down the Cloud Mountain and rushed to Lantian County that afternoon. Li Zishuan didn't stop them. Of course, he appreciated the elders' good intentions. After sending his parents off, Li Zishuan went directly to the academy. At the door of his office, he saw Ku Shiqing. Obviously, this child had been waiting here for a while. "Yamacho, do you have time now? I have something to talk to you about." Seeing Li Zishuan, Ku Shiqing's face lit up and he quickly cupped his hands. Li Zishuan was bewildered. He didn't know why Ku Shiqing didn't even go to class and came to find him. But he still nodded and said, "Yes, come in." Li Zishuan didn't rashly blame Ku Shiqing for skipping class. He planned to wait until Ku Shiqing finished talking about what he wanted to say before making a decision. The two of them entered the office. Li Zishuan poured 2 cups of tea and handed one to Ku Shiqing. Ku Shiqing was flattered. Recently, when the teachers of the academy taught, they would usually bring a cup of tea into the classroom in advance. The fragrance of the tea made all the students in the classroom drool. He heard from Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and the other nobles that this tea was called immortal tea. It was created by Li Zishuan and was currently not sold outside. Ku Shiqing didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so generous and directly give him a cup of immortal tea. How could he not be flattered? "Thank you, Yamacho." Ku Shiqing took the tea and cupped his hands in thanks. "Hee. Now you can tell me why you're looking for me." Li Zishuan's expression didn't change. He had always been very generous to his students. What was a cup of tea to him? Ku Shiqing quickly put down the teacup and said with a serious face, Yamacho, I heard from Mr. Wang that you found a vanadium mine on the Lan family's volcano in Pingzhou. However, the local Chang people stopped you from mining it. Is this true? Li Zishuan was stunned and said with some doubt, It is true. But Shiqing, why are you asking this? Ku Shiqing cupped his hands and said, Yamacho, I'm from Bashu. My parents left their hometown to bring me to Beijing to study. My family is also from Chang. Li Zishuan heard this and was shocked. He said with some disbelief, Shiqing, you're saying that you're from Chang? Ku Shiqing nodded and said, That's right. I grew up in the Chang tribe. The Chang people live in poverty and rely on the mountains to survive. Due to geographical reasons, the Chang tribe has been isolated from the outside world for generations. Although everyone's life is poor, there is no oppression and no corrupt officials. The people are happy and content. However, the Chang people only pursue food and clothing for generations. No one knows how to read or study. My father is not from Chang. He was a scholar in Kaifeng. Because he was in love with my mother, he lived with her in the Chang tribe. My father taught me to read and write since I was young. He wanted me to be a scholar in the future. When I was 12 years old, I was recognized by a scholar in Bashu. He recommended me to the Imperial College. I didn't disappoint him. I passed the Imperial College's examination and entered the School of Mathematics. Later on, I met Yamacho. My parents were worried about leaving me alone in Chang'an, so they followed me. I know the Chang tribe that Yamacho's servant met in Bashu. Their leader is called Qiao Feng. This tribe is the largest Chang tribe in Bashu. If Yamacho wants to mine there, I can go to Shu and persuade their leader. Qiao Feng. When Li Zishuan heard the name of the Chang tribe in Bashu, he almost jumped up. He wanted to ask Ku Shiqing if Qiao Feng knew the 18 dragons subduing palms. That's right. His name is Qiao Feng. Does Yamacho know this Chang leader? Ku Shiqing asked curiously when he saw Li Zishuan's big reaction. Ahem. Li Zishuan shook his head to get rid of the nonsensical thoughts in his head and asked, I don't know him. I don't know him. Shiqing, which Qiao and Feng is this Qiao Feng? Ku Shiqing poured 2 drops of tea on the table and wrote, Qiao Feng on it. Yamacho. It's this Qiao Feng. Li Zishuan looked at it and realized that he had misunderstood. He straightened his face and said, Ahem. Shiqing, I'm very touched that you volunteered to go to Bashu to help me persuade the Chang people. But how is your relationship with the Chang tribe in Bashu? Will they make things difficult for you? Will they listen to you? Ku Shiqing's volunteering made Li Zishuan feel relieved. Before this, he had been thinking about who to send to persuade the Chang people in Bashu. Even so, he had to make sure that Ku Shiqing wouldn't be in danger. After all, San Bao and the others had almost died in the hands of the Chang people in Bashu. Chapter 1370. Yamacho, don't worry. We, the Chang people, won't hurt the Chang people. Yanhuang College. Yamacho's office. After hearing Li Zishuan's worries, Ku Shiqing quickly explained. A few years ago, I was admitted to the Imperial College. This caused quite a stir in the Chang tribe in Sichuan. Ever since the Imperial Court started the Imperial examinations and established the Imperial College, no one in the Chang tribe has ever been admitted to the Imperial College. Therefore, if I can persuade them and explain to Chief Qiao Feng why the Lan family's volcano can attract soldiers, they will not stop you from sending people to mine. Li Zishuan couldn't help but smile. So, Shiqing, you have been the pride of your tribe since you were young. Not bad, not bad. Since you took the initiative to volunteer today, I, as the Yamacho, have no reason to refuse. However, this is an important matter. I still need to get your parents' approval. Otherwise, you still can't go to Sichuan. Ku Shiqing cupped his hands and said, Of course. Yamacho, don't worry. I will definitely be able to persuade my parents. Li Zishuan nodded and said, In the morning assembly today, His Majesty has already changed the King of Han to the King of Shu and appointed him as the governor of Yizhou. I believe you can also see His Majesty's determination to govern Shu. If you can mediate and let the Chang people and the Imperial Court turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk, it will be a good thing. However, just yesterday, His Majesty has already ordered the governor of Yizhou to mediate with the Chang people. If you want to go to Sichuan, you have to leave as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will send a letter to the governor of Izhou to inform him. Ku Shiqing's eyes lit up and said, Yamacho, are you talking about Governor Gao? Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes. It is Governor Gao. Shiqing, do you know him? Ku Shiqing nodded excitedly and said, Although I have never met him, Shiqing has heard of Governor Gao's name. In the past few years, I have been studying in Chang'an and have not returned to Shu County. However, I have been paying attention to the news there. The people of Shu County were frivolous. They were afraid of ghosts and hated the sick. Most of them did not personally serve their sick parents. Instead, they used sticks to pick up food and passed it to them from afar. It was said that after Chief Gao took office, due to his influence, the customs were changed. Furthermore, Elder Gao had also dug a new canal outside of the one river that Li Bing had dredged during the Qin dynasty, allowing the people of the Shu lands to benefit greatly. In addition, he also used his free time to organize poetry and prose meetings. He also let the Confucian scholars discuss the classics of Confucianism and encouraged the young students. As a result, the study style in Sichuan gradually became stronger. Today, Elder Gao is widely respected by the people in the Shu lands. This time, with him stepping forward to mediate, I'm sure leader Qiao Feng won't not give him face. So, it seems like there's no need to go to the Shu lands before studying. At the end, Ku Shiqing scratched his head a little embarrassedly. After all, he had skipped class to come to Li Zishuan and volunteered. But now, he realized that there was no need for him to go. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little suspicious of fishing in troubled waters. Li Zishuan smiled and did not blame him. After a moment of silence, he asked in a deep voice, Shiqing, if you were to pass the imperial examinations in the future, what would you like to do the most? Would you like to live high in the imperial court and accompany the emperor? Or would you like to be an official and benefit the people? Ku Shiqing frowned and thought seriously for a long time before replying, Yamacho. If I could pass the imperial examinations, I would like to return to Shu County and become an official. Shu County is the place where I grew up. It's a beautiful place, but the people there live a poor life. Most of them have never left the Shu lands in their lives, so naturally, they don't know how wonderful the world outside the Shu lands is. I want to bring the people of the Shu lands to live a good life. I want the Shu lands to be no longer isolated. I hope that the good things in Chang'an City can also be found in the Shu lands, such as the carriages, bicycles, and the Celestial Mirror of Wonders Pavilion. Although these things have been sold to all the states and counties in the world, I believe that these things are rare in the Shu lands now. As the people of the Tang Empire, I think that the people of the Shu lands are no different from the people of Chang'an. They should also live a good life and use the advanced engineering products created by Yamacho. If there's a chance, I will definitely benefit the people of my hometown in the future. Li Zishuan stood up and patted Ku Shiqing's shoulder. He laughed and said, Haha, good. The most important thing is to not forget your roots. Shiqing, I'm very pleased that you have such thoughts. The Shu lands have been isolated for many years. This is true. This time, I'm mining the vanadium mine in Feng province. I've thought of using the mine to help the people in the surrounding areas become rich. When the time comes, I'll pay for them to build roads and bridges. If they're willing to help, they'll be able to get a good salary. So if your parents agree, I still hope that you can make a trip to Shu lands. As a local, you should know the customs of the people there the best. If you can get the tribal power there to be understood, I can even let the people of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce open a shop there and bring all the fine goods from Chang'an City over. This way, the communication between the Shu lands and the Central Plains will become more frequent, and the lives of the people will become better. What? Yamacho, are you serious? Ku Shiqing was pleasantly surprised. If that was the case, then more than half of his dreams had been realized by Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled and said, A gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold. What I said, of course, is true. That's great. That's great. Thank you, Yamacho. I'll go back and discuss with my parents. Tomorrow, I'll leave for the Shu lands. When the time comes, I'll definitely pass on Yamacho's goodwill to Chief Qiao Feng. I'm sure he won't refuse. Ku Shiqing was extremely excited as he cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his face darkened. He said, I don't seem to be able to leave for Shu lands recently. Previously, The headmaster said that for the next 4 weeks, there will be a secret exam every Friday. Those who fail 4 times will be expelled from the academy. No matter what, the students have to wait until the exam ends this Friday before they can leave. Li Zixuan heard this and secretly praised this child's meticulousness. He thought for a while and asked, "Shiqing, how's your memorization of the secret exam from the school? If I let you take the exam now, are you confident?" Ku Shiqing frowned and thought for a moment. He gritted his teeth and cupped his hands. "Return to Yamacho. I'm confident." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "That's good. There's still some time before school ends. You can start the exam now. I'll grade your exam tonight. If you pass, you can go home tomorrow and persuade your parents. If you don't pass, then you don't have to go to Shu Lands this time." Although he wanted Ku Shiqing to go back and discuss with his parents tonight, he had emphasized the importance of confidentiality in front of all the teachers and students of the school last week. As the one who set the rules, how could he open the back door for Ku Shiqing at this time? Ku Shiqing nodded heavily and said, "Yes, Yamacho." Li Zixuan turned around and took out a sealed document from the drawer. After opening it, he took out a test paper. Then, he took a pencil from the pen holder on the table and handed it to Ku Shiqing. He said, "Find a place in this office and start the exam. The exam will last for an hour." He had already prepared the exam papers for the Academy's confidentiality exam. He even prepared 4 sets. It just so happened that there was 1 set per week. Ku Shiqing should be the first person other than him to see the exam papers. Ku Shiqing took the test paper and nodded. "Okay, Yamacho. Husband, aren't you going to sleep yet?" After dinner, Li Zixuan went straight to the study. Han Yushi glanced into the study when she passed by and asked, "And, wife, you go to sleep first? I'll go to sleep after I finish grading this exam." Li Zixuan looked up and said softly. This exam paper was naturally the confidential exam paper that Ku Shiqing had just finished in the afternoon. "And then, husband, don't stay up too late." Han Yushi nodded and went upstairs to sleep. Li Zixuan's gaze returned to the exam paper. He gently stroked the red pen on every part of the exam paper. Fill in the blanks, multiple choice questions, decision questions, short answer questions. He read 10 lines at a glance and finished grading in about 10 minutes. Hee. 99 points. Not bad, not bad. This Ku Shiqing's foundation is really good. No wonder before I went to the Imperial College, he was the best in the School of Mathematics. He is a good seedling. Looking at the bright red 99 points on the exam paper, Li Zixuan praised. In this way, Ku Shiqing could leave the academy tomorrow and go home to discuss the trip to Sichuan with his parents. In fact, letting Ku Shiqing go to Sichuan was not Li Zixuan's plan. It was just added at the last minute. Ku Shiqing had the ability and the dream. As a Yamacho, Li Zixuan naturally had to give his student a stage to realize his dream. What was Li Zixuan's dream when he had just transmigrated? Li Zixuan would definitely answer that he wanted to be a carefree marquis and then rely on his wealth to live a life of luxury with his wife. But now, he was a marquis and a Yamacho of the academy. His dream was to help his student realize his dream. He wanted to be a dream godfather and let his student become the most outstanding person no matter where he went. He wanted to have students all over the world. When that time came, he would become the most powerful person in the world. Because by then, any student would be able to hold their own. The next morning, Li Zixuan arrived at Yanhuang College. Coincidentally, Ku Shiqing was waiting for him in front of Guanghua Building. It was time for the students to have their breakfast. Yamacho. When Ku Shiqing saw Li Zixuan walking towards him, he hurriedly went up and greeted him nervously. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Hee. Why? Are you worried that you didn't pass the exam?" Ku Shiqing nodded and said, "Although I checked my answers last night when I returned to the dormitory, I still feel a little nervous. After all, I really want to go to Sichuan." Li Zixuan patted Ku Shiqing's shoulder and laughed. "Haha, don't worry. You scored 99 points this time. According to the rules of the academy, you have passed. I will give you special permission not to participate in the next few exams. But I can't give you the exam papers now. After all, the other students haven't taken the exam yet. You can go back and discuss with your parents about the trip to Sichuan. If your parents agree, You can ask someone to send a message to me and then go directly to Sichuan. As for the academy, I will give you some time off. When you return, you can go and study by yourself. Just like Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg, who went to war with the army. As for Chief Gao, I will write a letter to him today. When you are there, he will take care of you. Ku Shiqing said gratefully, "Thank you, Yamacho. Then, I will take my leave." "Yamacho, take care." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "An, if you are going to Sichuan, you take care too." After the academy helped Ku Shiqing with his request for leave and handed his secret exam results to Yen Silu, Li Zishuan went down Yunshan and rowed towards the pier at the lower reaches of the Ba River. At the pier, 5 large merchant ships of the Feng family were ready to set off. Because they did not buy a lot of seeds in Guangdong, only a little more than 10,000 jin, Feng Zhihua only sent out 5 merchant ships. "Marquis, why are you here?" Feng Zhihua, who was directing the loading of goods at the pier, inadvertently saw Li Zishuan riding over. He quickly went up and greeted him. Li Zishuan dismounted from his horse and said with a smile, "Boss Feng has acted righteously this time and personally helped this marquis go to Guangdong to purchase the white stack flower seeds. This marquis has to send Boss Feng off no matter what." Feng Zhihua was flattered and said, "Thank you, Marquis, for sending me off." "Haha. It's my pleasure, it's my pleasure." Li Zishuan waved his hand and took out a piece of paper and a painted letter. He handed it to Feng Zhihua and said, "Here. This is this marquis's order and this marquis's personal letter to Jun Wang Yi. Thinking that sending someone to deliver the letter would not be as fast as sending it by sea, I will have to trouble Boss Feng to personally deliver this letter to Jun Wang Yi. When the royal prince sees this letter, he will definitely make it convenient for you." The convenience he was talking about was not asking Li Shaogong to open a back door for Feng Zhihua. He, Li Zishuan, was not someone who liked special treatment. For this sea trade, he would not let Feng Zhihua pay any less of the taxes that should be paid in Guangdong. The reason why he still needed to write a letter was because he wanted to borrow the power of the Department of Commerce to get the small countries in Nanyang to ship more white stack flowers to Guangdong to sell. Feng Zhihua took the warrant and the letter with both hands and said, "Marquis, don't worry. I will personally deliver this letter to the royal prince of Hejian." Coincidentally, at this time, all the goods on the dock had been loaded. A red sun jumped out of the horizon and shone on the surface of the Ba River, reflecting the clear and crystalline waves. Feng Zhihua cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, the time has come, the fleet should set sail. This Feng will bid farewell here. This time, I will definitely bring back as many white stack flowers as possible for the Marquis. Marquis, may we meet again." Li Zishuan also cupped his fist and said, "See you later." Feng Zhihua nodded and then turned to walk towards the big ship. "Raise the anchor, raise the sails, set sail." A moment later, the sailors on the big ship shouted and the fleet of 5 big ships finally set sail towards the east. Chapter 1371. After watching the fleet leave, Li Zishuan went straight to the workshop. His family had bought over 200 caddies of cotton seeds from the Hu people yesterday. These few days, he had to start making arrangements for the servants in the residence to start growing the seeds. And growing the seeds required a type of machine, a nutrient bowl manufacturing machine. If the cotton seeds were directly scattered in the ground, a large portion of them would not germinate. The survival rate was extremely low. In his previous life, Li Zishuan was also a villager. He had experienced the entire process of growing cotton. He remembered that when his family was growing cotton, they had to first plant the cotton seeds in a nutrient bowl. After the seeds germinated, the seedlings would be transplanted into the ground. The so-called nutrition bowl was to load the loose, fertile soil that was easy to retain water and fertilizer, germ-free, and seedless into the machine for making nutrition bowls. Through the machine, cup-shaped nutrition bowls with a diameter of 11 centimeters and a height of 10 to 12 centimeters were manufactured. The cotton seeds were pressed into the nutrition bowls, and the nutrition bowls were covered with a thin film until they sprouted. After the cotton seeds germinated, they would be transplanted into the ground along with the nutrient bowl and the job would be done. The greatest benefit of this method was that it could greatly increase the survival rate of the cotton seeds. Compared to sowing directly, this nutrient bowl sowing method could save at least 3 times the amount of seeds. If the people of Lantian County were to use this nutrient bowl sowing method in the future, then the amount of cotton seeds they would need to plant per mu of land would not even be 1 caddy. In the modern era, The south used the nutrient bowl sowing method to plant cotton in 1 mu of land. It required about 0.7 caddies of seeds. In the north, the direct sowing method required about 3 to 6 caddies of seeds per mu of land. Therefore, the nutrient bowl sowing method had always been popular in the southern regions. However, there were also disadvantages. For example, it required a lot of manpower and resources. In addition, the nutrient bowl sowing seedlings and transplanting them could make the cotton seedlings stronger. Correspondingly, they could produce more cotton in the future. Therefore, not only did this method save on seeds, it also guaranteed a high yield. Moreover, the most important thing was that this method of growing cotton had not appeared in this era. Why was cotton only an expensive flower in the Tang dynasty for people to admire? Why was it not planted on a large scale? Because it was expensive. But why was it expensive? Other than the fact that there were very few people in the Central Plains who needed to import cotton, the most important reason was its low survival rate and low yield. Very few people were willing to plant it on a large scale. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the greater its value. Thus, this cotton could only be treated as a precious flower for people to admire. As for using it to make clothes, that would be too extravagant. Only a fool with a lot of money would do such a thing. Therefore, Li Zishuan planned to promote his nutrient bowl planting technology. First, he had to go to the workshop to build a nutrient bowl manufacturing machine. He planned to make a hand-pressed nutrient bowl manufacturing machine for cotton. At this time, Li Zishuan was thankful that he came from a rural family in his previous life. Otherwise, he wouldn't know about these things. It wasn't difficult to make this kind of handheld cotton nutrition bowl making machine. Its structure was similar to the pushrod honeycomb coal mold made by the workshop previously. That was used to shape coal blocks, while this one was used to shape fertile soil. Therefore, Li Zishuan came to the workshop and explained it to Faubert. Faubert immediately understood and promised that the hand-pressed cotton nutrition bowl machine would be ready and sent to Yunshan Mountain by noon. Only then did Li Zishuan return to Cloud Mountain in satisfaction. At the same time, dozens of yamen runners ran out of Lantian County. Each one of them held a notice and ran to the villages in all directions. The people from the county yamen came to put up notices? What's going on? The yamen runners actually came to our Yu family manor to put up notices. It's really too strange. On the wall at the entrance of the Yu family manor, the commoners looked at the notice that had just been put up and gathered together to discuss it. In the past, if the yamen needed to announce something to the commoners, they only needed to put up notices in key places in the city. It was very rare to see a notice directly sent to the village like today. It was no wonder that these villagers felt it was strange. However, it could also be seen that county magistrate, he was very attentive to Li Zishuan's orders this time. Elementary Scholar Yu. Where is Elementary Scholar Yu? Quickly let Elementary Scholar Yu see what's written on the notice. He's coming, he's coming. Quickly make way. Elementary Scholar Yu is coming. Elementary Scholar Yu, quickly read it for us. What's written on the notice? Could it be that the county yamen is going to increase our taxes again? Amidst the numerous calls, Yu Dehang, who had met Li Zishuan a few times before, walked out of the Yu family manor. Uncle Zhong, Marquis is in charge of Lantian County right now. The county yamen won't increase our taxes, so don't make wild guesses. Can you let me see what's written on the notice first? Yu Dehang comforted Zhong Lijing and then looked at the notice on the wall. After a while, he was completely stunned. Elementary Scholar Yu? Elementary Scholar Yu? What's wrong with you? What's written on the notice? Could it be that I, old Zhong, guessed correctly? Zhong Lijing saw that Yu Dehang's eyes were wide open as he stood there in a daze without saying a word. Instead, he looked very surprised. He hurriedly pulled on Yu Dehang's sleeve and said worriedly, "That's right. Elementary Scholar Yu. What's written on the notice?" The commoners were also anxious and started to shout. Yu Dehang, who was in a state of shock, finally came to his senses. He swallowed his saliva and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. He said, "The notice says that Marquis intends to promote the planting of white dye seeds within the borders of Lantian County. He has already asked someone to buy the seeds. From today onwards, as long as a farmer is willing to plant white dye seeds, you can immediately go to the county yamen to report. Before the seeds arrive, as long as a farmer is able to cultivate 1 mu of wasteland, they can go to the county yamen to receive a caddy of white dye seeds for free. Receive a caddy of white dye seeds for free? Elementary scholar you're not mistaken, right? That's right. Elementary scholar a caddy of white dye seeds is worth 7 or 8 strings of coins. Is Marquis really going to give it to us for free? Then wouldn't Marquis suffer a huge loss? Before Yu Dehang could finish speaking, the surrounding commoners immediately exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone, please let me finish reading. Yu Dehang hurriedly shouted to maintain order. When the surroundings quieted down again, he said loudly, "This notice also says that when the farmers receive the free seeds of the white fold flower, they need to sign an agreement with the yamen. That is, when the white fold flower matures, they need to remove the seeds and hand them all over to the county yamen. Those who don't hand them over will be fined 10 strings of cash, including the principal and interest. As for the tidbits produced by the white fold, you can sell them directly or use them to make winter clothes. This way, you won't suffer from the cold during the winter. No matter what, the tidbits of the white fold belong to the farmers. The Marquis will not interfere with how you use them." As Yu Dehang's voice fell, everyone was shocked. After the shock there was ecstasy. Marquis is actually giving out white dye seeds for free? And all the white dye seeds that are planted will belong to us? Marquis is really benevolent. If we can receive a caddy of seeds, we can at least earn 10 strings of coins. 10 strings of coins? Zhonglijing, is there that much? Hey! As long as the harvest isn't bad, it won't be a problem to earn 100 strings of coins. Haha! What are we waiting for? Quickly go to the county yamen to register. Last time, when Marquis promoted the greenhouse vegetables, our Yu family village didn't get to see the white dye seeds this time. No matter what, we can't miss it. That's right. That's right. Quickly go to the county yamen to register. If we're late, we might not get it. Go quickly. Go quickly. Suddenly, the group of people rushed out like a swarm of bees. They didn't even have time to put down the shovels, hoes, and other farming tools on their shoulders as they rushed directly in the direction of Lontian County. Hey! Wait for me! Yu Dehang called out twice and hurriedly followed. A similar situation also happened in the dozens of other farmsteads in Lontian County. These farmsteads were all in an uproar at the same time. They went to the county yamen to register and then reclaimed 1 mu of wasteland to get a caddy of white dye seeds for free. In the eyes of the farmers, wasn't this like picking up money? Moreover, they could pick up tens or even hundreds of strings of coins. How could the farmers not be tempted by this? This was especially true for the farmers who were incorporated into Li Zishuan's fiefdom later. When Li Zishuan promoted the greenhouse vegetables, they didn't belong to Li Zishuan's fiefdom. Naturally, they didn't enjoy the first wave of dividends. Now that the second wave of dividends was finally here, of course, they had to desperately grab hold of it. Of course, they weren't the only ones who wanted to grab hold of it. The farmers of the 8 farmsteads who had followed Li Zishuan in the beginning were even more enthusiastic. Because of the greenhouse vegetables incident last time, they firmly believed that following Li Zishuan would bring them benefits. As long as it was Li Zishuan's decision, they would unconditionally support it. They would definitely make a lot of money. Therefore, on all the roads and small paths in Lontian County, farmers could be seen running wildly everywhere. It was like ants returning to their nest. The black mass of ants came from all directions and rushed towards their nest, Lontian County. On the street in front of the Lontian County's yamen entrance, 3 rows of tables had already been set up. 1 row of tables faced the street in the west, another row faced the street in the east, and another row faced the street in the south. The farmers who came from all directions could line up in 3 different directions to register. This way they could save a lot of time. County Magistrate. They're here. They're here. The commoners are here. But why did they bring their shovels and hoes over? County Magistrate he led a group of county officials and waited at the entrance of the county yamen. Suddenly, the county official became excited as he hurriedly asked County Magistrate he. But after seeing the equipment of the farmers, the official was dumbfounded. If someone who wasn't in the know saw this, they would think that these commoners were coming to the county yamen to rebel. County Magistrate he stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Let the bailiffs register properly and prevent commoners from other counties from mixing in. This is Marquis's kindness to our county's commoners. We can't let people from other counties take advantage of this." Understand? The official hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Yes, County Magistrate." While they were talking, dozens of farmers had already run over. Seeing the tables that had already been set up, the farmers understood the rules and lined up. There were 3 tables in each direction of the street. There were a total of 9 tables, which meant that they could line up in 9 lines. "Sir, I want to plant white stack flowers. I want to register. What's your name? Which village are you from?" "My name is Lu Mang, from Liujia village." Good. I've already registered for you. Marquis will be able to buy the seeds back in half a month. Before that, you have to cultivate a mu of wasteland. It's best if it's a hillside that's facing the sun. That way, the harvest will be better. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Thank you for your reminder. Next. The quiet entrance of the county yamen suddenly became lively. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a boiling cauldron of voices. The commoners in Guangqing County who woke up early saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. Hey, what are they doing? Why are they all gathered at the county yamen? It seems that they are all farmers from outside the county. Farmers? What are they doing here at the county yamen? I know. I just saw the notice at the county yamen. It said that Marquis intends to promote the planting of white stack flowers in Lantian County. Those who are willing to plant can register at the county yamen. As long as they can cultivate a mu of wasteland within the stipulated time, they will be able to get a gene of white stack flower seeds for free. What? A gene of white stack flower seeds for free? Is there such a good thing in this world? No, I want to register too. Bah! Boss Wang, what are you so happy about? Do you have any fields at home? Don't tell me you want to take the seeds and sell them for money? The notice said that after receiving the seeds, you have to sign an agreement with the county yamen. When the harvest time comes, the white stack flowers will belong to the commoners. However, all the seeds must be removed and handed over to the county yamen. If you don't hand it over, you will be fined 10 strings of coins. Boss Wang, if you receive it now, you will have to pay 10 strings of coins in the future. So that's how it is. Then this old man won't receive it. I'll leave the opportunity to these farmers. Tisk tsk. This time the farmers outside the city are going to be rich. With a gene of seeds, the white stack flower seeds can be sold for dozens of strings of coins. Sigh, what a pity. Who asked us to not be farmers? At this moment, these city dwellers began to envy the farmers. It was really strange. As time passed, the lines of farmers in the 3 directions grew longer and longer. The line in the south was about to reach the city gates. Tens of thousands of farmers outside the city suddenly flooded into Lantian County. This city that wasn't considered big suddenly became crowded. Those businessmen who came to Lantian County to do business or those who came to watch the football match saw this scene and began to inquire about what had happened. It didn't matter if they didn't ask, but once they did, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Everyone couldn't help but sigh at the good welfare of the citizens of Lantian County. From time to time, Li Zishuan would give red packets to the citizens. Furthermore, it was the kind of red packets that were worth hundreds of strings of coins. And the matter here quickly spread to the other counties. Chapter 1372. Have you heard? The Marquis of Yong and wants to give every farmer in Lantian County a caddy of white fold flower seeds for free. What? Why is Marquis giving so many white fold flower seeds to the farmers? Seeds. The Marquis said that the white stack flower catkins will belong to the farmers. The farmers can use them to make cotton-padded clothes or sell them for money. When the time comes, we just need to hand in the seeds. Oh my God! There's such a good thing? Can we get the flower seeds if we go? Tisk. In your dreams. We are from Xinfeng County. The Marquis of Yong and only gives them to the farmers in Lantian County. Lantian County. It's Lantian County again. Last year, Marquis only promoted the greenhouse vegetables in Lantian County. At that time, the farmers who planted the greenhouse vegetables earned hundreds of strings of coins. A few months ago, when Marquis was building the dam, he also prioritized the young adults in Lantian County. I heard that not only are there meat for every meal, but the wages are also high. Now, Marquis wants to plant white fold flower seeds to make winter clothes for the people of Lantian County. Why didn't His Majesty give Xinfeng County to the Marquis of Yong and as a fief? Sigh. Who said it wasn't? Last year, matchmaker Zhao recommended a kid from Lantian County to my daughter, but my wife didn't agree. Now it's his turn to disagree. This prodigal woman. Haha. Old Wang, your wife has no taste. It's not that I want to criticize you, but this kind of woman needs to be taught a lesson. Yes. She needs to be taught a lesson. Haha. Serves you right for being unlucky. Look at my two daughters, they married to Lantian County at the beginning of the year. Now, they're living a good life. After the greenhouse vegetables and dam building incident, Li Zishuan came up with another benefiting the people policy, which caused a huge uproar among the people in the surrounding counties of Chang'an. Although there were no newspapers to promote it, the current momentum of public opinion was even more terrifying than being on the headlines of the newspapers. Not only the people in the surrounding counties of Chang'an City were discussing it, the people in Chang'an City were also discussing it. At this moment, all the citizens only had one thought in their minds, and that was to regret that they were not Lantian people in this life. If he was also a citizen of Lantian County, then wouldn't he be able to enjoy the benefits of Li Zishuan's benefiting the people policy? In an instant, countless people had a strong yearning for Lantian County. Of course, the ladies of the prestigious families in Chang'an City finally understood who had bought all the white stack flowers in the West Market yesterday. The beauties couldn't help but sigh at Li Zishuan's generosity. He actually used them as ornamental white flowers to make winter clothes for the people in his fief. What? Little Xian wanted the people in his fief to plant white stack flowers? What's the point of growing this thing? Do you want to watch? Chang Yaojin had just finished the morning court when he heard the news. He stared at his second son, Cheng Chuliang, and asked. Cheng Chuliang's forehead was full of black lines. He said, Father, even if the Marquis of Yong and wanted to see white stack flowers, he wouldn't go so far as to let his subordinates plant them all over Lantian County, right? I heard that he wanted the commoners to make winter clothes out of white paper. Cheng Yaojin nodded and suddenly laughed. Hey, this kid's idea is really strange. Using white paper to make clothes for the commoners? That's too extravagant. How many seeds did he say he wanted to buy? 10,000 catties? TSK. 70 to 80,000 strings of coins. That's really generous. Cheng Chuliang asked tentatively. Father, then should we follow this time? Last year, when Li Zishuan promoted the planting of greenhouse vegetables in his fief, Old Cheng's and Old Qin's families also promoted it. Although there was a difference of half a month, their families' farmers earned a lot of money because of it. The Cheng family also gained a good reputation for being benevolent. Now that Li Zishuan wanted to promote the planting of white stack flowers, should the Cheng family follow? Chang Yaojin frowned and said, White stack flowers are not easy to grow. Since little Xian dares to promote it, he might have a better way to grow it. As for 70 to 80,000 strings of coins, TSK, the Cheng family can't afford it. However, the Cheng family only has 700 farmers, and a caddy of seeds per family is only 700 caddies. After pondering for a moment, Chang Yaojin gritted his teeth and said, Then we'll buy it. Chuliang, get Butler Liang to tell the barbarian merchants in Shi City to quickly find a way to get me 700 caddies of white stack flower seeds. Otherwise, I'll smash their shops. Li Zishuan needed a large amount of white stack flower seeds, so he could only find sea merchants. However, the Cheng family only needed a few hundred caddies of seeds, so the barbarian merchants could find a way to get it themselves. In order to survive in Chang'an, these barbarian merchants would definitely find a way to get Old Cheng so many seeds. Cheng Chuliang quickly replied, Yes, Father. I'll go tell the butler now. Hey, stop right there. Chang Yaojin suddenly said, Kid, you have to go back to the study and study. In a few months, Yanhuang College will be recruiting students. If you can't get in, I'll teach you a lesson. Cheng Chuliang shrunk his neck and said bitterly, Yes, Father. What? Li Zishuan wants to plant white stack flowers on a large scale in Lantian County? Just after morning court, Li Er heard this piece of news, and it was even personally sent by Li Chengqian. Yes, Father. Not only have all the white stack flower seeds in Chang'an City been bought by the Marquis of Yong'an, according to what I know, he even sent a merchant ship to Guangdong to buy white stack flower seeds from Nanyang sea merchants. According to the notice in Lantian County, He wants to buy at least 10,000 caddies of seeds. Li Chengqian bowed and said, 10,000 caddies? This kid is really extravagant. Li Er muttered and sighed. After a moment, he said to Li Chengqian, no matter what, this is a move that benefits the people. In so many years, this is the first time I've heard of someone planting so many white stack flowers to make clothes for the people. However, isn't this kid afraid that the harvest won't be good and there won't be any harvest? I've heard that it's hard for white stack flowers to survive. Li Chengqian revealed a worried expression and said, I'm also worried about this. Ever since white stack flowers were introduced into the Central Plains during the Qin and Han dynasties, it was only used as an ornamental flower because of its low survival rate. The Marquis of Yong and has good intentions in wanting to use white stack flowers to make clothes for the people, but I'm afraid that he won't even be able to recover the cost. After all, 70 to 80,000 strings of cash isn't a small sum. Li Er frowned and then said in relief, Haha, Chengqian, don't you know that kid's personality? He definitely won't do things that he isn't confident in. Last time, he was able to grow vegetables in the winter. This time, he can grow a large patch of white stack flowers in Lantian County. I don't find it strange at all. Li Chengqian's eyes lit up and said, Father is right. Perhaps the Marquis of Yong and has a better method of growing white stack flowers? Therefore, I would like to ask Father to allow me to leave the palace. I would like to go to Yunshan to investigate. If it's really as Father thinks, then the people of Tang Empire won't have to suffer from the cold in the winter. Li Er thought for a moment and waved his hand and said, Then you can go after lunch. Li Chengqian said happily, Thank you, Father. Marquis, Steward Fu sent someone to deliver a cot of farm tools. Pang Feiji came in to report when Li Zixuan had just finished his meal. It's done so quickly? Where are the things? Li Zixuan's eyes lit up as he quickly stood up and said, Marquis, it's just outside the door. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said. Han Yushi looked confused and said, Husband, what kind of farm tools made you so happy? Haha, new farm tools. Wife, you'll know when you follow your husband. Li Zixuan smiled and then pulled Han Yushi out of the house. Brother, wait for me. Loner wants to go too. Loner rushed out of the room and quickly followed. Outside the courtyard, Li Zixuan saw more than 10 hand-pressed nutrition bowls piled up in the open space in front of the door. They looked exactly like the slimmer version of the pusher used to make honeycomb briquettes. Husband? What's this thing used for? Why does it look so much like the one used to make honeycomb briquettes? Han Yushi looked at the hand-pressed nutrition bowls on the ground and suddenly asked curiously. Brother. How do you play with this? Li Zixuan was about to speak when Loner picked up a bowl as if she had gotten a new toy. Then, she looked at Li Zixuan and asked. Li Zixuan shook his head and looked at Han Yushi. He smiled and said, Wife, aren't you curious about what this is used for? Let your husband demonstrate it to you. Feiji, have you prepared the soil that I asked you to prepare earlier? Pang Feiji pointed to a mound in the east and said, replying to Marquis, It's already prepared. It's over there. It's all dug from the vegetable fields at the foot of the mountain. It's very fertile. Looks like Changle and I came at the right time. Just in time for a good show. After Pang Feiji finished speaking, a young man's voice suddenly came from the courtyard. Who else could it be other than Li Chengqian? As for Changle, after hearing that Li Chengqian was coming to Cloud Mountain, she quickly asked Li Er for a chance to leave the palace and followed along. Greetings to your highness. Greetings to your highness. The servants and guards of the Li family had all seen Li Chengqian and Changle before, so they quickly bowed and greeted them. Li Zixuan, Han Yushi, and Loner also prepared to greet, but Li Chengqian waved his hand and said, No need to be so polite. Xiao Xian, you don't need to be so polite either. Then he excitedly walked in front of Li Zixuan and asked, Xiao Xian, these farming tools of yours should be related to the planting of the white stack flower, right? Since Li Zixuan did not allow them to greet, then Li Zixuan would not be so bored as to do something unnecessary. However, after hearing Li Chengqian's guess, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He then praised, Chengqian has good eyesight. You guessed right. This thing is indeed related to the planting of the white stack flower. Changle asked curiously, Brother Xiao Xian, what does this thing have to do with the white stack flower? Jianghu, look. Why does this thing look like it's used to make honeycomb briquettes? Li Zishuan laughed and said, Haha, let me demonstrate. Jianghu, you and Chengqian will know after seeing it. Chapter 1373. This thing is called a nutrient bowl. By stuffing fertile soil into it and pushing it out like I am doing, you will get cup-shaped mud cubes. These mud cubes are the nutrient bowls for the white stack flower seeds. If you press 2 seeds into the nutrient bowl, they will sprout in about 7 days. At the mound of soil next to the Yunshan residence, under the gaze of Li Chengqian, Jianghu, Han Yushi, and the others, Li Zishuan showed himself to explain. First, he poked the alms bowl with all his might into the mound of soil. After it was filled with soil, he stepped on the push rod, and the soil was pushed out in the shape of a cup. This was the nutrition bowl. Then, Li Zishuan took out 2 seeds and pressed them into the circular pit in the center of the nutrient bowl. The entire process was completed. Hee hee. This is fun. Brother, Lan'er will help you. Seeing Li Zishuan easily make a cup-shaped mud cube, Lan'er's interest was immediately piqued. She excitedly rushed over to give it a try. Li Zishuan was speechless. You are just a little taller than the alms. How can you play with it? Go to the side and watch. Don't dirty your clothes. Lan'er pouted. Humph. I won't. Brother, you look down on me. Lan'er will make one for you to see. After saying that, the little girl imitated Li Zishuan's previous actions. She picked up the alms and poked it into the mound of dirt. Hee hee. This thing is indeed interesting. I will give it a try too. Perhaps the innocent Lan'er had awakened Li Chengqian's childish nature. This fellow also eagerly picked up the alms and walked towards the mound of dirt. Brother Crown Prince. Wait for me. Jianghu also wants to try. It was rare for Jianghu to come out, so she naturally wanted to play to her heart's content. She followed closely behind Li Chengqian with the alms and walked towards the mound of dirt with the alms. Your Highness, you can't. The leader of the Eastern Palace guards who followed Li Chengqian hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to stop him. Li Chengqian waved his hand and said, It's fine. I am just giving it a try. There is no danger. When the god heard that, he did not continue to stop him. Brother Little Xian, can you teach Jianghu one more time? Jianghu carried the alms bowl and walked to Li Zishuan's side, smiling sweetly. Looking at this bright and beautiful smile, how could Li Zishuan say no? He nodded helplessly and said, All right then. Chengqian, Jianghu, I'll demonstrate it to you again. First, push the alms bowl into the mound with all your strength. You must use all your strength, or else the soil won't be able to fill the alms bowl, and the nutrition bowl you push out will be incomplete. Bang bang bang. Li Zishuan, Jianghu, and Lan'er all followed Li Zishuan and poked the alms bowl into the mound. After a while, Li Zishuan continued, When you think it's about time, step on this push rod and push the dirt out. Yes, that's it. It might take some effort. Wow. I'm done. Brother Little Xian, take a look and see if this nutrition bowl is done correctly. Unexpectedly, Jianghu had finished it before Li Chengqian. The little girl held the freshly made nutrition bowl in her hands and came to Li Zishuan, asking excitedly. Very well done. The shape is very standard, and the soil is very sturdy. Li Zishuan nodded and praised. Hee hee. Thank you for your praise, Brother Little Xian. After receiving Li Zishuan's affirmation, Jianghu's beautiful little face instantly beamed like a flower. At this moment, Li Chengqian's first nutrition bowl was also completed. However, it was a failure with a bumpy bottom and an incomplete exterior. It was obvious that Li Chengqian did not use enough strength when filling the soil inside. Chengqian, this is about the same level as Lan'er's. I think you have to find time to train, or else your body will only become weaker and weaker. Look at your physical strength now. It's not even as good as Jianghu's. Upon seeing this, Li Zishuan immediately teased. Li Chengqian immediately blushed and retorted, Little Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? I just didn't do it seriously just now. If you don't believe me, I'll make another one for you. As a man, he could not tolerate others saying that he was weak. In order to protect his dignity as a man, Li Chengqian resolutely began the second nutrition bowl's production. Bam bam bam. This time, Li Chengqian peeled with all his might. From the looks of it, he could not wait to crush the entire cloud mountain. With a clang, a flawless nutrition bowl was pushed out from the bowl-making device. Li Chengqian immediately said proudly, "Hey, little Xian. How was it? I told you that it was just a coincidence, right?" After saying that, he could not help but secretly take 2 deep breaths. Speaking of which, he had been learning how to rule the country from Li Er all day long in the palace. He indeed lacked training. Li Zishuan saw through him but did not expose him. He did not refute him. Li Chengqian put down the bowl-making device and asked, "Little Xian, you still haven't said why you want to plant the seeds in this nutrition bowl?" This prince feels that it's more convenient to just directly bury the seeds in the ground. Hearing Li Chengqian's question, Changle also stopped what she was doing and shifted her gaze to Li Zishuan. Clearly, she had the same doubts as Li Chengqian. Li Zishuan muttered to himself for a moment and said, "Simply speaking, for the white dye seed to germinate, it needs sufficient nutrients, water and suitable temperature. If the seeds were directly buried in the ground, then there is a possibility that less than 1 in 10 will survive. This is because the nutrients in the ground might not be enough. Furthermore, the night is still a little cold. This is why the survival rate of the white dye seed is so low." Li Chengqian nodded his head as if he understood and then asked, "Little Xian, the reason why this thing is called a nutrition bowl is because the nutrients in the soil are very sufficient, right?" Li Zishuan nodded his head and praised, "That's right. The nutrients in the nutrition bowl are indeed very sufficient. This is because the soil inside is the most fertile soil and can provide sufficient nutrients for the germination of the white dye seed. Secondly, once the seeds are planted, I will instruct people to put the seeds together with the nutrition bowl into the greenhouse. This way, it won't be frozen at night and the moisture in the soil won't evaporate too quickly. This way, not only will the survival rate of the seeds greatly increase, the germination time will also be greatly reduced. Once it germinates, it can be transplanted into the field along with the nutrition bowl." There were 2 advantages to using this method. First, it saved on seeds. This method only required less than a caddy of seeds to grow 1 mu of white stack seed. The other method, which was the most primitive method, required about 3 caddies of seeds to grow 1 mu of land. Second, it can increase the harvest. Because using this method, the seeds can absorb sufficient nutrients during the germination stage, so the buds will generally be thicker. In the end, for the same white dye seed, this method of growing white dye seed will increase the flower catkins by at least 30%. When Li Chengqian heard this, he widened his eyes in shock and said, "Before coming here, my imperial father guessed that Xiao Xian might have grasped an even more powerful planting method. I didn't expect it to be like this." According to Xiao Xian, this year's white dye seed harvest in Lantian County will definitely give everyone a huge surprise. Changle also nodded her head and said, "Brother Xiao Xian, if your method is feasible, then it will completely solve the problem of the low survival rate of the white dye seed. In the future, the other provinces and counties in Great Tang can also follow this method. This way, the white dye seed will be popularized in Great Tang and become the 3rd most important crop after rice and wheat. When that time comes, the commoners really won't lack clothes to wear and won't suffer from the cold in winter." When she finished speaking, Changle's eyes sparkled as if she was looking at a hero. She looked at Li Zishuan with a face full of worship. Li Chengqian clapped his hands and said, "That's right. Once there are more white dye seed, it will naturally not be as expensive as before. When that time comes, the commoners will be able to buy some white dye seed catkins to make cotton-padded clothes. Xiao Xian, if this method is successful, your merit will be immeasurable." Li Zishuan smiled faintly and said, "Whether it will succeed or not, we will only know after we try it. But the final effect will definitely not be too bad." After saying that, Li Zishuan distributed the alms bowl utensils that Faubert had sent over to the servants and guards to make the nutrition alms bowls. Of course, this labor was not free. The wages were added to their monthly allowance. Speaking of which, he now had 200 jin of white dye seed. If he planted all of them, he could plant at least 200 to 300 mu. Therefore, the servants and guards of the Li residence would be very busy this time. AI. Xiao Xian, did you notice that Changle's physical strength is really much better than before? Li Zishuan called everyone into the house. Li Chengqian dragged Li Zishuan to the back. At this moment, he suddenly said sneakily. Li Zishuan looked carefully and saw that although Changle had personally made a few nutrition alms bowls, her complexion was still normal. Her face was not red, and her heart was not out of breath. Indeed, as Li Chengqian said, Her physical strength was much better than before. He turned his head to look at Li Chengqian and joked. What? Chengqian, do you admit that your physical strength is not as good as Changle's? Hee, generally, a weak body means a weak kidney. This kidney deficiency is not scary, but you have to pay attention to recuperation and exercise. Stop. Li Chengqian almost vomited blood. He hurriedly said, Xiao Xian, you are the one with a weak kidney. I'm talking to you about serious matters. Don't interrupt. Get to the point. Li Zishuan put away his smile and said seriously, Changle has my Taoist qi in her body now. Although she has not learned fighting moves, her physical strength is naturally much stronger than ordinary people. This is not surprising. A few months ago, Changle's qi disease flared up. Li Zishuan used his own qi to cure it. In addition, Changle usually practiced Tai Chi very seriously, so she had already cultivated qi. With Li Zishuan's help, she unexpectedly succeeded in drawing qi into her body. This was the main reason why her physical strength was much stronger than before. Li Chengqian suddenly understood. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Xian, is internal qi really so miraculous? Li Zishuan glanced at him and said with a smile, Miraculous or not, Chengqian, won't you know once you practice it? It can also cure your kidney deficiency. Who has kidney deficiency? Who has kidney deficiency? Xiao Xian, stop right there. Li Chengqian said angrily. Chapter 1374. Li Chengqian and Changle stayed on Cloud Mountain for less than 2 hours before returning to the palace. After all, they could not leave the palace for too long. Li Zishuan called Pang Feiji over and said, Feiji, bring some men and call all the farmers in Lontian County over. When the time comes, bring them along and learn how to make the nutrition bowl. After they learn it, go back and teach it to the farmers in the village. After a while, the white fold seed flower will be planted. All the farmers who received the seeds must use this method to plant the white fold seed flower. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said, Yes, Marquis. After saying that, he brought a dozen personal guards and rode down Cloud Mountain. Not long after Pang Feiji left, a woman came to the courtyard of Cloud Mountain and said that she wanted to see Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan brought Han Yushi out to meet her. Only then did he know that this woman was Ku Shiqing's mother. She was here to send a message to Li Zishuan, saying that Ku Shiqing had already left for Bashu in the afternoon. Ku Shiqing's father, because he was worried, also followed along. Li Zishuan and Han Yushi comforted Ku Shiqing's mother, telling her that Ku Shiqing would be taken care of by Gao Shilian when he arrived there, so she did not have to worry. Ku Shiqing's mother stayed on Cloud Mountain for a while before leaving. Her back view looked very bleak. After all, her husband and son had gone far away, and might even encounter danger. Of course she was worried. Husband, you sent your students so far away, aren't you worried that they will encounter danger? Back in the house, Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan was stunned, then sighed and said, Of course I'm worried, but what's the use of worrying? These children have to bear what they should bear. If they don't experience some things, they will never grow. Evening, Sweet Dew Hall. Li Zishuan really said that? Li Chengqian told Li Er everything he saw and heard on Cloud Mountain in the afternoon. Li Er could not hide his shock and asked Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian clasped his hands and said, Absolutely true. Imperial Father, Li Zishuan personally said that if we use his nutrient bowl planting method, we can save at least 3 times the amount of seeds per moo, and the harvest can also increase by at least 30%. Hearing this, Li Er nodded his head. Although he did not show it on his face, his heart was in turmoil. If this method was really so magical, then that caddy of seeds would be able to harvest nearly 4 times the amount of white stack flower catkins. This wasn't a small improvement. It directly solved the key problem of the white stack flower survival and low production. Let's let Li Zishuan give it a try first. If his method is successful, then the people of Great Tang will be able to afford to wear clothes made of white silk. This matter will end here. Chengqian, you don't need to worry about this. Yes, Father. Li Chengqian cupped his hands and said respectfully. At this moment, Zhao Song rushed in from outside the hall and bowed. Your Majesty. Something's wrong. Li Er's face turned solemn as he asked, What's the matter? Zhao Song replied, Your Majesty, Tuli Khan has sent an envoy, requesting to surrender to Great Tang. The envoy has already been arranged to stay in the Honglu Temple's post house.
They will pay respects to your majesty in the morning court tomorrow.
What? Tuli sent an envoy to the court? Li Er's face suddenly changed. He asked in a deep voice, what happened to the Turks? How dare Tuli openly rebel against Shelley and surrender to Great Tang? Li Chengqian's face also became tense as he stared at Zhao Song without blinking. Zhao Song bowed slightly and said, Your Majesty, according to the spies, at the beginning of this year, Shelley suddenly recruited soldiers from Tuli Khan. Due to Tuli Khan's failure in suppressing Shui Yantua, the Shi, and the Guis, he was imprisoned and whipped by Shelley Khan. Tuli Khan held a grudge, so he did not lend any soldiers to Shelley this time. When Shelley Khan heard the news, he was furious and directly sent troops to attack Tuli Khan. Tuli Khan's strength was not enough. Seeing that the royal court was in danger, he sent an envoy to Great Tang for help. Tuli's son, Ashina Heluo, is also in the envoy. Li Er's eyes flashed, and his expression gradually eased. He sighed softly and said, The Turks are actually having internal strife? This is really a heaven-sent opportunity. Then, he looked at Zhao Song and ordered, Tomorrow morning, let Tuli's envoy enter the court for an audience. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Song responded, then said, Your Majesty, today, a student from Yanhuang College left the capital and is heading to Bashu. Bashu? Li Er's heart skipped a beat, then he smiled and said, This student is probably going to Bashu because of Li Zishuan's vanadium mine there, right? Don't worry about them. Li Zishuan's students are always able to surprise me. Last time, it was Meng Wenhao and Han Li. Let's see what kind of surprise this child can bring me this time. Oh right, immediately send someone to inform Li Zishuan to attend tomorrow's court. Yes. Sigh. Why do you think His Majesty wants me to attend court for no reason? Keske. Doesn't he know that I live far away? I'll have to travel through the night again today. The next morning before dawn, Li Zishuan was already dressed and washed up with Han Yushi's help. Although he wasn't sleepy, he had to leave before dawn. Li Zishuan couldn't help but grumble softly. When Han Yushi heard that, she couldn't help but giggle. She helped Li Zishuan comb his hair and said with a smile, Husband, other people have studied hard for decades in hopes of being able to enter the imperial court one day. But why do you look like you have a deep grudge when you hear that you have to attend morning court? Li Zishuan pinched Han Yushi's fair fingers and said with a naughty smile, What does the poem say? Oh, it's the harem of 3,000 beauties. From then on, the emperor won't attend morning court. As for your husband, he only needs you, my wife, so he's too lazy to attend morning court. How can those fame and fortune be more important than the wife in my arms? My wife, don't you think so? Han Yushi's tender face turned red. She hurriedly shook off Li Zishuan's big hand and said angrily, Husband, you're talking nonsense again. Don't move. Let me help you comb your hair quickly. Don't miss the time. Okay. I'll listen to my wife. Li Zishuan knew that Han Yushi couldn't resist teasing. After saying that, he was no longer naughty. At this time, Han Yushi suddenly said, Husband, you should think of it this way. With your current rank and status, you should attend morning court every day. It's His Majesty who saw that you have multiple positions and that the Yunshan residence you live in is quite far from the imperial palace. That's why he specially allowed you to not attend morning court every day. So, you should be grateful to His Majesty. My wife's words make sense. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up and said with a smile, If that's the case, then I have the motivation to attend morning court. Confucius was right. Behind every successful man, there's a good woman. Han Yushi patted Li Zishuan's back and said unhappily, Husband, you're talking nonsense again. When did Confucius say that? Husband, your hair is done. Go and have some food. Otherwise, you'll definitely be hungry after standing in court for so long. My wife is so considerate. After coming out of the gentle home, Li Zishuan and Pang Feiji rode together and became a pair of brothers in distress. They held torches and rushed through the night. Oh, strictly speaking, this wasn't called the night road. Perhaps it should be called the dawn road, the last trace of darkness before dawn. Fortunately, the road from Yunshan to Chang and had been paved with cement. Otherwise, No matter how good one's horsemanship was, they wouldn't dare to ride on the rugged mountain road like before. Otherwise, they would definitely fall into the ravines. After rushing for a while, they finally arrived at the east gate of Chang'an City before the city gates opened. The master and servant waited for less than a quarter of an hour outside the city gates before the city guards opened the gates. Li Zishuan and Pang Feiji hurriedly urged their horses to enter, and then galloped towards the imperial palace. Yo! Xiao Xian, why are you here for morning court today? After entering the palace, they arrived at Taiji Hall. There were already many people gathered here, including Chang Yaojin and Qin Qiong. Seeing Li Zishuan, this rare guest, Chang Yaojin walked over with a face full of surprise. He patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed. Speaking of which, old Chang was able to come to court so early because of his bicycle. Chang Yaojin could be considered an expert in bicycles now. He could even ride a bicycle with one hand. Sometimes, he could even use both hands to leave the handlebars. What's more, when Chang Yaojin rode his bicycle, it was even more ferocious than when he rode a horse. Everyone was afraid of him. Actually, he was not the only one who rode a bicycle. Among the civil and military officials, those who were slightly wealthier had almost all bought bicycles. After all, bicycles were faster and more convenient than horse carriages. They could go wherever they wanted with just a pedal. Moreover, they did not have to feed the horses. It was worth mentioning that the palace was also keeping up with the times. They had specially built a parking lot outside the palace gates for the officials. When Li Zishuan found out about this, he felt a sense of accomplishment and was overjoyed for a long time. This was because he had brought a little change to this era. Good morning, Uncle Chang. Li Zishuan greeted Chang Yaojin and replied, Yesterday, His Majesty sent someone to Yunshan to inform me that I must attend today's court meeting. I dare not come. Oh? His Majesty sent someone to inform you? Chang Yaojin's eyes flashed and his expression became serious as he asked. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes. Oh right, Uncle Cheng. Did something big happen in the court these 2 days? Is that why His Majesty asked me to come? Can you tell me what happened in the imperial court? Chang Yaojin hesitated and said, It's both a good and bad thing. Sai, you'd better ask second brother Qin. Li Zishuan was baffled. He turned to look at Qin Qiong and asked, Uncle Qin, what happened? Why is Uncle Cheng being so secretive? Qin Qiong sighed deeply and said, Shelly Khan sent troops to attack Tuli. Tuli came as an envoy and asked Tang Empire to send troops to help. He is also willing to surrender to Tang Empire. Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this. He was puzzled and said, Then isn't this a good thing? Why does Uncle Cheng say that it's both a good and bad thing?